Chapter 281 Dragon. At this moment, Xian was really surprised. It was actually a dragon? Yes! The monster that Xian knocked to the ground with a punch was a dragon. It was pitch black, with distinct scales, and a body length of at least 100 meters. Its limbs were also very strong, and a pair of dragon claws were so sharp that they seemed to flash cold light, which made people shudder. Its pair of dragon wings were very broad, as if they could cover the sky and the sun. When unfolded, it was estimated that it could be more than 100 meters long, and its head was as ferocious as a crocodile, and its dragon eyes were even more ferocious, making people dare not look directly at it. Through the feedback of the identification skill, Xian knew its level, LV.93. It was already above level 90. But, is its state a little bit wrong? Xian frowned. A closer look revealed that the black dragon that had fallen to the ground was struggling in pain. Its magic power was very chaotic, and it seemed as if something was running rampant inside its body, causing its body to fluctuate constantly, making it look extremely scary. Moreover, every time its magic power became chaotic and its body fluctuated, its level would fluctuate. Xian could see that the dragon's level sometimes rose several times in a row, and sometimes fell. The bottom line was level 93, and the highest level was level 99, which was almost full. Looking at this black dragon, Xian suddenly understood the reason. Is it resisting the magic ritual? That's right. This black dragon is resisting the magic ritual. Its spirit is close to going berserk. But it is not completely berserk. But it is barely maintaining part of its consciousness. It seemed to have killed many demons and absorbed their magic power and flesh and blood. But it was unwilling to transform into a demon. So it constantly resisted the magic power and flesh and blood of the demons absorbed into its body, which caused its magic power to be so disordered, its body to fluctuate, and even its level to be high and low, which was very unstable. Presumably, the real level of this dragon should be 93. And the reason for the sudden rise is all because of the magic power and flesh and blood of the demons in its body. If it completely absorbed those magic power and flesh and blood, then it would probably be able to rise to level 99. Right? But the price of that is to become a disgusting demon, a monster that has lost its mind, and finally become a sacrifice for the demon larvae and be devoured by the demon larvae. If such a sacrifice is devoured, the power of the demon larvae will become very terrifying. Xian realized this and looked solemn. Roar! The black dragon kept struggling and roaring in pain, suppressing the magic power and flesh in its body. Obviously, it didn't want to become a demon, and even less wanted to be a sacrifice. Of course, the most important thing is that its dignity does not allow it to fall into such a fate. From its roar, Xian heard a persistence, a determination, and a crazy will that would never compromise. Good guy. Worthy of being the lord who has occupied this Atla Canyon for 400 years. He really has the demeanor of a dragon king. Xian looked at this dragon with a new eye. Originally, Xian was thinking that in order to prevent the demon larva from getting such a top-notch sacrifice, he might as well get rid of it. Now, Xian decided to save its life. Unseal, Hirisu. At that moment, Xian drew out the holy sword at his waist and unsealed it without hesitation. Clang! With the first seal being unsealed, the holy sword once again shone with brilliant brilliance, illuminating the entire world. Roar! The black dragon seemed to sense the threat, looked in Xian's direction, and roared. What's the name? Xian grinned and said, I'm here to help you. Big fool. After saying that, Xian suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow and dived in the direction of the black dragon. Boom! Seeing Xian flying towards him at a terrifying speed, the black dragon opened its ferocious mouth without any hesitation and spit out a hot breath of fire. That, of course, is the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath, which is said to be able to break through all defenses, enveloped Xian. Xian didn't dare to resist it. The holy sword only unlocked the first seal, which could only weaken half of the damage. The resistance skill was ineffective against the dragon's breath. If Xian dared to rush directly into the dragon's breath, he would be skinned alive. Therefore, Xian swooped down while attaching the magic sword to the holy sword, causing the golden magic blade to burst out from the holy sword. Immediately, Xian raised the holy sword high and slashed heavily at the dragon's breath that was coming like a storm. Puff! The golden, magic sword cut the dragon's breath cleanly, splitting it into two, passing by Xian and flying high into the sky. Xian used the holy sword with a magic sword attached to it to cut through the dragon's breath all the way, like a reef against the waves. while separating the dragon's breath. He quickly approached the black dragon. In just a blink of an eye, Sheen had completely split the dragon's breath, flew above the black dragon, and landed on its back. Give fatigue. Sheen cast the give magic on the black dragon under him. As the name suggests, this is a magic that is specifically used to deal with creatures, which can force creatures into a state of fatigue, depriving them of their physical strength and even magic power. Although it was only an intermediate granting magic, with the blessing of Sheen's foul magic, its effect was naturally more terrifying than the general high-level magic. Roar! The black dragon could feel the physical strength and magic power draining away at an alarming rate, which made it panic and roar continuously. Give accelerate. In order to not give the black dragon a chance to struggle and fight back, Sheen released a new grant magic. And the object of grant was the fatigue characteristic he had just applied. If other magicians saw this, they would be shocked. Right? It was unheard of to grant magic to the opponent. But Sheen succeeded. With magic give upgraded to the maximum level, Sheen could do it even in this way. So, the fatigue after acceleration became more fierce, depriving the black dragon of physical strength and magic power at an even more alarming speed. The black dragon only felt that his strength was finally completely lost, and finally fell to the ground unwillingly, and could never get up again. This made the black dragon feel that his doomsday was finally coming. Roar! So, at the very end, the black dragon roared with resentment and bitterness. Boom! At this moment, the magic power and flesh in the black dragon finally went wild. Without the suppression of the black dragon itself, these magic power and flesh naturally rose up, and immediately wanted to merge into its body and turn it into a refined demon. Unfortunately, the situation has changed. Sir, Sheen smiled suddenly, and one hand quickly placed on the black dragon's body. An amazing magic power surged from his body. The huge magic power made the black dragon open his eyes wide. At this time, Sheen had already activated a skill that had not been used for a long time, taming. The surging magic power was immediately injected into the black dragon's body in a special way. Chapter 282 Invincible Monster Nearing Full Level. Buzz! When the huge amount of magic power was poured into the black dragon's body, the black dragon couldn't help but widen its eyes. Roar! A roar full of comfort, joy and excitement resounded from its mouth, causing the black dragon's eyes to narrow. The magic power that Sheen poured into the black dragon's body was now turning into a force, and was quickly absorbed by the black dragon. This caused the turbulent magic power and flesh of the black dragon to be stirred, as if it was torn apart by an external overbearing force, and became shaky. Roar! The black dragon roared again. Under this roar, the black dragon's momentum began to rise crazily, and the level began to fluctuate again. However, this time, the level of the black dragon did not fluctuate, but started to rise steadily from level 93. In other words, the power of the black dragon itself is constantly growing. Good. Sheen smiled suddenly, and continued to pour magic power into the black dragon's body. The black dragon's power will rise like this because of his taming skill. Monsters are different from humans, and even demons, who can improve their strength and level through growth. For monsters, the most direct way to improve is to absorb magic. They can convert magic into their own power, and some are even born from the source of magic. Therefore, the way they improve their level and power is very simple, which is to absorb magic. Why are monsters attracted to the source of magic and want to occupy the source of magic? It's very simple. Just want to absorb the spring water in the source of magic, and convert all the spring water materialized by magic into their own power to improve their level. If the monsters are unable to occupy the source of magic, they can only obtain magic and enhance their own strength by devouring other individuals. Because of this, monsters will constantly attack others, not only for prey, but also to obtain magic from the flesh and blood of others. At the same time, monsters will fight each other. The strong will prey on the weak. The weak will try their best to survive, and then prey on the weaker ones to achieve themselves and survive. Only a few exceptions like Golem will increase their strength in other ways, such as swallowing precious metals. But that is because of their own special characteristics. In essence, monsters are still a kind of creature that takes magic for themselves and uses it to enhance their own strength. This method is somewhat similar to that of Tyr, who turned into a ghost. The difference is that Tyr's horns can forcibly plunder all the magic around, including the magic of the atmosphere, the earth, and even the world itself. Unlike monsters, they have to absorb magic from others and the source of magic. Moreover, although monsters can absorb magic power to increase their own strength, The efficiency of this absorption is not high at all. A small magic source contains extremely huge magic power. If it can be fully absorbed, it can definitely make a level 10 monster rise to level 70 or above overnight. However, when in the Mongol mountains, Xin once witnessed a level 60 monster drinking up the water of a medium-sized magic source, but failed to immediately convert the magic power into strength. This is because the efficiency of monsters absorbing magic power is not high, even if a monster drinks up the water in a magic source. In the end, the magic power it can absorb is probably less than 1/10,000. The magic power plundered from the outside world is like this. It is not its own magic power, and it is impossible to use it all perfectly, which ultimately results in a lot of waste. From this perspective, Thyr's horn is amazing. It can completely transform the magic power that was forcibly plundered into strength, allowing Thyr's strength to rise rapidly. It soon rose to level 90 or above. No wonder this unique skill is regarded as a reliance comparable to Roxy. However, even Thyr's horn can only temporarily make full use of these magic powers. Once the horn is cut off, these magic powers will automatically lose, which caused Thyr's level to fall back to the original level after he regained consciousness. In addition, the forced plunder of external magic power for his own use eventually caused the horn to affect Thyr's rationality, which is another disadvantage. It can be seen from this that it is very difficult to completely transform and utilize external magic power. In fact, the same is true for the magic refining ritual. This ritual, like refining poison, allows monsters and demons to devour each other, absorb each other's magic power in flesh and blood, and use it to strengthen themselves. The final result is the rampage and deformity of the refining demon. Therefore, when monsters absorb external magic power, they waste most of it, leaving only a small part for their own use, which may be a way of self-protection. However, when someone has the taming skill, this rule will be broken. That is because people with the taming skill can convert magic power into a form that is easy for monsters to absorb, allowing monsters to absorb the magic power completely. In this way, monsters can absorb magic power with a much higher efficiency than usual, increase their strength faster than usual, and become more powerful. In this case, coupled with the absorption of the magic power of the tamer, the monsters will gradually develop a sense of closeness and dependence on the tamer, which will eventually lead to the monster's active following and active submission. This is the use of taming. As mentioned before, there is a taming master in the kingdom of Mitra. His taming level is not high, but he has a unique skill that can greatly increase the success rate of taming. That unique skill is to make the taming master's magic power conversion ability stronger. As a result, this master of taming trained many flying dragons for the kingdom as mounts. Now, Xian used his taming skill to transform a large amount of magic power into a form that the black dragon could absorb and injected it into its body. Of course, the black dragon's level is already very high, and even if Xian's magic power is huge, it is not easy to increase its power like this. The reason why the black dragon's power increased so quickly is all because Xian used his own magic power as a bridge to inject it into the black dragon's body, strengthening its resistance and even absorption ability, allowing it to temper the magic power and flesh in its body. This was originally difficult to do if Xian did not have the full level taming skill, and this skill was greatly enhanced by the amplification of the holy sword. It would never achieve this goal. Now, the magic power and flesh are like being thrown into a furnace and remelted again. First, they are minced, and then absorbed by the black dragon and turned into its power. The purpose of doing this is to remove the violent and deformed parts of the magic power and flesh of the demon, leaving only the essence and turning it into pure magic. As a result, the black dragon's magic power continued to rise, and the level continued to rise, but it was no longer disordered, no longer painful, and no longer caused its body to twist and bulge. When the black dragon converted all the magic power and flesh in its body into pure magic power and absorbed it completely, the black dragon's momentum became unprecedentedly powerful. As for its level, it was completely fixed. LV.99. An invincible monster close to the maximum level was born. Roar, roar, roar. The ultimate dragon roar announcing its rebirth resounded throughout the canyon. Let the world tremble suddenly. Chapter 283. I'm also a dragon rider. In a dry and hot cave, on a huge rock that was obviously calcined and burned to be extremely smooth and flat, Aie, who was lying down and sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in a direction with great surprise. What is this? Aie rubbed her eyes, climbed up, and stared at that direction. With surprise and joy on her face, she felt a magic power that belonged to the dragon species burning and rising like a flame. Moreover, this magic power was very powerful. There is such a strong dragon living in such a place? Aie was indeed quite surprised. However, next to this dragon magic power, her own magic power seemed to be there too. That magic power was placed on someone by Aie. Since it appeared there, it proved that the person was there. What was he doing there? Aie became suspicious, but did not think too much. Let's go and have a look. With this thought, Aie opened a pair of dragon wings behind him, turning him into a stream of light and flying out. At the same time, on a mountain road, a group of nobles led by Vasco were also rushing in that direction with a large number of knights and guards. Their purpose was very clear. That is, to find the black dragon and rehold the magic ritual. Roar. At this time, a faint roar came over here and was heard by everyone. Listen. The roar of the dragon can be heard. It seems that we have caught up. The nobles were immediately refreshed and excited. Only Vasco stopped and listened to the roar, frowning. For some reason, he always felt that the roar of the dragon seemed to be different from before. Before, the opponent's roar was full of pain, struggle and violence, like a dying struggle, or like a candle in the wind, giving people a feeling that they were only 1 or 2 steps away from eternal damnation. But this time, the roar was full of excitement and a domineering momentum, as if it had been reborn, making people feel that the opponent seemed to have been completely reborn. This gave Vasco a somewhat ominous premonition. Did something unexpected happen? Vasco frowned more and more deeply. But now, it is impossible to retreat. Go! Catch up! So, Vasco's eyes were fierce. And while giving orders, he led everyone to continue on the road. No one knew that at this time, at the place where the dragon roared, a man and a dragon had already confronted each other. Xian had already got off the back of the black dragon and stood opposite it. He raised his head and looked at the dragon with his eyes flickering slightly. After the black dragon roared excitedly, it raised its huge body and lowered its eyes, staring at the tiny human standing in front of it. Its eyes were clear and indifferent. A tense atmosphere suddenly spread between the man and the dragon, especially the black dragon, which had already released a faint dragon power. Even if a person of level 90 were to face this dragon power, he would probably feel difficulty breathing. His heartstrings would be tense, and sweat would fall on his forehead. He would not dare to act rashly. Right? You know, the one standing here is a dragon of level 99. The dragon is the king of monsters. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Compared with other monsters, dragons have many innate advantages. Their dragon breath can break through all defenses, and almost no one can resist it. Their scales are extremely hard and cannot be broken by ordinary means. Their claws and teeth are like the sharpest weapons, capable of crushing mountains and cutting off the earth. Magical weapons made of dragon teeth and claws must be the highest level rare and unique in this world. Such dragons are full of treasures and are also synonymous with strength. Generally speaking, a dragon can naturally reach level 80 or above when it reaches adulthood. Before adulthood, even if it does not absorb magic power, its level will continue to increase with the passage of time. Therefore, once a dragon reaches adulthood, it must reach level 80. With the power of dragon breath, even a night group of 10,000 people cannot take it down. This is also the reason why this black dragon has been able to occupy the large magic source of Aether's Canyon for 400 years. With such a high level and being a dragon species, if it is attacked by its crazy counterattack, even a person like Aradia will be in danger. Therefore, this black dragon will be abandoned and occupy the magic source here. Now, it has turned a disaster into a blessing, and its level has risen to 99. Just one step away from the maximum level. Even if Aradia comes, she can only avoid such a dragon. And it is now standing in front of Sheen, staring at him with a pair of cold dragon eyes. And the pressure it brings is absolutely terrifying. But facing such a scene, Sheen stood straight there, also looking over, staring at the black dragon without looking away, with a half-smile on his face. In Sheen's hand, the holy sword that has not been resealed is flowing with bursts of brilliance. The brave man holding the holy sword faces the almost invincible dragon. This scene is an epic scene that is enough to be recorded in history. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time, until a certain moment, the black dragon made a move. Roar! With a roar, satisfaction and joy finally appeared in the black dragon's pair of cold eyes. It knew that it was the human in front of it who saved it. It also knew that the other party had mastered a very high-level taming skill. The magic power that he injected into his body still made it savor it until now, and naturally developed a sense of dependence and closeness to him. But it was impossible to make it surrender just because of this. It was a dragon, an invincible monster king close to the maximum level. If you wanted to surrender, you can't do it without showing the corresponding qualifications. Even if the magic power that he injected into his body was so comfortable and delicious, and could make him stronger. If the other party was a weak and cowardly little person, the black dragon would not recognize him. This is the dignity of being a dragon species. The most basic reserve as the king of monsters. In fact, it is also because of this that from ancient times to the present, very few dragon species have been domesticated. Even the flying dragons that are sub-dragons and have only some dragon blood are difficult to be domesticated. If the taming master of the Mitrok kingdom did not have the assistance of unique skills, it would be impossible to tame so many flying dragons. Under such circumstances, if this black dragon is not an ordinary dragon species, but a level 99 invincible monster king, it is even more impossible to be tamed. Even if it has the full level taming skill, it is still the same. But now, the black dragon recognizes Xian. This human who has power no less than his own, and can face him without fear, is worthy of being his master. So, the black dragon finally lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Xian smiled. In his heart, he shouted with great satisfaction. From today on, I am also a dragon knight. Chapter 284 The Lord of All Dragons? TSK. Just as the black dragon lowered his head to Xian, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the horizon. A stream of light came at an astonishing speed and instantly reached the area where Xian and the black dragon were. Roar! The black dragon raised his head abruptly and roared at the horizon, with scorching magic power rising and falling from his mouth, as if he was going to blast the stream of light down with his dragon breath. Wait! Don't be impatient. Xian hurriedly stopped it, patting its body and comforting it, while smiling. The one who came is my acquaintance. Don't offend him. After all, even I can't afford to offend this big guy. The black dragon seemed a little confused, but he still obediently restrained his magic power and became honest. The stream of light from the horizon came just like that, in front of Xian and the black dragon, and fell in front of this man and dragon. The person who came was naturally Ai. Ai looked at the black dragon who stayed beside Xian obediently, and could not help but be a little surprised. Where did you find such a treasure? The little girl walked quickly to Xian's side, first glanced at the black dragon, and then looked at Xian, her eyes full of surprise. Not to mention, that little look is really cute. Xian was happy, and flapped the wings of the black dragon as if showing off. How about it? Mighty, right? Xian smiled and said, this should be the monster lord who has occupied the large magic source here for 400 years. I just met it. So it was it? Ai raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, I didn't expect that the monster occupying here was actually a dragon. If I had known that there was such a high-level dragon here, I would have come to subdue it. Hearing this, Xian hadn't made any expression yet, and the black dragon was dissatisfied first. Roar! The black dragon roared at Ai, as if there was a flame in his nostrils, and the breath he exhaled was so hot. Obviously, the black dragon was expressing anger and disdain, as if to say, you want to conquer me with your little thing? He has a bad temper. Ai was not angry, but looked at the black dragon with interest, grinning and laughing. Along with this smile, an amazing momentum flashed over Ai's body. Damn! Xian felt as if some terrifying monster suddenly appeared around him. His whole body was cold. His back was cold. Not only did magic perception become agitated for a moment, but even the magic wand that was put away was frantically sending out warnings at that moment, as if to tell Xian to run faster. The black dragon opened his eyes wide, and the arrogance and hostility in his eyes disappeared completely, as if he had discovered something amazing and was severely frightened. Ai was somewhat satisfied. How about it, little guy? Do you want to come with me? Ai actually extended an olive branch to the black dragon. Do you really want to subdue it? Xian blinked and stood there in a daze. But, didn't I tell you? Ai glanced at him and said, in the beginning, monsters were creatures created by the demons, and all dragon species were created by imitating my original body. The first dragon in history was created by me, so I can be regarded as the creator of all dragon species. This sentence completely shocked Xian. Not to mention Xian. Even the black dragon understood what Ai said, and stood there in a daze, with a pair of dragon eyes wide open, which looked a little funny. Looking at this man and dragon, Ai spoke with a smile. By the way, all the 4 major cadres under my command are dragons, and about half of the demons under my jurisdiction have dragon blood. My territory is even known as the Kingdom of Dragons. Almost all the dragons in the demon world live in my place, and are under my control. Even Jacinta, who you saw, is also a dragon. The shocking fact almost made Sheen swear. Damn. The boss is the boss. But he still hides such a big clumsiness, which is simply unreasonable. Sheen could only hold his face, and spoke after a long time. Are dragons monsters? How can there be demons that are dragons? Sheen could only raise such questions. I have said that all dragons are made by imitating my body. Since I am a demon, is it strange that other dragons are demons? Ai was quite annoyed. But he also explained it to him. You can understand that dragons that can transform into humans are demons, and dragons that cannot transform into humans are monsters. At the beginning, all dragons that were born were able to transform into humans, just like me. So they were all demons. Later, dragons that imitated our dragon bodies were classified as monsters because they could not transform into humans. But in fact, dragons are essentially the same as us, except that they cannot transform into humans and need to absorb magic power to grow like other monsters. There is no difference between them and us. If demons are the closest to demon kings, then dragons are the closest to demons. Maybe not all demons are dragons, but all dragons have the potential to become demons. That's it. In view of this, Ai became the lord of all dragons, and most of his subordinates are dragons. Why do you think demon larvae have dragon wings and spit dragon breath? Ai curled his lips and said, it is because the nature of dragons is somewhat similar to that of demons. So, the original demon used dragons as a model to create the 7th demon. And, speaking of this, Ai did not continue. In short, I am very concerned about powerful and potential dragons. If possible, I and my subordinates will try our best to subdue them, bring them to the demon world, and find a way to make them human. Ai cast his eyes on the black dragon, first took a look at it, and then spoke with great admiration. Your strength is not bad, and you are only 1 step away from the limit of life. You have more potential than any dragon species under my command. If you can transform into a human, then you are likely to directly awaken your unique skills and become the strongest demon under the demon. Don't you want to try it? Obviously, Ai took a fancy to the ability and potential of this black dragon. The black dragon hesitated immediately. But soon, the black dragon roared again and flew to Xian's side. What exactly does this mean? Anyone can understand. You want to follow him? Ai was surprised. Roar! The black dragon also roared and nodded, and his attitude seemed very determined. Ai frowned, looked at Xian, and said strangely, what means did you use to make it care about you so much? Hearing this, Xian finally reacted and spoke without thinking. Just ride. Just ride. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Xian's mouth twitched. Well, I accidentally made a big mistake. Chapter 285 Yulin. Although Xian made a big mistake, fortunately Ai didn't pursue it in the end. Rather than fighting with Xian, Ai still wanted to persuade the black dragon and let it follow her. There was no way. It was the first time Ai had met a dragon with such great potential. It was already level 99 before it turned into a human. When it turns into a human and transforms from a monster into a demon, it will probably be the only one among all the dragons except me. It can be worthy of such an evaluation, which shows how much Ai thinks of this black dragon. But this black dragon is very stubborn. Even though he knows how awesome Ai is, he still doesn't compromise. He insists on following Xian and is unwilling to go to the demon world. This really surprised Xian and even moved him. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. It's worth my saving your life. Xian patted the black dragon's body with deep emotion, and almost became sworn brothers with it. On the contrary, Ai gave Xian a blank look and said helplessly, dragons are not loyal beings. But every dragon has a strong self-esteem. It is unwilling to follow me, just because it has bowed to you and recognized you as its master. So it does not want to regret it. Yes, this is the truth. The black dragon did not follow Ai to leave. Not because it was not moved, but because it had already recognized Xian as its master before Ai threw out the olive branch. In addition, Xian saved his life. And it was also thanks to Xian that it was able to completely absorb the magic power and flesh of the demon refiner. allowing its level to rise to this point. This made the black dragon's self-esteem not allow it to just pat its butt and leave. Therefore, even if Yi threw out all kinds of baits that made it quite moved, the black dragon finally decided to follow Xian. Not for anything else. Just to repay the favor. And just to be responsible for the act of recognizing the master. I didn't expect that you, a monster, would have such awareness. After learning about this, Xian really looked at the black dragon with a new look. Just for the sake of repaying the favor and the fact of recognizing the master. He actually gave up so many benefits. I'm afraid most people can't do this. Right? It's true that people are not as good as monsters. Xian's eyes changed when he looked at the dragon. Under the influence of the magic ritual, the rest of the monsters went crazy. Only it still insisted on itself and maintained consciousness with difficulty. After absorbing the magic power and flesh of the magic, the rest of the monsters also turned into monsters. But it was the only one who desperately resisted all this and did not allow itself to fall. Finally, facing the recruitment of Yi, who can be said to be the king of the dragon clan, it can also resist the temptation. In order to repay the favor, it recognized Xian as its master, and it would never regret it, and decisively rejected all this. This dragon is so unique and charming. Xian had to admit that he was a little fond of this dragon. Originally, Xian didn't really want to bring this dragon with him. After all, this dragon was so big, and he had to go back to the capital. Taking it with him would definitely cause a lot of trouble. At the beginning, for similar reasons, didn't Xian release the griffin that took him out of the monster forest? So, although he said he wanted to become a dragon knight, in fact, Xian was going to let the black dragon go back after leaving the Outlet Canyon and continue to guard his own piece of land. When Ai started recruiting, Xian didn't intervene in this matter either, because he didn't really care. Therefore, even if the black dragon agreed to this, he would not be depressed. At most, he would take the opportunity to blackmail Ai. But now, Xian has changed his mind. It's decided. Xian patted the black dragon's wings, and after a moment of silence, he spoke like this. From now on, you will be called Yulin. Yu is a word close to the word dragon in the previous life. Lin is a word close to the word spirit in the previous life. The name Yulin proved that Xian recognized the black dragon and decided to regard it as his true partner. As for why he chose it this way, it was because Ai said that this dragon was actually a female dragon. I hope you can reach the top of the dragon clan in the future and become the real dragon queen. Xian said this happily, and Ai rolled her eyes. Roar! Black Dragon Yulin excitedly roared, as if responding to Xian's ambitions, with overwhelming momentum. In this way, Black Dragon Yulin became the mount and companion of the hero. Ai looked at this scene and didn't say anything special. Being recognized by a powerful dragon also proved his ability. Ai looked at Xian, who was touching Yulin's head, and after a while, she couldn't help but smile. Then let me see how far this dragon can go with you. As she said this, Ai looked at Yulin, and it was inevitable that she still felt a little regretful. Apart from anything else, this dragon's qualifications and potential are indeed good. Once it transforms into a demon, it will definitely be able to defeat those 4 idiots. If it awakens a unique skill in the future, and that unique skill is also relatively strong, then by then, it will definitely not be a delusion to sit firmly in the position of the first person under the demon. This is the first time Ai has seen a dragon at level 99, which is only one step away from the maximum level. If in the demon world, once a dragon reaches adulthood, that is, reaches level 80, they will immediately be trained by the demons and try hard to transform into humans. Of course, not all dragons can successfully transform into humans and transform into demons. But dragons that can reach level 90 or above usually succeed. Once such a dragon turns into a human, the probability of awakening its unique skills is very high. 2 of the 4 major cadres under Ai are like this. They were brought to Ai at level 90, and finally successfully turned into humans, awakened their unique skills, and became Ai's powerful warriors. The number of dragons is too rare, and because of their treasures, they are often hunted and attacked by others. It is quite difficult for them to grow to level 90 or above in the wild. At least, Ai has only encountered such 2 times in his life, which is enough to prove this. However, this is also related to the slow growth rate of dragons. Even if they can reach level 80 when they are adults, dragons are a very long-lived race. It is absolutely impossible for them to reach adulthood without hundreds or thousands of years. For such a long time, before a dragon reaches adulthood, it will basically be attacked or hunted. Therefore, dragons are rare. Adult dragons are even rarer. And dragons that can grow to level 90 or above are extremely rare. Yulin's ability to reach level 99 really surprised AIE, and also gave birth to a lot of love for talent. After all, she is the real queen of dragons. So, AIE also decided. Anyway, following him. There is basically nothing to do. In this case, I will help him train this dragon. Just think of it as you owe me a favor. AIE glanced at Xian and murmured. Xian was completely unaware. It is also because of this that he will get a big surprise in the future. Chapter 286 Revenge? Revenge. After successfully taming a dragon, Xian happily returned to the camp and entered a state of rest with a good mood. Yi left Yulin behind, claiming that he would take her with him. Of course, Yi was not trying to continue recruiting Yulin, but just to give her a little help. The magic ritual is still going on. Any monsters and demons in the ritual will gradually fall into a violent state. This child has only temporarily escaped from that state. If he doesn't stay with me, he will go crazy sooner or later. In view of this, Yi will keep Yulin by his side. Unlike the human race who encountered the magic ritual for the first time, the demons have encountered the magic ritual many times in the past 1,000 years. So they know very well how to deal with it. Apart from other things, the reason why Jacinta, Jess and Liz, who are demons, can move freely in the ritual and are not affected by the ritual is because the demons have developed means to resist the intervention of the ritual on themselves. As a demon, Yi would not be affected by the ritual. But she also knew that kind of method. At the very least, she could use her own magic power to suppress Yulin's madness. So it would be best for her to take Yulin with her. So, when Xian returned to the camp, Yulin stayed by Yi's side. Yulin watched Xian leave, then turned her head and looked in one direction, with cold emotions beginning to emerge in her eyes. Yi noticed this, looked at Yulin, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Roar!" Yulin shouted at Yi, her voice full of anger and hatred. As the Lord of Dragons, Yi could naturally understand Yulin's words. "You said that you fell into a trap set by a group of human races and almost became a demon?" Yi narrowed her eyes, as if she understood Yulin's meaning, and said lightly, "So? You want to seek revenge on them now?" "Roar!" Yulin roared again, full of murderous intent in her voice. Yi smiled immediately. "You are right." Yi reached out and touched Yulin's scales, muttering, "Since you have suffered such a great humiliation, if you don't retaliate and destroy all your enemies, do you still have the qualifications to call yourself a dragon? Not to mention that Yulin was originally a great monster with a level of more than 90, but was actually plotted against by a group of weak humans. If you don't get angry, you won't even be qualified to call yourself a monster or a strongman. Then go." Aie didn't mean to stop him, and said calmly, "Return all the humiliation you have suffered to those ignorant humans." Hearing this, Yulin's eyes flashed with a fierce light, roared, fanned the dragon wings behind him, set off a hurricane, and flew into the sky. The next second, Yulin rushed in one direction at an astonishing speed. Aie watched it leave, and couldn't stop smiling on his face. This female dragon is really my taste. It's a pity that I can't subdue it. Forget it. There is still a long way to go. Ai also spread his dragon wings and flew out. On the other side, Vasco and his group were crossing a sandy land in a mighty manner. Many nobles were already exhausted, with bitter expressions on their faces. "Haven't we arrived yet? How far did that damn black dragon fly? If I find it, I will definitely find a chance to peel off its skin and make the top dragon skin armor. Then I will take one of its dragon teeth and use it to make a sword. Count me in." The nobles complained like this. As pampered nobles, they naturally couldn't travel efficiently. If they were not rich and had a lot of magic potions for physical recovery, they would have fallen down long ago. This place is not suitable for these noble men. It is not a place for them to go on an outing. If they had not relied on their large numbers and the protection of the knights, they would not have been able to deal with the numerous high-level monsters along the way and reach the deepest part of the Atrus Canyon. Vasco's face was cold, without a trace of discomfort. Among these people, Vasco was the oldest. He was over 80 years old this year, but his level had reached 78. If he was not too old, he would definitely be able to join the Guards Knights. Most of the people here were nobles in their 40s, so their levels were not low. The lowest level was 60. Otherwise, the Gaglioli family would not cooperate with them, and let them bring the demon larvae into the Atru's Canyon to preside over the demon refining ceremony. Unfortunately, accidents have been happening since the ceremony began. First, there was news that the princess's envoy had entered the canyon. Then the team set out to hunt down Thier, and others had not returned. And then the black dragon regarded as a sacrifice also escaped. Even the contact with the Gaglioli family was suddenly disconnected for some reason. And they could not get in touch at all. There were really many problems. This made Vasco realize that things might have become a little troublesome. Perhaps his plan had been obstructed by someone. Vasco was a little annoyed about this. However, it doesn't matter if the plan fails. As long as he can kill that woman. Vasco doesn't care about any plan. All the nobles present hated Ter. In the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago, everyone present lost their loved ones because of the assassination of the old demon clan. Vasco was the same. He had a beautiful family, but it was destroyed on that night 10 years ago. And all this was because of Ter's damn mother. Therefore, including Vasco, those who had lost their loved ones in the capital hated Ter. The culprit, Ter's mother, had been killed by Aridia. The kingdom had also tried to ask the Ragna Empire for an explanation, but the other party denied it, claiming that they did not instruct Ter's mother to do this, and that the woman was bewitched by the old demon clan and committed such a crime on her own initiative. As there was no evidence, the kingdom naturally had no way to deal with the Ragna Empire. As for the old demon clan, they were a group of lunatics, and their whereabouts were uncertain, and they could not even be found. Under such circumstances, the nobles who could not vent their inner hatred all targeted the only existence that could be targeted. That was Ter. Vasco wanted to kill Ter all the time and take revenge. No, it should be said that he was venting his inner hatred. The nobles present were all gathered here for the same purpose. So, the descendants of that woman had to be killed no matter what. Vasco's face was distorted. However, at this moment, some knights cried out in surprise. Lord Vasco, a monster is approaching. So fast. What is this hostile reaction? The knights with the enemy sense skill were all shaken. Vasco was also shocked. And he raised his head and looked up into the air. The next second, Vasco saw it roar, accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the world. A pitch-black dragon swept from the sky and stopped above them. In its eyes, violent, murderous, and hostile spirits surged. Chapter 287: The End of the Karmic Hatred. Death-like silence enveloped the entire world. Led by Vasco, all the nobles and knights looked at the black dragon flapping its wings in the air. They were all dumbfounded and stunned. And there was not even a trace of blood on their faces. A second ago, they were still chasing each other, treating each other as their own possessions, and wantonly discussing how to deal with them. But at this moment, only confusion, puzzlement, and increasingly intense fear emerged in their hearts. There was no way. It was really that the dragon's might was like a prison. Too scary. The dragon that had been struggling to escape in pain not long ago now looked not only completely intact, but also full of momentum. Even more terrifying than when they had just entered the depths of the canyon and saw it lying next to the source of magic. Especially in the eyes of the dragon that seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. The cold ferocity and murderous aura were still rising and falling. The fierceness and murderous aura stimulated everyone present to tremble all over, including Vasco. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? At this moment, Vasco dared not even move. His face was pale, and he was roaring wildly in his heart. Although he didn't know what happened. The dragon had obviously gotten rid of the interference of the ritual, and also got rid of the magic power and flesh that he had been desperately resisting before, and completely recovered. No, not only recovered. The momentum and magic power were clearly stronger than before. What happened? Vasco roared in his heart. Unfortunately, he would never know that the black dragon in front of him had not only been reborn, but also recognized a master, got a name, and was appreciated by the Dragon Lord. So, run away! Vasco roared wildly. This sound ignited the fear in the hearts of everyone present. Run away! Run away! Knights, come and protect me! The nobles went crazy, running away desperately and shouting hysterically. The knights were the same. They didn't care about protecting the nobles at all. They all ran away desperately, without even the slightest thought of resistance. But could they escape? Obviously no. Boom! The giant dragon in the sky spewed out scorching dragon breath towards the ground. Bang! This was the roar of the earth. The invincible dragon breath fell on the ground, blasting the earth, and turning the place covered by it into a scorched earth. The temperature in the atmosphere suddenly rose rapidly. The violent magic power also began to roll up. As for those covered by the dragon's breath, they didn't even have time to scream. They were all evaporated on the spot by the dragon's breath. And not even their bodies were left. Roar! Yulin immediately let out a happy roar, flapped his dragon wings, swung his huge body, and immediately chased those desperately fleeing humans from the air. The dragon's breath continued to descend from the sky, burning everything on the ground, and burning all the nobles and knights one by one, wantonly harvesting lives. For a moment, in a corner of the canyon, the flames reached the sky, and the dragon roared. Under the dragon's breath of the dark dragon, not only did the roars continue, but it was gradually burned into a purgatory. Cast defensive magic quickly. Quickly! The gas class that was running away in the crowd roared at the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, which did scare some people, causing them to stop involuntarily and chant defensive magic in a panic. However, before they finished their spells, the scorching dragon's breath fell from the sky again and landed on them. The roar and scream sounded together and lasted for a long time. Vasco immediately took this opportunity to escape without looking back. Defensive magic? That kind of thing is not even as good as a piece of paper in front of the dragon's breath that is said to be able to break through all defenses. Vasco knew this clearly, and he didn't really hope to rely on some defensive magic that even his superiors didn't have to block the black dragon's breath. He just wanted to use those people as a shield to buy himself a chance to escape. After all, if someone is chanting magic, there will be magic power surging there, and the black dragon's attention will definitely be attracted by the magic power and attack that side first. Vasco had such a wishful thinking. So while running, he also roared at the surroundings frequently, coaxing others to attract Yulin's firepower. Not to mention, this does work. At least, Yulin was indeed attracted by the waves of magic power. Without thinking, she attacked that direction first, sending those poor victims to H.L. And Vasco also took the opportunity to escape a distance, and even jumped off a cliff, just to escape Yulin's sight and make it not notice the escape of a tiny human like him. The other party is the king of monsters, a real dragon, so he must not notice that a tiny human has become a fish that slipped through the net. Right? Vasco could only hope on this point, and just jumped off the cliff without hesitation, leaving the dragon's field of vision as soon as possible. Ah! Help! No! Ah! The screams of the nobles and knights who had acted with Vasco echoed and reached Vasco's ears. But at this time, Vasco had already ignored them. Crack! The noble who jumped off the cliff fell heavily at the bottom of the cliff, and his feet made a cracking sound. Ah! The intense pain made this ruthless man howl in pain, and he fell to the ground and could not stand up again. Without checking carefully, Vasco knew that his feet were probably broken. But Vasco could not care so much. He endured the pain and crawled on the ground, crawling to the back of a rock under the cliff. He needed to find a place to hide. In this situation, only by hiding can he escape the pursuit of the black dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The miserable end and the miserable situation made Vasco couldn't help but shed tears, and his heart was full of hatred. I haven't killed that woman yet. How can I die here? Vasco supported himself with such thoughts, just hoping to escape this disaster. As long as he can escape this disaster, one day, I will make you all pay the price. This is true for both humans and dragons. Vasco thought so crazily. However, he had no chance. At some point, the screams and roars stopped. Instead, behind Vasco, there was a rumble, as if some huge monster had landed there. Vasco's body froze there as he was crawling in a panic. His expression was also extremely stiff. Ha ha ha. After a while, Vasco laughed. However, he started crying again while laughing. He used his last bit of strength to try to turn around and look behind him. There, the black dragon spread its wings and looked down at him, his eyes still so cold and cruel. Damn it! Finally, Vasco roared. He was responded by a scorching dragon's breath. Boom! At the bottom of the cliff, flames and explosions appeared simultaneously. The black dragon Yulin swooped out from it and flew back in the direction from which he came, completing his mission and retiring. Chapter 288. This seems a bit exciting. The night of constant waves finally passed. When the sky began to brighten again, Jacinta and his 3 companions appeared in a remote place outside the Atla Canyon. He is really good at running. Sitting on a rock, Jacinta looked at the things in his hands and sneered. In the hands of this demon cadre, bursts of sharp cries like a baby crying, kept ringing. That was the cry from a monster. The monster had a pair of small dragon wings, and its body was segmented like a locust. It was about the size of a palm, and was tightly grasped by a ferocious palm, like a dragon claw. This ferocious palm, like a dragon claw, was naturally Jacinta's. Jacinta held the little monster tightly, and ignored it even though it struggled and screamed in his hand. Although the body of this little monster is sometimes real, and sometimes illusory, like a mirage, it keeps swaying, but it just can't break free from Jacinta's restraints. Don't waste your energy. Jacinta sneered and said, we have already analyzed your characteristics, and know how to restrain you without a physical body. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape. As he said, Jacinta maintained the state of holding the little monster, and looked at Jace and Liz beside him. How is it? Is there any movement? Jacinta asked this question. Jace and Liz, who had closed their eyes, and didn't know what they were sensing, opened their eyes, and shook their heads at Jacinta. There is no abnormal movement, Master. The same is true for me. Jace and Liz responded with some regret. Really? Jacinta was not surprised, and murmured, sure enough. Those bastards will not easily expose themselves to the public. This time will be the same as before. Right? Jacinta did not directly deal with the demon juvenile in his hand, just to see if he could lure out the original demon behind it. Unfortunately, as AI said before, this oldest, most mysterious and most powerful old demon clan usually does not expose itself to the public, but hands the demon juvenile to others, uses others to hold rituals and disrupt the world. This time is probably the same. They are not here at all. Or even if they are here, they will not be exposed. For them, a demon juvenile is just a demon juvenile, not worth their effort. Unless the ritual is successful, the demon juvenile has swallowed the sacrifice, and has grown to a level that cannot be ignored. They will not watch such a good material being solved by us. Right? I have to say, this is a pity. Jace and Liz also spoke. Then why didn't the master hide in the dark as planned before? Wait until the ritual was successful, and the young demon devoured the sacrifice, and then take down the young demon? Then the people of original demon will be restless. Right? Jace and Liz wondered. Jacinta laughed. Even if I want to do this, I have to have the strength to do it. Jacinta said helplessly, there are too many monsters in this canyon. If it is transformed into a refined demon through the ritual, the quality of this sacrifice will be extremely good. In addition, there is a monster lord who is said to be above level 90. If it becomes the last refined demon and devours all the refined demons in this canyon, how much power it will grow. Just think about it. And if this excellent sacrifice is devoured by the demon larvae, how much the demon larvae will grow at that time. It is also something that can be understood by thinking about it. Facing such a monster, even if it is me, I don't have the confidence to capture it alive, or deal with it and the bastards of original demon at the same time. Jacinta pursed her lips and said helplessly, however, if I had known that the master had woken up and came to the human world, I would have tried it. If it was his little master, it would be very easy to do such a thing. Of course, the premise is that the little master has to show her real strength. But if she shows her real strength, this Atla Canyon may be gone. Besides, Jacinta is not the kind of waste who has to let her master do everything. It's just a demon larva, and it's not qualified for the master to show his real ability to deal with it. Even if the original demon appears, it's not a core member of the leader level, so there is no reason to ask the master to take action. Jacinta's eyes flashed with coldness. However, their range of activities has finally spread to the human world. I'm afraid the seventh demon is really about to be successfully born. Right? If it is born, then it is estimated that the three realms will not be at peace. However, the demon creation plan has entered the final stage, which means that the original demon is about to reveal its true colors. Since the plan has entered the final stage, it is expected that the actions of the old demon faction will become more and more obvious, and it will become easier to attract the attention of others. By then, I want to see what tricks you can play. After saying this, Jacinta's hand suddenly exerted force. Bang! In his hand, the screaming demon larva was crushed alive and died without a complete body. Bang! At the same time, in the atmosphere of the Atla Canyon, a sound of something breaking suddenly appeared. The flow of magic power slowly returned to normal, telling others that the ritual called demon refining had been ended. But things did not end there, because there were still a large number of demons wandering in the canyon and had not been eliminated. The capital also received news that the Kingdom Knights had encountered a natural disaster and had begun to send people to the canyon. The undercurrent is still surging. However, this has nothing to do with Sheen and others for the time being. After a night's rest, Sheen and others finally recovered their spirits and left the camp. Next, they are ready to leave the Adla Canyon. But, let me introduce you to a new partner. Before leaving, Sheen smiled at Vivian and her group like this, and then blew a whistle. The next moment, the huge dark figure swept from the horizon and appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The black dragon named Yulin roared loudly, with terrifying momentum, and also set off waves of roaring sound, carrying sand and dust, blowing on everyone. Vivian and others were all in a daze. Long. Lumia pointed with a trembling finger. Melika was stunned. Vivian took a breath of cold air. Even Tyr's eyebrows jumped violently, and he almost drew his weapon. Its name is Yulin. Xian smiled brightly at the frightened people. Let's ride it back. Hearing this, Vivian and her group shuddered. Riding a dragon? This seems a bit exciting. Chapter 289 Riding a dragon down from the sky? You are awesome. Outside the other canyon, the former camp of the Kingdom Knights. At this time, in front of this wasteland full of huge craters like the surface of the moon, a group of knights gathered here. There are not many knights. Only about a few hundred. However, these hundreds of people are all wearing the most sophisticated equipment and the most advanced weapons. And they have a faint sense of power, which makes people palpitate. If someone saw the scene, they would definitely exclaim. Because these hundreds of people are not only all female knights, but also the lowest level is 50. And the female knights are all beautiful and outstanding, forming a very beautiful landscape. Of course, if someone has a keen eye, he will definitely be able to recognize the identity of this group of female knights. They are the second princess of the kingdom, the Holy Sword Knights personally formed by Rosie Lusty. And where the Holy Sword Knights were, the princess would naturally be there. Yes, Roxy had come here, and she stood at the front of all the female knights, looking at the shocking wasteland in front of her. Roxy was silent. The female knights behind Roxy held their breath, unable to believe the scene before them. Last night, a group of knights and adventurers rushed back to the capital in a panic and reported to the palace what happened here. Natural disaster. That was a real natural disaster. The Kingdom Knights were finished. Gaglioli was finished too. Those knights and adventurers seemed to be extremely frightened. Some were crazy. Some were excited. And some even cried. But they all said such things in unison. So, the palace already knew that the Kingdom Knights stationed here had been attacked by a natural disaster. In that natural disaster, the Kingdom Knights stationed here were almost wiped out. And none of the people from the Gaglioli family survived. All of them were buried here. Once such news was passed back, the entire capital was shocked. That was the Kingdom Knights, the grassroots force that protected the kingdom of Mitra. Now, this knight's order suffered such a destruction, which was equivalent to the fall of the army of a great country. How could it not cause a shock? The palace even summoned the nobles to meet overnight to discuss the matter, and soon decided that they must send people here to investigate and see what happened. Luoshi volunteered. So, when the kingdom was greatly shocked by this incident, and the palace was still discussing how to eliminate the impact of this incident and suppress those neighboring countries that were ready to move because of this incident, Luoshi had already taken the lead in bringing her Holy Sword Knights and came here without stopping, and saw the scene. Then, after seeing this, Luoshi basically understood. This is not a natural disaster at all. There are two reasons for this judgment. One is the situation at the scene. According to the knights and adventurers who fled back to the capital, there was a meteor shower that caused the natural disaster. The continuous meteorites destroyed everything here and destroyed the Kingdom Knights guarding here. However, now at a glance, Luoshi did not see any meteorites at all. This proves that those meteorites are not materials that fell from the sky, but things formed by means such as magic. They dissipated on the spot after the attack, leaving no trace. The second is the magic power left at the scene. If it was a natural disaster, there would not be so much magic power left at the scene. And the magic power in the atmosphere would not be as chaotic as this. The abnormality of magic power proves that what appeared here was not a natural disaster, but a man-made magic method. In addition, no one was willing to believe that a natural disaster would happen to fall on the camp where the Kingdom Knights were stationed. So it happened to target them and destroy them. Luoshi was sure that this was definitely caused by someone targeting the Kingdom Knights. Then, the question came. Who was the other party? Luo she had never heard of anyone who could summon a meteor shower to attack. No. Luo she did think of someone who might have such means. After all, the other party claimed not long ago that he had learned the extremely difficult magic known as celestial magic. If it was that kind of magic, with that person's magic power, it would be completely possible to summon a meteor shower comparable to a natural disaster. But why? Why did he do this? Luo she kept thinking in her heart. She believed that the man must not have done this for no reason. Although he was unreliable and not serious all day long, Luo she knew that he was a trustworthy man. Of course, that man is also a vindictive person. He is not very kind-hearted. But he is not the kind of evil person who will easily let others doomed. Anyway, Luo she trusts him. Moreover, her trust does not make her feel uneasy. As a person blessed by the goddess of fate, since Luo she does not have an ominous premonition about the decision to trust others, it proves that she is not heading towards a fate that she should not go. In this case, Luo she is more confident that the man must have some ideas to do such a thing. So, leave some here to survey, and the rest will follow me into the canyon. Luo she ordered the people of the Holy Sword Knights. Yes, the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights immediately responded. But at this time, Luo she's delicate face suddenly changed, causing her to speak loudly. Be on guard. Upon hearing this, the female knights who were about to execute Luo she's order were startled. But they obeyed Luo she's order without hesitation, drawing their weapons one by one and entering a state of alert. Luo she also drew the holy sword at her waist without hesitation, staring at the direction of the canyon. She felt it. There, an extremely terrifying breath was flying towards this side at a high speed. That breath. So strong. Too strong. Such a powerful magic power is no less than that of her mentor, Arida Elbian. Even. It is slightly beyond. Could it be? Luo she's face was solemn. There is only one person with such a strong breath in the Atla Canyon. Luo she thought of it instantly. And the facts also prove that Luo she was not wrong. Roar! Amid the dragon's roar, a pitch-black dragon flapped its wings, swept out of the canyon, and entered everyone's eyes. This scene shocked all the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights. Atrusa's black dragon. Atrusa's black dragon is out. Quick! Protect his highness. Be careful of its dragon breath. The female knights' faces suddenly changed, and they were ready to protect Luo she. Luo she's pupils also shrank. But then she was stunned again, and her face became strange, because she seemed to see several familiar figures on the back of the dragon, and also felt several familiar breaths. No way. Luo she was stunned there. On the contrary, the black dragon, after hovering in the air for a while, actually fell down. The female knights immediately prepared magic and released attacks. Wait a minute. Luo she quickly stopped them and smiled bitterly. At this distance, Luo she was also sure. On the back of the dragon were people she knew, especially the leader. Why are you here? With a surprised voice, Xian poked his head out from the black dragon's head and looked at Luo she with surprise. Like a sneaky grandson, Luo she had the urge to slap him to death. You almost scared this princess to death. Do you know? Riding a dragon down from the sky? You are awesome. Chapter 290. Go home, find the maid, and have dinner. In fact, it was not only Luo she who was almost scared to death, but also the girls sitting on Yulin were almost scared to death. Woohoo! I actually rode a dragon. Lumia and Melika, who were on the dragon's back, felt a little dizzy. I don't know if it was because their brains didn't react or they were too excited. They looked dizzy. Yes, we really rode a dragon. And it was the famous black dragon of Atlas. Vivian supported Melika with a wry smile, her tone full of emotion. Tyr supported Lumia silently, and only looked at Xian with eyes full of emotions that others didn't understand. As for AI, she was the calmest one among the crowd. After Yulin landed, she immediately jumped off her body, looking indifferent. Huh? Rosie, who wanted to rush over to question Xian, saw AI and was stunned. Where did this little girl come from? Moreover, how could she be with Xian and others and come out of the canyon together? Also, looking at her, why do I feel like I can't let my guard down? A cute little girl holding a pillow? Rosie thought about it and always felt that she seemed to have some impression, as if she had heard someone mention such a person. Rosie fell into deep thought, causing the female knights behind her to misunderstand. Please step down. Your Highness. Please be careful. That's Atla's black dragon. The female knights who thought Rosie didn't dare to approach Yulin said so vigilantly, and at the same time looked at Xian and others who got off the dragon's back one by one. And there was still some shock in their eyes. These people actually rode Adla's black dragon out of the canyon. Could it be that some of them have tamed this high-level black dragon? But that's a dragon. A dragon called the King of Monsters. Every dragon has a strong self-esteem, and is basically impossible to be tamed. Even the master tamer in the kingdom can't tame a real dragon, but can only tame a flying dragon. Not to mention a powerful dragon species above level 90. This dragon that occupied the Adla Canyon for 400 years, and made the kingdom give up the crusade is now likely to have been tamed. How can this fact not shock people? Who did this? Who has such a skill? The female knights were shocked and puzzled. As the culprit of all this, Xian jumped down from Yulin's head and landed on the ground. Roar! Yulin roared suddenly, and a sense of obedience was revealed in her voice. Good boy. Xian reached out his hand, touched Yulin's lowered head, and used the taming skill to mobilize magic power, allowing the magic power to slowly flow into Yulin's body through his stroking palm. Yulin narrowed her eyes in comfort. Seeing this scene, all the female knights were shocked. It turned out to be him. He tamed Atrus's black dragon. The knights cast their shocked eyes on Xian. Even Rosie finally came back to her senses. You tamed this black dragon? Rosie looked at the scene and said in amazement. How is it? Awesome. Right? Xian raised his eyebrows, as if showing off to Rosie. This is not a question of whether it is awesome or not. Rosie said in confusion. You have the taming skill? What is the level of the skill? How is it possible that you can tame Atrus's black dragon? What on earth are you? Stop. 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 Why are there so many questions? Xian quickly stopped them, and said to Luo Shi, who was in a mess, calm down. Princess, the facts are just like this. Let's face the facts first, and talk about the rest later. Okay? Hearing this, Vivian and her group beside them couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Because Xian had said this once, when they saw Yulin and were in a mess. Unexpectedly, even the princess was not immune, and was severely humiliated by this guy. Luo Shi also realized this, quietly glared at Xian, and spoke in a bad tone. What is going on? Luo Shi is anxious to know the truth, whether it is the matter of Atrus's black dragon being tamed or the matter of the kingdom knights. Luo Shi wants to ask about it. Not only Luo Shi, but everyone in Vivian's team also looks like they are kept in the dark. As for Yulin's matter, Vivian and others have not heard Xian give a specific explanation so far. As for the matter of the kingdom knights, although Vivian and others did not know, they were shocked when they saw the wasteland next to them that looked like the surface of the moon. Everyone realized that a lot of things seemed to have happened that night. And what happened specifically? Perhaps only Xian knew. Xian shrugged and wanted to explain to Luo Shi. However, at this time, a voice with magic power drilled into Xian's ears. It is best not to let the people of the kingdom know about the demon larvae and the demon refining ritual. Otherwise it will cause trouble. This is a voice that only Xian can hear. The voice is very familiar. Xian recognized it at once, and his eyes turned aside. There, Ai touched Yulin's dragon wings, and her eyes also cast over and glanced at Xian. Obviously, the sentence just now was said by Ai. Xian knew why she said that. Firstly, both the demon larvae and the demon refining ritual were created by the demons. If they were known by humans, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause, making the demons the target of condemnation. Secondly, Ai has always claimed that this matter is a shame for the demons. Even she had only learned some information from him after entering the canyon. Jacinta has never wanted to reveal this matter. For this reason, when there was an abnormality around the capital before, he ignored the suspicion of the kingdom and acted secretly. Therefore, the demons should not want this matter to be known by the human race or even the gods. Right? Xian doesn't mind keeping a secret for Ai. After all, there are many female knights here besides Luo Shi and Vivian. So, I will tell you about this matter when I get back. Xian changed the subject and said to Luo Shi, now, we only need to do two things. What is it? Luo Shi was silent for a while, then chose not to ask, rolled her eyes, and asked Xian for an explanation. Xian spoke without thinking. The first thing is to send someone to seal this canyon quickly. There are many disgusting monsters in it. If they run out, it will be a bit troublesome. This sentence made Luo Shi's eyes condense. Monster? Luo Shi wanted to ask clearly, but she swallowed the question in the end, nodded, and said, what about the second thing? The second thing is simple. Go home, Xian said lightly. I'm hungry. After saying that, Xian turned around and returned to Yulin's back. And many people who listened to Xian's words carefully, led by Luoxi, almost fell down. God. Go home. God. I'm hungry. Ah. I really want to hit someone. Luoxi and others are a little crazy. But Xian can't care so much. After so many things happened, I must be busy later. In this case, if I don't eat well and take a bath, how can I stick to it? So, go home, find my parents, and eat. No, it should be, go home, find the maid, and have dinner. This is what Xian wants to do most now. Chapter 291, The Unsettled Capital. Today is definitely an unsettled day for the capital. The news that the remaining members of the Kingdom Knights in the Adla Canyon were annihilated spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital in less than a few hours. This is news that cannot be blocked. After all, the incident was so violent that the wasteland outside the Adla Canyon was still there. The knights and adventurers who were frightened back rushed back to the capital in groups and were seen by many people. In addition, the previous actions to block the surrounding areas of the capital and the abnormal monsters. The people of the capital were already paying close attention to the recent events. In such a situation, the news spread very quickly, and it was completely too late to block the information. Therefore, the capital was in a turmoil today, and there was no way to calm it down. Of course, this was just an appetizer. The real unrest began later. First, a dragon was witnessed when it flew into the capital, causing great panic. As the king of monsters, the dragon species actually flew into the capital of the kingdom in such a high-sounding manner. If Luoxi had not sent people to the capital in advance to inform and greet them, the guards' knights would have probably been dispatched. Right then, Xian and others who rode Yulin back to the capital were also summoned by the palace. They did not have time to go home for dinner and rest, and were hurriedly led into the palace by the knights, especially Xian, as Yulin's master. And there was news that he went to the Adla Canyon before the incident, clashed with the Kingdom Knights, and finally stayed in the canyon for a whole night. These information told others that he would not be irrelevant. In this case, it is natural for the kingdom to want to question him, and Xian did not hide it. In the audience hall, in front of all the royal family and nobles, he admitted it very readily. It was indeed me who destroyed the Kingdom Knights who stayed in the canyon. At that time, the nobles in the entire audience hall fell into a dead silence. And even Anqi was not calm, showing a state of confusion. There was no way, because they had never seen such an arrogant criminal who dared to admit his crime in front of the throne, and admitted it so readily and so refreshingly. But then they knew that this matter was unusual. The Galuoli family secretly united with the old demon clan to carry out evil magic rituals in the Atrus Canyon in an attempt to harm the kingdom. Xian told everyone the facts. He did not mention the matter of the demon larvae, nor did he mention the matter of the demon refining ritual. He just told everyone that the Galuoli family and the old demon clan planned to hold an evil magic ritual. The evidence is that they ignored the instructions of Her Royal Highness Princess Rosie and completely excluded others from entering the Atrus Canyon. This behavior itself is abnormal. In addition, there are still many demons in the Atrus Canyon that have not been conquered and are still wandering around. The kingdom only needs to send people to investigate to find out these facts. In addition, Xian also provided information, claiming that the Galuoli family secretly took private soldiers to the Atrus Canyon, and even many nobles joined forces with them to do atrocities in the Atrus Canyon. These can also be found. The bodies of the Black Knights of the Galuoli family are still in the Atrus Canyon, including the 2 deputy leaders of the Kingdom Knights are lying there. The kingdom can send people to investigate. The same is true for those noble families. As long as you investigate, you will know that they have been gathering frequently in recent times, and they collectively left the capital some time ago, and then their whereabouts are unknown. These are all doubts, and there are traces to follow. I decided to punish these stupid nobles and knights for the sake of the kingdom and the people. Xian claimed so repeatedly. As a result, the palace held a long discussion on this matter. In the end, as Xian had expected, due to Xian's strength and the many suspicious actions of the Kingdom Knights, it was decided not to pursue the matter. Although many nobles also claimed that Xian had committed a serious crime and caused the palace to lose so much combat power, he should be arrested. Some even claimed that Xian, like Till's mother 10 years ago, was a spy sent by a neighboring country to harm the kingdom. But these people could not produce any evidence at all, and they were afraid of what Xian did. so they still couldn't make any waves. The main reason was that Sheen had become the master of Atrus's black dragon, which made many people feel apprehensive. The kingdom paid more attention to Sheen because of this incident, being able to tame such a high-level dragon species. This adventurer must have learned a very high-level taming skill. The high-level officials of the kingdom, led by Anshi, all thought of this, and looked at Sheen differently. You know, the large number of flying dragons tamed by the kingdom's master tamer is a great fighting force and help. The knights of the royal guards riding flying dragons to war are invincible. If Sheen can tame real dragons, it will be of great help to the kingdom. Just for this reason, as long as it is not really confirmed that Sheen is harming the kingdom will never do anything to him. Not to mention, in this matter, Roxy still chose to stand on Sheen's side. The nobles headed by the Razad family have always claimed that the actions of the kingdom's knights are very suspicious. In the end, even Jacinta appeared in the audience hall and expressed his support for Sheen. How could the kingdom make trouble for Sheen? So, after a whole day of fermentation, a piece of news spread in the capital. Many nobles, led by the Galioli family, secretly colluded with the old demon clan, intending to hold an evil magic ritual in the Atrus Canyon to harm the kingdom. Now, all participants, including the mastermind Falbu and Galioli, have been sanctioned. From now on, the royal family will deprive the titles of several nobles headed by the Galioli family and demote them to civilians. The kingdom knights will be reorganized soon, and the leader, deputy leader, and holders of multiple positions will be re-elected later. In addition, the Atrus Canyon will be completely blocked by the kingdom from now on until the follow-up issues of the ceremony are resolved before it is reopened. In this incident, the adventurer Sheen made great contributions and will be rewarded by the kingdom. This news bombarded the capital and spread throughout the streets and alleys again. People only then knew that so many things had happened. And then, the kingdom will also encounter various problems. For example, under the heavy losses of the kingdom knights, what actions will the neighboring countries take? And comprehensive monitoring and response must be carried out. For another example, the kingdom must also reorganize the kingdom knights and select the noble family to lead the kingdom knights. The subsequent events in the Atrus Canyon must also be resolved one by one. All of these require the kingdom to formulate countermeasures and make decisions. Then, no matter what, there is a person whose name is destined to spread along with these deeds. That person is named Sheen. Chapter 292 Send a Gift? In this way, Sheen successfully got rid of the situation where he might be punished, retired, and went directly back to Lazahad's house and fell asleep. Not only Sheen, but also Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika were very tired. They couldn't rest well in the wild. So after returning to Lazahad's house, they washed up and went back to their rooms to sleep. Even AI yawned and said she wanted to go back to sleep. For this sleepy little girl, running around all night yesterday was not a very comfortable thing. If it weren't for Sheen's face, she wouldn't go. So, this time when she came back, AI also went back to her room to rest. As for Yulin, Sheen and others naturally couldn't bring it to Lazahad's house. Let me take care of it. Before returning, Luoshi said this to Sheen, who was a little worried about how to take care of Yulin. The northern area of the capital not only has a night camp, but also a riding house for various tamed monsters. The dragon house for flying dragons is also there. So put your dragon there. So, Sheen handed Yulin to Luoshi and asked Luoshi to settle her. Although Yulin seemed a little dissatisfied, after Sheen fed it a large wave of magic power, it immediately became satisfied, obeyed Sheen's instructions, and left with Luoshi. I believe that Yulin can also have a more comfortable place to live there. At least, if Luoshi hadn't made this arrangement, Sheen could only let Yulin fly to the outskirts of the capital and find a mountain to hide temporarily. Therefore, Sheen was still very grateful for Luoshi's help. But for such Sheen, Luoshi only had one sentence. After resting, remember to come to my place. Luoshi looked like a fake smile, so Sheen could only laugh dryly. He knew that Roxy must have various things to confirm with him. Apart from other things, Roxy would definitely ask whether Sean had a high-level taming skill. Even Roxy couldn't ignore the high-level skill that could tame dragons. Right? Not to mention, others would believe Sean's nonsense. But Roxy couldn't believe it. However, Sean didn't intend to expose it, so Roxy didn't intend to pursue it. But this non-pursuit refers to in front of others. Not that Roxy would let Sean go privately. Well, this princess wants to fleece me again. Sean looked through the phenomenon to the essence, and rolled his eyes helplessly. But he didn't refuse. and after casually agreeing to Roxy, he left with Vivian and others, and returned to the Lazahad family to rest. Such Sean didn't know that after these things were over, in a villa in the noble district of the royal capital, the Duke and the young Duke of the String family began to plot again. Bang! In the study, such a breaking sound was heard very abruptly. Barry knocked a teacup to the ground fiercely. Looking furious, Linjo stood beside him. Silent, he could understand the reason why his father was in such a state. Barry, the Black Dragon of Atrus, said bitterly, I didn't expect that a mere adventurer not only had such a high-level taming skill, but also successfully tamed the ferocious Black Dragon. It was really hard to guard against. This matter was undoubtedly very unfavorable to the Stringham family. There was no other reason. With such a skill, the kingdom would definitely not want to let go of such a talent. It would definitely try its best to keep him and give him a title. In addition, after 2 consecutive great achievements, it would be easy for the adventurer to gain status again, Barry said in an unhappy tone. If this continues, maybe he will get a status that matches His Highness. By then, even His Majesty will want to marry His Highness to that adventurer. Right? Barry felt unhappy and difficult about this. Linjo didn't say a word, but his hands were already tightly clenched. Obviously, Linjo took Barry's words to heart, and he had to care about it. After all, if things really turn out like that, that would be Linjo's lifelong pain. Before, stimulated by the attitudes between Sheen and Rosie, Linjo had already had a vague idea of what he wanted to do. And now, this idea is undoubtedly stronger. Especially, with that Black Dragon. His strength has undoubtedly increased to a terrifying level. Even if I find the weakness of his unique skills, how can I do anything to him? When thinking of this, Linjo tended to lose control of his emotions. These days, Linjo has been trying to make friends and put on a smile in front of Sheen, which is already humiliating enough. But in order to achieve his goal, Linjo could only endure it desperately and dared not explode at all. But now, Linjo felt that even if he achieved his goal, he might not be able to do anything to Sheen in the end. That man is now receiving the greatest attention from the kingdom because of his successful taming of Atrus's Black Dragon. In addition to his great achievements, he is also protected by terrifying monsters above level 90. Who dares to mess with him next time? Even the Duke of Sterling's family will have to think carefully before messing with Sheen next time. Right? Because other nobles will not allow it. The kingdom will not allow it. And the Black Dragon beside him will not allow it even more. Even if Sterling is a duke, he can't deal with so many nobles, let alone the kingdom. The same is true for the Black Dragon. The king of monsters above level 90 is undoubtedly a huge threat to the Sterling family, which does not have super masters above level 90. Linjo could even imagine how the elders and collateral branches of the family would object if he and his father really returned to the clan and claimed to deal with Sheen. That would definitely be a very uncomfortable thing. As a result, Linjo was also rarely at a loss. What should I do? How can I deal with that person? He is just an adventurer. Why does the Duke's family find it difficult? Barry seemed to think so too. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Linjo. It seems that we can't touch that adventurer for the time being. Linjo didn't know what Barry felt when he said this. Linjo only knew that he felt very aggrieved. Are you really going to ignore him? Linjo's voice was hoarse. At least, not for the time being. Barry said calmly, there is no chance at the moment. As long as he is still in the capital, I am afraid we can't deal with him. In other words, is my father going to deal with him outside the capital? Linjo stared at Barry. This is the only way. Barry pondered for a while, then said, tomorrow, you go to the Razhad family and give that Sheen a gift. Gift? Linjo frowned. Just do it when I tell you to. Barry said without question, whether it will work depends on whether this gift can make him take the bait. Hearing this, Linjo fell silent, and nodded after a while. Sheen didn't know all this yet. When he knew it, he not only didn't feel uncomfortable, but laughed happily. Chapter 293 and at this moment, Sheen was dreaming. A beautiful dream. The scene in the dream was a familiar past. In the open-air pool in the wild. Looking at this beautiful girl who took off her mask. My heart was burning. As the saying goes, you dream about something during the day. Last time, because the incident happened too suddenly, and Ter released a double attack, exposing his true appearance and exposing his blessing skills. Sheen was in a state of confusion, and even got taken out of the pool by others. But this time, I'm hacking social security. So, Sheen, who was timid in reality, hit hard in his dream. Satisfied, Xian was willing to leave this wonderful dream and finally woke up from sleep. However, when he woke up, the scene in front of him almost scared him to scream. With an indescribable silence, the beautiful maid lay in front of Xian, looking at him quietly with a pair of ruby-like eyes. You? Xian was stunned, confused, and didn't react at all. Just standing there stupidly. Are you awake? Laxia was extremely calm, without even the slightest shake on her face. However, she was lying on Xian's bed, hugged tightly by Xian. Although her clothes were very neat and not messy. Xian suddenly smiled. So that's it. I'm still dreaming. So Xian closed his eyes, looking peaceful as if he was going to continue sleeping. It's a pity. Please don't escape from reality like last time. Laxia's cold voice awakened Xian, who was going to turn a blind eye to all this. Xian opened his eyes again with trepidation. And after confirming the status of the two again, he pulled a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Miss Laxia, what are we doing? Xian carefully confirmed all this. On the contrary, Laxia was still very calm. You were confused in your sleep. Laxia explained the situation concisely. It's just that the amount of information in this sentence is a bit too much. At least, Xian sounded like you were drunk last night. Don't you know what you did? Fortunately, things haven't reached the worst point. I was waiting for you to wake up. But I don't know what you dreamed about. Suddenly you dragged me to the bed and held me tightly. Laxia explained the whole situation in a voice without any ups and downs. Just hold me tightly. Xian didn't feel relieved at all, but his face turned green, because he knew very well what he dreamed about. And since he dragged her to bed because of that dream, and now that he woke up, his hands and feet were still in such a dirty state. Xian didn't think he was just holding on to her. As expected. You still touched me, Laxia said in a shocking way. What else? Xian was silent for a long time, and then confirmed with a hoarse voice. You still want to take off my clothes? Laxia said the most frightening words, with the calmest expression. What else? Xian continued to confirm, but his voice was already a little embarrassed and sobbing. You also kissed me. Laxia was still so calm, as if all this was just a passing cloud. Where did you kiss? But this time, Xian couldn't keep calm, and his voice was out of tune. Fortunately, the face. Laxia set a position that was not too bad. Xian was relieved. Fortunately, it was just the face. No! Even if it was the face, it would be terrible. Is this the first time that I have taken the initiative to kiss someone? The first 2 times I was kissed by others. But this time, it was finally my turn to take the initiative. As a result, I achieved this achievement in a dream? And it seemed as if thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through my heart. Only Laxia was still so calm. Since you have woken up, it is almost time to get up. Laxia stared at Xian and said, Can you please let me go? Hearing this, Xian finally reacted and quickly let go. Although the touch was really amazing, Xian was reluctant to let go. But there was no way. This was a hooligan, and he couldn't continue. Laxia got up, and she didn't even need to tidy up her clothes. Her movements were neat and tidy, and her posture looked so neat and upright. This made Xian somewhat emotional. Damn. Such a big thing happened. Can't you change your expression a little? So calm, as if it was just a trivial matter, making me flustered like a novice. Is it interesting? Even if I am still a novice, I must have no experience. Right? How can I be so calm? Xian, who was a little dissatisfied, couldn't help but speak. Don't you feel wronged? Xian stared at Laxia tightly. Laxia frowned. Wronged? Laxia asked in confusion. Why do you say that? Xian was speechless for a while, and could only say, Because I did this to you. Hearing this, Laxia seemed to understand something, and her expression returned to calmness. Satisfying any needs of the master is the meaning of the existence of a maid like me, Laxia said quietly. So, your question is meaningless. Xian's mouth twitched. In other words, as long as he is your master, he can do anything to you. Right? Very good. I remember. Next time I will make you cry. Even if Laxia comes, it will be useless. When Xian made up his mind, Laxia spoke again, and said something that made Xian vomit blood. The eldest lady often sleeps in a daze, and then drags me to sleep with her, and likes to rub against me. I am used to it, Laxia said indifferently. Besides, I don't think Mr. Xian has the courage to do something rude. Xian didn't realize the meaning of the latter sentence for a while. It wasn't until a while later that Xian reacted. Isn't this just saying that he has the desire, but not the courage? And just when Xian was about to refute something fiercely, Laxia took the initiative. Well, please get up. Breakfast is ready. Miss Vivian and her group have woken up. Don't keep them waiting for too long. Hearing Laxia's calm voice, Xian got up unwillingly and left the room with her. By the way, Xian's clothes were changed just like last time, and he finished washing before he knew it. As terrible as ever. Chapter 294. Let me be a noble. Lazahad's house. Restaurant. After several days, the people of Vivian's team finally gathered here again. The girls enjoyed the delicious food while chatting with happy smiles, making the whole restaurant look lively and youthful. Seeing this scene, Xian was very emotional. They had just experienced a life and death situation, and it was a pity that they could recover so quickly. No, not just recovery. Xian could see that the relationship between Vivian and her group seemed to be better than before. Especially Teal, who rarely participated in such small talk before. And even if she was present, she just drank tea silently beside her. But now she would interject a few words from time to time. This is proof that Thiel's mentality has changed. After this battle, Teal already knew that these companions around her would not care about her background, and would stand by her side regardless of life or death. Especially in the situation where Teal's ghost has been exposed. No one around changed their attitude for this, let alone question Teal about this matter. As if this matter did not exist. I guess Teal was quite touched. Right? The girls didn't even talk about the fact that they were framed. It was just because it was a trap set for Teal, and they were just involved in it. If they talked about it recklessly, they would worry about causing Teal's guilt. Therefore, the girls really treated this matter as if it didn't exist, and always talked about some insignificant things with a smile. That attitude should have given Teal some comfort and some redemption, so that Teal was more relaxed in front of everyone. Right? On the contrary, Xian always felt that his attention would be attracted by Teal from time to time. Just like a little boy in his first love, who made Xian just fight with the other party in his dream. It's impossible not to think about it. Of course, Teal didn't notice this. Otherwise she might have reacted differently. However, the appearance of Laxia made these girls quite concerned. Lady Laxia, can this dish be served? Please help me take a look at this dish. Lady Laxia, sister, are you tired? Why don't you take a break? Sister. Beside Laxia, the maids and cooks of the Lazahad family would gather from time to time, asking for various opinions while looking at her with admiration, which made the girls look strange. To be honest, what happened during the time we were away? Is that the maid next to that one? Is it the one in Hanahanakan? Why is she here and being treated so warmly by the servants here? Or should I say admired? Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika looked at each other for a long time, watching all this in silence. Laxia appeared after they left the capital and went to the Adlu Valley, and was brought back by Sheen. It was normal for them to be confused. Sheen explained a few words and told everyone that Laxia would stay with him temporarily and take care of her, although the girls didn't know what happened. They didn't say anything about Sheen's decision. Vivian even said that if necessary, she could come forward and ask for permission from Mijas to let Laxia stay here. Little did they know. Please rest assured, on the day I moved in here, I had already privately consulted Lord Mijas and obtained permission to stay. The condition was to handle various miscellaneous matters of the Lazahad family, and there was no need to bother you to come forward. Laxia's calm words made everyone speechless. Xian's mouth twitched. He had no idea about this. No wonder he was so straightforward when he asked Mijas for Laxia's residence permit. No wonder Laxia managed the mansion in an orderly manner, and even turned it into a paradise. Was it all because of PY in advance? Dirty! Really dirty. While Xian was indignant about this for some reason, the girls knew about Laxia's extraordinary ability. They all became interested in Laxia and talked to her. Laxia responded in a few words. Neither too humble nor too rude. She had a sense of neither humbleness nor overbearing. And she really had the temperament of a big sister. As they chatted, they talked about some good news. One was that the collective strength of the people in Vivian's team had improved after going through this life and death crisis. Vivian's level had reached 52. Ter's level also successfully reached 60. Melika's level also reached 45. Even Lumia's level has been upgraded. And now it has reached 47. The strength of the girls has been improved. Especially Ter. After breaking through to level 60. She has completely taken the title of the second genius below Roxy. Even her magic sword skill has been upgraded to level 4. which is much stronger than before. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Going through life and death difficulties is undoubtedly the most obvious for personal growth. It is understandable that everyone in Vivian's team can upgrade several levels in a row. In addition, since they were framed by the Gallioli family and encountered this crisis, and they also participated in this incident to some extent, they also received compensation from the kingdom. Specifically, they obtained a small part of the property of the nobles destroyed by Yulin, which can be used to replace their own equipment, and then their strength will be greatly improved. The girls in Vivian's team have decided to go shopping in the capital for the next few days, and take this opportunity to buy some fine equipment produced in the capital, and even prepare some magic medicine, in case something like this time happens again that requires several days of hard work. With the best magic medicine, whether it is to recover from injuries or restore magic power, or even restore physical strength and energy, it is very helpful. Therefore, the girls are ready to go shopping. Of course, the poor Shin has no sense of participation or even the right to participate. His money has long been swept away by the two desert monsters, and he will have to tighten his belt to live in the future. So why go shopping? But Shin is not in vain. He also has good news. Right? You have made great contributions this time. Have you thought about what reward you want? Vivian asked Shin this. That's right. Shin's reward for this incident has not yet come. And Shin thinks so. As long as you don't make me a noble, everything is fine. Meaning, don't do those empty things. As long as it's something practical, he can accept it. After visiting Luoshi's room, Xian's decision was completely overturned. You also want me to be a noble? Xian looked at Luoshi in a daze. That's right. Luoshi nodded solemnly. Chapter 295. Rosie tries her best to persuade. On this day, Xian followed Rosie's instructions last time. When the people of Vivian's team went out to the street to start shopping, he left Laxia at home to take care of Ai, who was still asleep. He went to the palace alone and visited Rosie's room. This time, there were fewer noble young masters outside Rosie's bedroom. I don't know if it was because the destruction of many nobles in the capital affected them, so they were all busy with related matters at home, or because they knew Xian would come today and didn't dare to appear in front of this ruthless man who tamed the Black Dragon and caused heavy losses to the Kingdom Knights. Even the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights looked at Xian differently from the past, and told Xian that the rumors about him in the kingdom today had become much more shocking than before. Of course, Xian didn't care about it at all. As long as others don't come to trouble him, Xian is happy to be quiet. But he didn't expect that when he entered Rosie's room, not only was the first princess, Leodera, sitting there smiling, with the guard knight named Sinai beside her as always, but Rosie also recruited him and made him a noble. This is not what Rosie would do. At least, in the past, Rosie never took the initiative to recruit him, but just had a personal relationship with Xian in her own way. But today, Rosie said such words. After the accident, Xian immediately looked at Leah next to him. Why are you looking at me like that? Leah seemed to be aware of what Xian was thinking, raised her eyebrows, and said, You don't think I asked Rosie to recruit you, right? Uh-huh. Xian did not respond, just smiled like this. The meaning is very clear. That is, to tell Leah that if she didn't ask, Rosie would not recruit him so directly. But this time, Leah was innocent. It's unfair. I didn't instigate Luoshi this time, Leah said aggrievedly, although the royal family really wants to recruit you. It was Luoshi who took the initiative to do so this time. Even if I had that intention, I didn't have time to speak. In other words, you still have that intention after all, right? The hearts of those in power are really dirty. Instead, Luoshi admitted it very frankly. This time it really has nothing to do with the king's sister. I want to do it myself. Luoshi looked at Xian and said, Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Sorry. I really don't think so. Xian said very directly, I really don't want to be a noble. Forgive me for not thinking this is a good opportunity at all. Hearing this, Luoshi's face was not unexpected. And only Leah was there with a bitter smile. How many civilians are dreaming of getting a title and becoming a noble? But you are so good. It's okay if you are not interested. But you are so disgusted. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Indeed, Xian's disgust is too obvious. In the past, it wasn't that no one had refused to be granted a title for various reasons, but it was probably the first time that someone like Xian disliked it so much. But there was no way. Xian had to dislike it. What I hate most is trouble. And becoming a noble is the biggest trouble. I have to fight with a group of people who want to fight for power and profit every day. And there are social interactions, alliances, connections, etiquette, etc. I feel overwhelmed when I hear it. How can I become a noble? Sheen refused very straightforwardly. Perhaps, for others, becoming a noble is really a happy event that is worth bringing honor to the family. But Sheen really doesn't think it's that good. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. If you have nothing and nothing to lose, you can be free of worries and dare to do anything. Most of the rich, powerful and influential people dare not do anything unusual. There are too many things to consider, and they have to spend a lot of effort to maintain their status. That is really not what Sheen wants. But today is different from the past. Right? Luo, she said, you are a talent who can even tame dragons. If you don't set up your own business and become a noble, the other nobles will definitely try their best to make you theirs, so that they can use your talents to fight for a higher position and gain more benefits. Is that what you want? Xian frowned immediately. This is indeed a trouble. If you are idle all day and are wooed by those so-called nobles, and have to face their nonsense and persuasion every day, Xian himself will feel a little annoyed. But, even if you set up your own business, there won't be much change. Right? Xian rolled his eyes and said, at best, it will make me change from being wooed by the nobles to being wooed by the country. Is there a big difference? That's it. Those nobles want to win over Xian, and the kingdom naturally wants to win over Xian. Xian became a noble. To put it nicely, it is called setting up his own business, and he is not afraid of being wooed by other nobles. To put it bluntly, it is actually just becoming a member of the kingdom. If he is wooed by a noble, then Xian will become a servant of that noble. If he becomes a member of the kingdom, then Xian will become a servant of the kingdom. In the end, they are all servants. So what's the difference? Whether it is the kingdom or the nobles, they just want Xian to tame dragons for them and cultivate high-end combat power. Xian is too lazy to do such things. He doesn't want to become a social animal. He just wants to make money when he is short of money, and do things he wants to do without worries. That's enough. Is becoming a noble of the kingdom any help to Xian in defeating the Demon King? Not at all. So, Xian doesn't want to be a noble. However, I think you are thinking too much. Luoshi laughed and pointed to the point, saying, if you are worried that the kingdom will use your ability to tame dragons in large numbers, then there is no need at all. Why? Very simple. Do you think real dragons can be found everywhere? Luoshi said bluntly, even if you want to tame, you need to have dragons. Even if it is a kingdom, it is extremely difficult to find a dragon. So how can it be tamed in large numbers? Xian was slightly stunned, and then he began to think in his heart. Luoshi is right. Dragons are rare, even if they have the ability to tame. Whether they can find a target for taming is still an unknown. Therefore, no matter how greedy the kingdom is, it will not be unable to see the reality clearly and think that it can rely on Xian's taming skill to tame a large number of dragons and enhance the kingdom's combat power. Of course, it's very boring for you to change the concept like this. Xian reacted immediately and said, it's not only dragons that can be tamed. The high-level, taming skill is definitely more than enough to tame other monsters. Is this what you want? Luoshi was speechless. Unexpectedly, this guy reacted so quickly. He is not so smart at ordinary times, but he is particularly smart at this time. Luoshi can't figure out whether this guy is a smart person or a hateful idiot. However, Luoshi will not give up persuading him, because, if she doesn't do this, this guy might. Thinking of something, Luoshi couldn't help biting her lip. Chapter 296, The True Opposite Sex. On the other side, Xian also discovered some abnormalities in Luoshi. What happened to this girl? Xian frowned slightly. In the past, Luoshi would never recruit him like this. Because, if this is not done well, Xian might think that Luoshi only saw his ability and wanted to make friends with him. Needless to say, Luoshi's identity is very noble. Not only is she the princess of the kingdom, the descendant of the brave, but she is also blessed by the goddess of fate. Even the gods want to invite her to live in the gods' realm. If such a person is not noble, who is noble? But precisely because of her noble status, Luoshi's various behaviors are likely to be overinterpreted and considered to be purposeful. Like now, Luoshi is inviting Xian as the princess of the kingdom. Then Xian may suspect that all her previous closeness is for this purpose. Just seeing his ability and wanting to use him, rather than really wanting to be friends with him. The actions of people in high positions and people who are too famous will be overinterpreted like this. Just like the stars in the previous life. Some behaviors are obviously done by everyone. But they can't do it, and will be magnified by the public, causing psychological discomfort. In view of this, Luo Shi has always deliberately avoided this kind of behavior, and only helped Xian unilaterally. Even if she wanted Xian to help her do something, it was just a private request, such as asking Xian to bring dessert for her, or asking Xian to accompany her to investigate the abnormal situation around the royal capital, which are somewhat harmless. This is also why Luo Shi is so considerate, and she gave Xian unconditional help without asking Xian about many things, and she didn't pursue it. Xian could feel this, so he was so relieved to play with Luo Shi, because he saw that Luo Shi really wanted to associate with him, not for the obvious benefits and interests. Last time, Xian didn't choose to become a noble. Didn't Luo Shi say anything? But this time, for some reason, Xian always felt that Roxy was trying her best. That's right. She was trying her best. What was the reason for this? Xian was puzzled. Xian didn't see this at all. Beside her, Leah looked at Roxy quietly, as if she had some clues, and there were some waves in her eyes. And Sanai, who had been standing quietly behind Leah, was just surprised. After all, not only Xian saw Roxy's desperate efforts, but Sanai also saw it. It was the first time she saw Roxy like this. Even if this man is indeed a talent, Her Highness Roxy Lusty doesn't have to try so hard. Right? Sanai was surprised. However, Roxy didn't need others to understand her. She only had one idea now. That is to make Xian a noble. So, if you don't want to be overly dispatched by the kingdom because of your noble status, I can assure you that this will not happen. Luo Shi said to Xian. You have my token, and I believe you know my status in the kingdom. The kingdom will not risk angering me and do anything to you. Right? Luo Shi's words really surprised Xian. Not to mention Xian. Even Leah and Sanai were stunned. The reason is simple. This is the first time they have seen Luo Shi boast about her status like this. Luo Shi has never used her status like this, and has never made remarks to pressure others. Now, Luo Shi did it. Moreover, she doesn't seem to have much self-awareness, and still talks freely. In fact, even if I wasn't there wouldn't be many people willing to offend you for some trivial matters. You have Atrus's black dragon by your side, and you are an adventurer who can defeat even Bedor and Killian of the old demon clan. In addition, the Galuoli family and the part of the kingdom's knights led by you were destroyed by some means. The kingdom will not only not send you casually, but will also treat you with caution. Not to mention that you also have a high-level taming skill. The kingdom must be worried that if you are angered, you will defect to another country. A tamer with a high-level taming skill is very important to a country. The kingdom has a flying dragon army because of the achievements of a taming master. He is old, and will die sooner or later. In the eyes of the kingdom, your talent is absolutely indispensable to the next taming master. Therefore, the kingdom attaches so much importance to you, and wants you to become a noble. Even your father wants to obtain your consent before conferring you a title. He dare not give orders directly and unilaterally in the audience hall. First, he is afraid that you will refuse again. And second, he does not want to offend you. Luo Shi kept persuading her. Even an outsider would be surprised by her efforts. Xian had already smiled bitterly. Do you really want me to be a noble? Xian exhaled, looked directly at Luo Shi, and asked directly, I want to. Luo Shi was startled at first, and then nodded without hesitation, meeting Xian's gaze with a very firm look. Xian stopped talking immediately. Luo Shi also stopped persuading, just staring at Xian like this. Leah and Sanai looked at each other immediately, and then they all chose to remain silent and watched quietly. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little quiet, but also a little subtle. It was not until a long time later that Xian sighed and said this. Can you really guarantee that there won't be too many troubles to find me? Xian confirmed this sentence. Luo Shi was immediately delighted. She could see that Xian had compromised a little. At that moment, Luo Shi spoke up immediately. As long as it is not a matter of life and death for the kingdom, I can guarantee that everything must be approved by you first. Luo Shi made the greatest promise. This made Leah next to her smile bitterly. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know whether to interrupt, so she had to give up in the end. As for Xian, his face was completely relaxed. What else can be done? People have already said this. Then Xian, no matter how stupid he is, can understand that there must be some reason why Luo Shi wants to make herself a noble of this country. Otherwise, The promise made by Luo, she would not be of any benefit to the kingdom at all. This is equivalent to only giving Xian benefits, but not asking him to return or pay. How could the kingdom do such an unreasonable thing? They would definitely like Xian to work for them. So why would they give unilaterally, and let Xian just eat and do nothing? Wouldn't that be like raising a big boss? But Rosie was very strong and offered Xian as a big boss. In that case, what objection could Xian have? What title does the kingdom plan to give me? Xian's helpless words finally made Rosie smile. That unrestrained, heartfelt smile was beautiful and mind-boggling. Sane was stunned. Even Leah was a little stunned, with waves in her eyes. And Xian had to admit one thing. That is, he was moved. It was from this time that Xian could no longer truly regard Rosie as a pure friend. The small seed was buried like this, and one day it will take root and sprout. Chapter 297. I deserve this title of nobleman. There are generally two types of nobles. One is a kingdom noble with a territory. The other is an honorary noble without a territory. As the name suggests, the former is a noble who has obtained a territory granted by the kingdom, takes the territory as a base, occupies the land as a king, becomes a lord, and regards the development of the territory as his own responsibility. This kind of noble has the right to form a private knight group, can have an army, and has extremely high power. All matters in the territory are basically controlled by him, unless he commits a serious crime or fails to contribute to the development of the territory for many years. The territory will be reclaimed and he will be demoted. Otherwise, in addition to paying 20% of the income in the territory to the kingdom every year, in the territory, the noble has the highest and greatest power, and even the royal family has no right to intervene casually. The latter will not get the territory, but have the same rights and interests as the former. Not only can they form private knights and private armies, but they can also receive tributes from the kingdom every year. The tributes received are different according to the level of the title. Some of them will serve in the kingdom and become relevant power holders in various aspects of the kingdom and other territories, while others choose to be freelancers, travel around, and even become adventurers. There are many honorary nobles. For example, the Lazahat family where Migas and Lely are located is an honorary noble, with a title of Marquis, responsible for all matters of the Adventurers Guild. The family has managed the Adventurers Guild for generations. The Albion family where Aridia is located is also the same. The unit they serve is the Knights, and they are also honorary nobles, and the title is also Marquis. And of course, the kingdom nobles with territories will be more deeply involved with the kingdom. After all, there is a connection with the territory, even if you don't want to be involved. It is unlikely. Honorary nobles have a higher degree of freedom, unless they choose to serve in the kingdom's power organs. The kingdom will not control what they want to do unless they do something that harms the kingdom. Honorary nobles who do not serve in the kingdom's power organs have only one obligation. That is, they must help the kingdom when it is in danger. In view of this, for people like Xian, becoming an honorary noble is undoubtedly more suitable. Luoshi said that Xian can choose between becoming a territory noble and an honorary noble. Then I will be an honorary noble. Xian made such a decision without hesitation. So Luoshi immediately promised Xian on behalf of the royal family. Since you have decided to become an honorary noble, the kingdom will not grant you a territory, but you still have the right to form a knight group and a private army. But the size of the knight group and the size of the army will be affected by the title. For example, the lowest ranking barons among the nobility only have the right to form a knighthood of 100 and an army of 1,000 men. And the size of the knighthood and private army cannot exceed this limit. A viscount can form a knight group of 1,000 and an army of 10,000. An earl can form a knight group of 10,000 and an army of 100,000. A marquis can form a knight group of 100,000 and an army of 1 million. A duke can form a knight group of 1 million and an army of 10 million. This is an open rule and cannot be violated, as long as it is within the scope of this rule. The nobles can decide how to form a knight group and a private army. Xian really wanted to complain. The first part is fine. But is it possible to form millions and tens of millions at any time in the latter part? Just take the knights as an example. Even the kingdom knights have less than 100,000 people. Even if a marquis has the right to form a knight group of 100,000. What's the matter? Can he gather the people? Not to mention the duke. The idea of forming a knight group of 1 million and an army of 10 million is probably a joke. Right? Xian was complaining in his heart. However, Xian also understood that this was just a boundary, which was only used to limit the relatively large number of small nobles and prevent them from having too many private soldiers. The big nobles gave them a nice right. As for whether they could gather a knight group and army of this scale, it would depend on their own ability. And Xian's words. In view of your achievements twice before and after, the kingdom decided to directly grant you the title of Viscount. Luo Shi said this to Xian. Viscounts can form a 1,000-man knight group and a 10,000-man army. Enjoy an annual tribute of 10,000 gold coins. That is, they can receive 10,000 gold coins from the kingdom as tribute every year. In addition, they can also get a house in the noble district. The house is chosen by the kingdom for you. If you are not satisfied, you can also choose to ask the kingdom for 1,000 gold coins and go to the noble district to buy it yourself. In Luo Shi's words, Xian only cares about the tribute of 10,000 gold coins and the ownership of a house. Because this represents a meaning. I am not only a millionaire. No, I am a millionaire. But I also have a house. Is this the rhythm of a poor man becoming a rich man? Luo Shi, who didn't know what Xian was thinking, continued to explain. After becoming an honorary viscount, if you want to work in the kingdom, you can apply directly to the palace. After the verification, the kingdom will assign a certain position to you. The higher the title, the better the position. If you can become an honorary earl, you will directly hold a high-powered position and be eligible to attend the kingdom parliament. Of course, you probably don't want to hold a position. Luo Shi introduced to Xian the various rights and even privileges of being a noble. This made Xian suddenly feel that becoming a noble didn't seem to be a bad thing. Even if he was not interested in holding a position, Xian still felt that some rights and privileges were possible. If not, why would so many people want to become nobles? Especially, the kingdom has a clear rule that commoners are not allowed to marry concubines, and can only have one wife. Only merchants who have made contributions to the kingdom can marry an extra concubine. Nobles have the right to have multiple wives. But it also depends on the rank of the title. Barons can have one wife and one concubine. Viscounts can have one wife and 2 concubines. Earls can have 2 wives and 3 concubines. Marquises can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Dukes can have 4 wives and 5 concubines. Only the royal family has no restrictions. The size of the harem determines how many concubines can be married. However, the descendants of concubines do not have the right to inherit the throne. When the king of the same generation is decided in the future, their descendants will not be granted the title of duke. Only the children of the main wife have the right to inherit the throne. If they do not ascend the throne in the end, they can obtain the title of duke. Therefore, the number of main wives will not be too many. At most 5. When Luo Shi said these words, she stared at Xian. And Xian? When he heard that the viscount could marry 1 wife and 2 concubines, he stood up. My loyalty to the kingdom is evident to all. So I deserve this noble title. Xian's serious words made Luo Shi's mouth twitch, and she wanted to bite him twice. Weren't you so tough before? Why don't you continue to be tough? Damn it! Chapter 298. You won't understand. About 10 minutes later, Xian left Luoshi's room. In the room, only Luoshi, Leah and Sanai were left. Sanai stayed quietly behind Leah, just watching Xian's back as he left. Luoshi and Leah were speechless until a while later, when they broke the silence. You really gave him a lot of convenience and benefits, Leah said faintly. The kingdom tried so hard to recruit him because of his taming skills and the fighting power of the Black Dragon of Adlu. But you actually gave him such a large degree of freedom. In this way, whether it is the royal family or the nobles, I am afraid they will be angry to death. Maybe. Luoshi remained calm and said lightly, if they have any opinions, let them come to me. How dare they? Leah said unhappily. What about a taming master plus a nearly invincible monster king? Can they compare to you? The treasure of the kingdom? It's really rough words. But the truth is not rough. For the kingdom, Luo Shi is the real treasure. A taming master plus a nearly invincible monster king is certainly very tempting. But it depends on who you compare it with. If it is compared with Luo Shi, it is nothing. After all, Luo Shi not only has the potential to be on par with her ancestors, but also has the attention of the gods and the support of the people. In terms of importance, I don't know how much higher it is than Xian. Therefore, the kingdom would rather give up Xian than anger Luo Shi. Otherwise, Luo Shi only needs one word, and the right of the people is enough to make any noble unbearable. And even the royal family may be driven off the stage, which is very scary. If it weren't for this, how could there be so many nobles willing to be a licking dog and hope that Luo Shi would look at him more? He who gets Luo Shi can get the world. This sentence is completely appropriate here. But I don't understand why you are trying so hard to keep him. Leah finally raised the question in her heart. Luoshi fell silent. Leah continued to speak, as if she didn't see it. He certainly has talents that the royal family values. But with your personality, you shouldn't try so hard to recruit a talent for the benefit of the royal family and the kingdom. Leah said leisurely. I have heard that the neighboring Ragnar Empire and several other countries have some targeted movements. But is that the reason for you to do this? That's right. The neighboring Ragnar Empire and several other countries have known about the existence of Xian and have formulated some targeted movements against him. The kingdom attaches so much importance to Xian, and other countries will naturally be no exception. Right? Whether it is to snatch this rare talent or to prevent the kingdom from getting such a powerful talent, they have more or less taken some actions against this matter. The importance of Xian now is completely different from before. Even if it cannot be compared with Rosie, it has been elevated to the national level. The kingdom wants him to become the second taming master, to tame a large number of monsters headed by flying dragons for the kingdom, and to continuously strengthen the country's combat effectiveness. Other countries are already afraid of the kingdom's flying dragon army. Now the taming master who finally managed to tame flying dragons is about to die due to old age. Naturally, they don't want to see the second taming master appear, and they don't want to see the kingdom become a terrible country that can tame even dragons. In addition to Xian's talent, other countries are also jealous, and it is understandable that they will take some action against him. Especially the Ragnar Empire, which finally dealt us a heavy blow 10 years ago. This time, seeing that nearly half of the kingdom's knights were destroyed, they were too happy to wait, and they were all ready to move. How could they watch a taming master who can tame dragons join our kingdom? At this point, Leah's tone became a little cold. They must be trying their best to do something now. Leah's words made Sanai behind her look tense. On the contrary, Luoshi was still so calm. She knew what Leah wanted to say. What Leah wanted to say was actually very simple. Are you worried that he will be taken away by the neighboring country? Leah looked straight at Luoshi. Luoshi remained silent. Until, I just have a premonition. Luoshi murmured like a dream, if I don't find a way to keep him, then he will leave. Leah was speechless. This is not something that can be listened to casually. Luoshi's premonition is most likely related to the blessing of the goddess of fate. In this case, this premonition is likely to come true. But this also proves a fact. Are you really trying so hard to keep him? Leah said in disbelief. Just for such a man? Obviously, Leah didn't expect that Xian was so important in Luoshi's mind. Not to mention Leah. Even Sanai was stunned. But how could they understand? To some extent, he has become an indispensable part of my life. Luoshi thought of the time she spent with Xian, and her hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tighten a little, and she rarely spoke out her heart. At least, I don't want to go back to the boring and unchanging days of the past. Leah and Sanai will probably not understand this sentence, because they don't know Luoshi's true face at all, let alone how much pressure Luoshi had been under before, and how lonely she was. They don't know how panicked and anxious she was when Luoshi had a premonition that Xian would leave. Therefore, whether it is the interests of the kingdom or the considerations of the royal family and nobles, it has nothing to do with Luoshi. Luoshi has only one idea. That is to keep Xian. Otherwise, she may not see him again in the future. This is what Luoshi is really afraid of. Luoshi. Leah's eyes when she looked at Luoshi had changed. A thought in her heart made her ask, could it be that you are interested in that man? Before she finished speaking, Leah was stopped by Luoshi's eyes. Sister Leah, you know that I have no interest in the throne, and I will not become the queen in the future. This country will be yours sooner or later. Luoshi actually said, I just hope that the royal family will not do stupid things, and I don't want to be enemies with you. These words made Leah swallow her breath in her heart. Sanai also understood something, and her face was full of shock. Just because. This is Luoshi's warning. Roxy is warning Leah and other royal family members not to trouble Sean for their own reasons. Otherwise, she doesn't mind doing something excessive. Is he so important to you? Leah's face was full of disbelief. Roxy remained calm. You won't understand. The faint words echoed in this room. You all won't understand. The sigh of the lonely princess lingered for a long time. No one could understand the meaning. In the evening, at Lazahed's house, in the restaurant, Sean scratched his head and announced the matter to everyone. You are going to become a noble. Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika were all shocked when they heard this. Well, it's just an honorary noble in name only. Sean laughed dryly and said, I don't plan to work in the kingdom. I will probably continue to be an adventurer in the future. However, Sean's explanation still couldn't stop the noise of the women. Isn't this too sudden? Vivian was surprised and said, although your achievements are more than enough to be conferred a title. Weren't you very resistant to becoming a noble before? Did something happen? Tyr saw something, stared at Sean quietly, and said, did something make you change your mind? Hearing Tyr say this, for some reason, Sean actually felt guilty that he was caught by his original wife. If he told Tyr that he couldn't help but soften his heart and agreed because of Rosie's unusually desperate relationship, would he be chopped? While Sean was feeling guilty, Lumia and Melika spoke instead. In other words, will Mr. Sean become an honorary viscount in a while? Lumia said weakly. Then will Mr. Sheen stay in the capital? After all, he has a house here. Melika leaned out and asked anxiously. Unfortunately, Sheen has never thought about this. Even if you ask me this, I haven't made up my mind yet, Sheen said helplessly. Before, I wanted to go back to Lemidgen. But now maybe I will regard this place as my base. Right? For Lemidgen, Sheen doesn't have a sense of belonging. He has been there for less than a month. So how can he have a sense of belonging? It's just because there are too many troublesome things in the capital. And Vivian and others are expected to return to Lemidgen. So he wants to go back with them. Now that he has a house here, it is a natural development to regard this place as a base. Isn't this the purpose of that princess? Sheen suddenly had such a feeling. However, when Sean was thinking this, Vivian and her group of 4 had already looked at each other. Tyr and Melika fell silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Lumia did not think too much, and still seemed to sigh. Only Vivian smiled at Sean. In fact, it is better for you to stay here, Vivian said softly. Lemidgen is not like the capital after all. Although various forces are intertwined here, it is sometimes complicated. But it must be said that there are many opportunities here. For a person who wants to become stronger, there is no better place to grow than this capital with strong people. What about you? Sean said with some entanglement. Do you think I should stay and let you go back to Lemidgen by yourself? Sean still doesn't want to see this situation. The reason is that they have been together for a long time, and the relationship is different from the past. Sean is really reluctant to separate from Vivian and others, especially Tyr. Sheen has already fallen in love with this little girl, and he really doesn't want to be separated from her. If there is really no other way, Sheen will still go back with Vivian and others. At this time, if you want to stay, I will accompany you. Tyr suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. Chapter 299. Be filial. You want to stay with me? Teal's words lifted Sheen's spirit. Teal? Even Lumia and Melika were surprised. They didn't expect Teal to say such a thing. Are you sure? Vivian also slightly restrained her smile, looked at Teal, and said seriously, staying in the capital may not be a good thing for you. Right? After all, Teal is still hostile to many nobles. And the Elbian family that he hates is also here. He left the capital to Lemidgen to escape from these things. Now he suddenly claims to stay. No wonder Vivian is so serious about confirming. But Teal looks calm. After the incident in the Outlet Canyon, the radical nobles who would do anything to deal with me have almost been wiped out. The rest should be more rational. Even if they are hostile to me, they will not easily touch me, Tyr said coldly. Besides, what you just said is also suitable for me. After all, the capital is known as the center of the world. There are many strong people and opportunities here. If you want to quickly improve your strength, staying here is not unacceptable. That being said, everyone can clearly feel that Tyr wants to stay for Sheen. This makes everyone look at Sheen and Tyr in surprise, wondering when the relationship between the two has become so good. As for Sheen, he is completely in a happy state. If you are willing to stay, then I probably don't need to hesitate. Sheen said so. In fact, there are still many things in the capital that attract Sheen. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that magic library. Sheen is still reluctant to leave it. Although learning celestial magic and giving magic alone has exhausted Sheen's mind. Even if it is like this now, he may have to use it in the future. In addition, Roxy was also here. She was the only person Sheen knew who had some connection with the God Realm. Sheen also wanted to learn a little about the God Realm through her and investigate some secrets he wanted to know. Therefore, Sheen's mentality now was a little different from before, and he was no longer so opposed to the capital. Sheen completely forgot that he had said something at the beginning. Even if I jump from here, jump into the lake, and drown, I will never stay because of the princess. Well, it smells really good now. However, After Tyr said that she could stay, Melika actually raised her hand. I want to stay too. Melika seemed to be stimulated and suddenly said so strongly. Melika? Lumia was scared. You want to stay too? Vivian was also surprised. Xian even turned his gaze to Melika. His eyes looked a little strange. Under Xian's strange gaze, Melika's pretty face turned red, as if she just realized that she was too excited. I left the forest of elves and came to the human country for training. If I can become stronger here, then of course I want to stay. Melika blushed and stammered as she said this. That look really didn't have any persuasive power at all. Xian even thought so. This girl. Is she really going to go further and further on the road of giving for free? At this moment, Xian had to say that he was moved. Perhaps because of the strange dream. He always had the urge to get rid of his singleness. Moreover, he would be a nobleman in the future. Although he was only a viscount. Only one level higher than a baron. He could also marry one wife and 2 concubines. Right? In this case, it is normal for 1 or 2 beautiful girls to stay here for me to improve my feelings and cultivate my relationship. Right? Our ancestors said that passing on the family line is a man's most fundamental responsibility. In this case, how can we abandon the teachings of our ancestors? We should be filial. The more Sean thought about it, the more excited he became. However, Sean soon realized the problem. If both Tara and Melika can stay, then I want to give it my all. While Sean said this, he also looked at Vivian, hesitated for a while, and said, but, if this is the case, then what should you and Lumia do? This is a problem. We can't let Vivian's team disband and let Vivian and Lumia go back to Limijan by themselves. Right? This is definitely not possible. Don't worry. Vivian seemed to see the worry in Sheen's heart. Smiled and said, I was originally from the capital. Although I was sent to Limijan with Riley for training. Training is just training after all. Sooner or later, both of us will come back. At least Riley can't stay in Limijan forever. As the only daughter of the Razahead family, Riley will come back sooner or later to inherit the position of Magus. Take charge of the family. And take charge of the Adventurers Guild headquarters. For this purpose, Riley was sent to Limijan to become the president of the Adventurers Guild. The purpose is to hone her ability as the president. Vivian wanted to train with Riley. So she went to Limijan. So, it's been 3 years. And the training is almost over. Recently, Riley has intended to return to the capital. I believe that she will hand over the work at hand and elect a new president soon. Right? Vivian chuckled and said, in that case, it is not a bad thing for me to come back before her and stay here instead of going back. In other words, Vivian can also stay. The only thing left is, what are you going to do? Lumia? Vivian turned to the last team member. Everyone looked over. Lumia was at a loss. Her hands twisted together. And she looked like she was about to cry. As if she might cry at any time. There is no way. I have to go back. Lumia said sadly. My sisters are all in Limizian. I can't leave them there. In other words, Lumia has to leave the team for her sisters. But I don't want to be separated from everyone. Lumia finally shed tears of sadness. Seeing this, everyone felt distressed. It's okay. Lumia. Vivian pressed Lumia's shoulders and comforted her. We won't be separated. Yes. Lumia. Melika also hugged Lumia and said quickly, you can bring all your sisters over. Bring all your sisters over? Lumia didn't seem to think of this and was stunned. But at this time, Vivian and Tyr both spoke up. This is a good idea. Tyr said, Lumia. You have good potential. If you can stay in the capital to gain experience, you will definitely go further in the future. If you stay in Limijan, your future achievements will be limited. I think so too. Vivian nodded and said, moreover, the capital has a school dedicated to teaching children to learn magic and fighting methods. There are many retired knights and adventurers serving as mentors, and even excellent masters who have retired from the guards knights. If your sisters can be trained here, they will be independent in the future. Otherwise, you can't protect them for a lifetime. Right? Lumia was immediately moved. But she was still hesitating. If I bring my sisters here, where will they live? Lumia seemed to be in a dilemma. After all, they were planning to settle down in the capital. They couldn't just stay in Lazahad's house all the time. Right? So, Sean finally had to say, no need to worry about where to live. Sean immediately said, I have a house here. That high-spirited declaration made all the girls roll their eyes at him. But this was the truth. As long as the house given to Sean by the kingdom was not too ugly, The housing conditions in the noble district would be more than enough to accommodate Lamia's family. Besides, Tara and Melika stayed here for him, so Sean certainly wanted to take them to live in his house. Vivian didn't seem to have any objections. When Sean is knighted, his house will probably need to hire a large number of servants, and he will have to find a housekeeper to take care of it. It won't be a big problem for you guys to live there together. Vivian made such a suggestion. It is conceivable that when Xian's house is distributed, his home will definitely not be deserted. Especially, please rest assured, Laxia said calmly on the side, since I am here, it will definitely be the most comfortable living environment there. I can guarantee this. As soon as this was said, before everyone had time to speak, the maids and servants around were shocked. Don't leave. Sister, don't leave us. If sister wants to leave, then we will also resign and go to help. Where sister is, we are there. Everyone chirped and shouted. This, Xian and others were all stunned. On the contrary, the housekeeper was anxious on the side. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. If you all leave, there will be no one to take care of this mansion. Master Migas will cry. Although I also want to go with him. The housekeeper's performance made everyone ashamed. It seems that this matter needs to be discussed carefully. Vivian's whisper made everyone nod with a wry smile. Laxia was still so calm. At this time when everyone was arguing, she walked to Xian's side. There is something I forgot to report to you. Mr. Xian, Laxia suddenly said, someone came to visit you today. Seeing that you were not there, he left something, claiming that it was a gift for you, asking you to collect it when you come back. A gift for me? Xian was stunned and asked in confusion, who said it? It was a knight. Laxia said lightly. The other party claimed to be Linzhou Stringham of the Guards Knights. Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. That guy gave me a gift? Xian said intriguingly. What is that? I don't know. Laxia said bluntly. The thing was packed, and it can be seen that the packaging method was very careful. In addition, the knight repeatedly asked you to open it by hand. The sooner the better. I personally think it is very suspicious. Is that so? Xian nodded. In that case, then throw it away. Yes. Xian and Laxia decided the fate of the thing with an extremely decisive attitude. Poor Barry and Linzhou didn't know about this. When they know it, they will definitely cry. Chapter 300. If you don't accept reality, let's have a try. Adventurer Xian will soon be granted a title and become an honorary viscount. Such news gradually spread in the capital and was known by nobles and civilians one by one. He was actually a viscount right from the start? So impressive. Although there are many examples of adventurers being granted titles for great achievements, it seems that it has been a long time since they were granted the title of viscount right from the start. Right? Originally, they should have started as the lowest baron. Yes. The people of the capital are talking about this matter with great relish. Originally, things like titles would not spread so quickly and be so concerned. As mentioned above, there are many examples of adventurers being granted titles for great achievements. Several barons have been granted titles this year alone. So the people of the capital have long been accustomed to the topic of who has been granted a title. Under such circumstances, it has been a long time since such a well-talked-about title-granting event has appeared. But the news that Xian was about to be titled spread quickly, and was mentioned by many people as a topic, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. There are several reasons. One is that he was conferred the title of Viscount from the beginning, which is indeed rare. In addition, Xian himself has also been a celebrity in the capital recently. He was able to tame the Black Dragon of Atrus, uncover the conspiracy of the Galioli family, crack the evil magic ritual of Atrus Canyon, and even almost annihilated the Kingdom Knights. These deeds are all his auras, which makes him still highly concerned. In addition, Xian previously conquered the old demon clan led by Beto, which made the people of the capital who suffered a devastating blow from this old demon clan 10 years ago have a good impression of him. In addition, the kingdom deliberately publicized this matter, letting the nobles and even the neighboring countries know that Xian already had a partner, so as to dispel some of their improper thoughts. This caused the matter of Xian's knighthood to be a hot topic. Unfortunately, unlike these people, many nobles were very unhappy about this matter. It must be because he got close to His Highness Rosie Lusty that he was named a Viscount right away. Right? It's just a Viscount. Why is there such a high degree of discussion? I think we still have to find an opportunity to teach him what the rules of the nobles are. That's right. These nobles were sour and slanderous like this, and they talk so hard one by one. But in the end no one dared to really do it. Obviously, this was just verbal talk. After all, they didn't think that their family was stronger than the Kingdom Knights. And they didn't think they could do anything about the Black Dragon that had been famous for 400 years. However, it was precisely because of this that they were even more jealous. Because they knew very well that with Xian's abilities, and the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess, he might be promoted step by step. Perhaps, it won't be long before they lose even their only proud family background to others. By then, not only will they no longer be able to provoke this former adventurer, but even the princess may marry him because of his improved status. This is definitely something that many nobles don't want to see. In view of this, the aristocratic circle has also begun to make a lot of noise about Xian's upcoming title. It may be the first time that a mere honorary viscount has attracted so much attention. Many people have seen something from this trend and have begun to think about it. Xian naturally doesn't know what others think. He is too lazy to pay attention. If you really ask him what he thinks of this phenomenon, he only has one sentence. Don't be there. Don't be dissatisfied with reality. When Xian threw this sentence out, Luoxi and Vivian were quite speechless. Who dares to touch you? Those nobles are not that stupid. What they can use is definitely not power, but the power weapon of the kingdom. Roxy and Vivian said this to Xian respectively. But Xian doesn't care. If he is really provoked, he will definitely not waste so much time and just kick him. Anyway, with Roxy to protect him, Xian is not afraid. On the contrary, he feels that the soles of his feet are a little itchy recently. He can't wait to have a few balls to vent and have fun. In fact, because of this, Xian was talked about again in the next few days. The reason is that there are still a few balls to kick. This caused several nobles to desperately denounce Xian, hoping that the kingdom can give them justice. Unfortunately, after several days of trouble, seeing that Xian still ran to the palace leisurely every day without any trouble, these nobles also knew that they could not afford to offend this person. So they could only stop with hatred. Xian ignored the outside noise. If someone came to trouble him, he would just kick them away. If no one came to trouble him, he would go into the magic library under the palace and continue to study hard, in order to complete the celestial magic and the magic of granting. During this period, Luoxi brought Xian some news. Your knighting ceremony will be held at the end of this month. At that time, Xian needs to go to the audience hall again to accept the king's grant. After the granting of the title, according to the rules, you need to hold a noble dinner at your residence. So you have to find servants and chefs before the end of the month. Take good care of your residence, and prepare for this dinner, so as not to lose face. Luoxi said that Xian can write the invitation himself and invite others to the dinner. Or he cannot write it at all. But whether others will come to the dinner depends on whether you are famous enough, whether you have a wide network of contacts, and whether others will give you face. I heard that this dinner is used to show the strength of a noble. The more people participate, the more capable they are. The higher the status of the attendees, the more they can show their ability as nobles. This is equivalent to telling others how your connections are, how many people are on your side, and whether you have enough strength to host a high-end dinner. Generally speaking, the dinners held by people who have just been knighted are very cold, with few nobles attending, mostly relatives and friends who make up the numbers. For a viscount, there will not be many people attending his knighthood dinner, but you don't need to worry about this. Luoxi said this to Xian meaningfully, which made Xian's mouth twitch. Wouldn't this princess who is afraid of chaos in the world want to come? If that's the case, Xian can already imagine how popular his knighthood dinner will be. It is basically impossible for someone who can make the royal family give face to attend unless he is at the level of a marquis. Princess Rosie is even more special. She has never attended any nobles ennoblement dinner, and even rarely attends the ennoblement ceremony. In this way, if this girl attends, Xian's dinner will not be a complete explosion. And the kingdom is definitely deliberately suppressing it. Forget it. I don't do those troublesome things anyway. Xian pushed these things away completely. This is not what Xian likes to do. If it were the past, Xian would probably go on strike if he was asked to do such a thing. But now, this will be an impeccable dinner. Laxia threw this sentence to Xian quite calmly and domineeringly, and then disappeared. Looking at Laxia like this, Xian felt relieved and scared. I always feel that this maid will do something that will surprise everyone. Xian feels that he seems to be able to see the grand occasion of the dinner on the day. So, he handed over all the preparations for the dinner to Laxia, and he continued to hang out in the library as usual, not caring about anything. Being a hands-off shopkeeper to this extent is also a rare state. In short, He asked Roxy for major matters, and Laxia for minor matters. Under such circumstances, Xian's life was still quite comfortable. As for Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika, the girls had been talking about their future destinations, and now they are helping Lumia think of a solution. Yi also knew that Xian was about to become a noble, but did not express any opinion. Yi was just thinking seriously. Otherwise, I will also attend. Using my real identity, Yi mentioned this to Xian. Don't do it, big brother. Xian tried his best to stop him. Just kidding. If this girl attended his dinner with her real identity, I'm afraid the whole human world would explode. I am here to support you and warn those restless ants not to attack my people. Ai said this with dissatisfaction. When did I become yours? Xian just wanted to catch this girl and give her a spanking. Although it must be nice to be protected by a big boss. This is too nice. Xian himself was a little scared. When he thought of the consequences, his head turned cold, and he could only stop her. After much persuasion, Xian finally stopped this girl and let her go to Yulin with an indignant expression. During this period, Ai has been like this. She would go to Yulin when she was free. I don't know what she is doing. It's quite suspicious. I hope the house the kingdom finds for me is big enough. Xian even wants to take Yulin over. It is said that since the dragon sister stayed in the riding animal house in the North District, there has not been a day of peace there. All the monsters, including the flying dragon, who lived under the same roof with it, were shivering every day, not eating well, not sleeping well, and almost causing a riot. Those who were responsible for feeding the monsters also claimed that they did not dare to approach Yulin at all. Once they approached, they would be scared half to death by a roar. They served her like a tyrant. Therefore, Xian wanted to take Yulin over and stay with him. If the kingdom found a big enough place for Xian, he would build a dragon house for Yulin to live in. But, is my gold coin storage enough? Xian, who had already received 10,000 gold coins, felt that his money seemed to be unable to keep warm. In this way, the days passed one by one. Chapter 301. Should I go? As time passed, Xian's knighthood ceremony was getting closer. On this day, Xian was in a good mood. Finally, I finished the celestial magic. Yes, Xian has memorized all the magic spells of celestial magic. Now Xian can use all the elementary, intermediate, and advanced celestial magic without missing a single one. So he is naturally in a very good mood. The rest is to grant magic. As long as I finish the grant magic, Xian can take a breath and give his brain a break. I have been memorizing various magic spells recently, and I feel that there are only the words of the spells in my head. Don't memorize them until you are stupid. The fact proves that it is not so easy to be a top student. Real academic masters are all nurtured from childhood, and gradually develop from the basics, and then gradually deepen their understanding of knowledge. Unlike Xian, who has only been in this world for 2 months and still does not understand many things in this world. He can only stuff them into his head like a whale, which naturally feels uncomfortable. Fortunately, he only needs to memorize, and as long as he remembers the spell and can chant it, he does not need to comprehend any realm or see through any mystery like in some novels. Otherwise, Xian feels that he can give up the path of a magician and just stick to melee like Luoshi, who made me a quick learning hero. It's fun to cheat for a while, but it's a crematorium afterwards. Although Xian has not encountered a crematorium yet, he still has little experience in some places. He is not as good as the natives of this world, let alone some talents who have been infected with this for many years. However, he has finally mastered a system of magic, and he is not much worse than those professional magicians. Next, he only needs to complete the magic of granting, and Sean's goal for the past month will be completed. However, compared to celestial magic, granting magic is more troublesome. Thinking of the magic spells of granting magic that are much more than celestial magic, Sean's happiness can't help but disappear. As a magic system known for its versatility, it is inevitable that there are 2 results, too many and too complicated. Therefore, compared with celestial magic, there are many more magic spells of granting magic. This made Sean regret more than once why he wanted to learn this kind of magic. But the effect of granting magic never disappointed Sean. So he also gritted his teeth and worked hard. I hope that before the deadline of 1 month, I can memorize all the magic of granting. Feeling that there is a long way to go, Sean sighed silently. But after that, Sean finally encountered good news. That was the good news brought by Rosie, who was waiting for Sean to come out at the entrance of the library. Your house has been decided, Luoshi said to Xian, who looked a little numb. in an unpleasant tone. Come on. I'll take you to see it. Hearing this, Sheen finally came to life. West District. Noble District. In this area where nobles' mansions and villas rise and fall. The nobles' residences are very particular. Generally speaking, the higher the nobles' ranks, the closer their residences are to the center, while the lower the nobles' ranks, the closer they are to the periphery. And their status is quite clear. For this reason, whenever a noble is promoted, they will consider buying a new house. A house closer to the center. The nobles who have fallen into poverty often cannot even keep their own houses, and eventually either have to sell them or be driven away in disgrace, causing a major change in the residences in the noble district every once in a while. The Lazahad family where Sheen and others are staying is close to the center, proving the status of this great noble family. Generally speaking, although a viscount like Sheen does not have to live in the periphery, he definitely cannot live close to the center, and his position in the noble district is probably in the lower middle. But Luo Shi took Sheen and crossed the noble district all the way. The place they finally arrived at was actually the center of the noble district. Here, a mansion that looked like a castle rose from the ground, and there were several villas around it, supporting the mansion like a group of stars surrounding the moon. Do you think they are separate? Wrong. A closer look shows that there are corridors connecting the mansion and the villa. Moreover, the mansion and the villa are surrounded by not only vast gardens, but also high fences. In other words, the mansions, villas and gardens in this area are all together and belong to one residence. Such a luxurious residential complex is located in the center of the noble district, which is already considered a territory. How is it? Are you satisfied? Luo Shi brought Xian here and smiled at him. Xian was silent. After a while, goodbye. Xian turned around and left on the spot. Wait. Wait. Why are you leaving? Luo Shi was stunned and dragged Xian back. Xian slapped her hand away. Because you are playing with me. Xian said with a fake smile. Are you sure you can give this thing to me? Why not? Luo Shi seemed to be unable to understand, tilted her head, and said very cutely, anyway, no one lives here. Can't I give it to you? Xian looked at this pretending girl and just wanted to give her a few times. Look there first. Then look at me. Are you sure this is something that can be given to the Viscount? Xian said speechlessly. This is the center of the noble district, and the surrounding area is probably either the mansion of the Marquis or the villa of the Duke. And even they don't have this most central location. Living in this castle-like place. Are you sure I won't be sprayed to death by other people's saliva? This is not a question of whether the house is big or luxurious. But this location is not a place where a Viscount should come. How many dukes and marquises can only stay obediently by the side? Viscount? Xian is sure that once he, the Viscount, moves in, the whole capital will be turned upside down tomorrow. There are already many nobles in the capital who dislike Xian. Once Xian dares to move in, he will be enemies with almost all the nobles. Although Xian is not afraid. Being afraid or not is different from whether he wants to cause trouble for himself. Not to mention that this is arranged by others. Xian took it without thinking. Which is a problem. How could the kingdom give me such a place? This is obviously unreasonable. Right? Xian looked at Luo Shi with suspicion, and his eyes swept over the graceful princess for a few times, and then said, could it be that you are interfering? Hearing this, Luo Shi turned her head away and looked away from Xian. This reaction made Xian say another sentence. Goodbye. Go when you say go. Never stay. Xian turned around again and prepared to leave without hesitation. Oh! Wait a minute. Luo Shi could only helplessly hold him back again, pulling him back, and said helplessly, if it weren't for compensating you for tolerating my willfulness, I wouldn't use my rights to give you such a place. You just accept it. Others don't even have it if they want it. Thank you. Xian laughed on the spot and said, don't think I haven't heard of it. Since it was built, this place has basically never been given away. It has a history of thousands of years, which can be traced back to the brave Mitra who was the founding king. So it is of great significance. And no one dares to live in it casually. Right? That's right. This is the villa of the former founding hero Mitra. In other words, this is a place that even the royal family has to treat with caution. Except for several kings of past dynasties. No one has lived here. And now, its owner seems to be you. Right? Princess? Xian said with a smile, the kingdom's treasure. The only descendant of a brave man recognized by Mitra's holy sword in 1,000 years. And the current owner of this place is you. Your Highness Rosie Lusty, who is known as a modern brave man. It is a gift from the royal family after you came of age. Am I right? So you know everything. Rosie smiled awkwardly and whispered, since you know everything, what are you afraid of? Anyway, this place is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. This sentence did not get any response from Xian. He just silently pried Rosie's hand apart and retreated without a sound. Seeing that this guy was determined to run away, Rosie simply hugged him. Anyway, you are also a brave man. Others don't know. But I don't know. Luo, she said stubbornly. Didn't you say that the place you were given should be bigger so that you can accommodate the dragon named Yulin? This place is big enough. Only the last sentence was heard by Xian. When Xian was hugged by the princess, he was already a little bit calm. When he heard her words, he glanced down involuntarily, feeling the touch and estimating the scale. Finally, he said something. It's really big enough. After saying that, Xian regretted it. And Luo, she was stunned at first. And then she also noticed Xian's sight, looked at herself, and immediately understood something. You guy! At that moment, Luo, she's pretty face turned red and glared at him. That charming appearance appeared on the body of the unrivaled princess, making Xian feel that he was about to fall. The most unbearable thing was that Luo, she didn't let go of her hand. She just hugged Xian silently. Although her face was red, her hands did not relax, but became more powerful. Boom, 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 boom. This is the sound of heartbeat. A very loud heartbeat. Whether it is Sean or Rosie, their heartbeats are fast and fierce at this moment, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Sean felt his throat was a little dry, and his eyes could not help but glance around. Well, no one. In other words, no one will come to disturb. Then do you want to go? How can you not go for such a good opportunity? Thinking of the 2 times before, whether it was Nian or Tier, he was the one who was kissed forcefully. The only time he took the initiative to kiss someone was in a dream, and the kiss was on the maid's face, which made Sean feel humiliated. So, go for it. Go for it. At that moment, Sean stretched out his hand and hugged Rosie fiercely. This hug made Rosie's delicate body tremble violently. You? Luo, she raised her head and looked at Xian. Her pretty face was red, as if it was about to bleed. Although she was staring at Xian, her eyes were already moist and full of water vapor. Perhaps this princess would not know how lethal her appearance was. Anyway, Xian felt that he could not bear it anymore, and lowered his head without hesitation. Luo Shi's face suddenly became redder and redder. Finally, she closed her eyes. Chapter 302. Could it be that she was cursed? This girl didn't hide. Seeing that Luo Shi actually closed her eyes with a red face, Xian couldn't help but feel happy. This is the princess. Moreover, she is the treasure of the kingdom, a goddess that thousands of people across the country admire. How many nobles have gone to great lengths just to say a word? How many men have tried their best just to be looked at by the other party? Such a beautiful girl of the human race, who can make countless people crazy and crazy, is now in front of him, with a red face and closed eyes. How can Xian not be tempted? Kiss. Even if it means being enemies with the whole world. You have to kiss her. With this idea in mind, Xian immediately prepared to snatch the red mouth of this beautiful face in front of him. But at this moment, a very abrupt sound suddenly sounded from a villa, waking up Xian and Luo Shi. Luo Shi suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had regained her sanity from a state of unconsciousness, and shame surged in her heart, causing her to subconsciously push Xian away. Xian was confused, and only reacted after a while. Interrupt? Vulgar routine interruption? In an instant, Xian's heart was filled with endless anger. Luo Shi, who did not notice this, seemed to be extremely embarrassed that she had not resisted at all just now. While tidying up her clothes, she took a deep breath, turned to Xian, and spoke calmly. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Luo Shi's words, pretending to be calm, suddenly turned into an exclamation in the next second, because Xian suddenly reached out and hugged Luo Shi again. You woo? Luo Shi was shocked and wanted to say something, but then she opened her eyes wide. In front of the luxurious mansion gate, Xian hugged Luo Shi tightly and took her lips without hesitation. Luo Shi felt her head suddenly shaken. Her pupils kept shrinking, and she was completely stunned. Xian was not polite at all. Not only did he take the lips of the princess, who was the best in the world. Interrupt. Right? Routine. Right? No way. Since it was interrupted once, the worst thing would be to kiss her again. What's the big deal? Do you think there will be no follow-up after the interruption? Not true. He is willing to sacrifice his life and dare to pull down the emperor. He is shameless and can be invincible in the world. as long as he is thick-skinned enough. Are you afraid that he can't A again? It's so vulgar. It's so impulsive. Xian was so indignant. And the princess's mind was blank. She was at a loss, and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Under the setting sun, a man and a woman let their shadows merge together, and kissed passionately. Little did they know that in the villa where the sound just came from, a father and son were having a conflict. For how many days? That abominable adventurer has been staying in the capital. Either staying at Lazahad's house, or staying in the palace every day. He just asked you to deliver something. But you can't even do this little thing. Barry rarely showed an angry look. And he cursed at Linzhou standing in front of him. Next to Barry, some things were smashed. Obviously. The sound just now came from the masterpiece of this duke. Linzhou standing in front of Barry lowered his head, clenched his hands, and looked angry but dared not speak. He was also angry. These days, Linzhou has visited the Razad family more than once, and even waited in the palace, waiting for Xian to personally accept the gift he gave and lead him out of the capital. However, Linzhou was either turned away and never saw Xian, or after giving the gift to Xian did not make any movement at all, as if this incident had never happened, which made Linzhou feel like doubting his life. This guy didn't know that all his so-called gifts were packed up and thrown away by Xian, or simply handled by Laxa in secret. Therefore, Xian didn't know what was in it at all, and never wanted to leave the capital, and even forgot about this incident. Barry saw that things had not progressed for a long time, and finally couldn't help getting angry and scolding Linzhou. Linzhou could only bear it, thinking bitterly in his heart. One day, you will fall into my hands. I will let you know that the princess is not someone you can touch. A guy like you can't even touch the princess. Linzhou swore so. He had no idea that not far from his home, the princess in his mind was almost swallowed up. Not to mention her fingers. Huh? After an unknown amount of time, Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and released his lips and Rosie with satisfaction. Woo! However, Rosie felt her whole body soften, and her knees became weak, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Xian was startled and quickly embraced the princess again. The familiar embrace fell on Rosie again, and Rosie finally woke up. She quickly pushed Xian away, staggered back, covered her mouth, and pointed at Xian. You. Luo, she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and her hands were shaking as she pointed at Xian. Ahem. Xian coughed a few times, turned his sight, and looked at the mansion in front of him. After a closer look, it's pretty good here. Not bad. Not bad. It suits me very well. Xian nodded seriously, and pretended to be satisfied and appreciative. Luo, she almost fainted. This shameless guy gave him such a big house for free. But he was still refusing. Now that he has taken advantage of it, he actually wants to accept it. It's really a scumbag. The furious Luo, she grabbed Xian's hand, and bit it hard before he could react. Ouch! Xian let out a miserable howl, and all the high spirits on his face turned into a crying face. Let go! It hurts. Are you a dog? Xian struggled desperately. Damn! Is my resistance skill invalid? Why is it so painful? Xian's face was distorted. Luo, she vented her anger fiercely, leaving an extremely obvious tooth mark on Xian's hand before letting go. I let you bully this princess. You deserve it. Luo, she snorted coldly, turned around, and ran away. Xian kept rubbing his hands, taking a breath, and saw Luo, she running away. And then he gritted his teeth and said, Luo, she lose CT. You are finished. Xian immediately chased after her angrily, determined to teach this girl a lesson. The two rushed into the mansion. One ran and the other chased, and ended up playing hide-and-seek for a whole hour. There was no way. Xian was not a master who was willing to suffer a loss. And Luo, she did not dare to be caught by Xian. In addition, the strength of the two was similar, and the physical strength was not much different. As a result, they naturally persisted, and one was never caught, and the other never caught the other. After dark, the two had to call a truce in the garden. We agreed that you are not allowed to take this matter as an opportunity to retaliate against me, Roxy asked Xian from a distance, hiding behind a tree. Okay. Come out quickly. Xian looked at this guy. He was completely helpless. His anger had subsided, and he was left with a face full of powerlessness and helplessness. This is what you said. If you dare to regret it, I will tell everyone in the capital that you are rude to me at the usual appearance tomorrow. Roxy poked her head out from behind the tree and warned like this. Xian was almost defeated by her. This guy. Sometimes she is a flawless and cold goddess in the eyes of the people. Sometimes she is an unattainable and cold princess in the eyes of the nobles. And even in front of her sister Liadella, she is a stern and calm look. Now, in front of me, she is a little girl who has lost all her dignity. Which one is her true face? Xian was almost confused. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Xian only needs to understand one thing. I bit you. And you bit me. So we are even. Xian said this with a hint of meaning. Luo, she was stunned for a moment. And then she understood what Xian meant by biting you. And her pretty face immediately turned red again. Seeing the other person like this, Xian smiled. That's right. I only need to understand one thing. That is, this blushing look because of a kiss must be her true side from the heart. To sum up in one sentence, this wave, I didn't lose at all. Xian felt that he was stable. Instead, Luo, she began to feel indignant. This princess's advantage is not so easy to take. Luo, she muttered secretly, and came out from behind the tree, came to Xian's side, and grabbed his hand. You come again! Xian was startled by her action, and tried to break free. Don't move. However, Roxy stopped Xian, with a serious and solemn expression. Shocked by Roxy's serious and solemn expression, Xian subconsciously stopped struggling. Roxy then took a look at the tooth marks on Xian's hand, then looked at Xian, as if she wanted to remember his appearance in the depths of her heart, and then gently stroked the tooth marks on Xian's hand. Huh? Xian exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly felt that with Roxy's gentle stroke, a trace of strange magic was injected into his hand from her slender fingertips. As this scene happened, the tooth marks on Xian's hand looked mysterious for some reason, like some ancient pattern marks. What did you do? Xian was stunned. Nothing. Just leaving a mark for you. Luo, she rolled her eyes at Xian, then looked at him steadily, and said in a complicated tone, this way, you won't be able to run away in the future. After leaving this sentence, Luo, she turned around and left. Xian was left alone, looking at the mark on his hand. His heart began to beat. Am I cursed? This is a bit scary. Chapter 303 We Are Brothers. Xian was indeed cursed. And it was a curse for unknown reasons. The evidence was the mark on his hand, which had not disappeared even after several days. This really scared Xian. Isn't it just a kiss? You didn't disagree, did you? Otherwise, why did you close your eyes before? Xian felt very innocent, although he was happy at the time. After all, it was the first time he had the absolute initiative, instead of being kissed by force like the previous 2 times. But if the price of such a happy moment was so high, then Xian really had to back off. As for relying on the resistance skill to ignore it, this is impossible. God knows whether the resistance skill is useful? If it is useful, why didn't it work at all when he was bitten? Xian seriously suspected that the princess had a way to make the resistance skill ineffective. Therefore, in the following days, Xian had been trying to ask Luo Shi something without making a sound. But unfortunately, he failed. I don't know what you were talking about. This princess pretended to be innocent, which made Xian hate her. Of course, Xian didn't know that Luo Shi hated him even more. The reason was naturally because Luo Shi asked calmly the day after the kiss, what is our relationship now? The implication of this sentence is so obvious that it can't be more obvious. At least, Xian felt that as long as he worked harder, it shouldn't be difficult to win over this princess. However, if he won over this princess, Xian always felt that he would be directly engaged and had to marry this girl. Royal love is like this. They talk about marriage right from the start. There is no such thing as dating. If they want to get married, they will get married. And if they don't, they will separate. There is no third possibility. But Xian didn't want to get into the marriage discussion right away. At least not now. Otherwise, he would be completely trapped by this kingdom this time, and willingly work for them like a cow and a horse. So Xian replied in a strange way. We are brothers. That day, Xian was beaten by Rosie. This is what is called if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. In view of this, it is normal for Rosie to hold a grudge. Xian couldn't get an answer and finally had to give up. I don't believe you will curse me to death. Xian thought so and let it go completely. Although he said he let it go completely, Xian's feelings towards Rosie must be different. Naturally, Rosie couldn't treat Xian the same as before. That kiss changed the relationship between the two. Even though neither of them said it. Some things don't need to be said. Everyone understands. So, after that, Sean's conscious and spontaneous visits to Rosie increased significantly. And Rosie also tacitly finished her work in advance and deliberately made time to spend 2 or 3 hours with Sean. However, the way they get along has not changed much. It's still the same as before. Sometimes they play with each other. Sometimes they talk bad about each other. Sometimes they laugh and talk. And sometimes they are childish and quarrel with each other. It's the same as before. The only change is that the two are more unscrupulous. Right? For example, Sean used to only flirt with Rosie verbally. But now he dares to really touch her. Rosie pulls, drags, and hugs her more often than before, as if she no longer has any scruples. If an outsider saw these scenes, they would definitely stare out. First, it really looks like a close couple. Second, the kingdom's treasure is so defenseless against a person of the opposite sex, which can shock the world. In this case, it is not that nothing else happened. For example, Sheehan has asked Laxia to handle the mansion. I believe that there will be a luxurious dinner there on the day of the ennoblement ceremony. For this dinner, Sheehan gave Laxia a full 1,000 gold coins and asked her to make it as big and beautiful as possible. There is no way. After all, it is the house that Her Royal Highness the Princess gave me. So I can't let the dinner be too shabby. If it is too shabby, it will not only be Sheehan and Luo Shi who will be embarrassed, but also the royal family. After all, this mansion was originally the other mansion of the founding hero Mitra, and it has a direct connection with the royal family. If something of low quality appears in this mansion, the royal family will definitely feel that it has nothing to do with face. Even if there were fewer people coming to the banquet, or if their status was lower, it would not be good. This could possibly tarnish the reputation of the mansion and the royal family, and we couldn't let this happen. As a result, Sheehan had to write some invitations to invite some nobles who were presentable to attend the banquet. Damn. Why do I feel that things are getting more and more troublesome? Sheehan really wanted to hit his head against the wall. Sure enough, the princess lips are not so delicious. What else can I do? Let's fight. Fortunately, Sheehan is not without people to invite in the capital. First of all, Mr. Migas must be invited. Although he is an honorary marquis and the top civil servant of the kingdom, the General Viscount's invitation letter is not even qualified to be sent to him. But Mr. Migas should accept my invitation letter. If Mr. Migas is willing to accept it, all the nobles who are attached to the Razad family will accept it, and I will write a letter to them. In addition, those who stand on my side during the audience must also be invited. Okay, let's do it. After making up his mind, Sheehan found that there were not a few people he could invite, and their status and power were not low. These were also Sheehan's connections in the capital, and the invitations that Sheehan sent out were finally delivered to me without any surprise. At that time, I will definitely be there in person. Migas promised this very readily. The same was true for the other people who received the invitation letters, and each of them gave Sheehan a lot of face. This made Sheehan finally realize that he was not the only enemy in the capital. Although some of them were interested in his future and knew that Sheehan had a bright future, so they wanted to get close to him and readily agreed to come. But Sheehan didn't care. It was just a relationship. He wouldn't care. If you want to have a deeper exchange, then you have to consider it separately. In this way, Sheehan's affairs were handled very smoothly, and there were almost no problems. On the contrary, the outside world, knowing that Sheehan actually planned to live in Mitra's mansion, undoubtedly caused an uproar. Why? Amir Viscount actually lived in the center of the noble district? Is this intended to despise all the upper nobles? No. Never allow it. Those nobles who already disliked Sheehan were completely ignited this time. It's about status and face. Not to mention that the other party is someone they don't like. Even if it's someone they like, knowing that the other party is ignorant of the sky and the earth and climbs over everyone's head, these nobles will turn against him without hesitation. But just when they wanted to make trouble, a message came. That was Luo Shi's announcement. That was the gift of nobility I gave to Lord Sheehan. If you have any opinions, you can come to me. This sentence made many nobles lose their voices on the spot. They are not angry, but they dare not speak. If the other party is someone else, even His Majesty the King, they dare to advise and ask His Majesty to think twice. But if the other party is Luo Shi, they don't know what to do. Although Luo Shi is not the king, her right to speak is even more important than the king in the kingdom. Lord Sheehan is a person I recognize. He has made 2 great achievements at a young age, and is even capable of taming the Black Dragon of Adlu. For such a talent, Do you think this gift is too heavy? Regardless of whether the nobles believed what Luo she said or not, the people believed it anyway. Since he is someone that His Highness values, it is not too much. Besides, he is indeed very young. But he has achieved so much, which is worthy of His Highness's attention, compared with those nobles who are fighting all day long. This adventurer named Xian has made it to this point with his ability, so he is undoubtedly more suitable for this treatment. Right? That's right. The people gradually accepted this in surprise. The nobles who knew about this wanted to tell them loudly. Do you know that the person you support now is likely to kidnap His Highness? Value it? Of course I value it. He has become the only popular person around His Highness. Do you know how close they are usually? He stayed alone in the room all day long. Your Highness is about to be robbed. And you are still supporting him. A bunch of fools. Those nobles were so angry that they vomited blood. But they really didn't dare to say anything about this matter. Otherwise, the capital would definitely be in riots. At that time, as the party that spread the rumor, they could not bear the responsibility. In the end, these nobles could only swallow their bitterness and secretly plot how to make Xian look good and make him leave the mansion obediently. Some people also planned to send people to make some trouble and drive Xian out of there. They didn't know what kind of I was waiting for them. This day. Roar! With a dragon roar that resounded throughout the noble district, the dark dragon flew into the extremely vast mansion with excitement. Yulin. Xian stood in the garden and waved to Yulin in the sky. Roar! Yulin roared excitedly, as if to vent the depression that had been locked up in the northern riding house for this period of time. He rushed into the mansion, flapped his wings, and set off a hurricane in the garden while falling heavily. Ha ha! Xian held Yulin's head, which was rubbing against him impatiently, and while laughing, he infused waves of magic power into it. Yulin's comfortable and excited roars continued to ring out, and it didn't stop for a long time. Yi also jumped off Yulin's back. Is this your base in the future? The little girl hugged the pillow, looked at the building complex, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. It's almost as good as my own home. Very suitable for living. Chapter 304. Well done. Today, this place is destined to be lively, because not only AI and Yulin came, but also Vivian and her group came to visit here. You actually live here? Vivian looked at the mansion in front of her, still feeling a little incredible. Those nobles will definitely make trouble again. After a moment of silence, Tyr said this, and Lumia and Melika were shocked by the luxurious mansion in front of them. It's so big. Are we going to live here in the future? Lumia and Melika looked a little bit unbelievable and excited. Although they had heard Xian say it before, they still didn't expect that Xian really lived in the center of the noble district, the villa of the former brave Mitra. This is something that even the Marquis or even the Duke cannot do. Among the kings of all generations, only a few have lived here for a period of time. And then this place belonged to Rosie. Unexpectedly, it has now fallen into the hands of Xian. When the women thought that they would live here in the future, they were naturally full of emotion and uneasy. After all, living here is not a trivial matter. Have you started to form a night group or a personal army? Vivian asked in Xian's ear. Xian was a little surprised. Why do you want to form a night group and a personal army? Xian said with some disinterest. Isn't it free to support so many people? Although the Viscount has the right to form a night group of 1,000 people and an army of 10,000 people, let alone the Viscount, even the Marquis and the Duke. If they want to form a night group or a personal army, they have to think carefully, because that means that it will cost a huge amount of gold coins to support so many people, and they have to train them, which is a big burden, especially for honorary nobles. Honorary nobles have a higher degree of freedom, but their wealth is much lower than that of territorial nobles. After all, they all control a territory. As long as there is no problem in development, they can collect a large amount of money every day just by collecting taxes, not to mention the development of various other businesses. Therefore, usually only territorial nobles have enough financial resources to support them to form a night group and personal army. Honorary nobles consider financial resources and the lack of territorial settlement, and at most, they can form a personal guard or escort team of about 100 people. And Xian doesn't want to spend money to form a night group or personal army. In fact, many honorary nobles don't want to spend this money, and most of them live in the capital, or wander around as freelancers, so they don't have the idea of forming a night group and a personal army. But, are you sure you don't need it? Tyr approached and frowned at Xian and said, at least recruit some people to maintain the safety here? Don't you let Yulin go on the night patrol personally? Stop kidding. Does Yulin still need to rest? Dragons are sleepy monsters. They will take a nap no matter what. And they will fight for several days. There are also many cases in history where people steal the treasures guarded by dragons while they are asleep. Or simply attack them while they are asleep. It is not realistic to expect Yulin to guard such a large mansion all day long. Therefore, it is necessary to recruit some people. Especially Xian, a viscount, who lives in the center of the noble district. I think there will be no less trouble here in the future. In this case, Xian needs someone to guard here even more. However, why waste that financial and material resources? Xian shrugged and said, don't you find that I have set up a barrier around this mansion a long time ago? As soon as this was said, regardless of Vivian, TL and Lumia, Melika, who had been looking around, showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder the flow of magic power feels a bit strange. So there are so many barriers here? Yes, there are quite a few barriers here. Alarm, expulsion, warning, resistance and automatic defense, etc. All the effects that can be thought of have been applied as barriers around this mansion by me. Even the surrounding walls and fences have been given magic effects such as hardening and solidification. Even if ordinary people want to break in, they can't do it. Even if they break in, there are magic traps that automatically attack them. If they can break in even these, what's waiting for them is Yulin. Right? What Xian revealed with a smile made people feel cold all over. Vivian and her group can already see the miserable end of those who plan to break in and make trouble here. But, setting up so many barriers, it must require an excellent source of magic power. Right? Melika said hesitantly. Has Mr. Xian prepared the source of magic power? This is what must be done. Otherwise, when the magic power used to set up the barrier is exhausted, the barrier will naturally become ineffective. The same is true for the many magical properties given by Xian. Once the magic power injected in advance is exhausted, the effect will naturally disappear. For this reason, all barriers need a magic source to supply magic power and maintain their effectiveness. That can be some magic props that can be used to supply magic power. Or magic crystals. Magic crystals are originally necessary for making various magic potions, magic props, and even magic weapons. They are themselves a condensation of magic power, which is similar to the spring water in the magic source. But the spring water is liquid and the magic crystal is solid. The latter often contains much more magic power than the former. And because it is solid, it is not easy to evaporate and dissipate. Unlike the spring water of the magic source, which will evaporate and disappear if not used for a period of time. In view of this, a fortress with a barrier will most likely have a very high-quality magic crystal as a magic source to support the effect of the barrier. The source of magic power for the barrier around the capital is in the basement of the palace. As for Xian, I have it ready. Xian said this and took everyone to a room on the top floor of the mansion. Here, there is a magic wand suspended in the air, constantly flowing out magic power and injecting it into the surroundings. Isn't this the magic wand given to you by Lord Jacinta? Seeing it, Vivian was slightly startled. And then she was surprised. That idiot gave it to you? And I also raised her eyebrows. That's right. Xian smiled and said, this magic wand itself is inlaid with extremely high-level magic crystals. And it also has the effects of warning, detection and even exorcism. Setting it here as the magic power source of the barrier will not only ensure the magic power, but also strengthen the effect of the barrier, killing two birds with one stone. After that, Xian will let Yulin pay special attention to this place, and even set up a magic here that will immediately emit magic power once someone breaks in. Alarm Yulin, and call it over. Even if Xian and Yulin are not here, and this mansion is completely empty. I guess, with so many barriers and this magic wand, it won't be easy for something to happen here. Right? This really doesn't require the knights or the guard. Theodore finally seemed relieved. Rather, with so many high-level barriers and Yulin here, the safety here is probably only comparable to the palace. Vivian was a little amused. But generally speaking, this is a good thing. Under such heavy protection, instead of worrying about someone breaking in, it is better to worry about whether those who are not breaking in but coming as guests will accidentally touch some traps and be cut by the protection system here. Don't worry. I have set it up in advance. As long as someone comes in from the main gate, 70% of the protection system here will bypass them. Xian seemed to see the worries in the girls' hearts and smiled intriguingly. Of course, if they want to break into some place they shouldn't break into, that's another matter. Obviously, The remaining 30% is used to entertain such people. Vivian and others can only mourn for such blind people in the future. In short, everyone doesn't have to worry about the safety here. Xian clapped his hands and looked at Lumia. In this way, you don't have to worry about your sisters getting into trouble. Right? Hearing this, Lumia showed an expression of both relief and embarrassment. Here I have to say that Lumia has decided to stay in the capital. And as agreed before, her 7 sisters will be brought to the capital and settle here. The time is 3 months later. 3 months later, Riley will hand over the work at hand, return to the capital, and try to manage the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. It was not going to happen that fast. But Vivian had already written to Lely, saying that she would stay here, and everyone in Vivian's team would also stay. Even Xian became a noble here. So the president immediately said that he would also return to the capital in advance. At that time, Lely would bring Lumia's sisters with her. As for the next 3 months, Lumia's sisters would still be taken care of by Lely. In other words, after Xian is knighted, everyone in Vivian's team can move in here. By the way, Vivian will also come. Tyr, Lumia and Melika are all here. So it doesn't make sense to leave her alone at the Lazahad family. So, Tyr and others persuaded Vivian and finally made her agree to move in. In addition to Ai, the little girl who came with her as a matter of course. Everyone who stayed at the Lazahad family would move in together. The only thing left is Laxia's side. Xian said this. Just then. Please don't worry. Everything is ready. Laxia appeared here like a ghost, scaring everyone. Please follow me. Everyone. Laxia ignored the frightened people, said this expressionlessly, and then took everyone to the first floor hall of the mansion. In this vast hall, I don't know when it was full of people. Welcome, master. One by one, the maids dressed in uniform made uniforms. Beautiful and cute. All with outstanding looks lined up neatly on both sides of the hall. Bowing to Xian and his group coming down from the top floor. Xian was stunned. Everyone in Vivian's team was also stunned. Even Ai looked stunned. Everyone subconsciously looked at Laxia. These are all the maids and servants I hired. I hope everyone is satisfied. Laxia explained very calmly, as if she had done something insignificant. Everyone fell silent. And Xian only had 2 things to say. This maid is as good as ever. This is the first sentence. As for the second sentence, it is much simpler. Well done. This must be praised. In this way, Xian's family finally got on track and arranged properly. His ennoblement ceremony also came quietly under such circumstances. Chapter 305-22. Please welcome Viscount Xian. On this day, in the audience hall of the palace, such a solemn voice resounded. Hearing this voice, Xian raised his head. At this moment, Xian was wearing a solemn and luxurious court dress, with a sealed holy sword on his waist. At first glance, he looked like a majestic noble young master, and his temperament was completely different from the past. Such Xian stepped into the audience hall and walked towards the throne step by step. On the left was the neat queue of the guard knights of the guards. On the right were the nobles standing opposite each other one by one. Xian was bathed in the eyes of the crowd. This scene was so similar to the scene of the first audience. However, this time, Xian was no longer a famous adventurer, nor was he the target of others glaring. Instead, he was a rising star that all the nobles with complicated eyes looked up to. Xian could see that among these people, although many of them had unhappy faces, they all showed a trace of awe in their eyes, to a greater or lesser extent. Aridia also stood at the head of the night guards. But she did not ignore Xian like last time, but stared at him closely, not knowing what she was thinking. Of course, Roxy was there too, looking at Xian who walked in step by step. Roxy's face could not help but show a touch of gentleness. Next to her, Leah felt something when she saw Roxy like this. During this period, she could feel that Roxy's attitude toward Xian had changed again, which made her more certain of a certain idea in her heart. And she looked at Xian with a trace of scrutiny. Xian walked into the audience hall without looking around, and came to the throne in front of everyone's witness. Your Majesty. Xian saluted Anqi, who was sitting on the throne. Last time, Xian performed the knight's salute. But this time, Xian performed the standard noble salute. Good. Looking at the young man, who was the focus of millions of attention, Anqi felt satisfied and helpless. As a king and the leader of the royal family, Anqi actually wanted to recruit Xian and let Xian use his talents to contribute to the development of the kingdom. This person originally had the strength recognized by his proud daughter, and was already valued by the royal family. A while ago, He revealed that he had a very high-level taming skill, which could even tame Atris's black dragon. And he also had a way to destroy the kingdom knights led by the Gallioli family. These abilities made the kingdom jealous. The same goes for Anchi. After knowing that Xian has such ability, he has made up his mind that no matter how great the cost, he must find a way to persuade Xian to become a noble, join the kingdom, and serve the kingdom. Who would have thought that when Anchi made up his mind, his proud daughter had already helped him achieve this goal? But the headache was that his daughter had promised her a very high degree of freedom, so that she didn't have to work hard for the kingdom. If someone else had done this thankless task, Anchi would have been furious. Such a talented person, but he actually let her be so free. It's really a waste of talent, isn't it? But the one who did this was his proudest, most proud, and most outstanding daughter. What can Anchi do? Not only Anchi had no way, but those nobles who had objections to this had no way. If you have any opinions, you can come to me. Luoshi's unprecedented strong declaration made everyone dumbfounded, and they didn't know what to do. As a result, everyone, led by Anchi, could only weigh the pros and cons and think that it was not worthwhile to anger Luoshi for Xian's affairs, and they had no choice but to accept this fact. At least this talent is now our kingdom's. It's not that easy for other countries to poach him anymore, right? Besides, he is still a noble of our kingdom after all. When the kingdom is in trouble, he can't just sit there and watch, right? Moreover, when it is really necessary, it is okay to pay some price and ask people who are on good terms with him to help him, right? Then let's decide it. This is the conclusion that the royal family and the nobles finally came to. Therefore, the nobles around looked at Xian with different eyes. It's not just because Xian is no longer the adventurer from the countryside, but also because the power behind him is incomparable. Those who stand on his side include not only many nobles headed by the Lazahad family, but also a nearly invincible monster king. Even Roxy has expressed a clear position, obviously intending to stand on Xian's side. The power behind Xian can no longer be ignored. This is a giant that is about to rise. No one dares to look at him with the same eyes as before, or even be rude to him in public. Luoshi, that child, even gave away the ancestral villa, and she was helpless and indignant about this. He was helpless because Luoshi's attitude toward Xian was obviously unusual, and he, as a father, felt that there was nothing he could do. The indignation was even simpler. Even he had not been so close and friendly to Luoshi. So what virtue and ability did this kid have? Of course. And she also saw something, and knew that his daughter might have some ideas about this previously unknown man. This surprised Anchi for a while. How many heroes appeared in front of Luoshi? But Luoshi didn't even look at them. Among them, there were even some outstanding men who had been working hard for many years, and had been pursuing Luoshi. But Luoshi was not interested in them. Now, an adventurer who has been in the capital for less than a month can actually make his arrogant daughter look at him differently, even if he is blessed by the god of love. It is impossible for anyone with great luck and love to do this, right? And this also proves that Xian is extraordinary and excellent. But wanting to abduct our country's treasure, but not wanting to work for our kingdom. How can it be so easy? Anchi made up his mind that if this guy really has a clue with his daughter, who is the kingdom's treasure, unless he becomes a person of the kingdom, there is no way. Although, with Luoshi's influence in the kingdom, her marriage cannot even be dominated by the royal family, and there is no way to force her to be with anyone. But the same is true in reverse. If Luoshi really wants to be with someone, it will not be so easy without the consent of the royal family and the kingdom. Anchi thought about such things, and had no idea that his daughter had already been sealed by others. Anchi just made a declaration with a relieved and satisfied smile. From today on, you are a noble of my Mitra kingdom. I, Ansifold Mitra, in the name of the 13th king of the Mitra kingdom, grant you the title of honorary viscount. The surname is Boztut. Anchi's words had just fallen, and a civil servant came to Xian with a tray. On the tray, there was a coat of arms. It was a coat of arms symbolizing the status of aristocrats. Every noble has his own coat of arms, like the token that Roxy gave to Xian, which is used to prove identity and status. The coat of arms of the nobles is designed by the kingdom itself, mixed with divine steel. It is not only very precious and difficult to damage, but also the pattern of the coat of arms is based on the most representative deeds of the other party, like the royal family, because they are descendants of heroes. Their coat of arms is engraved with the pattern of the holy sword. The Albion family is a shield, representing the meaning of protection. The Lazahad family is the sword and magic. the signboard of the Adventurers Guild. As for Sheen, it is a dragon. As an adventurer who tamed the dragon, this is undoubtedly the most symbolic pattern. I guess that little girl and I will be very satisfied with this design? Sheen thought about this in his heart, and took the emblem and hung it around his neck. From now on, he is a real noble. Sheen Boztut? Sheen thought about it and smiled. Not bad. The ceremony of Sheen's ennoblement ended here. Then, the dinner of the Boztut family is about to begin. Noble District. Central Mansion. From now on, this place will also be called the Boztut family. When night fell, countless carriages drove in from all directions of the aristocratic district and stopped at the gate here, allowing the nobles to emerge one by one. Since it was in the spotlight in various senses, this dinner naturally attracted the attention of almost everyone in the capital. Even those nobles who didn't want to attend were secretly watching the situation here, hoping to see Sheen's connections and the power circle behind the Boztut family through this dinner. Thanks to this, many people were shocked, because none of the nobles who came to the dinner were small. They were from the Count Valier family. The head of the Count Lisbeth family also came? Oh my god! 2 more people from the Count's family came. How could so many people from the Count's family come to just a Viscount? All the nobles who were originally planning to laugh at the Boztut family were stunned. They thought that with what Sheen did in the capital, there should be many potential enemies, and not many nobles would sell his face and come to his dinner. Who knew that reality would give them a slap in the face and let them see an incredible scene? There were not only many nobles who came to attend the dinner of the Boztut family, but also all of them were either rich or noble. Barons basically did not receive invitations, and all of them came with the main family they depended on. The same was true for the Viscounts. Although they were equal in title to the Boztut family, they followed the earls, and were greeted by beautiful maids like followers. Finally, even the people of the Lazahad family came. Not late, right? Migas got off the carriage at the gate, and was immediately greeted by Vivian. Of course you are not late. Please follow me in. Vivian welcomed Migas, who looked kind, and with a gentle and beautiful smile. Even the head of the Lazahad family came in person. Everyone was stunned. But the shocking thing is yet to come. Chapter 306. You are not allowed to go back tonight. Along with Migas' attendants, several marquises and even dukes arrived later. Some of them were important ministers of the state who were no less important than Migas. And some were former members of the royal family who were of the same generation as Anshi. Now they all attended the dinner, which made many nobles stunned. How is this possible? It is understandable that Lord Razad came, as he had been supporting this person before. But why did other marquises and even dukes attend? This does not make sense. Many nobles were shocked, even panicked. They had never expected that Sheen's connections were so wide and his face was so big that he could get so many marquises and dukes to attend. It was incredible. How could they know? These marquises and dukes certainly had nothing to do with Sheen, and they didn't even receive an invitation. But they knew how much Sheen was favored by Roxy, and they knew what position Sheen would have in the kingdom after owning a black dragon of Atrus. Therefore, they would not treat Sheen as an ordinary viscount. In this case, as long as these nobles had no grudges against Sheen, they would want to show up and make friends with Sheen so that they could exchange what they had in the future. Again, not all nobles dislike Sheen. Even if some of them disliked Sheen before, they would immediately give up some thoughts that they shouldn't have after knowing Sheen's ability and potential, and return to the right path, intending to establish a friendly relationship with Sheen. This is what nobles are like. Smart nobles would be like this. They would not have eternal enemies, and they would not offend someone to death when they didn't see the chance of winning, as long as it is profitable. Turning enemies into friends is just the most common operation for them, and the same is true in reverse. Therefore, those nobles who were going to laugh at Sheen not only failed to achieve their goal, but were also destined to be greatly shocked. After all, later on, even Barry brought Limjo along. Let's go! Barry said to Limjo beside him expressionlessly. Yes. Limjo looked so obedient that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. They were definitely going to attend this dinner. First, they also wanted to see Sheen's background after becoming a noble up close. And second, Limjo had already established a friendly relationship with him, even if it was only on the surface. If Limjo didn't come, it would be telling Sheen that all his friendly actions before were just acting. In addition, Barry also wanted to confuse Sheen, making Sheen think that he didn't regard him as an enemy and was ready to turn the enemy into a friend, so that he would let down his guard against himself. And Barry would want to attend this dinner. It can also be seen that tonight's dinner is actually full of various plans and calculations. Not everyone present will stand on Sheen's side, and these people may not necessarily be Sheen's connections. It is also possible that some people are here to stab him in the back. Of course, no matter what, these considerations are not something that outsiders can guess. In the eyes of outsiders, this will only become a bargaining chip to add bricks and tiles to Sheen's legend. So, Barry and Limjo also entered the Bostap family under the guidance of a beautiful maid. After that, several marquis families and duke families came one after another, making those nobles numb. At this point, the level of this dinner is enough to compare with those famous duke families and noblemen dinners. And even better. Until, that's the royal carriage. With a cry of surprise, everyone saw the arrival of a luxurious carriage. And on this carriage, a group of people came down one after another. It seems that we are a little late. The first princess of the kingdom, Leodella, looked at the bustling Bostap family and smiled. Your Highness, please watch your step. Sanai, the genius of the Villadina family, the daughter of the vice-captain of the Royal Guard Knights, and now the knight of the first princess, reminded the master in a dress and high heels. There are so many people coming. I should be able to see a lot of familiar faces. Aridia, the contemporary king of the kingdom, Ansiferg, who just gave Sheen the title today, smiled softly and spoke to the knight beside him. Your Majesty, be careful of the crowd and don't let the scoundrels take advantage of you. Aridia, the head of the Albion family, the captain of the Royal Guard Knights, the legendary knight of the kingdom, and the strongest man of the human race, spoke lightly, as if the luxury and noise around her had nothing to do with her. Of course, Roxy also arrived. Today, Rosie changed out of her palace dress and put on a pure white dress. She didn't carry a sword, but she wore a veil on her head, as if she was a holy goddess descending to the earth. So beautiful that it was intoxicating. The nobles around were stunned, and even the noise and bustle seemed to be suppressed a lot at this moment, making a sense of surprise permeate the whole place. Her Highness Rosie Lusty. My God. It's so beautiful. Many noble young masters didn't even notice that the wine glasses in their hands slipped, including Limjo, who was following Barry obediently. And when he saw Rosie, he also lost his mind. But Rosie didn't care about all this, just quietly looking at the Bostap family. Until a while later, she suddenly smiled. That smile turned everyone upside down. Unfortunately, this smile was not for anyone present. Its appearance was only because the main character of this dinner finally arrived and showed up here. I apologize for not welcoming you in person. From the direction of the mansion, a tall figure came leisurely and entered everyone's field of vision. Who else could it be except Sheen? This troublemaking guy had been staying in his room until just now. He didn't even come out to greet the Duke and other important state officials. A viscount was so arrogant. And someone must be dissatisfied. But now, the royal family came in person. And they came as a family. Even if Sheen was bothered by the trouble, he had to come out to greet them. No. It should be said that just because Luoshi came, he had to come out to greet her anyway. When Anchi and his group saw Sheen appear, they naturally smiled one after another. I come uninvited. I wonder if you welcome it. Lord Bastutu? Anchi rarely joked out loud. I hope I don't scare you. Leah said this with a bit of bad taste. Of course I was scared. Sean shrugged his shoulders. Even in front of the royal family, he was not shy. And he didn't speak in a low voice. He said casually, the royal family members are so kind. It is impossible for me not to be scared. As he said that, Sean also glanced at Aridia and Sanai. The two of them had a sluggish face as always, without any expression, and the other stared at Sean, as if sighing about something, forming a sharp contrast. Sean didn't talk to them. He knew that although these two people represented a powerful family, and they were the first and second knight families in the royal capital, they were present today as guards, and had no intention of making friends with Sean. It is better to say that whether these two people know how to make friends is still a question. Therefore, Sean ignored the two people and looked directly at Rosie. This was the first time Sean saw Rosie in a dress. To be honest, he was really amazed. After taking a look at the treasure of the kingdom, Sheen joked without any scruples. You are so beautifully dressed. Aren't you afraid of being robbed home? Sheen made such a joke, which shocked everyone around him. Obviously, this is the first time that someone dares to tease Luoshi in public like this. Right? In response, Luoshi rolled her eyes. Are you sure someone dares to rob me? Luo she smiled and replied. That without any anger. An even unprecedented gentle look made many noble young masters feel moved. But? Yes, Xian said without hesitation, like me? I just want to rob you in, and not let you go back tonight. This dead man even dared to say such words in public. Luo she was speechless. As for the others, they were already stunned. Who dares to speak to the treasure of the kingdom like this? Maybe he thinks tomorrow's sun is too dazzling? Not only did Xian do it, he also did it in front of other members of the royal family, and even nearly half of the nobles in the capital. This made many nobles angry, and they wanted to scold him immediately. But Rosie didn't even give them such a chance. If you have the ability to do it, then I look forward to you doing it. Rosie looked at Xian, and seemed a little annoyed. Then I'll try my best. Xian smiled and brought the topic to a halt. Seeing Xian and Rosie talking and laughing without any grudges, many noble young masters were furious and wanted to rush up to stop them. Limjo also saw his heart twitching, and his face was slightly distorted. Barry frowned, and he didn't seem to be in a good mood either. Even Anji and Leah were somewhat surprised to see Xian and Rosie like this. It was the first time they saw these two people chatting and laughing without any scruples. Of course, it was also the first time they saw Rosie like this. Seeing Rosie's gentler and more relaxed demeanor than usual, Anji and Leah had a lot of thoughts, and their eyes looking at Xian changed a little bit. The same was true for the others. They realized that the relationship between Xian and Rosie might be better than they thought. Although they knew that the two had a close relationship before, they felt it after witnessing this scene. And many people felt a lot of crisis. Barry and Limjo were among them. They realized that they might not be able to let this situation go on. Otherwise, the kingdom's treasure, the most beautiful and precious flower of the human race, would be taken away by this adventurer who came out halfway. Some action must be taken. Many people had such thoughts. They didn't know that soon Xian would become the one that the whole world couldn't afford to offend. King's capital. Demon Embassy. At this time, led by Jacinta, all the demons in the embassy gathered in the hall and knelt on the ground to welcome an adult. She appeared so abruptly, as if she had taken away the magic and glory of the whole world in an instant, and entered everyone's vision. It's been a long time since I came to the human world. She looked at the horizon with some nostalgia. Lord Sarah. Jacinta immediately greeted her respectfully. Are you ready? The demon girl named Sarah glanced at Jacinta and got straight to the point. Yes, we can set off at any time. Jacinta responded respectfully without any complaints. Okay. Sarah nodded. Then, the demon girl turned to the direction of the noble district and smiled. Let me see what kind of man my proud sister looks at so differently. Here, the true pinnacle of the demon world has arrived. Chapter 307 The One from the Demon World. The dinner party of the Bostut family was held in the garden in front of the main building. There is a very spectacular fountain here. Not only is it decorated very cool, but the water sprayed out is not ordinary water, but the spring water from the source of magic. Once it is sprayed into the air, it will evaporate into magical colorful mist, which looks extremely pleasing to the eye. The flowers, plants and trees in the garden have also been very professionally repaired. Now not only do they show their own charm like works of art, but there is also a strange fragrance of flowers floating around, which makes people feel refreshed. In addition, the stone roads paved in the garden were polished and sparkling one by one. The nobles who were just welcomed in were all amazed by the beautiful scenery in front of them, and they all shouted for it. Is this the Beppu where the founding hero once lived? No. I remember that although it is very luxurious, it is not so beautiful. Could it be that Viscount Bostut repaired it himself? Impossible. To make it like this, it would cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins. I don't know if a master with such good craftsmanship can be found to design it. If there is such a master, he would have been famous in the capital long ago. But what is going on? The nobles were surprised and shocked. Even Luo she was amazed by the scene here and asked Xian more than once. How did this get repaired? It was obviously not like this before. Luo she asked Xian frequently in his ear, and her defenseless and close appearance made the men around him jealous. Xian did not hide it. Because I have an incredible maid here. Xian told the truth. All of this was done by Laxia alone. She didn't even know where she bought the magic fountain water at a low price. It was just a waste of money to spray it like this. Xian's heart was twitching. However, Xian didn't plan to question Laxia. After all, it was him who asked her to make it more luxurious. Xian couldn't complain if she could do it to this extent. At least, after tonight, this dinner will definitely be talked about with relish. and it will definitely make Sheen earn enough face. There is no reason for Sheen to say anything about it. Besides, even if she wanted to talk to Laxia, Laxia was not here, because the guests were all royals and nobles. Once Laxia, who looked exactly like Lexia, appeared here, she would definitely set off the rhythm of the whole place. So she was only responsible for preparing the dinner. And all the reception work after the dinner started was handed over to her maids and servants. She disappeared to no one, and was really like a dragon that could not be seen from head to tail. Of course, Roxy, who didn't know this, was only curious about the maid mentioned by Xian, and her beautiful eyes immediately swept across the entire dinner scene. At this time, white tables were laid out in every corner of the garden, arranged neatly and beautifully, making people linger. The various dishes on them were still steaming and fragrant, and the eyes of the nobles were shining, whether they came to attend the dinner sincerely or with ulterior motives. They couldn't help but move over and taste 1 or 2 bites. And then, they couldn't stop. Isn't this too delicious? It's simply a taste that only the gods can have. What kind of chef can make such a dish? Compared with this, the dishes made by my chef are simply garbage. Not to mention my own family. Even the court chefs in the palace don't have such skills. Right? Who made this? The nobles were extremely surprised and praised it like this. Even Anchi and Leah were surprised. And Aradia, who had a paralyzed face, was moved after tasting it. Which shows how delicious these dishes are. It's so delicious. Lord Bastutu, can you introduce me to that chef? Anchi even said this to Sheen. Which shows how delicious these dishes are. If it were someone else, he would be ecstatic to be able to attract the king's attention with his cooking skills and get the opportunity to be introduced. Unfortunately, all these dishes were made by a certain elder sister who continued to be a bunker. If she really appeared, I'm afraid that the joy on the king's face would freeze. So Sheen could only lie that the other party was not a chef, but a wanderer he knew, who happened to pass by the royal capital and was asked by him to cook this dinner. Now the other party has left and is no longer in the royal capital. This made Anchi regretful. Even Leah looked distressed that she would not be able to eat such delicious food in the future. Even Aradia frowned imperceptibly, which made Sheen more and more respectful to the maid. Only Luo she did not believe Sheen's nonsense, and looked at Sheen with doubt. After all, in her eyes, Xian who doesn't deceive people is definitely not Xian. If there is any truth in what he said, Luo she dares to drink a few glasses of poisoned wine in public. So, Luo she rolled her eyes at Xian and continued to watch the whole dinner. Now, every noble is still lingering around the white tables, letting the dishes be cleared at a very fast speed. The maids were walking back and forth with plates in their hands, helping the dinner with all their heart and soul, and also became a beautiful scenery. Luo she was also attracted by the beautiful looks of the maids and looked at them a few more times. After a closer look, none of these maids looked ugly. All of them were above the standard line, either beautiful or cute, which made many noble young masters look at them a few more times. If it weren't for the occasion, those noble young masters didn't dare to make trouble. It is estimated that these maids might have been bullied, but they are all maids of the Bostut family. That is, Xian's maids. Thinking of this, Luo she was a little angry for some reason. Xian, who was chatting with Anchi and Leah, suddenly felt a sharp pinch on his waist. He gasped in pain and turned his head to look at Luoshi, who looked unhappy, with confusion in his eyes. What are you doing? Xian asked in astonishment. Nothing. Luoshi smiled back, but there was not much smile in her eyes. You pinch me for nothing? Xian was even more confused. Can I pinch you for nothing? Luoshi said this as if it was a matter of course. Xian's eyebrows twitched. This girl. Has she forgotten that her brother has a bad temper because she sees that his attitude towards her has become more doting these days? If there weren't so many people here, Xian would definitely give this girl a good beating. Well, the kind that would rub her all over. Well, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. And we don't need 10 years. When the dinner is over, let Shibath master and get the chance. And this girl really won't be able to go back tonight. It's time for me to have some fun in this world. This girl seems to be a good first target for me. Xian circled and crossed Luoshi 100 times in his heart. Luoshi naturally knew Xian very well. Seeing his malicious eyes, her heart tightened. Damn. This is definitely a look that wants to eat me up. Shouldn't I offend him? It's over. With this animal's vengeful personality, I will suffer sooner or later. Otherwise, I should not see him for a while and stay out of the limelight. But life without him is boring. It seems that I can only deal with him as he moves. At most, I can give him some advantage and minimize the sacrifice. Otherwise, with the look in this beast's eyes that seems to want to swallow me up, Luo she feels that sooner or later I will get pregnant before marriage. And I will go from being the pride of the royal family to being the shame of the royal family. The more Luo she thought about it, the more she felt that this was very likely to happen. And her premonition was very accurate, which was directly related to the blessing of the goddess of fate, and was the instruction of fate. In other words, if I don't think of a way, this will really happen. I have to find a time to please him. Just when Qian and Luo she were secretly planning something with each other, suddenly, a person rushed in a panic. Your Majesty. The man seemed to be a civil servant in the palace, with a good status. At this time, he was running out of breath, with a panicked face, which attracted the attention of many people. What's wrong? Anqi frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. There was no way. Anqi had to feel dissatisfied because the officials in the palace were so flustered and a little out of control. But this civil servant, who used to be very perceptive, didn't even have the energy to pay attention to these things. He reported to Anqi in a panic. We just received a notification that the one from the demon realm has just arrived in the capital. The words of the civil servant startled everyone. The one from the demon realm? Anqi was also startled. And then frowned deeper, wondering, which one? What makes you so panicked? Hearing this, the civil servant smiled bitterly. And just when he was about to say something, a laugh rang out. It seems that I don't need to notify you in advance. This is what is called coming at the right time. Right? Such a voice was transmitted very clearly to the scene of the dinner party, and kept lingering in the air. And with this voice, the atmosphere seemed to solidify, and became full of pressure. All the nobles present were shocked. Luo Shi, and she, Leah, Aridia, Shania and others looked at the gate. Even Xian's face changed, because none of his perception skills reacted. And all the alarms, warnings, and detection settings in Bostut's house lost their effects. None of them worked. Under such circumstances, the man suddenly appeared at the dinner with a group of demons. In an instant, he caught everyone's attention. Alas, at the same time, Aie, who was taking a nap in her room, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up suddenly, and stood up in astonishment. Why did she come? Aie was shocked, and she looked at a loss. Could she be coming for Xian? Aie immediately thought of this possibility. So, Aie hesitated for a while, then sighed, spread a pair of dragon wings, and flew out. Chapter 308 Moon Demon and Dragon Demon. Pop! In the silent dinner scene, such a breaking sound was heard very abruptly. That was the sound caused by the wine glass in Barry's hand falling to the ground. This duke, who was known for being cold-blooded and ruthless, looked at the people who appeared here at this moment with a face full of shock. Not to mention Barry. Even Limjo next to him was terrified. No one cared about Barry, because the others also had such performances to a greater or lesser extent, especially those dukes and marquises of higher status. One or two of them were all stunned as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Among them, even the royal family. Leah was swallowing cold air. Sanai also had a look of shock. Aridia's pupils shrank sharply. Anqi also opened his eyes wide. Even Luo Shi's face suddenly changed, as if she saw an incredible existence, and was shocked there. As for Xian, his eyes had long been taken away by the owner of the figure. That was an impressive demon girl. The girl was dressed in plain clothes, with a willow waist and long legs, bright eyes and white teeth, and a tall figure like a model, and a plump figure, with a protruding front and a curved back, and a clear curve. The figure is so good that it is simply the synonym of sexiness. Xian can tell everyone with certainty that this is the most explosive figure he has ever seen in his 2 lives. That invincible figure can make any pure-hearted man feel evil. Such a devilish figure. Even if the appearance is not good, I am afraid that countless men will surround it like sharks smelling fishy smell. But people with such a devilish figure are not only exquisite and beautiful, but also have a kind of seductive beauty between their eyebrows and eyes, which is unforgettable. Such a demon girl is simply charming. Perhaps, in terms of looks, Luo Shi might be slightly better. But in terms of attraction to men, this kind of beauty might be the most fatal. However, among the people present, no one dared to look at her with rude eyes, including those noble young masters with impure thoughts. The same is true. There are 2 reasons. One is that Jacinta, Jess, Liz and other demons all followed each other very obediently, with a respectful look. proving that the status of this demon girl is so high that it is definitely not something that ordinary people can achieve. Another is the atmosphere released by the girl. The momentum that seems to be able to devour all the magic power in the atmosphere, making the world tremble under its feet. And the night sky is also controlled by it. Can definitely make anyone realize that this demon girl is extremely difficult to mess with. Even Shin thinks so. This was because, apart from IE, the demon girl in front of him was the only one who could render all of his perception skills ineffective. Even his maximum level identification skill could not reveal the other party's strength. Under such circumstances, the demon girl looked around. What a great environment. It was so nice to be able to repair this place like this. That idiot Mitra should be very satisfied down there. Right? The demon girl spoke nonsense about the founding hero of this kingdom, the ancestor of the royal family, and the hero of the human race in front of all the high-ranking officials of the kingdom. But none of Anqi and others showed anger. The reason is very simple. The person in front of him is indeed qualified to say such words. Luoshi was the first to react. After taking a deep breath, she bowed to the demon girl. Lord Sarah. Luoshi actually saluted respectfully. This voice awakened everyone present. Lord Sarah. Lord Sarah. Anqi and Leah bowed their heads and saluted like Luoshi. And the rest of the people present, including Ariga, Sanai and Barry, all knelt on one knee. Meet Lord Sarah. The neat and respectful calls made the atmosphere of the entire dinner party solemn. On the side, Xian was stunned. Sarah? This name? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Xian had a bad feeling. The demon girl, who was saluted by everyone and called Sarah by everyone, shook her head and said indifferently, Okay. No need to be polite. I just came to take a look. As she said, Sarah raised her slender hand, and a hidden magic wave spread out, turning into an invisible force, acting on everyone. The next second, all the nobles who were kneeling on one knee were lifted up by an irresistible force, and stood up involuntarily. Even the royal family, who were bent over, stood up uncontrollably, which moved everyone. The same was true for Xian. Just the move made by the other party made him understand that this demon girl was definitely a very scary person. In fact, it was true. Be careful. Luoshi's voice penetrated into Xian's ears without a trace. You can't be too casual in front of this person. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Why? Luoshi said the answer. She is the supreme who has the largest territory, the strongest power and the highest strength in the demon world, and is also the leader of the 6 great demons. In history, she was the first demon to be born. She was also the most trusted and capable demon around the former demon king. Now that the demon king has passed away, she is the one who controls and manages the demons. She is also the one who has made peace with the gods and humans and advocated the coexistence of the 3 races. Even the other 5 demons are headed by her and obey her orders. Therefore, she is the real pinnacle of the demons, known as the Moon Demon. In other words, this is a leader who enjoys the supreme status in the demon clan. Otherwise, why do the nobles of the kingdom need to be so respectful and awed to each other? It is precisely because this is the supreme being who has the final say in the demon world, and no one can disobey him. This identity and status is definitely much higher than the king of a country in the human world. After all, there are many countries in the human world, and the Mitra kingdom is just one of them. How can it compare with the person who leads the entire demon world? Not to mention, the overall strength of the demon clan is above the gods and humans. When the demon king was still alive, the gods and humans joined forces to barely resist the demon clan. Now, although the demon king has passed away, the supreme god has also retired from the world, and the brave has long died. Even if the gods and humans join forces, their overall strength is still weaker than that of the demon clan. Therefore, the arrival of the demon clan supreme is no different from the arrival of a god for a country. If it weren't for the fact that the Mitra royal family were all descendants of brave men, ordinary royal families would have to kneel down and salute this demon supreme. Otherwise, the other party would not need to mobilize the entire demon clan, but only rely on his own strength to destroy the entire country. Therefore, no one dared to be rude, let alone be impolite. Such Sarah took slow steps, and the sound of high heels landing was so clear. Finally, Sarah came to a person. You are Sheen, right? Sarah opened a pair of bright eyes, staring at Sheen, as if to see through him, with an enchanting smile, and said so. Yes, although the level is very low, the magic power and skills are exaggeratedly strong, And it seems that there are even some hidden cards. No wonder the child is interested in you. Hearing this, Xian understood. His strength was seen through by the demon supreme in front of him. The opponent definitely has a stronger observation skill than the full-level identification. Xian felt as if everything about him was seen through by the opponent. I am afraid that, except for his unique skills, special skills, and the holy sword that is being sealed, he has no secrets in the eyes of this demon world supreme. As for others, they also reacted at this time. Seeing the scene where Sarah came directly in front of Xian without any concealment, they finally understood one thing. That is, this person is completely coming for Xian. Lord Sarah, may I ask you? Anqi said in surprise. Luoshi had already walked to Xian's side without a sound, and a little vigilance appeared in her eyes when she looked at Sarah. There is no way. This person is not an ordinary person. If she really wants to do something to Xian, I am afraid that no one present can stop her. Thinking of this, Luoshi subconsciously approached Xian, looking like she was going to fight side by side with him. These actions may be just what Luoshi did subconsciously, but in the eyes of others, it is worth pondering. It seems that you are lucky. Even the treasure of the kingdom is willing to stand up for you? Sarah raised her eyebrows and smiled. Luoshi. Leah called Luoshi quickly. Even Anqi winked at Luoshi and asked her to leave. They were worried that Luoshi would offend Sarah. Then, the situation of the kingdom would be troublesome. Unfortunately, Luoshi seemed to have not heard it, and continued to stand beside Xian. That unwavering look made everyone feel complicated. Sarah was also surprised for a moment. But then, the demon supreme smiled. Okay, don't make a fuss. I am not here to cause trouble for this kid. Sarah waved her hand and dispelled everyone's concerns. So what exactly is the purpose of Lord Sarah's trip? Anqi was not completely relieved, and asked tentatively with some hesitation. Sarah did not answer immediately, but just smiled and said, It's nothing. Just to thank this kid named Xian for taking care of my sister. As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed. Sister? Everyone knew what this word meant. After all, there were only 5 people who could be called sisters by Sarah. Those were the other 5 demons of the demon clan. Aren't you coming out yet, girl? Sarah turned in one direction, and her tone began to become a little unpleasant. Everyone looked over subconsciously. The next moment, everyone saw a petite figure. It's you, Sister Sarah. Aie showed up reluctantly, her tone full of resentment. Looking at this cute little girl, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In fact, many people knew of Aie's existence, because they had been paying attention to Xian. They knew that Xian was often accompanied by a cute little girl, but they didn't know who this little girl was. Only the people of the royal family looked at Aie, as if they suddenly remembered something, and took a breath. Luoshi was among them. Last time, Luoshi had already felt that she seemed to have heard of Aie's image somewhere. Until this moment, Luoshi finally remembered it. It is said that the youngest sister of the 6 great demons is a sleepy dragon who sleeps in the castle of her territory all year round. Few people have seen this demon, and this demon basically never appears in front of people. Even the affairs of the territory are handed over to his subordinates to handle, which is very mysterious. 10 years ago, because of the matter of Killian, the other party did appear once. According to the description of those who have seen her, this demon is a cute little girl holding a pillow. That's right. This demon is Dragon Demon Ai. The youngest of the 6 demons is in this kingdom. And, in Xian's home. Chapter 309. Smiling on the face, empty in the heart. At this moment, many people's minds were blank. In their minds, there were only a few words echoing back and forth. That little girl is the dragon demon among the 6 great demons? The dragon demon is in our kingdom? And in the capital? She has always been with the adventurer? And lived in his house? Why? The nobles thought and watched stupidly, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Especially some nobles who secretly planned to deal with Xian. They were even more shocked at this time. They couldn't imagine what this demon who had been following Xian would do if they really took action and offended Xian. Or even hurt Xian. That's a demon. After the death of the Demon King, these 6 demons are the top fighting force of the demon clan. It can be said that the kingdom can't afford to offend the demons. And even the entire human race can't afford to offend a demon. Once the demons show their true abilities, it will only take a few minutes to destroy a country. When they thought of the consequences of offending the other party, many nobles with impure thoughts trembled in their hearts. Even Barry and Limjo were like this. How could it be? Barry murmured like this. Damn it! Linjo was even more scared and terrified. Why would a little adventurer have a dragon demon following him? What went wrong? Crazy. The nobles who couldn't believe all this cursed and trembled in secret. The people in the royal family also looked incredible. This person. Leo looked at Xian with a complicated face. Anshi was completely silent. And only the look in his eyes when he looked at Xian was so wrong. Aradia and Sanai were still kneeling on one knee on the ground, not knowing what they were thinking. As for Roxy, she looked at Yi and then at Xian. And she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Even she didn't expect that Yi was actually the dragon demon. But Xian always took this dragon demon with him. And he almost went in and out with the dragon demon. Roxy really wanted to ask him, who gave him such courage to dare to take the dragon king, who could evaporate the ocean with a breath of dragon like taking a child out for a walk. Could it be that he was able to tame the black dragon of Atrus, because he had the dragon demon around him? Roxy couldn't help thinking so. Presumably. Many people would think so afterwards. Right? But now? Their thoughts have nothing to do with Xian. She had only had one sentence MP to say. Although he had more or less guessed Ai's identity. When he actually learned the true identity of this little girl in person, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, the hack." After all, one of the 6 most powerful demons is actually such a little girl, who fleeces him all day long and makes him spend all his money to buy her expensive desserts. Xian really doesn't want to admit it. But that's the fact. After seeing Ai, Sarah was delighted and spoke in a happy and angry voice. "Good Ai. You actually woke up. And after waking up, you didn't notify anyone, and sneaked into the human world alone, making everyone think you were still sleeping in the castle. Sister doesn't remember raising you to be such a person." Sarah changed her tone. No longer as condescending as before, but became like facing the closest family, scolding while reaching out her hand, as if she was going to hug Ai. Unfortunately, Ai didn't even think about it, and dodged Sarah's hand. "Sister Sarah really came to find me?" Ai said very dissatisfiedly, in other words. "Someone is tipping you off." As she said that, Ai turned her sight, and looked at Jacinta, who came with Sarah. "Master, I..." Jacinta's face froze, and he pulled out an extremely ugly smile, and prepared to explain. However, Ai did not give him such a chance at all. "Since you betrayed me, you should be mentally prepared to be punished. Right?" Ai glared at Jacinta. "Yes." Jacinta wanted to argue, but seeing Ai's unquestionable look, he suddenly lost his temper, and could only lower his head with a sad face. A cadre of the demon clan was suppressed like this, which made the nobles feel very unrealistic. But, no matter how unrealistic it felt, it was also reality. You ran out secretly, and you still have the nerve to blame others. Sarah put her hands on her waist and said unhappily, "If the other sisters knew, they would definitely blame you." "Little Ai, I don't care. I can go wherever I want. My sisters are too domineering. Why do they control me?" Ai frowned and emphasized, also, "How many times have I said that you are not allowed to add a small word in front of my name? Hee hee. You still like to act like an adult. But there is no way. No matter how long. In your sister's eyes, you will always be your sister's little Ai." Sarah smiled and said, "Okay. Hurry up and go back with your sister. If those annoying guys in the God clan know that you came to the human world without permission, they will come to complain to me again. Then let them complain." Ai snorted coldly and said, "When there is trouble, they urge us to come to the human world to deal with the aftermath. And when there is no trouble, they wish we would stay in the demon world forever. What do those stupid people in the God clan think of us? There is no way. Little Ai, our power is still too strong for the human world after all. The God clan certainly does not want to see the country in the human world being destroyed by us from time to time." While saying these words that frightened the nobles around her, Sarah said leisurely, "Also, you only wake up once in such a long time. And every time you wake up, you go back to sleep not long after. It is difficult for your sisters and your subordinates to see you. Now you even sneak into the human world. Do you have the heart to make us in the demon world worry about you? You are all worried about it. What does it have to do with me?" Ai said unreasonably, "Anyway, I am fine here. Sister doesn't need to worry. Sister should hurry back to the demon world." Hearing this, Sarah looked at Ai steadily, and suddenly squatted down with her face covered after a few seconds. "Woo woo woo. Little Ai has finally entered the rebellious period, and doesn't want her sister anymore. Woo woo woo." The supreme ruler of the demon world actually cried. Everyone present was stunned. Not to mention others. Even Xian was dumbfounded. Why did she cry? Xian was stunned. Not to mention, such a beauty and a big beauty actually squatted on the ground and cried like this. It was really pitiful and distressing. At least, the men present were so pitiful that they wanted to comfort her. Only Ai was still cold and ruthless. Don't pretend to cry, Sister Sarah, Ai said calmly. Don't you feel tired of pretending to cry every time? Sarah cried even more sadly, as if she was really hurt by Ai. Everyone present looked at each other. Xian's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to react. Even Ai started to have a headache. Please don't cry, sister. At that moment, Ai could only step forward helplessly and pull her sister up. Sister is the supreme of the demon clan. Can you not be so childish? Ai's words were also sincere. In response, Sarah just raised her delicate face with tears in her eyes and pouted her lips. Then will little Ai go home with me? That look is just like acting like a spoiled child. Xian almost couldn't bear to watch. On the contrary, the men around, seeing such a beauty, such a supreme demon, acting like a spoiled child, felt their legs go weak. And there was even more evil fire in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that the demon girl in front of them was too strong and her identity was too terrifying, all the men at the scene would be crazy about her. Right? Fortunately, such a person who brought disaster to the country and the people was not an ordinary person. Otherwise it would definitely make many men fight for it, and even trigger countless conflicts and disputes. Only Ai was still the same. I really don't want to go back, Sister Sarah, Ai said helplessly. Going back is just sleeping. Just let me do something I like. It can be seen that Ai was also spoiled and protected too much by her sisters. So she wanted to do something different from before. Like things? Sarah sniffed, blinked, and then suddenly said, What you mean by like things is to be with this human? Sarah looked at Xian. Sean didn't know what to say, because he could clearly see Sarah staring at him, as if staring at a sinner who had taken away her most beloved treasure. No, it was not just Sarah. Even Roxy was staring at Sean. However, Roxy's eyes were different from Sarah's. She looked like she was looking at a dead otaku with a special fetish. And her eyes were full of anger. Sean really wanted to say, she wanted to follow me herself. What does it have to do with me? It's simply amazing. However, this scene, in the eyes of those nobles, had a different meaning. Because this is a very scary thing. What does this mean? It means that there is a demon behind Sean, who is always by his side and protecting him. This fact made many people's heartbeats accelerate and shocked. Especially Barry and Linjo. They almost bit their tongues off. But Ai didn't know how to hide it at all. That's right. I want to follow him. Ai said very frankly, I am very interested in his future. And I am even more interested in what he will do in the future. And I am even more interested in the changes he can bring to the world. So I want to follow him. Ai's words made Sarah silent. The others were so shocked that they were numb and had no idea what expression to make. Even Jacinta and others began to change their eyes when they looked at Xian. Could this person make his young master pay so much attention to him? Everyone fell into silence because of the development in front of them. Finally, Sarah stood up. In this case, let me disturb him here for a while. Sarah looked at Xian regardless of the sudden stop of breathing of others. I think you must have something extraordinary to make my sister care so much. Let me observe a little bit. Sarah made such a declaration. Xian wanted to say no. Just kidding. Who wants to have such a powerful peeping Tom around? Still observing? Go observe your sister. You love her too. Don't you? Sean, just like to say no to others. Sean was ready to retort immediately. However, Rosie stopped him and shook her head at him, as if she really didn't want to annoy Sarah. Sean can ignore Sarah's feelings, but Rosie and the people of this kingdom can't. Seeing this, what else can Sean say? He can only smile on his face and keep MMP in his heart. Chapter 310 I'm going to fight you. This dinner tonight is destined to become a legend that will shock the entire capital. It was just a dinner for a viscount to be crowned a viscount. But not only were there countless dukes and marquises present, but even the entire royal family came together, which was enough to cause a sensation. However, compared with the two who appeared later, this was child's play. Moon Demon, Dragon Demon, two of the 6 great demons, the supreme of the demon world and the king of the dragon clan, actually showed up at this dinner together and lived in Boztut's house. Such an incredible thing may not only cause a sensation in the capital, but also in the entire human world. Even the god realm may be alarmed. so it is possible that some actions will be taken. Anyway, the nobles who attended the dinner were in a daze until the end of the dinner. And then, they left the Bostat family with a feeling of excitement or uneasiness. As for Sarah, she really stayed. However, this seemed to cause dissatisfaction in Ayi. Ayi wanted to drive this sister back. Sister Sarah is obviously a busy person. Why does she have time to stay here and make trouble? Ayi was very puzzled. I don't care. Anyway, if little Ayi doesn't go with me, then I won't go either. Sarah really looked like she was making trouble. The two sisters quarreled directly in the garden, making Jacinta, Jess, Liz and other demons on the side smile bitterly. As the organizer of this dinner, Sheehan was pulled aside by Roxy and other royal family members. Do you really want her to stay with me? Sheehan finally had the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction to Luoshi and others. If Luoshi hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely driven Sarah back just now. No matter whether she is the top of the demon clan or the supreme of the demon world, Sheehan doesn't believe that she dares to make trouble here with AIE on his side. But the royal family and others definitely don't want to see Sarah go crazy in the royal capital. So, including Luoshi, everyone looked helpless. Do you really want to refuse? Leah smiled bitterly and said, that's Lord Sarah, the leader of the 6 great demons. If she is upset, the royal capital and even the kingdom will be finished. This is everyone's biggest fear. Even Anchi looked helpless. Lord Sarah just wanted to take her sister back. And she was just staying for a while. So there was no need to offend her for such a small matter. Anchi patted Sheehan's shoulder and said with emotion, don't be ungrateful. It is a great honor and support to let the supreme ruler of the demon world live in your home. After what happened today, I believe the kingdom will overturn its evaluation of you. At least, Anchi has overturned his previous evaluation of Sheehan. He thought he had paid enough attention to Sheehan, but he really didn't expect that Sheehan would give him such a big surprise. Anyway, Anchi really wanted to ask how Sheehan managed to get the youngest of the 6 demons, who lived in seclusion. Ahem. He had a good relationship with her. Just because there was a demon behind Sheehan. From now on, even if the entire human race wanted to deal with him, they would have to think carefully. Now that there are no heroes and the supreme god is also hidden from the world, the only ones who can compete with the demons are the 3 goddesses of the god realm. The human race alone can no longer resist the demons. Therefore, Anchi himself felt that he should also digest today's events. Think about what to do next, and what attitude should be best taken towards Sheehan. As for the present, he can only try his best to stabilize Sarah. Don't worry. Luoshi also spoke, looking at Sheehan, and explained, unlike His Highness the Dragon Demon, who rarely appears in public, Lord Sarah, as the supreme demon and leader of the demon world, handles almost all the affairs of the demon clan. Even the contacts with the gods and humans are handled by Lord Sarah. The rest of the demons either do their own thing or are only responsible for the affairs in their own territories. Therefore, Lord Sarah definitely doesn't have much time to waste here with you. This is the truth. It would be strange if Sarah chose to stay and temporarily live here, given her status and busyness. Sheehan heard some of Luoshi's hints. You mean, the reason why the moon demon chose to stay with me might be that he planned to do so from the beginning? Sheehan more or less understood the reason. I think so. Luoshi did not deny it. She nodded and said, according to rumors, Lord Sarah is a very capable demon. Since his birth, he has gained the greatest trust of the Demon King. He has been helping the Demon King to manage the demons, and commanding the demons to fight against the gods at the forefront. He has won great victories again and again. The demons have been so strong that they can always suppress the gods and humans. This person has made an indelible contribution. It is said that Lord Sarah also has a pair of unique eyes that can not only see through the ever-changing situation on the battlefield, but also see through the reality of anyone and not be fooled by illusions. Hearing Luoshi's words, she had immediately recalled the feeling of being seen through by Sarah when he just met Sarah. Those eyes that seemed to be able to see through all his secrets were indeed impressive. And with such ability and wisdom, it is naturally impossible for this supreme demon to be angry and upset for no reason, so willfully intend to stay. Unless this is the action that the other party originally intended to take. I think that Lady Sarah came to the human world to look for Her Highness the Dragon Demon. Her original intention was to prevent Her Highness the Dragon Demon from being deceived and exploited by humans. So she really wanted to take her back. Right? Luoshi proposed with a hint of meaning. But after seeing you, Lady Sarah may have discovered something. So she immediately changed her mind. This is not unconvincing. If you think about it carefully, with Sarah's mind. How could she not know the character of AIE, who had been together for so long and had been sisters for so many years? She must know how to persuade AIE to go back. And she also knows that if she uses ordinary methods, AIE will definitely not obey her orders and return to the demon world. In this case, Sarah did not succeed in taking AIE away in the end, but seemed to be very passive to stay here with her sister? This is not logical at all. Besides, since Sarah knows AIE's personality very well, she naturally knows that the object that can make AIE stay so persistently to observe is definitely not an ordinary existence. Right? In this case, it is normal for Sarah to want to see through the secret thoroughly. She had immediately understood what Luo she wanted to say. Luo she just wanted to say that Xian's identity might have been discovered. After all, Xian's full-level identification skill can discover the true face of the sealed holy sword. If Sarah has a pair of eyes that are stronger than the full-level identification skill, then even if Xian's holy sword is covered with 3 seals, she can still discover it. Right? In other words, have I been seen through more than I thought? Xian was immediately depressed. Damn. Why do I feel that my identity as a hero is exposed from time to time? Is it so difficult to hide? If it is so difficult to hide, how can the protagonist in other novels always pretend to be pigs and eat tigers? Do you really think that others are all mentally retarded and incompetent? Xian wanted to sigh to the sky. But at the same time, he also realized that something was wrong. This moon demon is the supreme demon and the leader of the entire demon clan. If she has discovered my identity as a hero, she must have begun to suspect whether the gods are secretly planning something. Right? After 1,000 years, when peace has been restored in the world, the gods have secretly restarted the grand ceremony of summoning heroes and summoned heroes. What does this mean? Are the gods planning to go to war with the demons? Similar considerations must have appeared in Sarah's mind. That's why Xian didn't want to reveal his identity. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the peace of the 3 clans will really be broken. Luo she was reminding him of this implicitly. Lady Sarah stayed for you, not for her sister. This possibility is very high. Luo she ignored Anqi and Leah's surprised expressions, and said to Xian very seriously, she may still be thinking about how to deal with your sudden big accident. So she wants to put you in her sight first. You have to be careful. If you do something inappropriate and make Sarah think that Xian is harmful to the demons, Sarah is likely to attack Xian directly. This is not a big boss who comes to Xian's door to let Xian hold thighs, but a potentially fatal threat. If you just rejected Lady Sarah is likely to think that you have something shameful that you don't want the demons to know, which will further stimulate her cautious nerves. Luo she then told the real reason why she stopped Xian. Therefore, I think you better be cautious and don't mess around. Hearing this, Xian's heart was even more MP. Feeling, this is to invite a master back to yourself. Right? Still have to be cautious with her? No way. Self-righteously came to monitor me. Do you still want me to be good-tempered and treat me well? That's impossible. Sarah? Is it? Very good. I'll fight you. At this time, Xian didn't know that there was also an obscure conversation going on between Sarah and Ai. Don't mess around. Sister Sarah. Ai stared at Sarah tightly and said, that person is temporarily protected by me. I don't want Sister Sarah to do anything excessive. Yes. Ai also saw her sister's plan. Luo she and others were only afraid of Sarah. But they didn't know that Ai was not stupid either, and was not so easy to fool. Just as Sarah would naturally understand Ai naturally knew what kind of virtue her sister was. So? Ai said so. Sarah's eyes flickered slightly. Oh! It seems that our little Ai really cares about that boy. Sarah smiled and said, if that's the case, then I have to take a closer look at what kind of person he is. Obviously, Sarah did not compromise anything because of this. Ai said, if it's just watching. Ai said lightly, but if Sister Sarah wants to do something else, I don't intend to watch it. Is that so? Sarah restrained her smile, and after a moment of silence, she said faintly, just a human. I didn't expect you to care so much. He is an interesting person, and also very much to my taste. Ai glanced at Sarah and said, I just want to tell you that I can have my own friends. After leaving these words, Ai turned around and left. Only Sarah was left, and the silent Jacinta and the others looked at Ai's back, and smiled bitterly after a while. It seems that she was really too strict in the past. Chapter 3:11 People think I'm handsome. Cluck, cluck, cluck. When the last carriage slowly drove away with the sound of wheels and left the Bostad family, Tonight's ennoblement dinner came to an end. The fountain water had stopped spraying. The dishes and white tables were removed by the maids and moved by the servants. And Sarah entered the main hall of the Bostut family and was invited to the luxurious reception room. The people present included Sheehan, AI, Jacinta and others. Originally, Vivian and others should have been there, but they seemed to think that as guests, they should not disturb the meeting between Sheehan and Sarah. So they all returned to their own rooms. Of course, not disturbing the meeting is one reason. And the more important reason is probably because being in the same room with two demons is too stressful for them. Right? Especially Lumia and Melika, who were already panicked by Sarah's visit and residence, and almost fainted when they found out that AI was also one of the 6 great demons. The Dragon Demon. It turned out that I had always lived under the same roof with the Dragon Demon. I had even entered the bath with the Dragon Demon. The 2 little girls couldn't bear the fact of such stimulation, and looked like they had completely fainted. It was too difficult for them to accompany them here. So, Vivian and Tyr took the 2 girls away. The girls lived in the annex, which was a distance away from the main building. It would take about 10 minutes to walk there normally, so it was quite far away. If it weren't for this, a group of girls waiting to be married would inevitably spread some gossip if they stayed in the home of a hot-blooded man. Now, only Sheehan and AI lived in the main building. However, it was not only Sheehan and Ai who entertained Sarah and his party here. Please have tea. Laxa, who appeared at some point, served tea to everyone, placing cups of tea in front of everyone one after another, with a calm look on her face. But Sarah stared at Laxia closely, and her eyes had not moved away since Laxia appeared. Behind Sarah, Jacinta also looked at Laxia with a stiff face, as if she saw something incredible. On the contrary, Jace and Liz looked at each other with confusion, seemingly not knowing what was going on. Looking at such a group of demons, Sheehan still remembered that at the beginning, they behaved quite calmly. However, after Laxia appeared, Sarah and Jacinta's reactions became a little intriguing. Sarah's face suddenly changed and her breathing became rapid when she saw Laxia. Jacinta was even more unbearable. When Laxia appeared, she was shocked and almost screamed out loud. On the contrary, Laxia, seeing the Demon Clan Supreme and Demon Clan cadres, not only did she not feel stage fright, but she provided services with a calm and impeccable attitude from beginning to end. This made Sheehan confused, and AI was silent, saying nothing. Now, Sheehan and Sarah have sat down opposite each other. AI also sat next to them. Jacinta and his party stayed behind Sarah, and let Laxia, who served tea, also quietly return to Sheehan's side. Until then, Sarah reluctantly retracted her gaze. You seem to have a very special maid, Lord Bastutu. Sarah didn't know what she was thinking, and after taking a deep breath, she said this. Sheehan raised his eyebrows, glanced at Laxia who was still calm beside him, and then looked at Sarah. Lord Moon Demon was really joking. Sheehan said with a fake smile, "This is not my maid. I don't believe that the Supreme of the Demon Realm would not know such a thing." Hearing this, Sarah smiled and did not deny it. She naturally knew that this maid was not Sheehan's. If I remember correctly, she should be the maid of the old demon clan called Laxia. Right? Sarah's words proved that she had information in this regard. It was the former old demon clan? Sheehan seemed to answer the question irrelevantly. Then where is this former old demon clan? Sarah asked with a smile. You actually left an important maid with Lord Bostut. You have a close relationship with the former old demon clan. Right? This is your misunderstanding. Sheehan shook his head and said seriously, I have only met her once or twice. I wonder if Lord Sarah will believe it. Met once or twice? Sarah laughed dumbly and said, would someone who has only met once or twice hand over an important maid to serve the other party? Maybe? Sheehan shrugged and said a little seriously, maybe. They do this because I am handsome and trustworthy. Who knows? Puff. Sarah couldn't help laughing and said, you are really good at joking, Lord Bastutu. Sheehan's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to hit someone. Although he did say it so frivolously on purpose, he still felt very unhappy with this answer. I praised myself for being handsome. But you said I was joking? Is this a disguised way of saying that I am ugly? If he didn't know if he could beat this guy, Sheehan would have wanted to slap him. Of course, this slap was definitely not on the face. If the other party was a man, he would have to slap his face. But if it was a beautiful woman, he would have to slap her, but don't ask why. Asking is stupid. At that moment, Sheehan resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and finally got to the point. I said. Lord Moon Demon, you are very busy. You must be a busy man. You don't really want to live with me, right? Xian said this bluntly. What? Is there any problem? Sarah raised her eyebrows slightly and asked calmly. Do you think it's okay? Xian looked at the other party directly, and then said bluntly, Then dare you swear in the name of Demon King Claudius that you just want to live with your sister and do this for your sister? This sentence made Sarah's smile freeze. You? Jacinta's face also changed. Just when she was about to say something, she was forced back by AI's sharp eyes. That's what they said. Sister Sarah. AI also said lightly, What are you going to do? How to do it? Is there any need to say more? Swearing in the name of the Demon King. Sarah would definitely not do such a thing. Otherwise, if she violated it, she would be discrediting the king she once followed. As the Demon King's confidant and the most trusted demon, how could Sarah do such a thing to discredit the Demon King? So, should I say, he is really worthy of being the chosen one? Sarah's expression finally became sarcastic, and she said, Is it fun to drag out the Demon King we love like this? Some people can understand Sarah's words, while others can't. At least, Jacinta and his party don't know what the so-called chosen one refers to. But if someone knows Xian's true identity, then they know what Sarah means. Anyway, Xian said in his heart, As expected, my identity is really seen through by this moon demon. This proves that all the advice Roxy gave Xian was right. Sarah came not only for AI, but also for Xian. After understanding this, Xian relaxed. He was already exposed. What else could he do? He had done what he should do. But his identity was still exposed. It could only be said that it was God's will. In this case, even if Sarah chose to go to war with the gods and humans because of this matter, causing the three races of gods, humans and demons to start a war again after 1,000 years, it would have nothing to do with Xian. Xian has done his best, and there is no need to worry about this matter. After all, he is not from this world. Even if this world is shrouded in war, he will not say anything. So, I just want to tell Lord Sarah that I am not a good-tempered person. Xian smiled and said, I don't know how Lord Sarah views my existence, and whether he thinks that I know your sister for some purpose. But I actually don't like being involved in the political stage, especially the big stage related to the peace of the three races. The implication of Xian's words was obvious. He was telling Sarah that he had no intention of doing anything special, and hoped that others would not disturb his life because of suspicion. Otherwise, if I get impulsive, the demons will not have a good time. Right? Xian's words were quite blunt. This made Jacinta, Jess, and Liz's eyes turn cold, because Xian's words were no different from threats. In response, AI still said nothing and sat there expressionlessly. Laxia also weakened her presence, with a calm face. On the contrary, Sarah seemed to have not expected Xian to say such a thing, and looked at him deeply. She did not think Xian's words were presumptuous. After all, Sarah had a special eye, and she had indeed seen the true face of the holy sword on Xian's waist. Unfortunately, Sarah was not able to see the full power of Xian's holy sword, but as far as the power that Sarah glimpsed was concerned, it was strong enough to move her. Therefore, Sarah can say with certainty that the current Xian may not be the opponent of the demon, but he has already been able to pose a certain threat. He is still far from reaching his limit, and the terrible achievements in the future. Sarah feels a little palpitation when she thinks about it. In addition, as a brave man, Xian must have very powerful unique skills. Sarah does not think that Xian's threat is too weak, because Sarah also did not see through the unique skill. Of course, Sarah did not see through Xian's blessing. If it were someone else, as long as it was not too special, Sarah could see through the other party's unique skills and special skills. It can be seen that Sarah's wisdom is far beyond the imagination of others. But Sarah couldn't see through the effects of Xian's holy sword, blessing, and unique skills. No wonder she couldn't help but want to stay and observe. Why would such a strong hero appear at this point? Sarah frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 312. I envy you guys so much. In the end, Sarah stayed. Xian didn't say anything. After letting Laxia help Sarah arrange the room, he let everyone disperse on the spot. He also knew that Sarah would definitely not change her mind because of 1 or 2 words from him. After all, he is the supreme ruler of the demon world, and a very smart supreme ruler. He must have his own opinions. In addition, as a demon, he stands at the top of the 3 realms. How could he be timid because of a few words from him? It's better to say that if it weren't for Xian, who is a special and sensitive person, others dared to speak like that in front of Sarah. I'm afraid the grass on their graves is as high as the house. Right? So, Sarah must still have her own ideas in her heart. But I don't know whether those ideas are good or bad. Xian doesn't want to care too much. Just don't affect him. Of course, Sarah seemed to give Xian face. Although she stayed, she drove Jacinta and others back. I will naturally find you when I need you. Now you should go back and wait. Sarah ruthlessly drove away everyone around her, leaving them looking at each other in bewilderment. But soon, their faces turned pale again. Remember? I will slowly settle the matter of betraying me with you later. AI's cold words almost made Jacinta cry. Not to mention Jess and Liz, who were already paralyzed by fear. God has mercy on them. They only informed Sarah for their little master. If they were not worried that their little master would be deceived and used by humans, why would they bother to do this? After all, the object of their loyalty is AI, not Sarah. And this time, if the cadres under Sarah knew that they secretly brought Sarah here, they would definitely be in trouble, knowing that he had to pay such a price. Jacinta still chose to bring Sarah here because of his loyalty. But now his little master is thinking about him, complaining about him, and even punishing him. Jacinta really wants to die. It's all because of this human. Jacinta glared at Xian. Originally, Jacinta was quite interested in Xian and wanted to deal with him. But now, he only hates and resents Xian. In response, Xian blinked and gave Jacinta a big smile. Jacinta was so angry that he wanted to fight with Xian. But, everyone, take your time. I'll let my mount send you off. Xian snapped his fingers without saying anything and called Yulin over. At that time, Yulin roared and fell from the sky, landing in front of the main hall, looking in through the window, staring at Jacinta and his group with a pair of dragon eyes, causing them to shut down on the spot. Level 99 dragon? Even Sarah was shocked. I have to say here that these demons are completely unaware of Yulin's existence, because after completing the mission in the Atla Canyon, Jacinta and his party hurried back to the demon realm to report Ai's affairs to Sarah. So Jacinta and others had no idea about the taming of the Atla Black Dragon that was making a lot of noise in the capital. And Sarah, who was in the demon realm and had just come to the human world not long ago, was even less likely to know about this matter. Perhaps, after a while, they will also receive news about this, especially Jacinta, as one of the 4 major cadres under the dragon demon. Once he comes back, he will probably know the news soon. But the problem is that they came back too hastily, and they didn't have time to visit the Bostut family before they learned the news. Therefore, Yulin's appearance stunned them all at once. But after being stunned, everyone's eyes became hot again. There is such a strong dragon in the human world. Jacinta was overjoyed. Very good. This child is very high quality. Sarah was also delighted. As a dragon, Jacinta knew very well what a level 99 dragon meant. This means that once the other party successfully transforms into a human and becomes a demon, he will immediately reach the top of the demon clan and become the existence second only to the 6 great demons. How could Jacinta not be overjoyed with such a promising dragon? How could Sarah not be delighted? Unfortunately. Okay. Don't think about it. This child refuses to go to the demon world with us, and only wants to stay with this kid. Ai poured a basin of cold water on Sarah and Jacinta in a rather dissatisfied tone. After the two understood what happened, they looked at Yulin with eyes full of regret. Why do you want to be a mount if you don't want to be a good demon? Once you go back to the demon world with us and successfully transform into a human, no one except the 6 demons will dare to challenge you. This is almost a treatment of being second to none. Isn't it better than being a mount? And that human, what kind of magic potion did he feed him to make him follow so devotedly? Sarah and Jacinta felt both regretful and indignant. But let alone Xian. Even the black dragon Yulin looked down on these 2 people. Although one of the 2 is not weaker than himself, and the other is even more difficult to tell, and feels as terrible as the Dragon King's sister, a name forced by a little girl who treats him well. But I am the king of monsters, a dragon. Since I have sworn allegiance, there is no regret. Besides, my master loves me so much that he would inject something very strong, referring to magic power, into my body, and make me feel so comfortable every time, referring to absorbing magic power. How could I be willing to leave? I just want to eat the master's food, or magic power, every day, and feel so comfortable every day, or absorb magic power. I envy you to death. Those who think wrongly should face the wall and think about the past. Oh, So, Jacinta and others were all driven out by Yulin. As for Sarah, she no longer cares about her. This is a big boss, who doesn't listen to what he says, and can't be controlled. He may not be able to beat her. So just let her go. It's a pity that I can't take a comfortable bath with our little cutie Tyr for a while. Otherwise, who knows if this demon supreme, who keeps saying that he wants to observe himself, will peak. I can only stay out of the limelight for the time being. That night, many noble families also changed their attitude towards Xian. This is a person who cannot be easily provoked. The nobles who dislike Xian really began to feel afraid at this time. Before, although Xian's performance was also very impressive, it was only impressive after all. They could pay attention to him, but they could not be afraid of him. Without knowing Xian's true strength, they would only think that no matter how strong Xian was, he could not be stronger than Rosie, Arya, and even more impossible to be stronger than their family's power. So they dared to plot against him, even if Xian tamed the Black Dragon of Atrus. In their opinion, it was just a dragon with no brains. It was not good for a head-on confrontation. But there were not too many obstacles that could be made in secret. So even if they were afraid, they still dared to take risks for some benefits. Even though everyone said that the Kingdom Knights were almost destroyed in Xian's hands. In fact, many people still believe that it was Yulin's doing, not Xian's own power. In view of this, when they saw that Xian and Rosie were so close, the nobles all wanted to do something. In order to prevent the unparalleled princess from being abducted, they really had to take a risk. But everything that happened tonight completely dispelled their thoughts. With the dragon demon by his side, who dares to touch him? That's a demon. If she gets upset, she'll destroy the country, and then we'll all be doomed. She doesn't care who the murderer is, let alone the lives of innocent people. With a breath of dragon, the capital will be completely evaporated. Right? Oh my god. It's too scary. No. This person can't be touched. At least, before we find out what the relationship between him and the dragon demon is. We must not touch him. Not only can we not touch him, we can't let others touch him. So, we have to stop others from making plans for him? Nonsense. Unless you want to die. Damn it. Many nobles had similar conversations. And eventually one or two of them gave up on finding trouble with Xian. Especially since Sarah was now living with Xian. No one dared to provoke Xian, let alone have an opinion, because Xian lived in the center of the noble district. The other party was a noble, with the support of the demons. Wasn't he qualified to live in that mansion? If not, who else was qualified? All the nobles could only swallow their anger, including Barry. The same was true. The Duke was silent in the study for a long time, until his eyelids began to fight. And then he spoke in a deep voice. In the future, don't provoke that Xian again. This sentence was naturally said to Linzhou. To be honest, Linzhou wanted to object, and was very unwilling. But he knew that at this time, no matter how much he objected, no matter how unwilling he was, it was in vain. The father and son who thought they could eat Xian to death at the beginning had to admit that they couldn't afford to provoke this person. The sense of powerlessness had spread in their hearts. Just honestly pursue his highness with legitimate means. Barry could only tell Linzhou that. Yes. Linzhou lowered his head. In his mind, the scene of Xian and Roxy talking and laughing together and behaving intimately kept emerging. This is your room, Lady Sarah. Laxia took Sarah to a luxurious guest room and spoke to her respectfully. If you have any instructions, please feel free to call me at any time. Hearing this, Sarah, who walked in with Laxia, did not look at the room, but looked at Laxia with a very complicated look. Laxia did not make any expression to this, and after bowing to Sarah, she walked away. Sarah watched Laxia's back as she left, and after a long time, she murmured a word. Mother. Sarah uttered such a murmur. The voice was filled with sadness. Chapter 313 LV.55. The next day, Sarah visited Boztut's house, and Yi had been staying with Xian. The news that two demons appeared in the Mitra kingdom and were in the capital spread all of a sudden. The people in the capital were all clamoring about it. The neighboring countries also received the news, and they were all surprised. Why did the supreme of the demon clan and the king of the dragon clan come to the human world? Could it be that the vicious incident caused by the old demon clan has occurred again? They stayed at Viscount Boztut's house? It was just a Viscount's house. How could the moon demon and the dragon demon live there? Many people were surprised and started to take action for it. The people in the capital started to talk about it with great enthusiasm. And the incident that happened at the ennoblement dinner of Bostut's house last night spread at a very fast speed. The nobles and even the high-ranking officials of various countries began to move to the capital of the kingdom of Mitra, hoping to take this opportunity to say hello to the supreme demon and establish a connection. Although demons are very terrifying, the peace between the three races has been maintained for a whole 1,000 years. The major forces of the human race are naturally not only afraid of demons, but there are many people who hope to establish a connection with demons, build a good relationship with them, and obtain their protection. Thanks to this, from this day on, the gate of the Bostut family was almost crowded with people every day, welcoming the visits of the great nobles and big figures of the great forces. They used the excuse of visiting the Viscount Xian, but in fact they just wanted to see Sarah and AI. Even the popule of the temple came to the door in person, presumably on behalf of the gods, to explore Sarah and AI's thoughts. Right? Even Anshi, Leah and even Luoshi visited the Bostut family several times after that. Unfortunately, Xian didn't see any of them except for a limited number of them. They didn't come to see me, so why should I see them? Xian was very rude. These people almost all came for Sarah and AI, so Xian didn't want to see any of them. Even though their status was much higher than his own Viscount, Xian didn't want to give them any face. Sometimes even let them eat a cold shoulder, which made many self-important nobles and forces confused for a while, but dared not to say anything. AI was even more straightforward. That was really not seeing anyone. Xian at least met Luoshi, and she, Leah and Yule. But AI didn't even give these people face. And the people who came to visit didn't even see her. On the contrary, Sarah, the supreme ruler of the demon race, seemed to have anticipated the emergence of this scene and was more accustomed to these superficial hypocrisy. She met a few people and told them the original intention of her presence here. Obviously, Sarah did not want to cause excessive vigilance of the gods and humans because of the actions of her two sisters. As the face of the demon world, the person who is fully responsible for maintaining peace between the demons and the other two tribes, Sarah must make some representations. Of course, Sarah only met people at the level of Anshi and Yule. The people he met were either the king of a country or people whose status was no less than that of the king of a country. The rest were not even qualified for Sarah to remember their names. But even so, the gate of Bostut's house was still crowded with people every day, constantly welcoming visits from various nobles. Even Barry seemed to have been here. Even if he was turned away, he would leave gifts, hoping to leave a good impression on Sarah and AI. This is the nobility. Xian sighed more than once. But after sighing, he continued to be the same as always. And he would not see anyone he didn't want to see. This is probably the most arrogant and unscrupulous Viscount since the establishment of the kingdom. Right? Even the visits of some dukes and marquises were rejected mercilessly by Xian. However, they did not dare to do anything to Xian. They could only curse in their hearts one by one. But they still kept a generous and indifferent look on their faces, claiming that they would come again if they had the chance next time, which really made Xian despise them. Later, Xian simply let these guys continue to come happily and get rejected. And he no longer paid attention to these things and returned to his daily life. What daily life? Of course, he went to the underground magic library of the palace to study hard. Although Xian had to meet some nobles from time to time when he went in and out of the palace, and was greeted and made connections with them, Xian only dealt with them superficially and left. He continued to do what he had to do, without changing at all. This made many people confused. What exactly did this Viscount Bostut intend to do? Such a good opportunity to make connections. Doesn't he want to cherish it at all? If you can get close to those dukes and marquises, you can walk sideways in the kingdom. Right? What a great opportunity. That's what people think. In this regard, Xian still doesn't care. Doesn't listen. Doesn't ask. Learns magic when it's time to learn magic. Goes home when it's time to go home. Sometimes contacts with the people in Vivian's team. Sometimes chats with Luoshi in the palace. And simply takes the 4 words of doing what I want to the extreme. Of course, Xian treats Yi the same way as before. Quarrels with her when it's time to quarrel with her. And strokes her when it's time to stroke her. He even picked up this little girl in front of Sarah more than once without hesitation, which made Sarah's expression extremely stiff at the time. But immediately afterwards, Sarah was jealous again. Little Yi, don't you hate others treating you as a child? Didn't you refuse to let us hold you before? Why can this guy hold you so casually? Sarah questioned Yi with resentment and jealousy. At that time, Yi answered like this. I am used to it. Yi was silent for a long time and said this. It was this sentence that almost made Syra change from being completely different from the original. Used to it? In other words, do you usually play like this? Is the relationship so good? Why can a stinky man get the rights that even the sisters don't have? Little Ayi, you have changed. Syra was jealous and resentful. The little woman's appearance really made Xian's legs a little weak. This monster. How can she be a demon? She is definitely a witch. It's this witch who seems to have a sister control, which makes Xian stare at her fiercely more than once. If the situation is not allowed, she may have wanted to take action. Xian was happy instead. I just like to see you guys hate me so much but can't do anything to me. Xian shook his head and said that not only Sarah, but even Ayi wanted to hit him. It is worth mentioning that the more Xian acted like this, the more surprised Sarah became. After all, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she met someone who dared to be so casual in front of her. As the leader of the demon world, Sarah was different from the other sisters, who almost didn't care about the affairs of other tribes. She was used to seeing the high-level people of various tribes, and the people who were hypocritical. It was really fresh to see a person who suddenly appeared without any airs and appearance like this. Especially when she saw Xian quarreling with Ayi because she asked him to buy dessert. Sarah felt both amused and surprised. I don't know how many people try to do things for Ayi all day long and give her all kinds of expensive and precious gifts in the hope of pleasing her. This hero, on the other hand, quarreled with Ayi over a dessert, which was really surprising. However, although Ayi was dissatisfied and angry about this, she was never really angry. She kept quarreling with Xian and never got tired of it. Sarah had to admit that she had never seen such a look before. This reminded Sarah of what Ayi said that night. I just want to tell you that I can have my own friends. Sarah now understood this sentence. Do you really regard this hero as your first friend in countless years? Little Ayi? Sarah murmured. A friendly combination of a hero and a demon? It's really a combination that I have never seen or heard of. Originally, the hero was the natural enemy of the demons and a threat to the demon world. Now my sister has such a deep friendship with him. Is this a good or bad situation? Should I stop him? Sarah seemed to be troubled by this for a while. But with the observation during this period, Sarah found that Xian didn't seem to be planning anything, but just lived his life as he pleased. Maybe others would think that Xian was pretending, and this performance was for others to see. But Sarah was very confident in her eyesight. She really only saw Xian's casualness and free-spiritedness, and didn't see any artificiality in it at all. This brave man. Sarah's mind was constantly imagining. Xian didn't know all this, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, just spending every day as usual. Until this day, Xian finally accomplished a big thing. Huh? In the magic library under the palace. As Xian closed a magic book with magic, he exhaled a long breath. His face was full of joy. Finally, I have completed all the magic of granting. Yes. Just now, Xian finally memorized the last spell of granting. Since then, Xian has completed all the magic of celestial magic and granting. In his mind, the spells of magic emerged clearly, making his mouth smile. Then, Xian took another look at his current level, LV.55. Shockingly, he is almost caught up with the genius tier. At the age of 20, he can reach level 55. This is already considered a little genius, right? In the future, I wonder who dares to say that my level is low. Xian threw the magic book in his hand away, letting it fly into the air, and turned to leave. The 1-month visit right has expired, and Xian should not visit here again in the short term. Next, he has to fulfill a promise he made with AI. That is to go to the dukedom of Stringham and deal with the old demon faction that appeared there. And I will settle accounts with you briefly. Your Excellency the Duke. Chapter 314. Do you want to? Are you leaving the capital? When she knew what Xian was going to do, Rosie stood up and looked shocked. That look startled Xian, who was sitting opposite Rosie. Why are you so excited? The corners of Xian's mouth twitched, and the whole person was in a state of tactical retreat. Ahem. Rosie also found that her reaction was a bit too intense, and she quickly coughed to cover it up, and sat down again. But she didn't let go of the topic just now. What's the matter with leaving the capital? Do you still want to go back to Lemidgen? Rosie asked this question, and stared at Xian, looking a little anxious, a little worried, and a little angry. Just like a woman who gave everything but got nothing in return. To be honest, Xian was a little scared. He was sure that if he dared to say a word, the carpet in Her Royal Highness's room would be stained with blood in the next second. But he really didn't expect Luo Shi to be so excited. Could it be that? Do you think I will never come back after I leave? Xian asked tentatively. Isn't it? Luo Shi stared at Xian, as if she was going to eat him. Of course not. Xian was speechless and said helplessly, I just went to the Duke of Stringham. The Duke of Stringham? Luo Shi was stunned and asked in confusion, What are you doing there? Well, just to do something. Xian said perfunctorily, Didn't the Duke say that the old demon clan appeared there? In other words, you went to the old demon clan? Luo Shi frowned and asked in confusion, Is it a commission from Lord Sarah or Lord AI? Did you guess it? Xian did not hide anything and nodded directly, saying, I promised AI before that after I finished the celestial magic and the magic granting, I would go to the dukedom of Stringham to deal with the old demon clan that was causing trouble there. Now it is time to fulfill my promise. Is that so? Luo Shi finally understood the whole story. After a while of silence, she looked at Xian and said, The opponent is the old demon clan that dares to do anything. Are you okay? What? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Are you worried about me? A little bit. Luo Shi did not hide anything either, and her brows were still furrowed. She said, Although there should be no problem with your strength, I always feel that your trip will not be too smooth. Luo Shi's words made Xian frown. This can't be pretended not to have heard. Is it a premonition caused by your blessing? Xian became a little serious. Maybe? Luo Shi neither confirmed nor denied it, as if she was not sure either. She just said, It is possible that I am thinking too much. Hearing this, Xian stood up and thought. He wasn't really worried. After completing the celestial magic and granting magic, Xian's strength has greatly improved. Now he has reached level 55 in one go. Even if he doesn't unlock the holy sword and doesn't use the power of limit transformation, he is confident that he can fight with Luo Shi. Under such circumstances, Xian really didn't think he would be in danger in the Duke of Stringham. Besides, I will bring Yulin with me, and AI will go with me. Is there any problem? Xian just confirmed with Luo Shi. His Highness Dragon Demon will also go? Luo Shi seemed a little surprised. If AI really went with him, then with this demon next to him, Luo Shi really didn't believe that Xian would be in trouble. Only the three goddesses can fight against the demons. Even two of the three goddesses are not as strong as the demons. Only one is stronger than the demons. She is the pinnacle of the entire god clan, and the basis for fighting against the demons. So, if AI also went with them, it would be basically impossible for anything to happen. However, I also said that I just felt that your trip would not be too smooth. Luo Shi said, I don't think you will get into trouble. But I think there should be something unexpected. In other words, this trip may have some twists and turns, and there will be some problems. But it means that there is no danger. Right? Then I became interested. Xian did not feel timid, but said eagerly, If AI and I can get into trouble, it proves that something big will happen. Right? That's right. Luo Shi said a little seriously, Maybe the old demon faction in the Duke of Sterling is planning something. If that's the case, then this trip will be a bit bumpy, which is perhaps natural. However, the more this is the case, the more necessary this action is. Xian smiled and said, I think that little girl AI will not only not worry, but will want to crush them. Right? The little girl Luo Shi rolled her eyes immediately. Only this guy dares to call the dragon demon among the 6 great demons like this. You know, this is not an easy person to deal with. Luo Shi also learned a little about AIE during this period of time, and learned a lot of things that are even recorded in history books. For example, this dragon demon, who looks like a little girl, has killed 2 heroes in the past, and has also single-handedly stopped 2 of the 3 goddesses. In the war 1,000 years ago, he was extremely active, almost causing the front line of the gods and humans to collapse, causing the gods and humans to be defeated. If the strongest of the 3 goddesses had not arrived in time, and not only overwhelmed the obstruction of the other demons, but also seriously injured Her Majesty the Dragon Demon and forced her to retreat from the front line, that battle might not have ended in a great victory for the gods and humans. The breath of a dragon is said to be able to break through all defenses, and the breath of this dragon king can even evaporate the ocean. The armies of the gods and humans are estimated to be burned alive in front of her. After the demon king was defeated by the hero, the dragon demon was said to be furious and almost broke back into the human world and turned it into an endless purgatory. Fortunately, the other demons led by the moon demon stopped her. Otherwise, even if the human race was not destroyed, it would definitely suffer heavy losses, and the people would not be able to live. After that, The dragon demon completely secluded herself in the demon world, sometimes sleeping for hundreds of years, and rarely appearing in front of people. For a period of time, there were even rumors that she wanted to take revenge on the human race in secret, but was suppressed and sealed by the gods. Therefore, among the 6 great demons, the dragon demon is the most feared demon by the human race and even the gods, except for the poison demon. In many fabricated stories, this demon is also described as a final boss-like figure who harms the human world, makes children cry, and makes adults wail. Such a terrifying big man. Others would probably tremble with their legs when they see him. It is really rare that Xian dares to call him a little girl. Of course, the kingdom really hopes to see this happen. After all, Xian is a noble of the kingdom. It is definitely a great thing for the nobles of the kingdom to be on good terms with the dragon demon. Luoxi has felt recently that Xian's evaluation among the high-level officials of the kingdom is in a state of rising steadily. Many nobles believe that Xian's treatment should be improved and Xian should be completely locked in the kingdom. By then, the kingdom can be regarded as backed by the dragon demon among the 6 great demons, and can win a lot of voice and interests in front of other countries. It can be seen from this that Xian's status in the kingdom will only get higher and higher in the future, not lower. When this guy becomes a marquis, even if he proposes marriage to the royal family, the royal family will have to consider it carefully. Right? Thinking of this, Luoxi felt relieved at first, but then became ashamed and annoyed again. Wait, why would I think about this? Who wants to marry this bastard? Rosie quickly shook her head and shook off some of the inappropriate thoughts in her head. Sean looked at the princess doing some inexplicable actions, and her heart became melancholy. This girl, is she stupid? It's really pitiful that she has become so stupid at such a young age. Rosie didn't know what Sean was thinking. Otherwise she would definitely make a groan and give him another bite. However, knowing that Sean was going to leave the capital and go to the dukedom of Strimmer, even if it was only temporarily, Rosie was still a little depressed. This means that she may not see Sean for a while. She has to go back to the life she used to live. Busy every day. And can't show her true nature. She can't even eat the dessert at Lilith's house? It's just H.L. Ah. I don't want to work. I want to go out with him. Crazy rolling.jpg. I don't know if Sean heard Luoxi's thoughts. He just asked this question. If you are worried, why don't you just go with me? Sean suggested this casually. Yes. Luoxi responded almost reflexively. But after a while, she was frustrated again. But no. Even if I can solve the problem at work, I can't leave the capital casually. Otherwise the people can't see me show up. And I don't know what will happen. Luoxi sighed. Doesn't that mean that you can't go anywhere except the capital? Sean said disapprovingly. Being a princess is so unfree. You might as well not be one. It's because being a princess is unfree. Okay. Luoxi continued to sigh and said, the higher the status and the greater the influence, the less freedom there is. Otherwise, how could so many people yearn for free professions such as adventurers after becoming nobles? That's true. Xian did not refute, but said, then can't you come? Luoxi hesitated to speak, looking helpless. This made Xian scratch his head. Alas, it's so pitiful that I can't bear to leave you. Or just before leaving. Xian looked at Luoxi and uttered a sentence after a while. Do you want to come to my house to spend the night? After saying this, Luoxi was stunned. Then, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Chapter 315, We Are All People of Status. Luoxi really wanted to pry open Xian's head and see what was inside. Invite a girl to spend the night at your home? Is this something that can be done casually? Although, as long as it is a noble man, he will basically have a mistress outside. But they dare not invite girls to spend the night at their home. Right? This is related to the face and appearance of the nobles. After all, if people outside knew that the men of this family actually brought girls home casually, who would be willing to marry this family? Aristocratic families are aristocratic families. And there are many things to pay attention to. No matter how dandy the eldest son is, he will not bring women home casually. Otherwise, he will be kicked out of the house. Therefore, the men of noble families can do whatever they want outside, but they cannot bring women home casually. Those who can be brought home are generally only women who are confirmed to be married, and they need to go to the door to recognize the person. Of course, if it is a guest or friend, it is normal to let him stay. But would Xian just want to entertain friends or guests? Obviously not. So, Luoxi really wanted to get mad, and even shouted a few words. Do you know who I am? I am the princess of the kingdom. The princess of the kingdom was actually invited home by the opposite sex to spend the night? Do you know how big a sensation it would cause if this spread out? By then, I am afraid that the face of the royal family will be completely lost by me. Do you want to kill me? Idiot! Luo, she was very angry. Then, excuse me, in the main hall of the Bostut family, in Sheen's room, Luo, she walked in cautiously while twisting and turning. On the side, Sheen was speechless. Isn't it still here? You said it so tragically and forcefully. But you followed me here in secret like this? Where is your modesty? Sheen half closed his eyes, his face full of contempt. Luo, she was also embarrassed. It's just that. It's better not to be discovered. Luo, she used this as an excuse. So she was so sneaky and cautious just now. Sheen rolled his eyes. I don't think it's necessary to be so troublesome. Sheen said unhappily. Anyway, Vivian and the others are here. You can come to visit in a more formal way. And stay overnight in a more formal way. Are you afraid of gossip? As long as you visit and stay overnight in a formal situation, there will be no problem at all. On the contrary, it will be a problem if you do it secretly like this. Right? But Luo, she firmly opposed it. If Vivian knew that I stayed here privately overnight, then the image I created before would be completely gone. Rosie said this first, and then lowered her eyes. Moreover, Teal is here too, and she may not want to see me. Hearing this, Sean didn't know what to say. Leaving aside the previous reason, he felt that he had no right to interrupt the latter reason. However, Sean still wanted to say, I don't think Teal hates you. Right? Sean expressed his opinion. It is true that Teal and Rosie have a more complicated entanglement. But this entanglement is not because of what happened between the two. It is just because Rosie worships Arya as her teacher. And the royal family is the object of protection and loyalty of the Albion family. So Teal deliberately avoids Rosie. Sean can feel that Teal still has deep feelings for Rosie. After all, when she was in the most difficult time, Roxy became her friend without caring about the ghost in her body. After the incident 10 years ago, it was also Roxy who had been secretly helping Theor so that Theor would not be bullied by the nobles in the capital who hated her. Theor knew all these things and had a clear idea of them. In view of this, Sheen felt that Theor still wanted to see Roxy and even wanted to have a good talk with her. But because of their positions, the two of them kept silent even when they met. Roxy naturally knew these things. The problem is that we just can't go back to the past. Roxy's words, which were said as if she had accepted her fate, still made Sheen feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps only he knew that the situation between Roxy and Theor was a big knot in their hearts for both parties. Since she was a child, Teal lacked the love of the people around her, and was even rejected as a monster. As such, she would naturally value her rare friend. Not to mention that this person was not afraid of her, did not reject her, and even helped her all the time when she knew about it. The same is true for Roxy. Since she was a child, she has been the treasure of the kingdom, and has worked hard to live up to everyone's expectations. She worked so hard that she dared not show her true nature. For her, the friends who could interact with her without any grudges when she was a child must be very important. Right? But fate is like this. So that these two people can only be strangers now. Obviously there is no hatred, let alone conflict. But because things have developed like this, there is no way to go back to the way they were before. It must be said that to some extent, this is more cruel than having a conflict with each other. These two people have also received the blessings of the goddess of fate, but they are plagued by fate instead. What on earth is this? Sheen didn't know whether he should be angry or helpless. Just as Sheen fell into such silence, Roxy suddenly said something on the side. Come to think of it, you and Teal seem to have a pretty good relationship. Right? The cold words made Sheen cough violently. What? Sean's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. Roxy sneered. It's useless to pretend. Okay. Roxy narrowed her eyes and said, I haven't known that child for the first time. Even if we haven't talked, I can still see that the way the child looks at you is completely different from the way he looks at others. Yes. Yes. Sean couldn't help but look away and said, even if that's the case, it doesn't prove that my relationship with Tyr is good. Right? Maybe? Roxy stared at Sean with a smile, and said word by word, then tell me, is your relationship with Tyr good? Good? Is there any need to say that? They are all relationships that have been frankly met. And Sean was even kissed by force. Isn't this good? But can Sean admit it? No. Right? But can he deny it? That's not possible either. Tyr is almost ready to give herself to him. If Sean still doesn't dare to admit this relationship, wouldn't he be a scumbag? So Sean could only hesitate. Well, at least it's not that bad. Right? Sean's perfunctory attitude earned him contempt from Roxy. However, this is also good, Roxy said with relief. It's a good thing that the child can find someone worthy of trust. Based on this consideration, Roxy is actually more relieved than resentful. Looking at Roxy like this, Sean thought for a while, and then suddenly reacted. In fact, the problem of these two girls is not that difficult to solve. It's better to say that the solution is actually in front of Sean. The reason is very simple. In the future, I will definitely marry Tyr. This was decided that night in the canyon, and no amount of cows can pull it back. And if I can also marry this princess home, wouldn't the two of them become sisters? Then, why worry about them not having a chance to meet? Why don't they have a chance to reconcile? I'm such a genius. Thinking of the exciting part, Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Hee 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 hee. A weird laugh came out of Xian's mouth. Why are you laughing so cunningly? Luoxi was frightened by this sudden laughter. It's nothing. Don't mind it. Xian quickly put away his smile, and tried to suppress even the evil thoughts in his heart. There was no way. This princess was blessed by the goddess of fate, and her sixth sense was so sharp that once she had a premonition, Xian's bad thoughts would be exposed with an 80% chance. In order not to be exposed, Xian could only restrain himself as much as possible so as not to be noticed by the perceptive princess. But obviously, Xian still underestimated Luoxi. I always feel like you are thinking something bad. Luoxi stared at Xian closely, as if she wanted to see through him. Xian also felt a little bad when Luoxi stared at him so closely. At that moment, Xian stretched out his hand and hugged the beautiful princess with all his strength. Ah! Luoxi exclaimed immediately, and didn't care about seeing through Xian's thoughts. She patted his chest in shame and anger. What are you doing all of a sudden? Luoxi looked angry. Unfortunately, the blushing pretty face and the shame in her eyes could not be hidden, which made Xian laugh out loud. What are you doing? It's not like you haven't hugged before, Xian said shamelessly. Besides, you are back with me. Why are you still pretending? Who pretended? Luoxi felt embarrassed. But she also glared at Xian and warned, I tell you, I came back with you because you are about to leave. So I want you to spend more time with me. Not to do anything bad. Don't mess around. As she spoke, Luoxi herself was a little embarrassed. I understand. I understand. Xian nodded seriously and grinned, saying, after all, we are all people of status, and we still have to cover up when we need to, even if there is no one else here. Right? You head? Luoxi was instantly annoyed, pushed Xian away, and said loudly, I didn't say this to cover up. I mean it. Yes. Yes. Really. Really. Xian nodded again seriously. Luoxi was about to be mad, but at the same time, Luoxi couldn't help but realize, did I walk into a trap? An ominous premonition finally appeared in her heart. Chapter 316 I'm watching you. After a while, Xian walked out of his room alone. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to join me? Xian threw this sentence to Luoxi in the room, and then Luoxi drove him out with a pillow. But he was not discouraged, but walked towards the bathhouse with high spirits. After all, people have come here and planned to spend the night here. Xian doesn't plan to do nothing. That's right. Tonight, he must take Luoxi. I won't say it before, but since the kiss with Luoxi, Xian has been coveting this girl, and even spent a lot of paper on it. In addition, Xian's desire to get rid of singleness is extremely strong recently, and Xian can't wait to get rid of this girl. The treasure of the kingdom? When he thought that this goddess in the minds of thousands of people was in his room. And how many noble young masters hated him for this. Xian was not timid, but felt excited. Again, I won't say it before. Now that he has been hated by so many noble young masters, and has been in trouble for several times, it really doesn't make sense not to take back the reward he should have received. In the past, he really had no relationship with Luoxi, so Xian felt that being targeted by those noble children was a trouble, and avoided it. But if there is really such a relationship, what if it is troublesome? I will take it all. The more Xian thought about it, the more excited he became, and even his pace towards the bathhouse quickened a little. However, before going to the bathhouse, Xian thought of someone at home, paused, suddenly changed direction, and went somewhere else. As for Luoxi, she stayed in Xian's room, sitting on the bed, hugging the pillow. blushing, and struggling in her heart. Could it be that the guy really planned to do that to me? How could it be? I am the treasure of the kingdom, the princess of the royal family. Generally speaking, even if someone has 10,000 guts, they would not dare to attack you casually. Right? Even if you don't count your own strength. Others would not dare to be rough with a princess casually and offend the royal family rashly. Right? Having a relationship with a princess privately would definitely end badly. Not only would the princess herself be regarded as a disgrace to the royal family, but the other party would also be dealt with silently. Therefore, it is reasonable to say that it is generally impossible for such a suicidal noble to take this road of no return. However, can Xian do the same? With the dragon demon supporting him behind the scenes. Even if it was me who was attacked, the kingdom might not be able to do anything to him. Right? If it were an ordinary princess, with Xian's current ability, he would be attacked. And the royal family would not only not do anything to him, but they might also ask him to take responsibility and make him the son-in-law of the royal family, so as to lock him up and make him a member of the kingdom completely. Although Roxy is not an ordinary princess, but the kingdom's treasure, the proudest descendant of the royal family for thousands of years. The kingdom will not give up even if the opponent is powerful. But it is different if the opponent is a demon. As a country founded by a brave man who defeated the demon king, the Mithra kingdom may not be the strongest in the human world, but it is not afraid of any big country. In terms of military capabilities, the neighboring Ragna Empire is known as the strongest country in the human world. But facing the Mithra kingdom's guard knights and dragon corps, they don't think they can bully them casually. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused such a thing 10 years ago. Not to mention, the Mithra kingdom also has the legendary knight Arita Elbian, who is known as the first among humans. Therefore, even now that nearly half of the kingdom's knights have been destroyed, other countries dare not underestimate the Mithra kingdom. The only thing that such a kingdom needs to be wary of is probably the gods and demons. The gods never intervene in the national struggles between humans. They only bless humans equally. Once a great evil act that violates the meaning of the race's existence is committed, causing the blessing to disappear, the gods will regard the other party as an enemy. Otherwise, generally speaking, unless the human race is in danger of extinction due to war, the gods will not care. In addition, the gods are grateful and respectful to the heroes who defeated the demon king. And they also take good care of the Mithra kingdom. As long as the Mithra kingdom does not do anything treasonous, the gods will basically open the door to the kingdom. This is also one of the reasons why the kingdom has a special status in the human world, and the king can be praised as the center of the world. But even such a kingdom can't afford to provoke a demon, because the entire demon world is the territory of the 6 demons. And the 6 demons are quite united. If you provoke a demon, it is equivalent to provoking the entire demon world and the entire demon race. Moreover, the power of the demons themselves also belongs to another dimension. Not only have they all reached the limit of life, but their unique skills also have the terrifying power to break through such limits. They are definitely not opponents that ordinary life can defeat by numbers. To be frank, Arya, the legendary knight known as the first in the human world, has a level of 98, but he may not be able to last even a few minutes in front of the demons. Even a nearly invincible monster king like Yulin, facing a demon, I am afraid he can't last a few seconds. After all, Yulin's level is high, but monsters don't have unique skills. Unique skills are the power that can subvert all advantages including level. They may be very weak, or they may be so strong that they can even surpass the limit of life like demons, facing opponents with powerful unique skills. Without unique skills, the level alone is useless. Such Yulin may be invincible among monsters, but he may not even be able to beat Jacinta. That's why the demons wanted Yulin to go to the demon world and become a human. When she awakens her unique skills, she will start to be invincible. But even Yulin is considered to be second only to the 6 demons. In view of this, demons are completely different from other beings in another dimension, and their strength cannot be judged by common sense. They themselves are also life forms that surpass the demons and are close to the demon king. This alone can understand their extraordinariness. Now, including the kingdom, everyone is trying to figure out what the relationship between Xian and Yi is. Once it is confirmed that Xian and Yi have a good relationship and Yi will indeed protect Xian, even if the kingdom is very angry, I'm afraid it won't dare to do anything to Xian. Right? In summary, am I really in danger tonight? Well, the ominous premonition is getting stronger and stronger. The blessing of the goddess of fate is telling Luo Shi that she is afraid that she has really encountered a great crisis in her chastity. I'd better run away quickly. Luo Shi finally gave in and prepared to run away. But didn't Xian think of this? He had been prepared. Just as Luo Shi opened the window and was about to jump out of the window to escape, she suddenly found a huge black shadow outside. The dark dragon stood in the garden, staring at Luo Shi with a pair of big dragon eyes. Luo Shi was silent. That bastard actually left the dragon here to look at her? Luo Shi's current mood can only be described in one sentence. I was broken on the spot. On the other side, Xian came to a room and knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, and a beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people appeared in front of Xian. Why do you come to me instead of treating your beautiful princess well? Sarah looked at Xian with a smile. At this time, the Demon World Supreme was only wearing a translucent nightgown, with hollowed-out abdomen, thin straps on shoulders, and even hollowed-out back. The hem of the skirt only reached the knees, revealing two smooth and white calves, showing off her hot body to the fullest, making people's noses itch and their hearts smolder. Xian couldn't help but take a few steps back, unconsciously covering his nose, and speaking in silence. Dressed like this in the middle of the night? Who are you trying to seduce? These words made Syra roll her eyes in a charming way. I have always been dressed like this in my room. And you also said it was the middle of the night. And it was almost time to go to bed. So I should wear something more comfortable and less. Is there any problem? Syra smiled happily and said, besides, even if I really planned to seduce someone, who would dare to enter my room? As soon as these words came out, Xian had already squeezed through the gap beside Syra and squeezed into her room. The smile on Sarah's face froze. Damn. You really dared to come in? It's okay to dare to touch the treasure of the kingdom. After all, he has his own sister to support him. But he dares to even have ideas about the Supreme Demon Clan. The leader of the 6 great demons? Do you think you are the illegitimate son of the Supreme God? Sarah turned around and looked at Xian with extremely unfriendly eyes. Not only was she not timid, but he met Sarah's eyes and stared at her. It must be said that the man who dared to stare at Sarah so unceremoniously, looking at the 3 realms, probably only Xian was there. Of course, if it was just staring at the body, there would be many people. After all, Sarah knew very well that his figure was very foul, and any man would be unable to help staring at it. But like Xian, not staring at the body, but staring at the face. That was the first time. What do you want to do? For a moment, Sarah felt a little strange, and could only ask helplessly. In fact, Sean's intention was very simple. Since you know that Luo Shi is in my room, it means that you are really monitoring me. Right? Sean grinned and said kindly, then you shouldn't watch something you shouldn't watch tonight. Right? In one sentence, Sarah instantly understood why this person came here to find her. Feeling, is he here to warn her? Who wants to see you do that kind of thing? Sarah gritted her teeth in anger. Okay. Don't say I didn't remind you then. Sean nodded, and then left very happily. Looking at such a Sean, Sarah was angry and annoyed. What kind of hero is this? As he said, Sarah laughed again unconsciously. However, it is much more interesting than those hypocritical heroes before. After leaving Sarah's room, Sean walked in the corridor in a very happy mood, heading towards the bathhouse. As he walked, Sean became excited. I'm finally going to be single. Sean was so excited that his steps almost flew up. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Sean opened the door of the bathhouse, ready to take a quick bath and return to his room. It's a pity. Did you forget that I'm watching you? As the world spun, another half-smile came into Sean's ears. The excitement on Sean's face froze. And in his heart, 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through. Chapter 317 I Must Come First. In the solemn temple, the beautiful goddess stood in front of Xian, looking at Xian with both complaints and ridicule in her eyes. Xian swore that he really wanted to hit someone for a moment. Unfortunately, the goddess standing in front of him was a mind-reading being. She seemed to see the collapse in Xian's heart and stared at him straight, causing Xian's mouth to twitch. The goddess smiled. Should I say congratulations to you first? Lord Viscount Boztut. Nian said this as if nothing had happened. Isn't this also thanks to you, Lady Goddess? Xian forced a smile on his face and said, if you hadn't summoned me to this world and given me a second life, how could I have come this far? This was really a bit weird. At least, Nian would not fail to hear it. So, but someone just wanted to hit me. Is it my illusion? Nian blinked and asked as if she didn't know. That must be an illusion. Xian's smile was still so forced. and his tone was still so weird. Which made him say, but I think that if someone disturbs someone else's good things, then this person may be punished by God? This ability to point fingers at others is absolutely first class. But Nian obviously doesn't care. If I remember correctly, in your world, those who will be punished by God are generally humans. And gods cannot be punished by God. Nian smiled and said, it's better to say that God is the one who brings down the punishment from God. And those who disrespect God will be punished by God. Do you think what I said makes sense, Lord Viscount? Hearing this, the smile on Xian's face finally couldn't be maintained. I didn't offend you. Did I, goddess? Xian said with a displeased face. I haven't offended you. You are punishing me now. Isn't it too much? Indeed. Xian's current situation is almost the same as being punished by God. The delicate princess is waiting for him. And he is so excited that he is sharpening his gun and sword. And the bullets are almost loaded. As a result, the car is about to speed up. And he has removed the handbrake himself. But suddenly an automatic brake comes? If this is not a punishment from God, what is a punishment from God? I know that the innocent goddess definitely doesn't want to see any dirty scenes. If you are resentful of my last crazy thoughts in your heart, which made you see something you shouldn't see, you gave me such a punishment, then I apologize to you. Okay? She had admitted his weakness directly, clasped his hands together to Nian, and begged, just let me go back. How about it? Xian's words made Nian think of the scenes she saw from Xian's heart when they met before. At that moment, Nian's pretty face inevitably turned red, and she glared at Xian hatefully. You dare to mention this? Nian gnashed her teeth. If Xian hadn't mentioned this, she would have almost forgotten it. Since you mentioned it now, I'll tell you. Don't think about succeeding tonight. Nian snorted and said, I will keep you here until the dawn of the human world, and then let you go back. Xian opened his eyes wide and became anxious. No. What hatred do we have that makes you treat me like this? Xian couldn't believe that this goddess would go to such lengths. He thought that this goddess was just teasing him deliberately because she saw him preparing to harm the princess. But who would have thought that this goddess really intended to ruin his good deeds? But Nian didn't seem to be joking. You are my hero. Why do you hug and cuddle with other women and become so intimate? Nian said this. Xian wanted to vomit blood immediately. Can't a hero do something that girls like? Xian retorted. How did the heroes in the past leave offspring? Nian was very disdainful of Xian's words. They were summoned because of the needs of the gods. And they have nothing to do with me. Nian doesn't seem to be very interested in those heroes. What about me? Xian pointed at her nose. You are different. Nian said without hesitation. I summoned you myself. And you are the existence that I put all my wishes and thoughts on. How can you be the same as those guys? In other words, other heroes can do it. But I can't. Xian said strongly. What kind of logic is this? Of course. It is the logic I set. Nian said indifferently. Anyway, you are mine. And you are not allowed to do those things to other women without my permission. Nian was extremely stubborn, which made Xian feel like he was being stared at by a possessive Yandra. How about catching her and beating her up? When Xian really started to think about it, the stubbornness on Nian's face suddenly turned into a pitiful expression. You can't really bear to do it to me. Right? Nian said tearfully. In order to summon you from a distant other world and revive you who have died, I spent a whole 1,000 years to accumulate enough strength and paid a huge price. In the end, you treat me like this? As she spoke, Nian seemed to be about to cry. I'm so hacking. Xian was really going to collapse. Now, I can't even beat her. Although I don't know whether this goddess is crying for real or fake. Xian has a feeling that at least what she said is all true. In this case, how can I do this? But just because he couldn't do it didn't mean that Xian was willing to accept the current situation. I appreciate everything you've done. But that doesn't mean you can restrict my freedom. Right? Xian sighed and said earnestly, Look, although I'm a hero, I'm also a normal man. Do you intend to keep me single for life? At this point, Nian didn't respond. But Xian was frightened by her own words. If things really turned out like that, he wouldn't live. And he might as well take the holy sword and commit suicide. Of course, Nian has read all these ideas. No matter what, I won't do such an excessive thing. Nian wiped away her tears, and under the gaze of Xian's twitching face, she smiled again and said, Otherwise, I wouldn't turn a blind eye to the things you did. Right? The things that Nian was referring to were naturally what Xian did to Rosie and Ter. No, it should be what Xian did to Rosie, and what Ter did to Xian. Since this goddess knew what Xian was doing all the time. She naturally knew what had happened between Sean and the girls around him. Then, Nian didn't care much about those things. The reason was simple. I have to come first, Nian said bluntly. Huh? Sean was confused. Isn't it? Nian still said stubbornly, you are my hero. And I am the first person you see in this world. So it is reasonable for me to come first. It took Sean 5 seconds to understand this sentence. In fact, it is just a summary in one sentence. To use your words in your previous life. Other coquettish Bexes can only line up behind me. That's it. In other words, Nian did not forbid Sean to provoke women. But she did not allow those women to do something out of line with Sean first. This goddess turned a blind eye to what Sean had done before. Because both Rosie and Tara ranked behind her. Sean's first kiss in this world was taken away by this goddess unexpectedly. Right? So, whether it was Tara forcing Sean to kiss him or Sean stealing Rosie's kiss, Nian could allow it. But it was not allowed to go further. The reason was that Nian herself had not reached that step yet. You? Sean looked at Nian with a surprised face. So, this goddess is greedy for her body? So you are such a goddess. Nian received all of Sean's thoughts intact. This made Nian look away. Her pretty face slightly red. But she did not make any rebuttal. In short, you are not allowed to do that to other girls now. Nian remained calm and insisted, even if you really want to hit me, I will not compromise, and will never let you go back. As he said that, Nian waved her hand. And Xian suddenly felt dizzy again. When Xian came to his senses, he found that he had come to another place. The original solemn temple had disappeared, replaced by an endless sea of flowers. Xian stood in the middle of this sea of flowers, staring blankly at the colorful and beautiful flowers around him. And his heart was crying without tears. Damn! What is this? That hateful goddess seems to have really made up her mind to hinder him. She doesn't allow others to be ahead of her? Then come here if you have the guts. I'll deal with you first. And then you put me back? Then everything will be natural. Right? Now you throw me into this place where I don't know where I am. Where should I use my skills that I have practiced for 20 years? I was torn apart on the spot. Xian felt the same as Luoxi. After staying for half an hour and confirming that he really couldn't leave here, Xian had to accept his fate. Don't let me get a chance. While Xian made a note of this in his heart, he began to look around. By the way, where is this place? Xian walked in the flowers. There were nothing else around except flowers. The sky looked so far away. The air was very fresh, making people feel like their lungs were cheering. The magic in the atmosphere was not strong, but there was an incredible sense of sacredness. Perhaps because of this, even though there were 1,000 identical flowers around, Xian didn't feel bored or annoyed at all, and didn't even feel tired, as if he could keep walking in this sea of flowers. It was incredible. Xian's mood of wanting to cry, but not having tears slowly subsided. But not long after, the existence that was imprinted in his eyes made him stop. And his heart was also churning. I saw a beautiful goddess lying in the flowers in front of me, seemingly sleeping. That scene instantly stimulated Xian's memory. Xian had seen this scene before. It was in Nian's temple. The sleeping goddess in front of me looked exactly like Nian. She was the supreme god. Omnis. Xian finally knew where this place was. This was the deepest part of the god realm. The secluded place of the supreme god Omnis. It was called the Holy Land. Chapter 318 I am always the first. Whoosh. The wind whistled past, making the sea of flowers like waves, making countless bright flowers sway. The beautiful goddess, who seemed to have been lying there forever from a distant time, was sleeping quietly, as if she didn't know that an uninvited guest had arrived. Xian stood at a distance from the other party, looking at the stunningly beautiful goddess. But he didn't even dare to move. And there was only one thought in his mind. That is, to beat the goddess who threw him to such a place 100 times 100 times. Why did you send me here? Is this a place where you can come casually? According to Luoxi, even the 3 goddesses dare not break into this holy land. Even if the world is destroyed, the people of the gods may not come here to disturb the supreme goddess sleeping here. And Xian? He was thrown directly to such a deadly place. If this was discovered by the gods, then from now on, Xian would not be able to stay in the human world, and could only flee to the demon world to join a little girl's army. Right? Of course. This is not the most fatal. The goddess lying in front of Xian is the most fatal existence. Who is that? The beginning of all things. The origin of the world. The creator of all things. The true omnipotent God with no natural enemies except the devil. What would the consequences be if this person found out that he had entered her territory? Xian didn't dare to imagine it. Anyway, he didn't even dare to move now, and even deliberately lowered his breathing, for fear of waking up the eternal and immortal goddess. What sin have I committed? Xian is about to cry. Even if he opened more cheats, he didn't think he could show off in front of this goddess. Not to mention, Luoshi once said that the hero, the demon king and the goddess are in a mutually restraining relationship. According to this restraining relationship, the hero can defeat the demon king, who is the natural enemy of the goddess. But the goddess is also an existence that the hero can never defeat. Now that the demon king, the natural enemy, has been lost, her existence itself will no longer be threatened. So she chose to fall into a deep sleep. In other words, Xian can never resist the supreme god, who is the true goddess. Is it too late to leave now? Xian really wants to turn around and run away. At this time, a voice came into Xian's mind. Don't worry. She won't wake up. This is Nian's voice. I told you before that now that the demon king has passed away, there is nothing in this world that can attract her attention. And there is no existence that can interest her. Even if someone appears here, for her, it is just the same as having a stone next to her when she sleeps. Nian's voice was different from the stubbornness and shame just now. Full of coldness. You don't need to worry about waking her up. Most people may find it annoying to have mosquitoes and bees chirping around, and they can't fall asleep at all. But she won't. No matter how loud the noise is. No matter how many movements there are. As long as they don't threaten her. They won't enter her ears. Because there is no other person in her subconscious mind. Just like the sound waves emitted by bats. Ordinary people can't hear them. Her current state is similar to that. Hearing this, Xian wanted to say something. But Nian got there first. You just stay here obediently. This is definitely the safest and least likely place to be disturbed in the three realms. When it's dawn in the human world, I will send you back. In the future, don't do things to the girls around you that you haven't done with me. Remember? You are my hero. No matter what I do, I have to be the first. Leaving these words, Nian's voice disappeared. Wait! Hey! Sean finally couldn't help shouting. But there was no response from Nian. Sean had the urge to swear. This bastard goddess? How dare you do this to me? Just wait for me. When I get the chance, I will definitely beat you 100 times 100 times. Sean cursed in his heart, while constantly imagining the means of revenge against Nian, memorizing and saving all the predetermined postures, waiting for them to come in handy. Such Sean didn't know that in the temple, Nian saw exactly what he was thinking, and her face flushed for a while. Obviously, those so-called postures and means were too stimulating for Nian, a somewhat innocent goddess. It stimulated Nian to the point that she even regretted it a little. But compared to regret, Nian's possessiveness was stronger. In any case, I'm the first. Nian had a particularly strong idea, especially when she thought of the first time Sean and Ter took a bath together. Nian felt jealous. Just because she didn't get this first time. It was because of that time that Nian had such strong jealousy and possessiveness, and vowed to take away Sean's first times in the future. And others could only pick up what she left. Still the same sentence. This is my hero. For the existence that she has pinned thousands of years of longing on. Nian will never let go easily. If it weren't for Nian being too immature and innocent, and not being mentally prepared to accept extreme things, Sean would have been eaten by her skin and bones. Therefore, Nian made up her mind that before she ate Sean, she would never let other women taste it. If others knew that there was a goddess who was always thinking about Xian's body, they would definitely feel that their worldview was completely destroyed. Right? But for Nian, this was just a matter of course. Just as she said before. For her, this brave man she summoned personally was everything to her. In this case, Nian naturally wanted everything from him. For this reason, since the last time, Nian has actually been reading Xian's heart. No, to be more precise, it should be said that she was reading some memories of past lives deep in Xian's mind. Nian stretched out her slender hand and made a circle of ripples in the space in front of her. In the ripples, a work stored in the depths of Xian's memory was being performed in full swing. Nian blushed and covered her eyes, but her fingers were wide open, allowing her eyes to shine through them and staring at the work. Is there such a posture? Dirty! It's really dirty. Is this the only thing in the other world? That guy. Does he want to do this to the girls around him? Damn. I always feel so shy. But I'm the first one. And I have to do all this. Woohoo. While enduring the baptism of the avant-garde knowledge of the other world. Nian blushed as she flipped through the works in Xian's mind one by one. At this time, Nien didn't realize that she was getting more and more excited. And when she saw something more exciting, a dangerous smile began to appear on her face. Whip candle. If she'd heard these mumblings here, he would definitely run away without thinking. In the future, Sheen will definitely regret why he put such things in his memory disk. At the same time, Sheen finally accepted the current reality. Let's make the best of it. While Sheen sighed, he gradually relieved the tension in his heart. Strong acceptance has always been Sheen's specialty. Even now. Therefore, Sheen, who accepted the current situation in his heart, was no longer nervous, but just felt a little uneasy. Will she really not wake up? Sheen looked at the sleeping goddess in front of him. The other party did not move at all, and even could not feel the breathing sound and the rise and fall of the chest. She was like a frozen sleeping beauty, without any signs of life. How about going over to take a look? Sheen's courage gradually grew. This man was a wanderer who did whatever he wanted, and was unscrupulous. It was impossible for him not to commit suicide. So, Sheen plucked up his courage, and slowly moved over to approach the sleeping goddess. Not long after, Sheen came to the side of the sleeping goddess, and saw the other party's full appearance at the closest distance. After seeing this, Sean was a little absent-minded. So beautiful. Such a feeling came out of Sean's mouth uncontrollably. For a long time, Nien has been a peak beauty in Sean's mind. Only Luo she can compete with her. The rest are far inferior. And this sleeping goddess is not only carved from the same mold as Nien, but also has a temperament that Nien does not have. How to describe that temperament? Sean can't say. It's like the sun. Hot and warm. It's like the moon. Cold and soft. She was just lying there quietly. But Sean felt that the world was revolving around her. And the world was dominated by her. Sean even felt that if something happened to this goddess, the world would be over. This is no longer the center of the world, but the core of the world. It's just such a slender and beautiful woman. Sean felt a little incredible. How did those slender hands and feet accomplish such a feat as creating the entire world? How did that frail body carry the history of the entire life? How could such a weak woman become the supreme being? The origin of everything? Thinking about it, Sheen actually felt like he was lost in the other person's existence. Unconsciously, Sheen squatted down and stretched out one of his hands. By the time Sheen reacted, his hand had already touched the goddess' face. That face was a little cold, but extremely smooth. Then, boom! There was a sudden bang in Sheen's head, which made his eyes blur, and he fell into a dizziness. Chapter 319 Dream. At this moment, Sheen seemed to see a dream. It was a very old dream. In the dream, the world did not have the heaven and earth and nature like it does now. No! It should be said that at that time, the world seemed to have not yet been born. And there was only nothingness and darkness. That nothingness was boundless. That darkness was endless. It was like a universe without any celestial bodies or starlight. Nothing. And nothing existed. Even the concepts of space and time had not yet appeared. Therefore, it was the true meaning of nothingness. However, in that nothingness, two light sources suddenly appeared. Is that a little girl? Yes. It was two little girls who appeared in this nothingness. They were delicate and cute, and seemed very immature. But they had an incredible beauty. Their eyes were closed, as if they were sleeping, just like babies in the mother's womb, waiting to be loved by everyone. The difference is that one of them has shoulder-length silver-white snow-white hair, and the other has shoulder-length black hair, under the trembling eyelids from time to time. It seems that the former has a pair of blue eyes, and the latter has a pair of red eyes. One has a very blue pupil, and the other has a red pupil like a gem, which is dotted on the small pretty face, making people intoxicated. And in their arms, they each embrace a gem that looks like a star. One is blue, and the other is red, shining with charming colors, as if there is some power flowing in it. Such a pair of little girls are like twin sisters from the same egg, wandering, floating, and even swimming upside down around each other in this nothingness. The scene is actually a kind of intoxicating beauty. Until the little girl with silver hair, who looks like a goddess, wakes up first. The pair of blue eyes that were fully opened by her seemed lively, but there seemed to be not much emotion. She looked around and finally saw the black-haired girl floating beside her. For a moment, her eyes seemed to be beating with emotions, but they quickly disappeared. In the following time, the silver-haired girl was always looking at the black-haired girl, but the black-haired girl never opened her eyes, and was still sleeping quietly. Sean looked at this scene, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of connection with the silver-haired girl. He seemed to be able to feel the heart of the silver-haired girl and understand her mood at this moment. Loneliness. Loneliness. Such emotions, like a surging river, poured into Sean's heart. This made Sean feel painful and irritated. How long will this loneliness last? How long will this loneliness last? Thoughts like this kept appearing in Sean's heart, making him uncomfortable and painful. And this is the heart of the silver-haired little girl. In that world where there is nothing, the silver-haired little girl can only wait quietly for the black-haired little girl to wake up, so that she can wipe away this loneliness. But the black-haired little girl just doesn't want to wake up, and keeps sleeping. Finally, the silver-haired little girl gave up. For the first time, she looked away and looked at the celestial jade in her arms. Then, the jade burst into a dazzling light. At this moment, in this nothingness, a blue world took shape, turning into a celestial body similar to the jade in the arms of the silver-haired little girl, but countless times larger, and located in this nothingness. The silver-haired little girl turned around and flew to the world she created with the jade in her arms. She didn't know that. Just as she left, the black-haired girl's eyelids trembled and finally opened her eyes. In those ruby-like eyes, there was the same emotion as the silver-haired girl. That was loneliness and solitude. The dream ended here. She didn't see what happened later, and the dream didn't reproduce it. She only knew that it was that missed opportunity that fixed the future of this world. The world called Omnipotence is what it is now because of that missed opportunity. Click. When a sound like water drops appeared, Sheen found that he had returned to the sea of flowers. He was half kneeling in front of the sleeping goddess, his hand still on her face. And there was no change compared to the moment when his head was dizzy. But at this moment, Sheen's face was wet. That's right. The water droplets were the tears dripping from Sean's face. Huh? Sean quickly exhaled and wiped the tears from his face. But even so, the unbearable loneliness still lingered in his heart, making him feel particularly uncomfortable. Such a terrible loneliness. It is definitely not something that can be brewed in a day or two. Right? Sean could feel that this loneliness, I am afraid, can never be brewed without years and units of 10,000. And the dream just now. Is it your dream? Sean looked at the sleeping goddess in front of him, and the loneliness in his heart turned into pity. Ominous. Sean called the goddess's name in person for the first time, as if talking in a dream. It was because Sean was no longer afraid of the goddess, and all that was left was pity and empathy. Perhaps the other party was still enduring this loneliness. Perhaps the other party was still enduring that loneliness. Even the omnipotent true God could not wipe away this loneliness. Alas, Sean sighed. It was fate to be here. Okay. Sean lay down beside the goddess, and decisively stretched out his hand to embrace the beautiful goddess. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely faint. If this happened before, Sean would not dare to do it even if he liked to die. But now, Sean doesn't care about anything. He has only one idea. At least, while I'm still here, I'll accompany you more. If this could wipe away a little of the loneliness and solitude in the goddess' heart, that would be great. With this thought in mind, Sheen hugged this supreme and beautiful goddess. In his heart, there were no evil thoughts, let alone other messy thoughts, but only pure pity that was very rare for Sheen. Sheen didn't know how long it took to hug her. Unconsciously, Sheen's eyelids began to tremble, and finally slowly closed and fell into a deep sleep. Such Sheen didn't notice that the eyelids of the goddess in his arms, who seemed to be eternal, trembled slightly for a moment, then slowly opened. It must be said that Sheen slept very sweetly this time, perhaps because of the beauty in his arms. And this beauty is the supreme and almighty goddess. Sheen hugged her, just like hugging the whole world. The sense of fulfillment and beauty is simply indescribable. However, in a daze, Sheen seemed to see another dream. In that dream, Sheen saw a red gem that looked like a celestial body. Wasn't that the gem in the arms of the black-haired little girl? Sheen looked at the red gem and fell into a daze. Then, the red gem suddenly turned into a stream of light and swept toward Sheen. Sheen didn't even react, because that stream of light was too fast. When Sheen came to his senses, the stream of light had already rushed in front of him and even sank into his body. An amazing force exploded in his body in an instant. Wow! In the sea of flowers, Sheen stood up suddenly, as if he had a nightmare, with palpitations written all over his face. Was it just a dream? Sheen wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking frightened. There was no way. In the dream, The power that exploded in his body was too amazing. That power seemed to be able to destroy the whole world in an instant. And Sean couldn't help but be frightened. Oh! Ominous. Sean recalled what happened before going to bed and looked at his arms. There, the beautiful silver-haired goddess was still sleeping quietly. She really won't wake up. Sean scratched his cheek. There is no one who can sleep like this. I might as well steal this goddess back. Sean couldn't help but have an idea that he shouldn't have. But when he thought of the consequences, he quickly shook it off. Steal the supreme god back home? Well, by then, he will definitely become the first hero in this world to be regarded as a demon king. It's exciting. But forget it. Sean didn't dare to do such a big thing. So he could only gently put the goddess in his arms down. Huh? As he let go, Sean suddenly discovered something. That is, the hand of the sleeping goddess was actually grabbing the clothes in front of him. She looked like a little girl who couldn't leave her father. And also like a girl who relied on her lover. Compared with the eternal sleeping posture before, she was much more lively. Looking at such a goddess, Sean finally felt itchy. So, Sean took a few deep breaths and looked around, as if he was guilty of a thief. After confirming that there was no one here except himself, he immediately lowered his head and kissed the goddess's smooth and pretty face in his arms. This beast, after all, did something he couldn't do. But being able to kiss the supreme and almighty goddess? I have no regrets in this life. Sean then let go of the goddess in his arms with satisfaction and let her lie down again. Just at this moment, the feeling of dizziness came again. She suddenly disappeared in the sea of flowers and left this holy land. Whoosh! The wind blew through the sea of flowers again. The supreme goddess still lay here, sleeping quietly. However, there seemed to be a trace of peace on that beautiful face. Chapter 320, It was obviously me first. At this time, Xian had returned to the solemn temple. In front, Nian came up with a smile on her face, but suddenly stopped. Huh? How could you? Nian seemed to have discovered something, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Xian could see a trace of hesitation in Nian's eyes, but he ignored it and just said expressionlessly, Can you send me back now? Xian's words were concise and his expression was indifferent, which made Nian shudder and suppressed the slight hesitation in her heart. Although this matter was very important, Nian naturally cared more about Xian. Are you angry? Nian spoke weakly, completely without the previous stubbornness and strength. No. Xian shook his head and said expressionlessly, Send me back. Hearing this, Nian wanted to say something, but was stared at by Xian. To be honest, that look really scared Nian. It's over. He's really angry. Nian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known this, she would have used a gentler method. Now, she has angered the hero she has been thinking about day and night. If Xian starts to hate her in the future, then Nian feels that there is no need for her to continue living. Thinking of this, Nian planned to peek into Xian's thoughts. But this peek, Nian found a problem. Can't see it? How could this be? Could it be that? Has he been so angry that he has no thoughts in his mind? Nian's regret suddenly intensified. Such Nian didn't know that as early as in the sanctuary, Xian had acquired a skill because of his strong desire to teach her a lesson. Get the skill Clear Mirror Still Water. Do you want to learn it? This is a skill used to get rid of one's own distracting thoughts and enter a state of no thoughts and no desires. As the saying goes, the human heart is like a mirror, responding to things as they come, and not keeping the past. This is a kind of power that can make people calm and peaceful, and have no distractions. Now, Xian has entered this state, calming his heart, without thoughts, desires, and hopes. In this case, Nian naturally can't read Xian's mind, and doesn't know what he thinks. Of course, Xian didn't intend to just make Nian unable to read his mind. The other party has tricked him so much. If he doesn't fight back, he won't be called Xian. So, send me back. Xian spoke again with a calm face. This time, Nian had to compromise. Okay, go back and calm down first. I'll talk to you later. Nian was like a child who had done something wrong. She hesitated and didn't dare to look at Xian. She waved her hand in frustration, causing the space around Xian to fluctuate. At this moment, good opportunity. Xian suddenly exited the realm of Clear Mirror and Still Water. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Nian. Damn! Nian finally saw what Xian was thinking, and her face suddenly changed. But it was too late to react now. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Xian chopped Nian's neck with a knife, causing Nian to fall down without even a groan. Xian then hugged the fallen Nian and laid her flat on the ground. Then immediately rushed back to her original position and immersed in the fluctuation of the space. The whole process took less than half a second. So, Xian left the temple smoothly, leaving Nian lying on the ground alone. And she didn't wake up for a long time. Swish. Xian finally came back in the bathhouse of Boztut's house. Hum hum ha 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 ha. Xian couldn't help laughing. And laughed very happily. Let you cheat me. Let you not let me come back. You must be the first? I am the first. Your brother-in-law. Xian, who had a clear mind, spoke with a refreshed voice. Didn't you ask me not to do things to the girls around me that I haven't done with you? You thought that once I took action, you could summon me immediately and stop me at any time. Right? But you are dizzy now. And you must not be able to stop me. Right? Now let you know who is the master. Xian, who was happy in his heart, immediately ran back to his room. The sky was already getting light. There was silence in Xian's room, without any sound. Outside the window, Yulin had already fallen asleep. The door of Xian's room was quietly opened, allowing Xian's head to poke in. Luoshi? Are you still there? Xian asked tentatively. No one responded to him. There was no movement. Did he go back? Xian came in from the door, closed the door gently, and glanced at his room in confusion. With this glance, Xian found something strange. In the sound of deep sleep, a figure lay in the quilt on Xian's bed, sleeping soundly. It was Luoshi. She actually fell asleep? Xian was startled at first. And then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then, Xian couldn't laugh or cry anymore. Woohoo! What a soul! I saw that Luoshi was talking in her sleep. You made me feel uneasy for so long. But you stood me up. You are so stupid. Luoshi murmured. Xian felt guilty. Although it was due to force majeure. He did invite the girl to his house to spend the night. But he disappeared when she was nervous and confused, making her feel uneasy all night. It was really unreasonable. It's all the fault of the goddess. Xian always felt that it was too easy for the goddess to just knock her out. Next time. Really next time. He must teach her a lesson. With this thought, Xian tiptoed to the bed and looked at the sweet and lovely sleeping posture of Her Royal Highness the Princess. That sleeping posture, unlike that of the almighty goddess, seemed a little innocent, a little tired, and a little exhausted. Today, I have seen all kinds of beautiful girls sleeping. Xian laughed and stood up, reaching out and tapping Luoshi's cheek. Woo! Luoshi frowned slightly, seeming to feel a little uncomfortable. But even so, Luoshi was still mumbling. Damn. Stupid. Bad. I finally made up my mind. Such mumblings kept coming out of Luoshi's mouth. Hearing these mumblings, Xian could imagine what kind of mental journey Luoshi had gone through last night, even if he used his knees to think. She must have been uneasy and nervous, wanting to retreat, but had to give up this idea because of Yulin's existence. In the end, she seemed to accept her fate, constantly cheering herself up, and thus prepared herself for everything. Right? This made Xian a little unbearable. To be honest, he didn't expect that this princess would actually accept her fate. He thought that even if Yulin was there, even if Luoshi would not run away blatantly in order not to cause too much commotion, she would definitely fight hard when he came back and prevent Xian from succeeding. Xian even made a plan for this, thinking of a trick or a plan to suppress Luoshi. Who would have thought that in the end, this girl would resign herself to her fate and prepare herself mentally. In such a situation, let the other party wait for a night. If nothing really happened, it would be unjust. Damn it. Xian let his emotions run wild and stretched out his claws towards Luoshi, who was sleeping soundly. Luoshi finally woke up. However, after waking up, her state made the princess confused on the spot. Where are my clothes? This was Luoshi's first thought, and also her last thought. The next second, as a wolf shadow pounced on her, Luoshi could only scream in time. And then, there was no movement. In a moment, the temperature in the room rose, and it was filled with all kinds of ambiguous atmosphere. Outside the window, the sky was completely bright, bathed in the sun. Yulin felt as if there was some irritating sound, which made it turn its head impatiently. Yulin changed direction and continued to fall asleep beautifully. Woo! On the other side, Nian finally woke up in the temple, covering her head, looking dizzy, so uncomfortable. Nian felt that her head was very heavy, as if she was hit by someone. Wait, hit? Yes. Nian, was hit by someone. Nian suddenly woke up in an instant and immediately waved her hand, and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, in Xian's room, a man and a woman were sleeping in each other's arms. What exactly does that situation mean? Nian naturally knows. Nian trembled all over. That was out of anger. It was obviously me who did it first. It should have been me who did it first. Nian was so angry. I did so much, risking offending Xian to stop it all. But in the end, I still couldn't change the situation. Everything I did was in vain. And I even got beaten? No, that's not right. It's not just a beating. It seems that sending my hero to the sanctuary was also a wrong decision. Right? That goddess actually gave that thing to my hero? Thinking of this, Nian became even angrier. Don't you care about anything anymore? Don't you pay attention to any existence anymore? Don't you wake up again? Don't you have no interest in this world anymore? What's going on now? What are you going to do to the hero I summoned with great difficulty? Nian was angry and furious. Then, Nian began to worry. You know, that thing is not simple. If he fails, Xian might cause unimaginable disaster. After all, the goddess took the thing away and suppressed it with her own power, so the devil could not be resurrected. Now that the thing has been released, isn't she afraid that the devil will be resurrected? Nian looked grim. Unfortunately, the matter is done, and Nian can't do anything. The only thing she can do is pray. Pray that Xian can get a happy ending for him. Chapter 321. What is the relationship now? In the palace, in the king's room. At this time when the new day just arrived, Leah Dila was coming here with her knight Shanai to pay respects to her father. The relationship between the father and daughter was pretty good, and they talked happily with each other, even with Aradia and Shanai beside them. It still did not affect the conversation between the two. But, for some reason, today, both the father and daughter were a little absent-minded. Shanai couldn't help but say something. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you seem a little listless. Didn't you sleep well last night? Shanai was concerned with concern. Anchi and Leah didn't feel abrupt about Shanai's question. But, are we very listless? Father? Leah seemed a little confused. It's true that I can't get excited. Anchi turned his head, as if he had something in his heart, and asked Aradia, what do you think? Aradia? Hearing this, Aradia spoke lightly. His Majesty does look a little listless. And so does Her Highness Leah. The honest knight answered truthfully. Is that so? Leah nodded, as if she had finally realized something, and sighed. I went to bed early last night. Why do I feel a little listless? Does Leah feel the same way? Anchi also sighed, asking for consent. Do you always feel like you have lost something very important? After Anchi said this, Leah did feel a little empathy. That's right. It was as if something important was lost, or it felt like it was far away from me, which made Leah so listless. This may just be an illusion. However, as a person blessed by God, sometimes, I think it is an illusion. But bad things have indeed happened in reality. Especially the royal family of the kingdom of Mitra. As direct descendants of the brave, all have the blessing of the goddess, at least at the level of the superior god. Sometimes, the blessing will produce some mysterious omens, making people feel something. Of course, this is just a mysterious omen. Unless you are like Luoshi, who has received the blessing of the three goddesses, you may really feel some signs and revelations. Otherwise, the omens brought by the blessings of ordinary people are mostly not very reliable. In view of this, although Anchi and Leah are a little absent-minded, they don't take it too seriously. However, such a conversation appeared at some point. By the way, where is Luoshi? I don't know. She should still be in the palace. Right? Is she resting? Or working? Should she be resting? I heard from the Knights of the Holy Sword Knights that Luoshi accelerated the progress of her work yesterday, for some reason, and has completed a lot of work. That child. It seems that he often does this recently. Finishing the work ahead of time? Yes. Is it for a certain viscount? I think it should be. Anchi and Leah were having such a conversation, and for some reason, they suddenly stopped, and a feeling of unhappiness surged in their hearts. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to make trouble for that viscount. Please calm down. Father, this is too unreasonable. Although I feel the same way. The father and daughter became more absent-minded. In their hearts, two impulses appeared at the same time. One is the impulse to beat up a certain viscount. The other is the impulse to see Luoshi as soon as possible. Please show up quickly. Luoshi. The worried father and sister hoped so in their hearts. I just don't know when this hope will come true. At the same time, in the villa of Duke Stringham, Barry and Linjo, father and son, also gathered together. They were not drinking tea together in a harmonious relationship, but talking about some strange things that happened in the territory recently. Because some incredible and strange things happened in the territory. Barry called Linjo over and discussed going back to the territory together to see if they could investigate these things or even solve them. But the father and son were obviously talking about business. But they also felt a little unmotivated for some reason. Especially Linjo, who had an inexplicable sense of loss lingering in his heart when he woke up early this morning. That sense of loss made Linjo look a little depressed. As if the meaning of life had been lost. And Barry rarely taught Linjo a lesson. Because he also had a sense of loss that his own ambitions were shattered unknowingly. Thanks to this, the father and son, who were extremely utilitarian and purposeful, ended their discussion of business hastily for the first time today. Let's just settle this. Go back and make good preparations. We will set off for the territory tomorrow. Barry waved his hand, looking listless. Yes. Linjo didn't want to think too much, so he agreed casually, stood up, and left the study. However, thinking that he would go back to the territory tomorrow, Linjo cheered up. Before leaving, let's go see Her Highness first. Although Linjo and Rosie are not very familiar with each other, it is good to see her from a distance. Especially today. This thought is particularly strong. I really want to see Her Highness Rosie. I really want to. With this thought in mind, Linjo didn't choose to quietly plan a strategy to approach Her Highness the Princess behind the scenes like before, but brought gifts and gathered in Rosie's bedroom like those noble young masters, waiting for Her Highness the Princess to appear. That look is very much like an animal. The animal is called a licking dog. In fact, it is not just Linjo. Today, all the noble young masters in the capital who admired Luo Shi all looked listless. But they rushed to the palace one by one, just to see the princess. Not to mention those noble young masters. Even the ordinary people in the capital felt empty in their hearts. No matter what they did, they couldn't get motivated. They just wanted noon to come quickly, so that they could go to the palace and wait for the princess to show up. Today's sky is also gray. As if even the sky and the earth feel bad. The depressing atmosphere has been pervading the capital, and even the kingdom, making everyone look lost. Like zombies who have lost their dreams. Under such circumstances, the center of the noble district, where the Bastuta family is located, is isolated from the world, as if it violates common sense. It is sunny and fresh, which is incredible. Later, this day was called the Day of Loss by the world, because, on this day, the kingdom's treasure was eaten up by a beast. Bastuta's family, the main hall, Sheen's room, on the bed, in the quilt, the beautiful princess with her smooth shoulders exposed has woken up. However, Her Royal Highness has been doubting her life since she woke up. There is no way. I was taken away like this? I lost the most important thing like this? Who am I? Where am I? What on earth has been done to me? Luo Shi fell into chaos and couldn't extricate herself for a long time. On the contrary, Sean has been hugging Luo Shi's shoulders since he woke up. He felt unprecedented joy and suddenly realized something. No wonder men always light a cigarette at this time. The reason is very simple. Just because they are too emotional about life. There is no doubt that this is a very fulfilling thing. And after doing such a successful thing, it would be fine if he didn't celebrate with a glass of wine. But how could he not even light a cigarette? Unfortunately, there is no cigarette in this world. Melancholy. It's really melancholy. Just when Sean was so emotional, a faint voice came from the side. You can laugh, but can you not open your mouth so wide? Luo Shi's voice was full of resentment and hatred that others could not understand. Sean quickly put away the smug smile on his face and showed a flattering expression to the naked princess in his arms. Am I not happy? Sheen looked like an honest man who worked hard without complaint. But the more Sean acted like this, the angrier Roxy became. An honest man? Would an honest man strip all his clothes off when he was sleeping soundly and without even noticing it? What a hateful thing you did. Do you know? Still an honest man? What an honest fool. Didn't you stand me up? It would have been fine if you didn't come back until after dawn. But you actually had the guts to attack me? Roxy gritted her teeth in anger. Also, how could you strip someone's clothes off without them noticing when they were sleeping without even waking me up in time with your hand? How come I didn't know you had this ability? Hearing this, Sean began to wonder. Didn't I learn this from a maid? Even though the other party had not taught Sean any of these skills. Strictly speaking, Who was Sean? A cheater. A real cheater? He could learn skills that others had to practice hard to acquire in an instant. Not to mention the skill of stripping clothes? Such a magical skill. Such a shameless method. Was something that Sheen was very reluctant to master. But he was a cheater. Wasn't he? So, Sheen would never admit that he had put in some effort to study and really mastered this skill very reluctantly. Whether others believe it or not. He thought so anyway. Therefore, well, it happened unconsciously. The remarks that Sheen blurted out sounded like a hateful scumbag. Luoshi swore that this was the time when she wanted to kill this bastard the most. If it weren't for the fact that the matter was already done. Luoshi felt that the first hero in the history of Omnipotensen who should fall in front of the Holy Sword should appear at this time. Alas, after a long time, Luoshi sighed and seemed to accept her fate. So, Roxy turned over, pressed on Xian, stretched out her hand, and pressed Xian's face. Just when Xian thought that this girl had finally gotten the hang of it and was planning to turn over and become a female knight, he saw that Roxy was staring at him with a serious face. What is our relationship now? Roxy stared at Xian and asked. Xian blinked. An impulse surged in his heart. That impulse was called courting death. What would happen if I said we were brothers at this time? Well, the scene was obvious, and it was impossible not to see blood. Moreover, Xian was not that bad. At that moment, Xian hugged the lovely person in his arms, and said with a smile, You say, besides husband and wife, what other relationship can we have? This answer finally satisfied Her Royal Highness the Princess. You said it. Luo, she said seriously, I have given you everything. If you dare not marry me in the future, you will be dead. How could Xian deny it? Of course. He nodded repeatedly. Chapter 322 Please be careful in the future. After that, Luo she got up quickly and prepared to go back to the palace. Since Xian came back at dawn, it was almost noon now. And noon is the time when Luo she shows up in public. If she doesn't go back quickly, she will be in trouble. So, even though she was still a little uncomfortable, Luo she could only bear it, regardless of Xian's blatant eyes beside her, and quickly put on her clothes and prepared to leave. Well, she left from the window. If she walked out of Xian's room openly, Luo she dared to guarantee that the fact that she stayed here for a whole night and left at almost noon would soon spread in the capital and cause a sensation. So, she came secretly when she came, and she could only go secretly when she left. But, why does it feel a bit like cheating? Xian seemed to be very happy, and said, also, Isn't the role of jumping out of the window reversed? Get out. Luo she spoke to Xian in a bad mood, staring at him, and said, Remember to come to the palace to find me later, and you are not allowed to leave today. Luo she was really worried that Xian would eat her up, and then leave the capital without courtesy, and go to the Duke of Stringham. Although it was a bit urgent now, and she couldn't stay here any longer. Luo she didn't want to separate from Xian just like that. Luo she was a little worried about giving him the person just now. Therefore, Luo she didn't plan to let Xian run away without sticking to him for a few days. Otherwise, who knows with this guy's style? Will he wait until the children are adults before coming back? Anyway, Luo she felt that it was not very reliable, and he had to give him a good lecture for a few days before letting him go. Okay. You have the final say. Okay. Although Xian was a little annoyed, he didn't object. Today is different from the past. Xian has already made a move on the princess, so he can't resist going to the palace like before. The magic training has ended. Xian basically has no important things to deal with next. It is necessary to accompany Luo Shi for a few days. Besides, they could only drink tea and chat together before. But now they are together. There are many more things they can do. Right? Xian has made up his mind that he will taste the kingdom's treasure in the minds of thousands of people. So he is reluctant to leave. In other words, he will not give up until he completely turns this princess into his own shape. Dog head. I don't know if Luo Shi noticed Xian's thoughts. After getting Xian's promise, the princess finally felt relieved. Then I'll leave? At this point, Luo Shi was really reluctant. What about the kingdom's treasure? So what if she is the goddess in the hearts of millions of people? No matter how beautiful or outstanding she is still a 17-year-old girl. In this situation, she is worried about gains and losses. But she is reluctant to leave her man. That is normal. Fortunately, Xian's emotional intelligence is not low. And he is not the evil slow-witted male protagonist. He can still see that Luo Shi is reluctant to leave. At that moment, Xian quickly hugged the girl into his arms, and printed a bloody mouth on her. Woo! Luo, she groaned, patted Xian's shoulder, and then gave up. She blushed and was kissed by Xian before being let go. Go! Xian rarely said in a gentle tone, I will come to you after dinner. It won't take too long. Hearing this, Luo Shi, who was treated by Xian's gentle side, felt that some places in her heart were filled. And finally some happiness emerged. Fortunately, this guy is not too stupid and knows how to be gentle to me. This seems to be the first time that he treats me so gently. Right? Then my efforts are worth it. But is it too much to exchange everything for gentleness? Alas, I hope this guy can be so smart in the future. Then I will wait for you. Luo Shi stayed in Xian's arms for a while, and was kissed by Xian several times. Then she left with some satisfaction and jumped out of the window. In the garden, Yulin seemed to notice something and opened one eye, but soon closed it again, ignoring Luo Shi, who fell beside her. Luo Shi looked back again, and saw Xian standing in front of the window waving to her. And then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Just like that, the unparalleled princess left. Xian kept watching the other party leave until he could no longer see the other party's back. And then he sighed. Is this what it feels like to have a woman? I even feel a little reluctant to let her go. No wonder that things between men and women have always been the main theme of any world. Of course, Xian is still in a very happy mood. After all, I have successfully gotten rid of being single. Right? The more Xian thinks about it, the better his mood becomes. I will spend the next few days with the princess. After making such an idea, Xian turned around. This turn, Xian was almost scared to death. I saw that. I don't know when. A figure stood behind him. La Xia. After seeing the other person's full appearance clearly, Xian opened his eyes. La Xia, however, had no expression on his face. You are finally willing to get up, Mr. Xian. La Xia said very calmly. Lunch is ready. Miss Vivian and the others have been asking you why you haven't gotten up since morning. They have been waiting for you for a long time. Is that so? Xian was still a little confused, and could only subconsciously say sorry. I'll go over right away. Okay. Laxia nodded and said, the washing work is ready. Please move over. Although these are all the work I have to do, I think today is special. Mr. Xian doesn't need it, so I can only ask you to do it yourself. Anyway, even Laxia can't help Xian finish washing without anyone noticing when he is awake. Right? But compared to such trivial matters, Xian cares more about another thing. You already know it? Xian asked weakly. The thing he was referring to was naturally the ambiguous thing that happened in this room. Laxia nodded calmly as Xian's face twitched. Of course I know it. After all, I have always been by your side. Laxia said this. By your side? Xian was dumbfounded. I am a maid, so of course I have to be there all the time. Laxia looked calm. If not, then have you been watching all the time? Xian widened his eyes. Yes, I have been watching all the time. Laxia was still so calm, but what she said made Xian want to vomit blood. In other words, when he and Luo Shi were in love, you advanced and I retreated. You attacked and I received. You were on top and I was on the bottom. This maid was watching from the side. When Xian was confused, Laxia said this. Don't worry. I have said it before. I have professional knowledge. I will not make a fuss. And I will not say anything casually. Mr. Xian does not need to be scared because of this little thing. Laxia's words can simply stimulate people to death. This little thing? A wonderful night of love that I have done my best to make, in your opinion, is just a small matter? Come on. Come on. Compete with me with your so-called professional knowledge. I don't believe that my experience of reading a lot of books in my previous life for 20 years is inferior to your so-called professional knowledge. Just when Xian was about to show off his skills, Laxia suddenly changed his tone. In fact, I am still very relieved. Laxia said indifferently. At least, there will be someone to solve some physical problems for Mr. Xian in the future. And I don't have to worry about being dragged to the bed by Mr. Xian to kiss and touch randomly. This sentence made Xian lose his temper on the spot. I didn't mean it, Xian said weakly again. I know. Laxia also responded lightly again. And then, there was nothing else. Laxia seemed to have mentioned it casually, and she stopped talking after that, which made Xian feel that he had done something wrong. At that moment, Xian spoke up quickly. Well, let's go eat. After saying that, Xian passed Laxia and walked quickly towards the door. However, Mr. Xian, Laxia's voice came from behind Xian. Xian stopped. Because, at this time, Laxia's voice seemed to be a little bit wrong compared to the past. Xian turned around and looked at Laxia. At this glance, Xian found that Laxia was staring at him closely, with inexplicable emotions in her ruby-like eyes. Behind her, a head of beautiful long straight black hair swayed, carried by the wind blowing in from the window, coupled with that delicate and beautiful face. Xian's breathing suddenly stopped for a moment. There is no way. I always feel that I have seen this face somewhere. Xian suddenly felt a familiar feeling from Laxia for some reason. At the same time, Xian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for some reason. This was not a heartbeat or a palpitation, but it seemed that something in his body was resonating with the things in front of him, making Xian feel a little uncomfortable. In this situation, Laxia still stared at Xian closely. Xian also unconsciously pressed his chest and looked at Laxia together. Neither of them spoke, letting silence permeate between each other. It was not until a long time later that Laxia lowered her eyes. The beautiful maid came to Xian, stretched out her slender hand, and pressed it on Xian's chest. At this moment, Xian's resonance in his heart was stronger and his heartbeat was faster. But Laxia did not do anything else. She just said this. Please be careful in the future. After leaving these words, Laxia turned and left. Xian was left alone, watching Laxia leave, with a trace of sadness gradually emerging in his chest. What on earth was going on? Xian was puzzled, and Laxia's expression and eyes just now became a deep impression, imprinted in Xian's heart, making him unable to forget for a long time. Chapter 323 The Day of Departure. In the following days, basically nothing strange happened. Sean also told everyone who was staying at Bostad's house about the upcoming trip to the Dukedom of Sturm, letting everyone know. Knowing that Sean was about to go to the Dukedom of Sturm to attack the old demon clan, Vivian and her group said that they could go with him. Sean did consider whether to go with Vivian and others, but thinking that these people had just survived a crisis a while ago, and this time Rosie claimed that her trip would not be too smooth, in order not to involve these girls. Sean did not agree, but claimed that he would go with Ayi, so that everyone did not need to worry. Naturally, knowing that Ayi would go to the Dukedom of Sturm with Sean, the girls also expressed their reassurance and simply gave up going with him. In the words of Ter, if you have trouble with the dragon demon, then even if we go, we will only be a drag. Therefore, Vivian and her group planned to stay in the capital to help Sheen take care of some family matters, and officially log into the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild in the capital. From now on, they will use the capital as their base to carry out adventure activities and improve their own strength. Ayi is also fine. It's better to say that I have been waiting for a long time. This girl seems to be a little impatient to set off. The only one who makes people unsure is Sarah. After learning that Sheen and Ayi are going to go to the Dukedom of Sturm to attack the old demon clan, the Demon Supreme raised his eyebrows, but said nothing, and did not express anything. He was quietly thinking about something. I don't know what he was thinking. Sheen talked to this woman. It's about time for you to go back to the demon world, right? Do you really have so much time to stay here and fish? Sheen had never been polite to the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm. Just as he claimed at the beginning, he had a quarrel with Sarah. Are you so anxious to drive me away? Sarah said with a bit of a laugh. Others are begging me to stay for a while. You are really the first one who dares to drive me away. There is no way. You have seen that my private life is very chaotic, Sheen said with a smile. With such a chaotic private life, the Supreme Lord of the Demon Clan would not want to keep staring at it and see it unpleasant. Right? That wouldn't happen. Right? Sarah smiled back. Not only was she not teased by Sheen, but she said meaningfully, I find it very interesting, and I really want to stay a few more days to see it. Forget it. Sheen rolled his eyes and said, as you can see, AI and I are about to leave here and go to the Duke of Stringham. You can't just hang out with us outside. Right? Indeed. If Sheen and AI left the capital, Sarah would not be able to follow them all the time. Unlike AI who leaves all affairs to the demons under her command, Sarah is really busy. She needs to deal with all kinds of matters of the demons. And she also needs to take care of the frictions between the three tribes. She can stay here and relax these days, thanks to her preparations from the beginning. In just a few days, there will be no problems due to her absence. But this is already the limit. If Sarah hangs out outside again, the demon world will probably start to be in chaos. Sheen didn't know that in the past few days, Sarah had been contacted several times by subordinates in the demon world. As the leader of the demon clan, Sarah can stay in the human world for a very short time. If she stays, not only will the human race countries be moved, but the gods will also take some action for this. So, in fact, Sarah is also ready to return to the demon world recently. But, can't you persuade little AIE to go back with me? Sarah is not very satisfied with this result. If you want to persuade her, go and persuade her yourself. I won't. Xian is too lazy to do such thankless things. AIE has a pure personality. Although she has an unkind side, she also has a side that listens to the people she trusts. This little girl will basically meet the requirements that Xian puts forward to her. Xian has no objection to her staying. Sarah is different. Her ideas are based on race and politics. It is not easy to get her to be devoted to someone or to help him. In addition, they are not familiar with each other. Xian does not care about where Sarah is going, and will not miss her. Instead, he wants her to leave quickly. As for Yi, when there is a thigh to hug, Xian naturally has to hug it tightly, so as not to push it away. Sarah seems to know this inside. This child is really in the rebellious period. Sarah sighed and said to Xian, since little Yi is unwilling to go back with me, you have to take good care of her, and don't have any bad thoughts about her. Otherwise you know. Hearing this, Xian responded bluntly, sorry. I really don't understand. Xian said to Sarah with a half smile, it's mainly because I don't want to understand the evil thoughts in the mouth of the Moon Demon Lord. I believe you will understand the reason. Right? Sarah was quite puzzled by Xian's tongue-twister-like statement. She knew what Xian was referring to. Because the so-called evil thoughts in Sarah's mouth meant that Xian should not think of using AI's power and identity to do anything. Sarah was really worried that with AI's pure personality, she would be used unconsciously by ambitious people. For this reason, she came to the human world. And in the past few days, according to Sarah's observation of Xian, although she could not say that she completely trusted Xian, she could basically determine that he had no wolfish ambitions. Therefore, Sarah was more or less relieved about this matter. But she still couldn't help but want to warn Xian. But is Xian such a person who is so easy to warn? He was just telling Sarah in his own way that evil thoughts and the like were boring things that only people like them would think about. And he himself didn't want to understand. Nor would he understand. In short, Xian is asking Sarah to stop worrying about unnecessary things. Of course, if Sarah means hugging and kissing, then I can't agree to it. This is the fun of my next journey. Xian's words made Sarah instantly furious. You still want to hug and kiss that child? Don't even think about it. Sarah was furious. Why? Xian said, as long as it is something you and I agree to. Even you, the elder sister, have no reason to intervene. Right? How come it's gone? Sarah shouted, she's still young. Young? Xian suddenly said with a strange look on his face. The king of the dragon clan, who has lived for at least thousands of years, or even more than 10,000 years. You tell me, she is young? You are afraid that you have some misunderstanding about young? But, in my eyes, she is still young. Sarah seemed to have determined it. Xian's expression suddenly became even more strange. Now, he probably understood why Yi was so disgusted by others treating her as a child. Feelings? Has she always been raised as a child by these sister-consisters? Thinking of this, Xian's eyes turned slightly, and suddenly smiled. That smile made Sarah feel not very good instantly. What are you laughing at? Sarah was a little nervous for a rare time and said, I warn you. You are not allowed to have any bad ideas about that child. Okay. Xian was unexpectedly straightforward this time, and said very kindly, I won't. Don't worry. However, Xian became so easy to talk to. Sarah not only did not feel relieved, but became more and more uneasy. No! I want to go with you! Sarah felt that she could not ignore it. But Xian ignored this demon, turned around and left, and went to the palace to find Luoxi. Sean stayed with Roxy for several days, and let Sarah stay at Boztut's house for a few days. After a few days, the urging from the demon world became more and more urgent, and Sarah's firm position became more and more fragile. In the end, under Jacinta's personal plea, she could only return to the demon world unwillingly. Remember, little AI can only be mine. Sarah seemed to leave a letter written in red handwriting in Sean's room, so that Sean saw this bloody sentence. To be honest, when Sean saw the bloody handwriting, he was really a little scared. Facts have proved that sister control cannot be excited. In this world, the most terrifying thing is not Yandra, but sister control. At least, Yandra will go to HL with you. But sister control will only make you bear the stigma of causing others to have their legs broken. One is real death, and the other is social death. The horror of the latter may exceed the former several times depending on the situation. To sum up, Xian handed the letter to Yi. You wait for me for another day. Yi was silent for a long time on the day she received the letter. And then she threw down this sentence with difficulty. With a heart full of anger. As if she had returned to the demon world. Xian still didn't know what happened that day. Xian only knew that the next day, Yi brought back another letter. I was wrong, 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 I was wrong. The letter was full of such words. So Xian threw the letter away solemnly. After all, he didn't want to have a nightmare because of this. In this way, Xian dealt with everything that should be dealt with. And the preparations were ready. The night before departure, Xian stayed in Luo Shi's bedroom for a night. What happened that night? Those who understand will understand. The next day, as soon as Xian returned to Bostut's house, he immediately took Yi and rode on Yulin. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Ai, Laxia also came along. Since the servants are ready to leave, there is no reason for me to stay here. Laxia said so as a matter of course. And she didn't know when she had prepared all the luggage for Xian. Thanks to this, when Xian and others were about to leave, not only Vivian and her group were in the garden, but also all the maids and servants in the house came out. Have a good trip. Sister, please come back early. Remember to take care of yourself. Woohoo, sister. A group of beautiful maids and servants gathered in the garden, shouting and crying. Xian didn't want to complain anymore, so he could only look at Vivian and others. Be careful. Vivian nodded to Xian. Come back early. Teal also stared at Xian closely, with some emotion in her eyes. Have a good trip. Lumia expressed nervously. Please take care of yourself. Mr. Xian? Melika was reluctant, and looked like she was about to cry. Xian smiled. Don't worry. Leaving such a sentence, Xian stepped lightly on Yulin under him. Roar! Yulin roared, flapped her dragon wings, set off a hurricane, and flew high into the sky. Not long after, the pitch-black dragon flew out of the capital and broke through the air. Many people saw this scene, including the princess in the palace. Come back soon? Roxy, who was only covered with a sheet, stood in front of the window, looking at the black dragon breaking through the air, and whispered with nostalgia. She left the royal capital and headed for the dukedom of Strim. Chapter 324, Jaridli. Jaridli. This is a junction city in the dukedom of Sturm in the kingdom of Mitra. It is the only city in the dukedom of Sturm that is located on the border of the territory and borders the inland of the kingdom. Although it is a city in the dukedom of Sturm, it is a bit tricky to say that it is completely under the dukedom of Sturm because the other half of the city is outside the territory. In the past, the Sturm family had several conflicts and disputes with the neighboring Marquis Laxati family over the ownership of this city. And even a small-scale war broke out. Later, because Sturm is a duke family, the privileges and status in the kingdom are much higher than those of ordinary Marquis families. The city was temporarily allocated to the Sturm family by the kingdom. But due to the awkward situation of the location, the Marquis Laxati bordering the dukedom of Sturm seems to have been obsessed with it. This problem can actually be solved by replanning the scope of the territory. For example, if the territories around Jaridli were divided among the nobles, such a thing would not happen. However, since neither the Duke of Stringham nor the Marquis of Laxati was willing to give up their territories and give them to others, this issue has been deadlocked, which has caused the kingdom a lot of headaches. The royal family has even complained about this. I don't know what people in the past thought, which led to the division of territories and the creation of such disputes. But no matter what, the overall situation has been determined, and the ownership of Jaridli has not been resolved, so it can only be left to exist. But it is precisely because of this that the defense force of Jaridli is much stronger than that of ordinary cities. The second knights of the Duke of Stringham are stationed here. The leader is the head of a knight viscount family, who is attached to the Duke of Stringham. The head of the family is as high as 79, and is the best among the many knights of the Duke of Stringham. He is only one step away from reaching the level of 80. However, today, this master and the knights of the Knights Order stared at the sky blankly, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground without knowing what had happened. No, not only the knights, but even the civilians in Jaridli looked at the sky with horror, screamed in panic, and fled everywhere. The whole of Jaridli fell into chaos in an instant. And in the sky, a huge black shadow slowly fell from the sky. Roar! The terrifying roar turned into a substantial sound wave, which rolled up waves of sand and dust, and shook the whole of Jaridli like a shock wave. The terrifying momentum and the scary figure made the knights tremble all over. And they almost turned around and ran away. Dragon! It's a dragon! Oh my god! The dragon is coming! A dragon is attacking Jiritli. The people around did not insist on anything, screaming and fleeing in panic. Triss, the leader of the second knights of the Duke of Stringham, looked at this scene with a livid face. How is it possible? Why? Why did a dragon appear? Aren't dragons the rarest monsters? Haven't they appeared for hundreds of years? Especially adult dragons, which have become rare in the human world. Why do they suddenly appear here and even attack the city? No. Now is not the time to think about such things. Before that, a defense line must be organized to prevent the dragon from descending on Jiritli. Otherwise, Jiritli may be turned into a purgatory by the dragon's breath, ushering in a terrible disaster. Quick! Raise the barrier. Triss tried to cheer up and shouted orders. Jiritli is a very special city. There is a very high-level barrier in the city. It was originally built to deal with the army that the Marquis Laxati might send here at any time. But now it has to be used to deal with a dragon. Buzz! The walls around Jiritli suddenly trembled, and a layer of magic barrier suddenly rose, surrounding the entire city. With this barrier, even the dragon breath that is said to be able to break through all defenses should be able to block one or two. Right? Quick! Quickly transfer all the archers and magicians here. Quick! Triss shouted anxiously, constantly dispatching troops, hoping to fight the dragon, who was trying to kill after the barrier was broken. It doesn't matter. The dragon may have just reached adulthood, so it recklessly ran to the human city. If so, then the level of this dragon should not be high. The level of an adult dragon can generally reach 80. If the dragon's level was only 80, Triss felt that he and the second knights should be able to defeat it. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Roar! In the sky, the dark dragon seemed to be annoyed by the sudden barrier. It roared suddenly, opened its mouth, and let the amazing magic power gather in it. The next second, a scorching breath was sprayed out, turning into a beam of fire falling from the sky, and fell on the barrier of Jiritli. Bang! There was no suspense. The barrier only blocked for less than a second, and then it was completely broken into pieces and exploded under the impact of the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath also turned into a spectacular spark, bursting in all directions, and it caused the temperature in the atmosphere to rise rapidly. It's over. Seeing that the high-level barrier used to protect the city was shattered by a single blow, Triss' luck finally disappeared and turned into despair. This dragon is not a fledgling adult dragon, but a terrifying monster that has grown up for a long time and is at least 90 levels. It is easy for such a monster to destroy a city alone. Jiritli will become a purgatory under the dragon's breath and a ruin destroyed by the dragon. Triss has foreseen such a future. At this time, I said that you can't just ride the dragon into the city. Right? Look! Isn't this a problem? What a fuss! It's just that the dragon is going to land in the city. What's there to be afraid of? I said. You are not talking about the situation that will only occur in your territory in the demon world. Right? Yes. In my territory, every city will welcome the arrival of the dragon. And there is a square specially used for the dragon to rest. Every time a dragon flies over, the people in the city will cheer like it's a festival. That's what will happen in your territory. This is the human world. The human world is really troublesome. Such a conversation suddenly sounded from the head of the dragon, which stunned the desperate Triss. Not to mention Triss, even the members of the knights and the people in the city were stunned. Until, look! There is someone on the dragon! A sharp-eyed knight opened his eyes first, pointed at the dragon in the sky, and exclaimed. This exclamation made everyone feel unbelievable at first. And then, they all widened their eyes. Just because, on the head of the dragon, there were indeed several figures. Oh my god! Is there really someone? Someone is riding a dragon. I am dizzy. Everyone who saw that scene felt that everything they saw was so unreal. Triss was the same. He was frozen there, and didn't react for a long time. At this time, the figures on the dragon jumped up and jumped down. The position was right in front of Triss. Alert! Triss was startled and shouted almost subconsciously. The knights around him reacted one by one, raised their weapons, and scattered around. Under such circumstances, the figures that jumped off the dragon's back fell to the ground and entered the encirclement of the knights. Only then did everyone see the full picture of the figures. It was a combination of a man and two women. The man was a young man in his early 20s, with a sword on his waist and ordinary clothes. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary adventurer, without any outstanding features. The women were a little strange. One was a little girl holding a pillow, and the other was a girl in a maid's uniform. One was small, and the other was big. The only thing they had in common was their extraordinary beauty. Such a combination of a man and two women jumped off the dragon and appeared in front of everyone, which made people feel incredible. But the reality is like this. Even if everyone present is unwilling to admit it, it is useless. Are you the one in charge here? The leading young man quickly found Triss from the vast crowd and set his sights on Triss. Triss' heart tightened. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he might have locked onto him in an instant among so many people and guessed that he was the leader here. This ability alone was enough to prove that the other party was not as ordinary as he looked. I am the leader of the second knights of the Duke of Stringham's family, and also the head of the Viscount Kigarel family. My name is Triss Kigarel. Triss came forward, stared at the young man, and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Why did you ride a dragon into Geridley? Is that dragon your mount? Triss asked a lot of questions in one breath, but the young man didn't answer him. He just raised his eyebrows when he heard that he was the leader of the second knights of the Duke of Stringham's family. And then he became a smile. First of all, I'm sorry for riding a dragon into Geridley without thinking it through. The young man apologized. Then, the other party spoke like this. I'm Sheen. As you can see, this dragon is my mount. This is my maid and my, sister. Please forgive me for disturbing you. The young man named Sheen said so. Sheen? Triss frowned. He always felt that he had heard of this name somewhere recently. But the cute little girl holding a pillow next to the young man named Sheen suddenly frowned. Sister? The other party seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this identity. Could it be that these identities are all fabricated? Triss became alert. On the contrary, the young man named Sheen scratched his face. Well, let's put down our weapons first. Sheen smiled suddenly. Then, we will talk again. Chapter 325. Same Viscount. Different fate. Roar! At this time, Yulin also descended from midair, stopped above Sheen's head, looked at the knights surrounding Sheen and his group, and roared. It seemed that someone in the knight group in the encirclement made such a shameful sound unconsciously. But it can't be blamed on them. Who can bear it when a ferocious monster that can kill everyone at any time stops above their heads and roars? If the knights present were not all experienced warriors, and were members of the second knights in the Dukedom of Strimmer, second only to the first knight stationed on the border, they might have already started to run away. As the saying goes, the dragon's might is like a prison. Yulin just released a little bit of momentum, which was enough to scare these knights of level 50 or so to death. Just as Triss thought, a dragon like this could easily destroy a city, not to mention a nearly invincible monster king like Yulin. So, Triss had to give the order. Put down your weapons. There was a hint of unwillingness in Triss' voice. It was a shame that the opponent was just a young man in his early 20s, with only a child and a maid by his side. But the second knights of the Duke of Stringham were forced to lay down their weapons and compromise. At least, Triss had never suffered such an injustice. But there was no way. Who let the other party have such a terrible dragon as a mount? This means that there is either a huge force behind the other party, so it is possible to equip such a mount for the other party, or the other party is a taming master who has mastered the high-level taming skills. No matter which identity, Triss can't afford to offend. Even the Stringham family he relies on may not be able to offend, in addition to the real threat posed by the dragon. If Triss still doesn't know how to respect him, then he must have a brain problem. However, a master tamer who can tame a real dragon? Triss has never heard of a master tamer of this level. No, that's not right. Recently, there seems to be a rumor that there is indeed a noble who can tame dragons in the capital. Right? Triss suddenly remembered this matter. Could it be that? Are you Viscount Bostut? After hesitating for a while, Triss chose to ask. Oh! Sheen smiled and said, so you know me? Yes. Of course I know. After all, according to rumors, although this noble is only a Viscount, he is very extraordinary. It seems that there are powerful people from the demon world behind him, and even the royal family favors him. What's more, it is said that even the treasure of the kingdom that countless people admired had a good relationship with him in private. Triss still remembered that when hearing the news, many children of noble families wailed and made contemptuous remarks unwilling to believe, which caused quite a stir in the territory. Even his own son pestered him for a while and asked him to collect information in this regard to see if it was true. So Triss had some impression of Sheen. Now, Triss understood why he felt that the name Sheen was very familiar. So, is he the Viscount in the rumors? It's really rude. Triss' thoughts turned rapidly in his mind. But on the surface, he spoke politely, saying, "It turned out that we are nobles from the same kingdom. I thought it was the Marquis family of the neighboring land who came to invade again. Please forgive me for the offense." No. No. Sheen smiled and said, "I am the one. I actually made such a big noise with my mount and frightened you all. I am really ashamed." No. No. Yes. Yes. Sheen and Triss were being modest with each other. And it felt like nobles were dealing with each other. Anyway, I was watching from the side with a look of disgust. Hasn't this guy always hated this? In the past, who was the one who claimed that he disliked the hypocrisy of the nobles? Aren't you now living like what you once hated the most? Tui! While AI was being so disgusted, Laxia was still calm and indifferent, just standing quietly by the side, saying nothing, and looking very much like an attendant. In this case, Sheen and Triss were done with the pretense, and finally got to the point. "I don't know why Lord Bastuda came to Giritli. If you need any help from me, just ask." Triss said so. Sheen was no longer polite, and finally returned to his original attitude. "I came here this time mainly because of the request of Her Royal Highness the Princess to learn about the old demon faction that appeared in the Duke of Stringham's territory." Sheen unceremoniously borrowed the name of his own wife and stood firm. "Asked by Her Royal Highness the Princess?" Triss narrowed his eyes. "It seems that this Viscount really has a good personal relationship with the Princess, as the rumors say." Triss has never heard of anyone who has been asked by Her Royal Highness to go to such a far place to do things like this. If the playboy and his family knew about this, he would probably be jealous and crazy. Right? Ever since he went to the capital and met Her Royal Highness the Princess, his son has completely lost his soul. He has been clamoring to go to the capital countless times. And he also claimed that he must get rid of the dependence on the Stringham family in the future and let the family settle in the capital. What is the purpose? It is obvious. Triss didn't object, because he knew how unrealistic this was. Is it so easy to enter the capital? Not to mention the nobles. Even ordinary civilians. If they want to live and work in the capital, they have to have a good introduction and spend a lot of family wealth. Although the Gigolel family is a viscount, there are countless nobles who have tried to squeeze into the aristocratic circle of the capital throughout history. But they can't get the door. How easy is it to enter the capital? Because of this, there is actually a difference between the nobles who can stay in the capital and the nobles outside the capital, even if they have the same status and rights. The former's connections, property, and connections are much better than the latter. It is completely feasible to regard them as the upper class among the nobles. In this world, there are viscounts with a lot of wealth. And there are also viscounts who are on the verge of bankruptcy and penniless. So, if his son can really enter the capital, he will be happy. How can he object? It's just a pity for him. He thought that he could be closer to His Highness by moving into the capital. But he didn't know that his hope was still slim. There are countless nobles who have developed in the capital for hundreds of years. But even they have not been able to win the favor of His Highness. Let alone a viscount who has just moved into the capital. Not to mention that they haven't moved in yet. Therefore, if Triss was not afraid of shattering his son's dream and making him lose motivation, Triss would want to wake him up and tell him not to think too much. And the man in front of him is the same viscount as himself. But he has not only been in the limelight recently, but also has a private relationship with His Highness. If his son knew about this, how could he not go crazy? Let him leave quickly. Triss made up his mind and spoke. "I have also heard about the appearance of the old demon clan in the territory." Triss said, "I heard that after the other party appeared in the territory, some strange things seem to have begun to appear in various parts of the territory. Your arrival is really a timely new force for our Duke of Strim." Hearing this, she ignored the flattery in the other party's words, but only paid attention to the key points. "Strange things?" She looked at Triss and asked, "What strange things?" "I don't know much about this," Triss said awkwardly. After all, Giritli is located on the border of the Duke of Strim, which is considered the most marginal city. The news in the territory usually arrives here at the latest. We have never had the strange things rumored here, so I don't know what this so-called strange thing specifically refers to. Okay. Sheen didn't seem to hope to gain anything from Triss. While nodding, he said very straightforwardly, "In this case, if I want to understand this matter, where should I go most appropriately?" This question made Triss frown and think hard for a while. Then Triss thought of something. I heard that the people of the old demon clan first appeared in Cosmos. And the strange things in the rumors also first appeared there. Duke Stringham also sent troops there for this purpose. And they are still dealing with this matter. Perhaps Lord Bozta can gain something from it. Triss provided such a clue. Cosmos? Sheen's eyes lit up. And after a moment of silence, he said, I remember that it seemed to be a border city close to the Ragna Empire. Right? Yes. Triss told the truth and said, I heard that even the Imperial people are taking action for this matter, which has led to rumors in the territory that all this is the work of the Ragna Empire. If you want to go there, you have to go all the way north and cross the entire dukedom. Well, it will take a long time to fly again. Realizing this, the light in Sheen's eyes dimmed a little. But this trip has to go again. In this case, thank you Lord Kygel for your guidance. Sheen thanked the captain for the time being. Is Lord Bozta going to go now? Triss also tried to test it for the time being. Sheen shook his head directly. After flying all the way from the capital to here, I and the people around me are tired. Let's rest here for a night. That's what Sheen planned. Then I will help you arrange accommodation? Triss was still quite enthusiastic. No. We will solve it ourselves. Sheen took the hands of the two beautiful girls beside him, one big and one small, and rejected Triss's proposal. All right then. Triss could only nod his head to express regret. Sheen then took Ai and Laxia and left here. The knights quickly separated to let Sheen pass through the encirclement. Roar! Yulin shouted, scaring everyone present, and followed Sheen to leave. Seeing the figure carrying the dragon away, the enthusiasm on Triss's face disappeared. Inform the citizens to know that the dragon is a noble's mount. So there is no need to be scared. But also take care of yourself and don't cause trouble. Triss ordered the knights on the side. Yes. The knights received the order and hurried down to execute it. Triss glanced at the direction where Sheen left, looking at the dragon following closely. And his heart was full of envy. If he could have a dragon as a mount, and the princess and the powerful people in the demon world as his backers, he would be so arrogant. Right? It's really the same person with different fates. No. It's the same fate as the Viscount. Chapter 326 You Are My Wife. This day, Jaredly is destined to be very lively. How can it not be lively? Above the heads of the man and two women walking hand in hand on the street, the pitch-black dragon is like the most loyal bodyguard, slowly flapping its wings and flying, while following the three people step by step. The sense of attention is simply more stylish than any noble or even royal family's travel, and instantly makes the style full. The people seem to have received the news from the knights. Although they dare not approach the street where Sheen and his party are, they stick their heads out from the buildings on both sides and the alleys and dark alleys, looking at Sheen and his party walking around with a dragon, feeling both fear and excitement. Is that the noble lord of the capital? So powerful. So powerful. There is actually a dragon as a mount. Are the noble lords of the capital so powerful? The people were whispering and talking about it, looking at Sheen holding Ai and Lash's hands. Their eyes were full of admiration and yearning. At this moment, Sheen was undoubtedly great and majestic in people's eyes. Even many sweet-looking young ladies with good family backgrounds came with a group of guards to watch. Looking at Sheen's fiery eyes, people felt itchy. Not only is he a noble at a young age, but he also has a real dragon as a mount. Even the leader of the second knights of Jaredly has to treat him politely. What is the difference between such a man and a rich son-in-law? In addition, the other party is a noble from the capital. If he can gain a foothold in a place like the capital, he is a noble among nobles. Naturally, these young ladies are all interested in him. This made Sheen sigh. It seems that being a noble still has its advantages. At least, the face and grade are enough. And the treatment is not bad. He is a winner in life. Of course, the treatment of the two beauties around Sheen is also good. Look at that maid. She is so beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful maid? If I had such a beautiful maid, how could I marry the daughter of a baron? The same is true for my daughter. If she had half of her figure and appearance, I would have proposed marriage directly. How could I wait for her to come to force marriage? Aristocrats should have such beautiful maids around them to have face. Right? That little girl is also very beautiful. She is so beautiful. It would be great if my daughter was so cute. It would be better to say that I want to recognize her as my daughter. Yes. I really want to. Such conversations continued to be heard, and one could see that many noble young masters and men with families had gathered around, looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, beside Sheen, and they almost drooled. Unfortunately, let alone Laxia. Ayi's mood continued to go downhill. Daughter? Ayi's little face was covered with frost. Sister and daughter. What's going on now? I am a great dragon demon. Can I be someone's sister and daughter? If you recognize a sister or mother, I will reluctantly listen to you as a good word. If you are in a good mood, maybe you are mentally disturbed, I will give you a chance to establish a relationship. You still want to treat me as a sister or daughter. It seems that you are only afraid of the dragon flying above your head. Not afraid of me, the Dragon King. Right? Do you believe that I will transform on the spot and scare you to death? At that time, I am afraid that you will all be willing to be brothers. Ayi was extremely unhappy, and even looked at the city with displeasure. So, Ayi began to ask Xian, do you really want to rest here for a night? Can't we just leave? Ayi almost printed the words, I don't want to stay here on her face. Unfortunately, Xian was not moved at all. Flying all the way from the capital to here. I am tired even if you are not tired. Okay, Xian said unhappily, now the sun is almost setting. Do you still want to travel overnight? Well, Ayi really doesn't want to travel overnight. As a sleepy dragon king, it is impossible not to sleep at night. Probably impossible in this life. You know, in the past, Ayi has slept for more than 10 or 20 years. During this period, she has been awake almost every day by Xian's side. Although she didn't feel uncomfortable, she was a little sleepy and wanted to lie down and sleep forever. But if she really did this, when she woke up next time, Xian might be buried. Right? So, Ayi didn't dare to really fall asleep, and could only go to bed early and get up late every day, which was hard enough. Then let's go to another city to rest. Ayi made another request. But this time, before Xian could speak, Laxia spoke first. The nearest city to Jiridli is in the west. Even with Lord Yulin's speed, it will take a while to fly there. By then, it may be dark. It may not be easy to find a hotel to rest at that time. Laxia's calm speech finally made Ayi shut up, although there was still some unhappiness on her face. Xian knew that this girl had given up the idea of leaving. You've really had enough. Xian looked at it with a smile and said, isn't it just being treated as a child? Is it necessary to resist so much? Then let me ask you. I looked at Xian and said expressionlessly, if you live to be 60 years old in the future, and the people around you coax you in a childish tone all day long, call you little Xian, remind you to get up and brush your teeth, buy you a bunch of clothes for 10-year-old children, help you bathe and feed you every day, and even require you to report where you go, and ask you to bring a bunch of people to take care of you, what will you do? Hearing this, Xian thought about it for a while. And then, he couldn't stand it. If there really was a beautiful girl who bathed him and fed him every day, it would be a pleasure. But Ayi's description of other aspects only made Xian feel goosebumps. Could it be that you are living such a life? Xian asked carefully. That's right. Ayi still had no expression on her face, and said, moreover, it has been maintained since birth until now. A full 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Xian looked at Ayi with sympathy. Even Laxia on the side couldn't help but glance at Ayi, with a little pity in her eyes. This child. It seems that he has been severely damaged. No wonder he is so sleepy. It's not just because dragons are sleepy, but also because he wants to escape from reality. Okay. Xian said this for the time being, then I won't say you are my sister in the future. Oh. Ayi suddenly became interested, looked at Xian, and said, then who are you going to say I am to you? Xian was stumped. Who should I say? Sister? Will others believe it? Elders? That's also bullshit. Right? Just based on the appearance and looks of this little girl. If I say she is older than me, I'm afraid others will think I'm insulting their intelligence. In this case, just say you are my wife. Xian blurted out the words, making Ayi stagger and almost fall. Even Laxia stopped and looked at Xian, and Xian seemed to be able to see a trace of contempt in her eyes. That was clearly the look of a perverted Lolita control. Girl, we are just joking. Don't take it seriously. Okay? While Xian was laughing dryly, Ayi looked at Xian, her young face full of speechlessness. This is the first time I have seen someone dare to say that I am his wife. Ayi told Xian how daring he was in one sentence. Marrying a dragon demon as a wife? There are many people who dare to think about it, but not even one dares to do it or say it. But Xian wanted to say, are you sure they can't do it? Xian couldn't help but commit suicide again. Ayi didn't say a word, but just held Xian's hand and began to exert force continuously, making a continuous creaking sound. It hurts. It's going to break. Xian's face was instantly distorted, and he wailed continuously, gritting his teeth in pain. Yi then shook off Xian's hand and walked forward very unhappily. Xian hurried forward and picked up the girl. I was wrong, Master Yi. Xian smiled and said, it's not that others can't do it, but they don't have the courage and qualifications. Right? Are you coaxing a child? Yi still looked unhappy. How could that be? Xian refused to admit it. However, there was one thing that he could admit. I will say that in the future. You are my daughter-in-law. And that's it. Xian hugged the soft and warm little girl and made a unilateral decision. Hey! Yi seemed to want to object. Objection is invalid. Xian covered the mouth of the little girl in his arms and suppressed her. Woo woo woo. Yi struggled. But it didn't work at all. The two continued to move forward while playing. Laxia followed closely, still looking so calm. Only turning to Xian and Yi who were playing from time to time would her eyes become much softer. Yulin also followed, looking at Yi who was hugged and suppressed by Xian. And she admired her in her heart. As expected of the master we recognize. He can even subdue such a powerful Dragon King sister. Sure enough, our vision is good. And we are not wrong. At the moment, Yulin seemed to be in a good mood and flew leisurely. Such Xian and others did not notice that in a building, a group of people stuck their heads out and looked at them, as if they were communicating something. Then, they picked up a big cloth bag and quietly followed in the direction of Xian and others. In the cloth bag, a strand of golden hair was looming in it, and accompanied by a breathing sound. It seemed that something was sleeping in it. Chapter 327, I Can Only Be a Beast. Soon, it was completely dark. If it was in the capital. At this time, magic lamps would be lit in various buildings, and magic lamps would start to operate on the streets, making the whole city brightly lit, without any sense of darkness. But Jaredly is not a prosperous capital. Every household still uses ordinary oil lamps, and the roadside will not be extravagantly illuminated by magic lamps. In that case, it would be a considerable expense to replace the magic crystals every year to provide magic power for the magic lamps. Therefore, the night here is very dark. If there were no knights patrolling, people probably wouldn't dare to go out on the street. Right? This made Sheen feel like he was back in Lemidgen. The night in Lemidgen is also like this. Dark and lonely. From this point of view, the capital is indeed worthy of being called the center of the world. Every household can afford magic lamps, and turn them on every night without hesitation. It can be seen how rich the people in the capital are. In other cities, except for those that are the capitals of territories and have lords stationed, the rest of the cities are probably like this. They will not place magic lights on the roadside to make the city full of light at night. Right? At this time, probably only some nightclubs will have magic lights shining out to attract customers. Before the sun sets, Sheen and his party successfully found a hotel and checked in. Of course, it was Laxia who found the hotel, not Sheen and AI. The maid disappeared for a while Sheen and AI were playing around. When Sheen and AI had enough fun and were ready to find a place to stay, the maid came back quietly and told Sheen that the hotel had been found. Maybe that's the best hotel in Jaredland? After all, this hotel has a riding house where tamed monsters can live. How can ordinary hotels have such a place? Thanks to this, Yulin lived comfortably in the riding house after Xian injected a lot of magic into it, and didn't have to worry about sleeping on the street. Xian, Yi and Laxia opened the best room, which was specially provided for nobles to live in. It was not only luxurious, but also in the style of a suite, with several bedrooms inside, comparable to the luxurious presidential suite in the previous life. However, the cost of staying in such a place for one night is also terrifying. In general hotels, staying for one night is probably only a few silver coins, but here it takes 10 gold coins, which is comparable to the expenses of an ordinary family for several years. If it were before, Xian would definitely not be able to spend so much. But now, Xian is very confident. Why? Because my mount is not the kind of pet that only eats and does not help the owner at all. As I said before, dragons are full of treasures, not to mention dragon teeth and claws. Even dragon blood can be used to make the highest level magic potions. There was even a magic potion workshop in the capital that had asked Sheen, hoping to get a few drops of dragon tears from Sheen, and offered a price of 100 gold coins. Probably because dragon tears are also the material for making several high-level magic potions. In the past, they could only use the tears of flying dragons, resulting in the quality of magic potions not being too high. This time, A real dragon finally appeared. So they naturally wanted to acquire this rare material. In addition, several famous magic weapons and magic props workshops in the capital have also asked Sheen for talks, hoping to get materials such as dragon scales and even ambergris. These are all materials used to make high-level magic weapons and magic props, and are valuable items that many workshops are eager for. From that day on, Sheen realized that what he raised at home was not only a dragon that could carry and fight, but also a deadly cash cow. When Sheen finally realized this, AIE had despised him. You just realized it now? Let's see if you dare to release this treasure somewhere else in the future. AIE told Sheen that when Yulin was placed in the riding animal house in the northern district of the capital, some blind people planned to take a few scales off her body to make a fortune. In the end, all those people were completely evaporated by Yulin's dragon breath, and there was a big commotion for a while. If it weren't for Luo Shi's order to place Yulin, the people in the capital would not dare to neglect it at all, and even feared that Luo Shi would blame them for not taking good care of Yulin. So they suppressed the matter. This matter of life and death would definitely alarm Sheen in the end. Well, it's true that I didn't think it through. Sheen has reflected on this to some extent. It is also because of this that Sheen wants to find a hotel with a riding animal house to stay in, and doesn't want Yulin to sleep on the street. Laxia took this into account perfectly, and solved the problem silently. It must be said that it was as good as ever. In summary, Sheen, who was poor before, suddenly became rich because of Yulin. When he was in the capital, Sheen earned a lot of income by selling some dragon scales, dragon tears, ambergris and dragon blood, in addition to the tribute he received after becoming a viscount. After deducting the various expenses of the Bostat family and the wages used to pay the maids and servants, there was still a lot left. Sheen is now completely free of money. When you really need money, you can go to Luo Shi. Sheen thought so, and he didn't realize that his behavior was just a gigolo. Anyway, the princess who was blessed by nature has everything except men. So why should Sheen be polite? Well, now even men are not lacking. Although strictly speaking there is only one. Isn't it enough to have this one? At least, Sheen felt that he could fully satisfy the needs of the princess, and even make her kneel down and beg for mercy. Funny! In this way, Sean and the other two moved into the hotel. Afterwards, Laxia spent 3 minutes cleaning the hotel room until it was sparkling and spotless. I didn't even take a shower, but went straight into the bedroom, closed the door, and began to sleep soundly. Then, Sean was lonely. When taking a shower, he felt that he was missing a tear. When sleeping, he felt that he was missing a Roxy. Habit is a terrible thing. After Sean lost these wonderful pastimes, he suddenly felt uncomfortable lying down and sleeping, and even felt like a salted fish who wanted to be decadent. Am I unable to live without a woman? Sean began to doubt his life. It turned out that it was so uncomfortable to sleep alone. How did he survive the past 20 years? Practicing the ancestral craft every day? It was okay before. But do I have to continue to practice this skill now? No. Sheen suppressed his restlessness and sat up suddenly from the bed. In the past, he did think that ordinary women could not be more fragrant than the right-hand man who had accompanied him for 20 years. But now, Sheen could no longer think so. There was no other reason. Is Luo Shi an ordinary woman? She is a princess of a country, with the most beautiful woman in the world. Even the goddess has to bow down to her, and she can be called the most beautiful woman in the human race. I ate such a unique and exquisite product with skin and bones. How is it? Do I need to repeat it? After tasting the taste of the most beautiful woman in the human race, let Sheen return to the past and continue to hone his ancestral craftsmanship? That would be going backwards. Could it be that at this point I have to abandon my bottom line and go out to find a special store? Sheen was distressed. No. In the end, Sheen still held back. As I said before, after tasting the most delicious food in the world, even Sheen himself couldn't get over the hurdle of tasting things that have been tasted by countless people. If it really doesn't work, I can only be a beast. Miss Laxia. Sheen could only express his sincerest apologies in his heart for a young lady who disappeared to who knows where. Immediately, Sheen stood up and prepared to have a good chat with Laxia. Well, just chat. I won't do anything. Okay? While Sheen was defending himself in his heart, he walked out of the bedroom with an indescribable smile on his face. As he walked, Sheen suddenly stopped. Wow! Sheen narrowed his eyes, and the indescribable smile on his face disappeared. There are actually blind guys running here? After muttering this, Xian reached out and opened the bedroom door. Almost at the same time, outside the bedroom, in the hall of the suite, several figures suddenly reacted. All drew their weapons and faced Xian. They were actually several people wearing black clothes, covering their faces, and their appearances were completely unclear. Good evening. Xian walked out of the bedroom, without any surprise on his face, just smiling at the men in black. The men in black were silent and exchanged glances with each other. The next second, "Go!" The leading man in black made a vicissitudes of life voice, as if he was an old man. The other three men in black immediately responded to the instructions of the old man in black and rushed towards the window together. Unfortunately, Gifix, as such a voice sounded, a magical power spread on the ground. The four men in black were about to jump out of the window, but their feet were stuck to the ground and they couldn't pull themselves up. This made the pupils of the men in black shrink. Xian didn't even move, and spoke slowly. "Since you're here, why don't you have a good chat with me first?" Xian's voice was full of laughter, and it was obvious that he didn't intend to let the four people go. The four men in black looked at each other, and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Then, something that Xian didn't expect happened. Puff! The old man in black, who was the leader, pointed the weapon in his hand at his chest, and stabbed it in without hesitation. Instantly, blood splattered. Puff! 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 The other three men in black also pierced their bodies with weapons without hesitation and committed suicide on the spot. Chapter 328 Jade. The scene in front of him made Xian, who was standing there watching with a smile, suddenly dumbfounded. Especially the blooming blood flowers, the sound of the corpses falling to the ground, and the gradually dyed red carpet, all told Xian that all this was not a dream. No! Xian had never expected such a thing to happen, and he was completely confused. God has mercy on him. Although he wanted to keep these people, he didn't want to do anything to them at all. After all, Xian's enemy sense skill didn't react at all. Only the magic sense skill had a reaction, which made Xian discover their existence and let Xian know that these people probably sneaked into this room for some purpose, not to harm him. So, Xian wanted to catch these people and ask them what they were doing. But he didn't want to kill them all. As a result, they collectively committed suicide. How could Xian not be stupid and confused? At that moment, Xian hurried forward to check their status. Unfortunately, all four of them were killed in one blow, almost instantly, without any struggle, let alone any luck. I am so hacking. Xian didn't know what to say. Although he had killed a few people, and even nearly half of the Kingdom Knights were destroyed by him, he never killed innocent people, only those who were hostile. And what's going on now? Forced himself to kill a few innocent people? It's really cruel to attack himself. Xian stood up, his face full of unhappiness. But at this time, a voice sounded from behind Xian. They just couldn't disobey the master's order. The calm and indifferent voice came into Xian's ears, making Xian turn his head and look behind him. There, Laxia appeared at some point, standing quietly in the hall, holding a cloth bag. You said, they can't disobey the master's order? Xian was stunned by Laxia's words. Yes. Laxia nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, they are not human beings, but magical beings like me. Magical beings? Xian understood it all at once and said, you mean? The people who created these magical beings ordered them to sneak in here, and ordered them to commit suicide on the spot once they were discovered, and there was no hope of escape? I'm afraid so. Laxia agreed with Xian's guess and said lightly, that's why they would commit suicide without hesitation. Because for magical beings like us, the master's order is everything, and we can never disobey it. And we won't disobey it. Hearing this, Xian frowned. If this is the case, then who sent these magical beings here? What is the purpose of this mastermind behind the scenes? While thinking this, Xian also looked at Laxia. To be more precise, he should look at the cloth bag in Laxia's hand. What is that? Xian asked curiously. Laxia answered immediately. This is what they left behind. Laxia glanced at the dead magic creatures on the ground and said indifferently, they seem to have come here specially to put this thing here, because it may be a dangerous item. So I checked it first when Mr. Xian was dealing with him. So you did such a thing in such a short time, without even noticing it? Forget it. This is not the first time. Anyway, it's awesome. What is this then? Xian looked at the cloth bag in Laxia's arms. Xian felt a faint magic from the cloth bag. Is it a magic prop? Or a magic weapon? That's what Xian thought. However, Laxia's expression seemed a little subtle. Mr. Sheen should take a look for himself. Laxia handed the cloth bag to Sheen. Sheen took it and was stunned. Why does this cloth bag feel a little warm and soft? Sheen looked puzzled and stroked the cloth bag subconsciously. The next second, Sheen didn't know what he pressed, causing a sound to sound from the cloth bag. Ah! A small cry came from the cloth bag. Sheen froze on the spot. Laxia was also silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly seemed a little subtle. Of course, what was even more subtle was Sheen's face. The corners of his mouth were twitching slightly. Did I hear it wrong? Sheen seemed unwilling to admit a certain reality. In response, Laxia said nothing. There was no way. The thing that she, the temporary servant, liked to do most was to escape from reality. As a little maid, Laxia dared not say or ask, and could only watch quietly. After she had convinced herself to escape from reality, she pressed her hands again. Ah woo woo. In an instant, a series of uncomfortable cries came out from the cloth bag, waking up Sheen, who was escaping from reality. In the end, even a little girl who was woken up couldn't stand it. Have you touched enough? AI, holding a pillow, wearing pajamas, and looking sleepy, stood at the door of her bedroom, rubbing her eyes with her little hands. And her little face was full of unhappiness. I don't know if it was because she was woken up and was in a bad mood, or because she was dissatisfied with Sheen's actions. So, Sheen fell into silence and stopped what he was doing. The next moment, Sheen suddenly made a move and ripped open the cloth bag. The things inside the cloth bag, at this moment, were imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a girl. A girl who looked about the same age as AIE. Very young and very cute. The girl was wearing a black and white gothic dress, with slender limbs and a petite figure. But she had a very bright, golden long straight hair like the sun. Very smooth and elegant. Her eyes were light purple, as crystal clear as crystal, and her childish face was as beautiful as a doll, with a very small face. And it seemed that there was not much flesh. Such a little princess-like girl, who only appeared in fairy tales, appeared in the cloth bag, being held by Sheen. However, the girl did not lose consciousness, but stared at Sheen with a pair of big eyes. Sheen was completely speechless. Ai also didn't know how to describe the situation in front of her. Only Laxia said this calmly. When I found the cloth bag and opened it, she seemed to have woken up, but she didn't make any noise or any abnormal behavior. She was too calm to be a child, or even a normal human. So you packed her up again and sent her to me? Should I praise you? Or should I scold you? Sheen didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. And the girl was just as Laxia said. Neither noisy nor noisy. Just looking at Sheen quietly, which made people feel extremely weird. The inexplicable situation just fell on Sheen. Alas. Ai sighed and spoke as if she was bored. Anyway, let's deal with this first. About 5 minutes later, the bodies and bloodstains in the room were cleaned up, and even the carpet was replaced, making the room return to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. This was handled by Laxia, and we still don't know how she did it. Sheen didn't even know how Laxia dealt with the bodies, and where she got an identical carpet to replace it. But none of this mattered. What mattered now was how to deal with the situation in front of us. In the hall, the cute little girl like a doll was placed on the sofa by Sheen, sitting on it, looking very well behaved. It should be said that she was too well behaved, which made people feel a little weird. The girl seemed to not care about anything, and didn't care about what happened to her at all. She just looked at Sheen quietly, looked at Ai quietly, and looked at Laxia quietly, with a pair of amethyst-like eyes flashing and blinking. Not to mention, it was really cute. Sheen, Ai and Laxia looked at each other, and then looked at the girl in front of them. Hello. Sheen tried to talk to the girl. The girl did not answer, but just kept her eyes on Sheen. Can you talk? Sheen hesitated for a moment, and then asked such a question. The girl still did not answer, and stared at Sheen. Sheen tried to talk several times, but was ignored. He suddenly felt that it was difficult, and cast a look for help to the two people around him. Don't look at me. I don't know how to chat with children. Ai immediately interrupted Sheen's call for help. I only know how to receive guests impeccably. Laxia also made such a hint after being silent for a while. Sheen was speechless. I thought that these two people could really be so awesome, and so awesome all the time. But it seems that I thought too much. So, is this their Achilles heel? Sheen wondered in his heart. But at the same time, Sheen began to doubt. Could this child not speak at all? Sheen looked at the girl suspiciously. The girl was not afraid, and looked straight at Xian's eyes, as if she was observing what kind of person Xian was, and as if she was watching how Xian would treat her. Xian saw a spirit in the other's eyes, and thought that they should still be able to communicate. Right? In this case, my name is Xian. What about you? Xian tried again, but the girl was still silent, not saying a word. Okay. Xian gave up. Just when Xian thought that the girl really couldn't speak, suddenly, a small voice rang out. Jade. The girl suddenly uttered a voice as sweet as a lark. My name Emerald. The girl finally spoke. Chapter 329. Isn't it just a little bit of a fight? Alas? The sudden response not only shocked Xian, but also surprised Yi and Laxia. But at this time, the girl who called herself Jade stopped talking again, just blinking her big eyes and looking at everyone quietly again. Xian and the other two looked at each other. This little girl called Jade seems a little incredible. Xian tried to communicate with the other party again, but except when asked about her name, she would say Jade. My name with difficulty. The rest of the words, the girl would not respond. That look, just like a newborn baby, makes people feel incredible. Xian stopped trying to communicate. Now, except for the name, I don't know what's going on now. Xian looked helpless. Yi and Laxia were naturally helpless. If anyone else had a little girl suddenly thrust into the house, and the instigator of all this had committed suicide, and this little girl couldn't say anything except her own name, and couldn't respond to anything, then there would be nothing they could do. Yi did say something. Just throw her out. The tone of indifference made Xian feel for the first time that this guy was indeed a demon, and was extremely cruel. If she was abandoned now, the chances of her surviving outside were slim. And even if she could survive, she would most likely encounter misfortune. Laxia, in the calmest tone, told the most worrying result. Xian had no way to refute, let alone this girl who couldn't even speak. Even if it was a healthy person, at this age, it would not be easy for her to survive alone in the outside world. Right? And this little girl named Jade is so cute. And you can tell at a glance that she is a beauty. If you leave her alone, or even throw her out, the chance of being targeted by human traffickers is 100%. And the chance of her entering a brothel, or being used as a plaything by some nobles with special fetishes is also almost 100%. Under such circumstances, it is not cruel for Xian to leave her alone, even though this seems to be forced upon her, which makes Xian a little unhappy. Things have already come to this, and he can only take one step at a time. Let's keep her for now. Xian made a decision, sighed, and spoke like this. Tomorrow, I will ask that Captain Triss to see if I can get some information from him and find out the identity and origin of this girl. After all, the other party is the manager of this city, so he should know something. Right? At least, that's what Xian hoped. In this regard, since it is Mr. Xian's decision, I will naturally obey it. Laxia did not react much, and seemed to think it didn't matter. It's up to you, as long as you can take good care of her. Yi looked even more uninterested in this matter. Obviously, although the jadeite looked a little incredible, it did not arouse Yi's interest, which made this demon look a little unkind. This little girl is like this for things that she is not interested in. She can't even raise the slightest interest. In addition, she is not a kind-hearted person, so naturally she will not sympathize with others just because they look young. So, Yi yawned, went back to her bedroom, and fell asleep. Jadeite was taken away by Laxia, and Laxia helped her prepare some food and gave the little girl a good bath. In the hall, only Xian was left all of a sudden. Really? Xian scratched his head, and had a premonition that he was involved in trouble. Luo, she was right. This trip was destined to be not very smooth. At least, they encountered a confusing trouble just after entering the Duke of Strimmer. I hope not to waste too much time. Xian didn't want to spend too much energy on inexplicable things. But Xian always had a feeling. That little girl. I'm afraid she has an unusual origin. Leaving such a feeling, Xian also returned to his room. After lying back on the bed, Xian suddenly reacted. I obviously just wanted to find someone to sleep with. In an instant, he sat up in shock from his dying illness. Xian was silent for a long time, then walked out of his room and sneaked into another room. There, Ai was sleeping soundly with a small pillow in her arms. Xian immediately got into Yi's bed without hesitation, held the little girl in his arms, and rubbed her scalp. Well, although it's a little small, it's at least warm and soft enough. Xian fell asleep contentedly. He didn't notice that another figure came in and got into his arms. The next day, early morning, when Xian woke up, the scene in front of him made him stunned instantly. Huh? Accompanied by two breathing sounds. In Xian's arms, there were two little girls, sleeping soundly. Xian didn't react for a moment. Two? Split? Multiplied? Embraced left and right? Xian was not fully awake yet. He just felt that the touch was very good. The two little girls were very soft. And he felt that he had the world in his hands. It was not until a long time later that Xian woke up and saw the full appearance of the two little girls in his arms. One of these two people was naturally IE. The girl seemed to have not woken up yet. And she did not find that someone had touched her bed. She hugged the pillow and slept very deeply, feeling quite happy. As for the other one, it was Feitsue. I saw that the little girl also changed into pajamas that she didn't know where she got from. Like a good baby, she fell asleep while holding her thumb. Xian held these two little girls in one hand, like a nanny. The problem is, AIE is fine. But when did Feitsue appear? Xian was still confused, until a voice responded to him. She got into the bed by herself. Mr. Xian, I don't know whether to say it's natural or as usual. A calm and indifferent tone sounded from the room without any warning. Xian didn't need to look to know that it must be a maid from a bunker who was showing her skills again. Xian was used to it and looked over without any fuss. Beside the bed, Laxia stood quietly and spoke under Xian's gaze. I thought she was harmless and Mr. Xian should be happy. So I didn't stop her. In other words, are you just standing there watching someone get into your master's bed? Should I praise you? Or should I praise you? Also, what the hell is it that I should be happy? What impression do you have of me in your heart? I really hope you can spend an hour to talk to me about it later. Xian, who was constantly complaining in his heart, finally accepted the current situation and sighed. It's a gloomy day to sigh so early in the morning. Xian said this weakly, and got up from the bed. Huh? Yi and Feitsue were still sleeping so soundly, with no sign of waking up. Xian gently put the two little girls down, looked at Feitsue, who was sleeping with her thumb in her mouth, and then looked at Yi, who was hugging the pillow tightly, and suddenly felt an impulse. Does it seem like a good opportunity now? Xian's eyes were fixed on Yi. To be more precise, it should be said that they were fixed on the pillow in Yi's arms. Xian had long been dissatisfied with this pillow that had never left Yi's arms. It is said that there is a big secret behind this pillow, and Xian has been spying on it for a long time. Although Yi had promised Xian that she would let him take a look after solving the old demon faction in the Duke of Stringham. Now that he has come to the Duke of Stringham, it is not too much to collect a reward first. Right? Thinking of this, Xian's impulse became stronger and stronger. Okay. Just for a moment. At that moment, Xian rubbed his palms and slowly reached into AI's arms. I don't think this is good. During the process, a calm and cold voice came lightly, as if trying to stop Xian. Unfortunately, Xian ignored it completely. Just while his heartbeat accelerated, he continued to slowly reach out his hand, closer and closer. At the moment when Xian's hand touched the pillow, before he could get excited, AI's eyes suddenly opened. What are you doing? AI looked at the hands reaching out to her arms, and after a long silence, she looked at Xian, expressionless and grim. Do you believe me when I say I just stretched out my hand casually? Xian's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. What do you think? AI still had no expression on her face, and only looked at Xian with contempt in her eyes. What does it matter? Xian was immediately provoked, and said angrily, Anyway, we have come to the Duke of Stringham, and you have to show me after you solve the old demon clan faction. So what's the harm in showing me first? As he said that, Xian stretched out his hand fiercely, ready to take the pillow by surprise, and pull it out of AI's arms. Unfortunately, just as Xian's hand moved, AI's little hand was thrown away like a toss. Xian immediately felt dizzy, and had no idea what was happening. The whole person seemed to be thrown up, first flying to the ceiling, and then heavily hitting the bed, turning into a supine position. Jade had been taken away by Laxia at some point, and fell asleep in the arms of this maid, and was not affected. AI had also gotten off the bed, and stood on the other side. I said I would talk about it after you solve the old demon clan faction. Which means I would talk about it after you solve the old demon clan faction. AI looked down at Xian lying on the bed, speechless. You are also the first person who dares to climb onto my bed in the middle of the night and sleep with me in your arms. You should be content. After leaving these words, Aie turned around and left. La Xia also left calmly with the jade. Xian was left alone, lying on the bed, feeling very sad. Isn't it just a little bit of comfort? What a fuss. Chapter 330 Ahem. Let's eat. After a fight, everyone got up and gathered in the hall of the room to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Laxia. Why do you eat breakfast prepared by your own maid in a hotel? Xian wanted to say this, but he always felt that he would lose if he asked this question. So, Xian didn't care. I think the food in the hotel can't be better than the one made by the maid in this bunker. Right? Even Ai ate with relish. And Feitsui, who woke up, also looked at it with curiosity. It was not until Laxia fed her that she blinked her eyes, opened her little mouth like a little animal, and ate happily. It can be seen that Laxia's cooking skills are enough to conquer everyone. She had also enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Laxia, but felt that it seemed a bit noisy outside. Why is it so noisy? Xian asked casually. Ayu naturally couldn't answer this question. She herself didn't know what was going on, or she had no interest in it. Instead, it was Laxia who spoke as if reporting. Those were people who came to join in the fun because of the presence of Lord Yulin. Hearing Laxia's words, Xian nodded. Yes, after a day of fermentation. I'm afraid the whole of Jailatli has already known that there are nobles living with dragons in this hotel, and no matter which world it is, there will be no shortage of people who are curious. After getting the news, there must be many people who come to observe. Not to mention, since checking in yesterday, a total of 12 magic medicine workshops, 8 magic prop workshops, and 6 magic weapon workshops have come to the hotel to ask to see Mr. Xian, plus large and small merchants and nobles. There are more people coming in the morning. They all want to buy the materials on the dragon from Mr. Xian. The noise outside is probably also due to the activeness of these people. Laxia said something that Xian didn't know at all, which made him stunned. Did so many people come to see me yesterday? Xian was surprised and said, how come I don't know? Laxia answered this question like this. I judge that Mr. Xian should not want to see those people and do business here. Laxia said lightly, so I sent them all back tactfully. Well, you are awesome. Xian didn't know how many things this maid had done in secret without telling him. But everything this maid did was exactly what Xian wanted to see, which could bring him convenience. It was really hard to find fault. How did that guy Lexia create and train such a powerful maid? I'm afraid even she herself doesn't have such ability. Xian could only say that he was convinced. Of course, although it felt a bit scary, it had to be said that this maid was really capable, and could even be said to be invincible. Xian always felt that if this continued, he would become very dependent on this maid, and would not even be willing to return her to Laxia in the end. Or why not just think of a way to make it a done deal, and keep her by his side completely? Xian began to think seriously. However, Laxia suddenly said something. Even if Mr. Xian took possession of me, I would not stay by your side completely. The calm words almost made Xian spit out the soup in his mouth. Is this the only thing you can think about in your head? Yi looked at Xian with extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. Jade, who was being fed obediently, tilted her head, as if she had a question mark on her head, and seemed to not understand what Xian and others were saying. Ahem. Let's eat. Xian was so embarrassed that he could only eat quickly. He didn't dare to say anything. And there was only one sentence in his heart. Has the maid in this bunker finally learned to read minds? Damn. Terrible. After enjoying breakfast, Xian and his party prepared to set off again and walked out of the hotel gate. Jade was led by Laxa, still looking quiet and following everyone obediently, looking around from time to time, as if she was very curious about everything in this world. Everyone, take care. Behind him, the owner of the hotel was warmly sending Xian and others off, nodding and bowing. As for the outside of the hotel, it was densely packed with people. Look! That's the noble from the capital. Is the dragon the mount of that noble? So handsome and awesome. I heard that he is still a viscount. Is he a viscount at such a young age? So handsome and awesome. The passers-by suddenly started to make noises, and such noises kept coming. Among them, there were several people dressed as nobles or merchants shouting there. Please wait a moment. Lord Viscount, please sell some dragon blood and dragon tears to our magic medicine workshop. We need some dragon scales. Please sell them to us. Lord Viscount. The shouts of those people were louder than anyone else. If it weren't for the patrolling knights, who were maintaining order and blocking them, they might have rushed over. Xian ignored the shouts of these people. As Laxia said, he had no interest in these businesses. First of all, Xian was no longer short of money, so he didn't need to run all the way out to do business with others. Secondly, Xian couldn't just sell the materials provided by Yulin aimlessly. The harmless part was fine, but he couldn't really take advantage of Yulin and suck all its scales and blood. Right? Thirdly, this kind of business is most profitable in the capital city where the land is vast. The people are stupid and rich. How much money can other places afford? So, instead of making a small move in such a place, it is better to be licked by the heads of those high-level workshops that are famous throughout the kingdom in the capital city. That's more fragrant. Laxia seemed to understand these principles, and just saw what Xian was thinking that he didn't want to see these people. So he turned them all away? Well, I have to say, it was a good job. Seeing Xian and his party walking indifferently towards the riding house, some of those people became anxious. So, I am sent by the Earl of Furso in Linsheng. If you dare to ignore the Earl's family, you will die. When such a sentence was shouted out by a person who was so anxious, the whole audience suddenly quieted down. Xian and his party also stopped suddenly and looked over. The man who claimed to be sent by the Earl's family had a stiff face and a trace of fear in his eyes. But at this time, he could only bite the bullet and continue to speak. Even if you are a viscount from the capital, you are only a viscount. You don't want to offend an earl with a higher title than you. Right? The man didn't know whether he was threatening or being tough when he said this. Indeed, in the face of the gap in titles, no noble can ignore these principles. Not to mention, the difference between the viscount and the earl is not just a title, but also a completely different class level. Because, generally speaking, only nobles above the earl can call themselves upper nobles and great nobles, while viscounts and barons are small nobles and cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Small nobles, like viscounts and barons, are usually given the title of a reward and a means of winning over by the kingdom as long as someone has made great contributions. However, earls and marquises are different. Only after hundreds of years of development and generations of diligent service to the country will they be granted such titles. As for dukes, only direct descendants of the royal family will be granted the title before they ascend the throne. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to be granted the title of duke. In view of this, the marquis is the highest class of title that a person can theoretically obtain, and only marquises and earls can be called great nobles, with countless viscounts and barons as vassals. At first glance, the viscount and the earl are only one title apart, but the distance between the two is quite far. In this case, it is no wonder that this person dares to say such a thing. But, is it the earl's family? Xian looked at the man and spoke with some interest. That's really amazing. No earl has ever dared to talk to me like this. I almost thought it was someone from the royal family. No. In the capital, even the royal family would be polite to Xian and dare not speak loudly to him. Now, he was actually threatened by a servant sent by the earl. It was really interesting. You want dragon scales or dragon blood, right? Xian said immediately. Okay. Xian snapped his fingers. Roar! In the distant riding house, a huge dragon shadow suddenly swept out, flapped its wings, and the huge figure flew over Xian's head, roaring to the whole audience. The roar turned into a sound wave, raising countless sand and dust, blowing the crowd around the hotel to the ground, and exclaiming and screaming, "Come! The dragon is here! As long as you dare to take it, you can take as much as you want." Xian said this with a smile, and let Yulin fall from the sky and land in front of the man. In an instant, the ground shook violently, causing countless people to scream in fear and flee in panic. The man from the earl's family was also knocked to the ground and howled miserably. But after howling, he found that Yulin's huge head had come close to him, and his huge dragon eyes were staring at him tightly, as if he was staring at a piece of meat that could walk and run, and even the hot air from his nostrils was puffed on him. Poor man. He was just an ordinary errand runner. He was frightened like this. His face turned pale on the spot. His eyes did not roll, and his whole body twitched and fell to the ground, fainting. Let's go! Xian felt a little bored at this time, and spoke to Yi and Laxia beside him. Yi and Laxia naturally didn't take it seriously. Even Fei Sui just stared at Yulin's huge body, and she was not afraid or panicked, with only curiosity in her eyes. The group rode on Yulin and left here with Yulin's lead, and the things here were also spread, becoming a joke that was talked about with relish. Chapter 331. Let this child go. The mansion of the Keigal family is located in the center of Jiritli. That area is a high-end residential area, equivalent to the noble area of the capital. But there are not as many nobles in Jiridli as in the capital. So it is not just nobles who live here. There are also some wealthy businessmen. Sheen and others flew all the way here on Yulin. And it was impossible for the people of the Kegel family not to notice. So, when Yulin fell from the sky and landed in the direction of the Kegel family, Triss was already waiting here with a group of knights and servants. Welcome, Lord Bastutu. I didn't expect you to come to me. Triss smiled at Sheen and others who jumped off Yulin, but kept cursing in his heart. There was no way. He had been hoping that Sheen could leave Jiridli earlier, so that the place would return to peace and not let too many things happen that would make it difficult for him to control. But the next day, Sheen came riding a dragon, which really frightened Triss. After all, the scene of Yulin breaking the protective barrier of Jiridli with a breath of dragon yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Triss didn't think that his home could be stronger than the barrier that protected the city. So, he was really a little afraid that he might have offended Sheen unknowingly, and let Sheen bring the dragon to seek revenge. In that case, all the people in the Kigali family would definitely be buried under the dragon's breath. Sheen didn't think so much. He came to Triss with Ayi and Laxia holding the emerald, and turned his back to Yulin flying in the air. I'm so sorry. I came uninvited. Sheen smiled at Triss as if he was embarrassed. No. I'm so happy that you can visit me. Triss shook his head quickly, forced a smile that seemed to come from the heart, and then said, since you are here, why don't you go in and sit down? Go in? Sheen glanced at the mansion behind Triss. The mansion is not big, but compared with the average Viscount, the scale is quite good. Presumably, this should be because Triss is not only a Viscount, but also the manager of Jiridli and the leader of the Second Knights. Of course, this mansion is definitely not comparable to Sheen's home. Sheen thought about it and nodded. Well, I'll bother you for a while. After all, I'm here to ask for help. And Sheen is embarrassed to put on too much airs. Then, please. Triss waved his hand, and the knights and servants on both sides immediately separated neatly, making way for a path. Some people quickly laid a red carpet on the path, which showed how much Triss valued Sheen. Sheen was also somewhat moved by all these things, but he did not hesitate, and walked towards the Kigalel family with the uninterested AI and the expressionless Lasha. Jade was still obediently led by Laxa, still looking around but not making any noise. It must be said that she was a really strange child. As for Yulin, seeing Sheen and others enter the Kigali family, the knights and servants on the ground looked at her nervously, as if they were a little afraid of her. She immediately curled her lips, flapped her dragon wings, and flew directly into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. When there was no place to stay, Yulin would just disappear into the clouds like this, waiting for Sheen's call. This was the result of Sheen's training. In this way, Sheen and others entered the Kigali family together and came to a luxurious reception room. This seemed to be a reception room specially used to entertain distinguished guests. It was cleaned up, but judging from the dullness of the air, it should be rarely used. Sheen didn't know that this was usually where Triss used to entertain VIPs whose status was higher than his. Sheen, who is also a Viscount, was invited here, which was a precedent. When everyone sat down in the courtesy, two maids dressed more gorgeously immediately served expensive hot tea. However, the two maids secretly looked at Laxa, who was expressionless, and their pretty faces blushed, as if they saw someone they loved, which made Sheen unable to complain. Even the maids who met for the first time were like this? It's really magical. Could this Laxia have a unique skill that can instantly raise the favorability of any maid and servant to the maximum value? What skill is that? Is it the aura of the elder sister? Or the aura of the perfect maid? Drunk. While Sheen was complaining like this, Triss also began to ask, I wonder what happened to Lord Bastu's visit. I think Triss should be very concerned about this issue. Right? Captain Triss doesn't need to be too nervous. Sheen tried to comfort the knight commander, who seemed to be a little overly nervous, and touched his nose while saying, I just want to ask. I wonder if you know this little girl. While Sheen said this, Laxia took Jade and walked in front of Triss. Triss actually noticed the existence of this little girl a long time ago, and was also paying attention to her secretly. Who asked Sheen to come yesterday without this little girl? But today he came with such a little girl? Triss paid attention to Jade for this reason, but did not dare to look at her too blatantly. Until now he looked at her seriously. At this glance, Triss found that this little girl was a little unusual. Obviously at such a young age, she was not afraid of strangers at all, and she stared at him straight, which was really different from ordinary children. What was even more different was the other party's appearance. Although the little girl was very cute and would be a beauty in the future, Triss was more concerned about her appearance. Golden hair and purple eyes. Triss murmured. And then suddenly his face changed. What? Sheen saw this clearly and immediately asked. Captain Triss, do you know the origin of this child? This one sentence made Triss speechless. Triss' face kept changing, and his eyes gradually became panic when he looked at Fetsui. It was not until a long time later that he smiled bitterly. Sorry, Lord Bestutu. I may disappoint you. Triss said in a hoarse voice. I don't know her origin. I can only advise you to let this child go quickly to avoid disaster. Disaster? Sheen frowned, looked directly at Triss, and said, What does this mean? Triss hesitated for a moment, then whispered, This is about a legend of the Dukedom of Stringham. Anyway, just listen to me, and don't worry about the rest. While saying this, Triss kept glancing in the direction of Emerald, as if he was a little afraid of the existence of Emerald. Seeing this, Sheen narrowed his eyes, thinking about something in his heart. At this time, Laxia suddenly spoke. We seem to have some things not prepared yet. We will leave Giritli next. If you don't mind, can you allow me to leave halfway and make some preparations now? Laxia's sudden speech startled everyone. Only Sheen, once again in his heart, sighed at the omnipotence of this maid, and then nodded. Go. Take Emerald with you to have a look. Sheen agreed with Laxia's action. Well, excuse me. Laxia made an impeccable courtesy to everyone present, and then left with Fetsui. I'll go too. Ayi also said lightly, and followed Laxia and Fetsui without waiting for anyone's consent, and left on her own. This girl has been very bored since the beginning. She must have no interest in the conversation between Sheen and Triss. Right. The women around me are really more individual than one. Sheen felt amused and looked at Triss again. Can you tell me now, Captain Triss? Sheen's tone was slightly heavier. Triss understood that Sheen was going to get to the bottom of it, but Triss really didn't want to discuss this matter. It's not that he didn't give Sheen face, nor that he was timid, but this was indeed a taboo in the Duke of Strimmer. The Stringer family even issued a ban on this matter, strictly prohibiting people from talking about this matter at will. As a vassal of the Stringer family, Triss is also the leader of the Second Knights, so naturally they don't want to violate the ban. But on Sheen's side, Triss couldn't afford to offend either. It was a headache. A real headache. At the moment, Triss sighed. How about this, Lord Bestutu? Triss said, I have an ancient book at home. If you are interested, why don't you take it and have a look? Triss chose to use this compromise method. He believed that after reading the book, Sheen would know what he wanted to say, and he didn't mention this matter in person, which was also considered to be taking care of the explanation of the clan. Sheen understood what Triss meant. On the one hand, he felt troubled, but on the other hand, he could only nod in agreement. Then I'll trouble you, Captain Triss. Sheen thanked him. You're welcome. It's just a trivial reminder. Triss shook his head, and it seemed that he really didn't intend to discuss this matter anymore. Under such circumstances, the two began to talk intermittently, waiting for the servants that Triss had called to get the book to come back. At this moment, the door of the reception room was opened forcefully. Father! A young man came in aggressively from outside. Taylor? Triss was startled at first, and then his face sank. What happened? Sheen didn't expect someone to suddenly break in, and his face was full of confusion. But, the next second, Sheen found that the man called Taylor by Triss looked at him with stubbornness and unyielding eyes. Are you Sheen Boztut? The young man named Taylor pointed at Sheen with a bad tone and an extremely bad attitude, and declared loudly, I want to duel with you. These words made Sheen raise his eyebrows. In his heart, there was only one thought left. Good guy. I finally encountered a cliché plot again. Duel? I finally encountered it after all. Chapter 332 Just a Viscount? In the luxurious reception room, the atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse because of Taylor's intrusion. When Sheen's brows were raised, Triss' heart also sank. When he saw his son breaking in, Triss already had a bad feeling. Now, seeing this unfilial son actually challenge his guests in front of him, Triss was directly furious. What are you doing? Get out. Triss stood up and scolded Taylor. This is a master that even he dared not offend. When did you, a young nobleman, have the courage to challenge? In fact, this is what Sheen wanted to say, although he didn't know what happened. The guy in front of him, who looked 1 or 2 years younger than him, obviously had no strength, although he was not a drunkard. His level was only 20. Being able to reach level 20 at this age may be good among ordinary people. But in the aristocratic circle, it is definitely not a genius that can be talked about with relish. Such a person, coming to invite the nobles who own dragons to duel, must be said to be very courageous. However, the other party is obviously a stubborn and reckless man. Not only did he not take his father's scolding seriously, but he also spoke out stubbornly. "Father, don't worry about it. This is between me and him." Taylor pointed at Sheen, as if there was an irreconcilable conflict with Sheen. Although he looked at Sheen with eyes that could not be called deep hatred, he was also full of annoyance and dissatisfaction, as if he had been seriously stimulated by something. "You?" Triss wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sheen. "You are the son of Captain Triss, right?" She looked at the other party and said with a smile, "I don't seem to have seen you, let alone offended you. Why do you want to duel with me?" Taylor didn't have time to answer this question, because Triss spoke first. "Lord Bestutu, don't bother with him," Triss said to Sheen in a hurry. "He is just fooling around. I will kick him out now." Unfortunately, as soon as Triss said this, Taylor immediately replied, "I will not go out." Taylor said very resolutely, "Today, I must decide the winner with him to see in what way he is better than me." Hearing this, Triss really wanted to slap this money loser on the head. "What is better than you? I would like to ask. In what way do you think he is not better than you? Not to mention his young age. He has become a viscount with his own ability when he is only 1 or 2 years older than you. And even tamed a dragon." Even the unparalleled princess looked at him with admiration. "You are a dandy who only knows how to dream all day and can't see the reality clearly. What qualifications do you have to compare with him? Get out." Triss was too lazy to say anything else and spoke angrily. "I won't." But Taylor was really a tiger. He dared to disobey his father in front of others, not giving his father face, and looked like he was fighting against evil forces to the end. If he was put in another book, he would be the protagonist. Triss was already furious, and he wanted to step forward and teach this brainless bastard a lesson. But Sheen stopped him. "You want to compete with me?" Sheen looked weird. "That's right." Taylor made a strong voice and said, "I want to prove that I am better than you." "Why?" Sheen blinked and asked. "I still said that. I have never seen you, let alone offended you." "Right? That's right." Taylor admitted this. But his eyes were full of hostility when he stared at Sheen, which made him say in a deep voice, "But I want to prove that you can't have a personal relationship with that princess. The rumors are all lies. You nobles in the capital just made up rumors to achieve your goals." Taylor's words made Sheen finally understand why he ran to him so fiercely and asked for a duel. "Feelings? Is it all because of that princess? That girl? She really has fans all over the world. I have come to other territories, but there is still such a fierce noble son who came to provoke me because of a rumor. I really underestimated the charm of the kingdom's treasure. But how do you know that I can't have a personal relationship with Luoshi?" Sheen said playfully. "Maybe we really have a good relationship?" "Liar! You are just a viscount. There is no way you can have a relationship with that noble princess." Taylor was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He yelled in a fury and said, "Also, you are not allowed to address His Highness so casually. This is disrespectful." Well, now Sheen is sure that this guy is indeed a playboy with a very fierce personality. Apart from anything else, when you said that he was just a viscount, did you consider the status of your family and your father's feelings? Sheen had already seen that Triss, who was also a viscount, had a black face. This made Sheen's expression even more interesting. At that moment, Sheen also stood up. This stopped. Regardless of Taylor, Triss was severely frightened. "Lord Bestutu." At that moment, Triss was ready to say something. Sheen shook his head and reassured Triss. Duel? He didn't have the leisure to do that. Even if it was a cliched plot, he should have picked an opponent of some weight to entertain him. Right? You know, Sheen's current level has reached 55. When he was at level 28, he had already challenged countless masters of his level. Not to mention now, at least someone at the same level as Rosie, Jacinta or Aridia is worthy of his attack. Now, just a random noble boy of level 20 came out and asked him to agree to a duel? It was a bit ridiculous. Not to mention, Sean was now a viscount. But Taylor was only the son of the viscount, a noble boy who had not yet inherited the title, and his status was lower than his. So he was not qualified to invite him to a duel. Therefore, clang, with a crisp sound, a sword was thrown heavily in front of Taylor, smashed into the floor. and stood there. Ah! Taylor was startled, exclaimed, and stepped back. Lord Bastutu. Triss couldn't stay calm. This sword was Sean's holy sword. Sean pulled it out and threw it in front of Taylor. You want to duel with me, right? Sean looked directly at Taylor, smiled, and said, Here, pull out the sword, and I will agree to it. Will you agree to it if you pull it out? Taylor's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Really? Of course. Sean said very straightforwardly, As long as you can pull out this sword, I will immediately agree to duel with you. And your father will be your witness. Okay. Taylor nodded quickly, as if he was worried that Sean would regret it, and as if he was afraid that his father would object again, and said, That's what you said. As he said that, Taylor came to the holy sword, began to rub his hands, and held the hilt. Looking at this scene, Triss was hesitant to speak, and finally gave up persuading. Sean sat down leisurely and began to taste tea. Taylor began the challenge under such circumstances. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other party, pulling out a sword is not difficult at all. He is also level 20, and he has the confidence to pull out even the heaviest sword. Besides, Taylor doesn't think he is worse than Sean. In his opinion, Sean is not much older than him, but he can hang this sword around his waist and walk around casually. So this sword must not be that heavy. In this case, I must pull out the sword easily, and appear to be much more relaxed and comfortable than him, so that he knows that I am better than him. Taylor then developed a mysterious self-confidence. In the final analysis, everything is just out of envy and jealousy. After knowing that there is a man who has a good relationship with the princess, many noble young masters feel very uncomfortable, as if something important has been taken away. This is not only the idea of the noble children in the capital, but also the noble children in other territories. Any man who has seen the princess and her beauty that even the goddess is ashamed of will be like this. Completely fall and be fascinated. The most beautiful woman in the human race is not a title for nothing. Without this level of charm, how could she arouse such fanatical enthusiasm among the people in the royal capital? They would not feel at ease until they saw Her Royal Highness the Princess come out to show her safety. All the noble young masters who had been to the capital and seen Rosie were without exception. They all fell in love with the princess. After returning, they thought about returning to the capital every day. In the past, they kept recalling the haunting figure, as if they had lost their souls. Taylor was just one of the many noble children. Sean had not yet realized how great it was that he could take down the princess. It can be said that after Sean and Rosie were involved, he might be destined to face the jealousy of all kinds of people for the rest of his life. Not to mention that this animal took the opportunity to eat her up, and was destined to become a public enemy. There will definitely be many more things like today in the future. Sean thought that he had separated from Rosie when he came to the dukedom of Stringham, but he had no idea that because of his relationship with Rosie, the troubles he would encounter next were just the beginning. So, ha, ah. In the living room, a roar of fighting began to sound. Taylor began to challenge the sword, holding the hilt, using all his strength. His face flushed, and tried desperately to pull it out. But no matter how hard he tried, the ordinary sword in front of him did not move at all, and there was no sign of being shaken at all. What is easy? What is comfortable? Taylor couldn't even make it move. How could this be? Taylor couldn't believe it. Roared angrily, and tried desperately to pull the sword out. Triss was also a little surprised, and his eyes looking at the holy sword also changed. Sean seemed to not care about all this at all, and drank tea leisurely. The scene was very interesting for a while. Chapter 333. You are really good at playing. Why? Why can't I even pull out a sword? After a long time, Taylor collapsed on the ground, panting violently, and showing an expression of doubting life. Not to mention Taylor. Even Triss, who was close to level 80, tried it once. The strength he used was not a problem even if he lifted the floor with the sword stabbed on it. But he couldn't pull the sword out of the ground, which made him astonished. At this time, Sean had already got the ancient book mentioned by Triss, and even read it. After reading it, Sean's brows were frowned all the time, and he didn't relax for a long time until he sighed, put the book away, stood up, and came to Taylor. Of course you can't pull it out, Sean said calmly, not to mention you. Even if you search the entire human race, there are only a handful of people who can pull out this sword. As a holy sword that belongs exclusively to the hero, and was born from the concept of the hero, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to hold it, because only when it feels the magic power of the exclusive user will it burst out with power, and be used by others. If it is not an exclusive user, even if it is sealed, not everyone can pick up the holy sword. Why is Luo Shi praised as a modern hero? It is because she got the recognition of the holy sword and pulled it up. Only by getting the recognition of the holy sword can it be easily pulled up and used normally. Otherwise, even if the devil or the supreme god may be able to forcibly pull up the holy sword with strength, it will definitely not be able to make it exert its due power. This is still like Mitra's holy sword, which was left in the world for special reasons, but lost its exclusive user. If, like Xin, as the owner of the holy sword, is still alive, then even a modern hero like Luo Shi will not be able to pull up the holy sword. In addition, once the holy sword leaves the hand, it will return to the owner in a short time. Only the exclusive owner can use the holy sword freely. Therefore, there may be someone in this world who can pull up Xin's holy sword, but there is absolutely no one other than Xin who can use this holy sword. Of course, even if there is someone who can pull out the holy sword, this person will definitely not be Triss, let alone Taylor. Xin used facts to tell this child who had never seen the world that he wanted to challenge himself. But he was still far away. Clang! Xin stretched out his hand, pulled out the holy sword, and after a sword flower, he put it back into the sheath. That nonchalant look made Triss and Taylor jump in their hearts, and they almost doubted whether the sword they were about to pull out was the same sword that Xin pulled out. Taylor was even more stimulated and jumped up. "No! I don't accept it!" Taylor yelled. "You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Little brat. Xin won't tolerate other people's bad habits." He curled his lips, and the indifference revealed in his tone, whether intentionally or unintentionally, made Taylor deeply stimulated. "There is definitely something wrong with that sword," Taylor complained loudly. "That is definitely a magic weapon with a special method of use. It can only be used if you know the method. You just know the method. I don't know that method at all. How can I pull it out?" Indeed, there are such magic weapons in this world. They can only be driven with a special method of use. Otherwise they cannot be used. Taylor thought of this, and thought that Xin was playing tricks on him. He was so angry that he trembled. Looking at Taylor like this, Xin's eyes gradually became like looking at a poor child who needs to be cared for. If it were in another book, at this time, the protagonist should start to show all kinds of pretentious abilities to shock the whole audience, make the people around him astonished, and make the other party be convinced and start to kneel down and call him daddy. Right? Unfortunately, Sean doesn't need to prove himself. He just wants to say one thing. "Young man." Sean patted Taylor on the shoulder, forced a smile, and said something shocking. "I even know how many moles Rosie has on her body." Right? This sentence made Taylor feel like he was struck by lightning on the spot. And he was shocked and stood there. Puff. Not to mention Taylor. Even Triss on the side spit out saliva, with a look of shock on his face. What exactly does Sean mean by this? Even a fool can hear it. "You say, you don't believe that I have a relationship with Rosie, right?" Xin smiled brightly and said word by word, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. On the day I left the capital, she was still sleeping in the same bed with me, killing people and destroying their hearts. This is a real killing and destroying of the hearts." Facing the young man who had a longing for the goddess, Xin mercilessly exposed the things that were disillusioning and even dream-shattering. "You lied? You lied?" Taylor was so excited that he was almost crazy. He pointed at Xin and seemed to want to say a lot of things. But because of the unexpected stimulation, he could only say a unilateral rejection that was not nutritious. Seeing Taylor's deeply stimulated and extremely excited look, Xin shook his head with pity, and then finally used the killer. It was a magic prop that looked like crystal. Triss and Taylor both knew this kind of magic prop. It was not a precious item, but a crystal prop used to record external phenomena. In other words, it was a magic camera from another world. However, this camera cannot be used to take too many photos. It can only save the image printed on the crystal surface at the moment of use and engrave it into the crystal. Normally, it is just an ordinary diamond-shaped crystal, and the recorded images will only appear after magic power is injected. For this reason, it has become a prop for many nobles to preserve precious memories, and is also used in some daily life. For example, the crystals used to record the catalog and location of books in the library on the 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild of Lemidgen are made of this kind of crystal. This crystal of Xin was given by Rosie, and Rosie also has one on her body. This is what I said. I want to confirm the evidence, so that you won't refuse to marry me in the future. Considering Xin's unreliable character, Rosie dragged Xin during the period of worrying about gains and losses. leaving countless so-called evidence. This crystal prop is one of the evidence. The images recorded in it are also extremely simple, and it appeared as Sheen injected magic power into it. So, on the crystal, a couple seemed to be in love, hugging each other, but one was reluctant, and the other had a beautiful smile. They were undoubtedly a couple, which caught Taylor's eyes. One of them was Sheen, and the other was Rosie. The one with a reluctant face was naturally Sheen, and it can be seen that he was really bothered at the time. And the one with a beautiful smile was naturally Rosie. That smile that ordinary people could never see made Taylor's eyes widen. Then, watching the two hugging each other, like a couple, Taylor finally had to admit a fact. That is, the goddess he had been thinking about day and night, the princess in everyone's mind, has become someone else's shape. Woo 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 wow. Taylor collapsed on the spot, shed heavy tears, and ran away in tears. Presumably, what happened today will definitely become a psychological shadow in his life, and he will never forget it. Right? Even Tris looked dazed, looking at Sheen with an expression full of disbelief. This Viscount, not only the dragon, but also the unparalleled princess, was tamed? Realizing this, Tris also felt a pain in his heart. There was no way. Roxy was the treasure in the hearts of all the people in the kingdom. Even if there was no admiration in the sense of men and women. Men, women, old and young in the kingdom were all attracted to her, and were full of admiration and love for her. Although Tris was not as crazy as the people in the capital, he was also proud of the kingdom's treasure, and regarded it as the spiritual pillar of the people in the kingdom. Now the spiritual pillar has been exposed. How can people not feel heartbroken? I will go to see my son. At that moment, Tris also left in a daze, as if he had lost his ideals, and embarked on the journey to find his son. In the entire reception room, there was only one guest who came to visit. Why? As if he had done something insignificant, Sheen calmly put the crystal away, and left it with the royal token hanging around his neck, and the emblem of the Bostut family. That look was as annoying as it could be. You know, when Rosie was messing with these things, Sheen felt a lot of trouble. Now it is used to stimulate others, which is really amazing. But, as I said, this is just the beginning. Sheen found the benefits of keeping this crystal, as if he had found endless fun in it. In the future, whoever dares to talk nonsense in front of me, and say the right and wrong of the relationship between Rosie and me, I will directly show the evidence. This evidence was obviously used by Rosie to force marriage in the future. But now it has become a weapon for Sheen to attack his rivals and attract hatred. I have to say that you are really good at playing. Of course, this weapon is a double-edged sword and cannot be used casually. Otherwise, once the royal family knew about it, Sheen would not be able to escape. He might be forced to marry on the spot and move towards a future of starting a family. And by then, there would definitely be countless people who wanted to beat him to death. So, Sheen had to think carefully about how to use this thing. Being invincible is really lonely. Sheen drank the cold tea on the table in one breath, and then left leisurely. Well, this wave is very fulfilling. I hope I can have a chance to pretend again. Chapter 334. Do you want to go with me? When Sheen came to the Kigalel family, he was welcomed by the whole family, and was sent in respectfully. He was the center of attention. But when he left, Sheen walked out alone. People who didn't know him thought he had done something wrong, and was kicked out by the Kigalel family. When Sheen walked out of the door of the Kigalel family, the girls around him reappeared at the right time. Is the matter done? Ai seemed to have taken a nap somewhere. While yawning, she glanced at Sheen and asked lazily. Laxia also walked over slowly with Feitsue and came to Sheen. Sheen immediately cast his eyes on Feitsue. Feitsue tilted her head, as if she was a little confused. It was just because the way Sheen looked at her was different from before. Sheen's eyes showed thoughtfulness, suspicion, helplessness and other emotions, which not only puzzled Feitsue, but also Ai and Laxia. What's wrong? Although Ai was not very interested, she still asked. It's okay. Sheen thought about it, and chose not to say it. Although he had read the ancient book and knew more or less why Tris was so afraid of the existence of Feitsue, he was not sure that Feitsue was the existence mentioned in the ancient book. So there was no need to say it so clearly. Now, compared with the origin of Feitsue, Sheen's more headache was how to place this little girl. Should I really abandon her? But can I do it? Obviously not. Perhaps, if it were someone else, they would most likely do so. But although Sheen was not a good person, he could not do such a thing as abandoning such an innocent little girl. Even if he brought Jade, He might encounter a lot of troubles on the way. But anyway, he had Yulin, the Holy Sword, and Yi. So Xian didn't need to worry about it like Triss and others. So, let's leave it to her to decide. Xian decided so, and squatted down in front of Jade. Jade's eyes had been following Xian. Because of her height. When Xian stood, she looked up. When Xian squatted in front of her, her eyes slowly moved down with her until they were level. The young girl stared at Xian, saying nothing, unusually calm, as if waiting for Xian to speak. Xian immediately smiled at Jade and said, "So, little guy, do you want to go with me?" Xian met Jade's eyes, looked directly into her amethyst eyes, and asked, on the side. Although Yi and Laxia didn't know what happened, they knew that since Xian asked this, he intended to keep this girl by his side. At that moment, the two of them did not speak, as if they respected Sean's decision, and quietly waited for Emerald's response. Emerald was slightly stunned, not knowing whether it was because she was surprised by Sean's invitation or because she did not understand what Sean meant. Only Sean, who had been looking directly at Emerald, realized that when he made the invitation, there was a flash of disbelief in the eyes of this young girl for a moment. Obviously, no one had ever said such words to her in the past. Emerald was so stunned that she did not respond for a long time. Sean was not in a hurry, and stopped talking, just waiting slowly. This finally made some ripples appear in Emerald's eyes. I don't know how long it took, but the ripples in Emerald's eyes disappeared. Then, Emerald nodded and agreed to Sean's invitation. Sean smiled. Okay. At that moment, Sean stood up, as if he no longer hesitated, and spoke directly. Let's set off now and go to Cosmos. Hearing this, AI and Laxia looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of objecting, and nodded directly. Feitsue was still quiet, but there was something else in her eyes when she looked at Xian. Yulin, Xian shouted to the sky. Roar! A dragon roar sounded immediately, and a black shadow came quickly like a meteorite falling from the sky, carrying a scorching airflow and storm, and came to Xian and others. Xian and his party immediately climbed on Yulin's back. Not long after, Yulin flapped his dragon wings and flew away. Target: the northern city, Cosmos. On the day Xian left, a group of people appeared in a wild ownerless cemetery in Jaredly. They were men and women, and their looks were completely different, but they had some common appearance features. For example, they all have a pair of animal ears and a tail. But some have wolf ears and tails. Some have pig ears and tails. Some have cat ears and tails. And some have leopard ears and tails. They are dressed mainly in animal skins, which makes them look wild. There is no doubt that this is a group of orcs. And they are orcs from different tribes. In front of this group of orcs, the leader is a charming woman with fox ears and tails. If someone sees this fox woman, they will be very surprised. Right? Because the fox orcs have a very special status in the orc tribe. And their number is rare. They have not appeared for many years. Now, a fox woman appeared here. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar. But the fox woman appeared here with a group of orcs, with a heavy and frosty face, and seemed to be in a bad mood. A closer look showed that in front of the fox woman, several corpses were being dug out and exposed to the air. These corpses are actually the magic creatures who committed suicide in front of Xian last night. It seems that Laxia buried them here. However, they have been dug out now. A werewolf man came to the fox woman and said with a bad look on his face, "Sure enough, they are not here." Saint. Hearing this, the fox woman, who is called the Saint, seemed to be in a worse mood. Behind her, one by one, the orcs also spoke indignantly. It's like this again. Every time I find a clue, there are only a group of corpses of magic creatures left. The person behind this is really disgusting. Even if it is magic life, it is created casually and abandoned after being used up. It is even more hateful than the old demon clan. Don't say it. This is the usual method of the person behind this. Otherwise, how could he continue to run around? Yes, if it weren't for the magic life that was out every time, we would have caught the mastermind long ago. Ah! So annoying. I really want to drag this guy out and chop him into pieces. A group of orcs shouted angrily. Obviously they had encountered the same situation many times and had been forced into helplessness and collapse. If not, the leading saint would not be in such a bad mood. Do you know who buried these magical lives here? The fox saint asked the wolf man. No, I don't know. The wolf man said distressedly. We have sniffed the surrounding area, But we can't smell the smell of the person who buried these magical lives. It seems that the other party has specially dealt with the traces left by himself. The method is very superb and perfect, and there is no trace to be found at any time before. No! The fox saint frowned and said, the last few times we found those magical lives outside. It seems that we didn't encounter this kind of thing? Yes. In the previous few times. With the 5 senses of our orcs being far superior to other races, we have more or less found some clues, and know what these magic lives have done, and who they have come into contact with. Unlike this time, there is no trace at all. The wolfman said very seriously, it should be done by a very powerful master. Ordinary people can never do such a thing. Is that so? The fox saint was silent for a while, and then said, is it possible that this person is the mastermind behind everything? This question was not answered by the wolfman, but by a cat girl next to the fox saint. No, it can't be. The cat girl shook her head and denied, judging from the usual style of the person behind the scenes. He doesn't care about the life and death of these magic lives at all. And it is impossible for him to run out and bury these magic lives at the risk of being discovered by us. What's going on now? The wolfman immediately wondered, why did someone bury the magic lives this time? All the orcs immediately looked at the cat girl. It seems that this lovely cat girl should be the brain trust of this orc group. In fact, it is true. I think it may be done by an unrelated outsider. The cat girl pondered for a while, and said, although the traces have been eliminated, judging from the way the other party buried them, the other party should respect these magical lives, rather than treating them as props. So it is possible that unrelated outsiders, who do not know the origin and identity of these magical lives, could not bear to see them exposed in the wilderness. So they did all this. You said? Unrelated outsiders? The fox saint suddenly said with some concern, could it be that this time innocent bystanders are finally involved? Hey! 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 Is it true? The wolfman said in astonishment, this is not a joke. If it goes wrong, these innocent outsiders who are involved will die. That's right. The cat girl also said worriedly, the thing we are most worried about may happen. In one sentence, the hearts of all the orcs sank. They absolutely don't want to see innocent outsiders being harmed. We have to hurry up. The fox saint took a deep breath and immediately said, there is no other way. Use extraordinary means. As soon as these words came out, the orcs all changed color. Saint! Saint! The wolfman and the cat girl all panicked. Okay. Stop talking. The fox saint said without hesitation, I can't see the L of the past appear again. For this reason, I will be injured a little. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, the orcs had nothing to say, but they became more angry and disgusted with the person behind all this. The fox saint half knelt on the ground and began to pray. Great goddess of life, please tell your devout believers where the disaster of darkness is. A layer of holy light shone on the fox saint. Chapter 335. A small turmoil. Zheng! The dazzling holy light flashed more and more frequently on the body of the fox saint, and became more and more intense, and finally turned into a curtain of light, spreading around the fox girl. The orcs around watched this scene, while guarding the fox saint, looking around vigilantly, and their faces were full of tension, because the prayer used by the fox saint at this time cannot be used casually. Not only will it cause great damage to the person's vitality, but there may also be various side effects. There is no way. This kind of prayer borrows the power of the goddess of life among the 3 goddesses. If you don't have the blessing of the goddess of life, using this kind of prayer is bound to have some problems. Although the fox saint is the saint of the orcs, she herself has not been able to obtain the blessing of the goddess of life. The blessing of the 3 goddesses is a blessing level that only the legendary brave can have. In the history of omnipotence, there are only a handful of people who can get the blessing of the 3 goddesses. The fox saint has a special status, and the orcs also believe in the goddess of life. However, only one of the ancestors of the fox people has received the blessing of the goddess of life. The modern fox saint is not qualified to receive that level of blessing. In view of this, even if the fox saint has a way to use this prayer method to temporarily borrow the power of the goddess of life, because there is no blessing to assist, every time it is used, it will be seriously damaged and side effects will occur. So the orcs have to be so nervous. If it weren't for this reason, the fox saint would have used prayer to find the target that she and others have been looking for. Now, she still has to use this method. It can only be said that everything is God's will. In this case, the fox saint did not open her eyes, but seemed to see a scene from the light curtain. Is that a dragon? Yes. The fox saint saw a dragon. A ferocious black dragon was flying in the sky, soaring above the horizon, with a powerful momentum. Very scary and ferocious. With the power of the goddess of life, the fox saint could feel the terrible vitality of the dragon, and knew that it was not just an ordinary dragon. It was probably a dragon that was almost at the top among the dragons. However, there were several people sitting on the back of such a dragon. Most of those people were girls. One was a little girl holding a pillow. One was a very beautiful maid. And the other was the target of the fox saint's trip. Found it. The fox saint thought of this. But she was not happy at all. Because, through the power of the goddess of life, she found that there seemed to be something terrible on the beautiful maid. And she was emitting dark vitality. The little girl holding the pillow next to her was even more terrible. Her vitality was like a natural disaster. Like a volcano about to erupt. There was an extremely amazing power hidden in her small body, which frightened the fox saint. When the fox saint turned her sight to the last person on the dragon's back, a seemingly ordinary man, her head suddenly banged. Bang! At this moment, the light curtain around the fox saint shattered. Ah! The fox saint also cried out in pain, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. And she fell down. Saint! Saint! The surrounding orcs were suddenly shocked. They didn't know that it was also because of this incident that a small turmoil occurred in the god realm. In a solemn temple in the god realm. Nian, who was alone here, raised her head as if she felt something. Did a goddess use her power to spy on Xian? Nian seemed to know something and curled her lips. What a wishful thinking. How could there be another goddess who could spy on the hero besides herself? With the blessing of that woman, Xian can not only get the protection of the world itself, but also avoid direct interference from all powers of the gods. Except for me, who has a fundamental and original connection with him. No one can interfere with him with power. Xian has not yet figured out what effects the blessing of the Supreme God has. However, he does not know that those effects have already taken effect in secret. Get the protection of the world. Only for the gods. All conditions can be met. Only for the gods. All interference can be avoided. Only for the gods. All duties can take effect. Only for the gods. All effects can be blessed. At first glance, these effects are a bit difficult to understand, so that Xian is confused. But confusion does not mean that they will not take effect. Now, one of the effects of Xian's blessing has appeared. Only for the gods. All interference can be avoided. Just as Nian said, the power of the gods cannot interfere with Xian, unless it is a positive effect. That is, interference that can help Xian. For example, the revelation brought by Rox's blessing. That kind of revelation is indirect help, which can be effective for Xian. The reason is naturally because the other effect is limited to the gods. And all effects can be blessed. But if it is not a positive effect, but a negative effect, an interference that will bring harm to Xian, then the interference will naturally be avoided by the blessing of the Supreme God, or even defeated on the spot. In this case, the power that can work on Xian, who has the blessing of the Supreme God, in addition to the power with positive effects, is the power of the Supreme God Omnis. Lian Nian can interfere with Xian to a certain extent because of her special connection with Xian. Summon Xian to the temple, or read his inner thoughts and memories in his mind, etc. As for other goddesses, you should just focus on your own believers and don't try to take advantage of my hero. As Nian said this, she also knew that after this battle, Xian might have to enter the vision of the gods. However, Nian was not worried at all. With Xian's current ability, coupled with the immunity to the gods' interference brought by the blessing of the Supreme God, ordinary goddesses can never be his opponent. Even the three goddesses, whose power cannot take effect on Xian, can only use their own direct combat power. So whether they can defeat Xian, who holds the strongest holy sword, is still an unknown. Although it is a trouble for that guy to unseal the holy sword in front of the gods. There are still dragon demons there anyway, so they dare not do anything. Right? Therefore, to be frank, it is not very feasible for even the three goddesses to move Xian now. The only one who can restrain the hero is the real goddess. That is, the Supreme God Omnis. Only when facing Omnis, Xian will really be helpless. With the strongest holy sword, in Nian's opinion, the only one who can completely kill Xian in this world is the Supreme God Omnis. The rest of the people, even the 6 demons, will find it difficult to face the holy sword. Right? Of course, if Xian grows up and reaches his limit, even the 6 demons will probably have to surrender. And now that he has not grown up yet, there are still some existences that can threaten Xian. But with the holy sword, when he is at full strength. Even if he can't beat the 6 demons, he should not be in danger of life, and can escape calmly, not to mention facing the gods, when the power cannot take effect on them. Once Sheen unseals the holy sword, even the 3 goddesses will suffer. Now that the supreme god Omnis has fallen asleep, there is only one person in the gods who can pose a threat to Sheen. That one is also the trump card of the god clan today, and even the strongest in the 3 realms. Second only to the demon king and the supreme god. Sheen has not grown up yet, and facing her will still be very difficult. But this time, it is probably not her who will take action. I just don't know what her expression will be when she knows that the 2 blessing recipients she favors are attracted to my hero. Thinking of this, Nian couldn't help but laugh. Life that can be blessed by the 3 goddesses has been extremely rare since ancient times, and most of them are only heroes who can get such privileges. Therefore, the 3 goddesses will also cherish the life that can be blessed by them, because it means that they are really excellent and hard to find in the world, just like their children, and they are particularly favored and loved by them. What's more, those who have been blessed by the 3 goddesses will be regarded as the spokespersons of the 3 goddesses and respected by the god clan. Why is Luo Shi so favored by the god clan? There are 2 reasons. One is that Luo Shi's unique skills are special enough to make the people of the god clan regard her as a companion. The other is because Luo Shi was blessed by one of the 3 goddesses, and the one who blessed her is the trump card of the god clan, the strongest person in the 3 realms. That strongest person is particularly doting and pampering to Luo Shi, and I don't know what he thinks of Xian. That princess also took away my hero's first time, which is really abominable. The smile on Nian's face disappeared. Well, she is still holding a grudge about this. Next time, it will definitely be me. Nian could only hold on to unwillingness. Clicked on a light screen, and learned the knowledge in Xian's mind again. At the same time, in another temple in the god realm, a goddess who was playing the piano and singing suddenly stopped what she was doing. My power was actually offset. The goddess looked a little surprised, and her face was full of thoughts. A black-haired girl with a tired face spoke up. Goddess Anima, is it time to let me go? The girl seemed to have gone through some hardships, and her tone was full of fatigue and sadness. A closer look revealed that the girl looked exactly like Lasha. Let you go? The goddess called Anima smiled gently. You are a small demon, and you dared to break into the god realm and my temple. I didn't get rid of you on the spot, which was already very good. Do you dare to complain? Hearing this, the girl's face was tired and sad again, as if she was regretting something. Anima shook her head with a smile, thought about it, and finally spoke. Well, your punishment is almost over. You just come with me to the human world, and then you will be free. This sentence made the girl happy at first, and then she was stunned again. You are going to the human world? The girl was surprised. Yes. Anima then stopped smiling and murmured, I couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. Now there is a being that can counteract my power, which proves that there are unexpected changes in this matter. I'm afraid the orc priests can't handle it. As she spoke, Anima stood up and raised her head. I saw that on Anima's holy and delicate face. A pair of eyes were tightly closed. I'll make this trip in person after a long absence. Chapter 336 The new master is relieved. It is impossible for Xian to know what happened in other places. At this time, Xian was still riding on Yulin with a group of girls, flying in the air, heading towards Cosmos. He did not need to know the specific location of Cosmos. As long as he knew it was in the north, he would let Yulin fly north all the time. Knowing the general direction, it would not be difficult for Yulin to find a city with the advantage of being high above. In addition, Xian also has the magic perception skill. Any place where a large number of magic individuals can be sensed is basically a human city. So there is no need to worry too much about not being able to find the destination. Just fly north without thinking. Of course, Xian did not notice anything, but it did not mean that others did not. Jade, who was held in Laxia's arms, raised her eyes for a moment, and then returned to her original state after a while, and turned her eyes back to Xian. Since leaving Jarrett Lee, Feitsue's eyes have been on Xian like this, and no one knows why. Laxia seemed to have noticed this, but ignored it, holding Feitsue calmly and indifferently. As for AI, she opened her eyes when she was dozing. AI frowned and snorted unhappily. What's wrong? Xian was startled when he heard AI's snort, and looked at the little girl in confusion. Nothing. AI said expressionlessly, it's just that some blind people are doing something. Blind people? Xian didn't understand what AI meant, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Can you explain it clearly? I hate you big guys who are deliberately mysterious and bluffing us newbies." Hearing this, AI rolled her eyes. Although she didn't know what newbie meant, AI could feel that it was definitely something that had nothing to do with Xian. This made AI too lazy to explain anything. "Don't worry about those trivial matters. Quickly find all the scum of the old demon clan and kill them. And then go back to sleep comfortably." AI looked annoyed, obviously not wanting to spend too much time on other things. "You are a cute little pretty girl. Can you stop talking about fighting and killing all the time?" Xian originally wanted to say this cute little girl, but after being glared at by AI, he immediately changed his words. "Then what should I say?" AI looked annoyed. Xian said this. "Of course I have to say it. Quickly pull out all the cockroaches that only know how to hide in the sewer and step on them to death. And then go back to sleep comfortably." Xian's serious statement made AI lose her temper directly. "Isn't your statement even more excessive?" AI was speechless. "How could that be?" Xian retorted, "Girls should scream when they see cockroaches, and then slap them to death with slippers in a frenzy. This is a very normal thing. Chopping and killing are not what girls should say." "Okay. What you said makes sense. Anyway, AI doesn't want to complain. I'm going to sleep. Call me when you get there." AI lay down on the dragon's back, hugged the pillow, and prepared to fall asleep. "You are so brave, sleeping on the dragon's back." Now, Xian was speechless. Lying down to sleep at such a high place, or when the mount is flying at high speed, it is almost a 100% chance that you will be thrown down. Although Yulin has used magic to separate the atmosphere, so that the howling wind during the flight will not blow on the back. And the flight is quite stable. This is not a place to sleep after all. If it were someone else, they would definitely not dare to do such a thing. AI dared to do this, probably because she was really confident that she would not be thrown off the dragon's back. Or even if she was thrown off, or even fell off, nothing would happen. Right? Really? Xian reached out helplessly, hugged AI into his arms, and let the little girl sleep on him. AI opened her eyes, glanced at Xian, and then closed them again, as if she didn't hate doing this. No. It should be said that from the way this little girl relaxed her whole body, it can be seen that Xian's actions made her very satisfied. Right? Dead Sundra. Xian muttered a few words in secret, but didn't dare to say more. Otherwise, the possibility of him being thrown off the dragon's back is also 100%. Just as Xian was thinking this, suddenly, another petite figure got into his arms. "Jade?" Xian looked at his arms in surprise. For some reason, Jade came in, rubbed Xian's chest, and then closed her eyes and fell asleep like Ai. Ai seemed to feel it, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, as if she was dissatisfied or felt troubled. But she said nothing and continued to sleep quietly. Really? Looking at the two little girls in his arms, Xian could only smile bitterly and turned to Laxia on the side. Laxia did not react too much, even if Jade suddenly broke free from her arms and ran to Xian's arms. However, aware of Xian's gaze, Laxia still said lightly, "You already have two in your arms." These words made Xian's mouth twitch. The meaning of this sentence is probably only known by Xian. After all, just now, Xian's inner thought was, why not give Laxia a hug? Even though the two little girls in his arms were warm and soft, Xian still preferred to hug this big, beautiful maid with a good figure. Who would have thought that before the ambition could be unfolded, Laxia would block it with a word? "You can't really read minds. Can you?" "I don't have that skill." "Then how do you know what I'm thinking?" This is a meaningless question. To be a qualified maid, you must understand what the master wants at any time and anywhere. Well, I shouldn't ask this question. Well, the elder sister is as powerful as ever, and the new master is very relieved. At the same time, in the nameless cemetery of Jaredly, a group of orcs also healed their saint in a hurry. Ahem. After drinking a bottle of high-level magic potion, the fox saint seemed to have recovered a lot. While coughing, her face was still a little pale. "Okay. I'm fine. And there's no need to waste expensive magic potions." Seeing that the orcs were still planning to take out magic potions, the fox saint waved her hand to stop them. Although still a little weak, the orcs are not as good as humans in the development of magic medicine. They are not as dexterous as humans and elves, and they do not have the great wisdom of supernatural powers. Therefore, every bottle of magic medicine is very precious to them, and needs to be properly used and kept. "Is it really okay, Saint?" The cat girl is still a little worried, and the orcs next to her are the same. The werewolf man is even more anxious. And he is just anxious to bite people. It's really okay. The fox saint shook her head, bit her lip, and said, compared with this matter, I must tell you first. Maybe this matter will be more troublesome than we thought. Or even dangerous. Hearing this, the orcs were startled. Seeing this, the fox saint told everyone everything she had just seen with prayer. After hearing the fox saint's story, the orcs were indeed very frightened. Actually resisted the power of prayer? There are still very scary people around the target? Dragon? How could a dragon appear? The beastmen felt that the situation seemed to be out of scale, and one or two of them began to panic. Even the wolf man was like this. Although we don't know who the very scary person mentioned by the fox saint is, and how scary he is, the existence of the dragon alone is enough to scare people. You know, the dragon is the strongest monster. Even the beastmen who are born with super strong bodies and 5 senses are no different from ants in front of the dragon. It is impossible to surpass the opponent in strength. The wolf man is very confident in his own strength. He even thinks that there is only 1 in 10,000 people in the human race who can surpass him in strength. But he is not so confident that he can compare with the dragon. And such a dragon has been tamed by the very scary person, which shows how scary the other party is. The cat girl also felt depressed. But she remembered something. Speaking of which, when I came to Jared Lee, I seem to have heard some news about this. The cat girl said thoughtfully, It is said that a viscount who tamed a dragon came here from the capital. Viscount of the capital? The fox saint immediately looked at the cat girl and said hurriedly, Do you know who it is? It seems to be an adventurer who was recently granted the title. The cat girl tried hard to recall, and finally successfully searched out the information from her head. With a flash of her eyes, she said, The other party was directly named a viscount because he annihilated a force of the old demon clan and exposed the royal nobles in the kingdom who cooperated with another force of the old demon clan. Moreover, he not only tamed the dragon, but also had a close relationship with the kingdom's treasure. When the word kingdom's treasure was mentioned, a trace of awe appeared in the eyes of the cat girl. The same was true for the rest of the beast men, and they all had more or less awe. The kingdom's treasure. The modern hero. The name of this princess is well known even among the orcs. In addition, they have special identities and are connected to the gods. They naturally respect and fear Rosie, who is deeply loved by the gods and has received the blessing of one of the 3 goddesses. On the contrary, it was the fox saint who frowned. A noble who has a close relationship with the kingdom's treasure. This is not good news, because this place is close to the Ragna Empire. A friend of the fox saint in the Ragna Empire also came to this territory because of the strange things that happened in this territory recently. But the other party is like fire and water with the kingdom's treasure. The noble is with the target of himself and others, and the chance of running into the other party is very high. At that time, I am afraid that Mars will hit the Earth, and the terrorists behind the scenes or the old demons will have the opportunity to take advantage of it. No, I have to go there quickly. The fox saint made a decision immediately. The fox saint also knew where to go. The dragon was flying to the north. In that direction, there is a city that has attracted much attention recently, and it is also the source of everything. Let's go to Cosmos. Chapter 337, The Blocked Border City. Okay, we're here. When Xian's voice sounded from Yulin's back, the pitch-black dragon had stopped flying, flapping its wings and floating in the clouds, no longer moving forward. Have we arrived? Yi woke up very promptly, but still looked very sleepy. Woo! Jade also opened her eyes, but she was dazed and couldn't get up at all. Xian handed Yi and Jade to Laxia, and he poked his head out of the dragon's back and looked down. Give farsightedness. Xian added magic to his eyes, allowing his vision to fly over a long distance and look at the ground below the clouds. There, a city stood alone on the ground, imprinted in Xian's eyes. It was a fortress city. The city's walls were built very high and thick, surrounding the entire city. On the city wall, a series of magical weapons, like cannons, were erected and pointed at the surroundings, which looked a bit scary. In front of this city, there are continuous mountains. Is that the cosmos mentioned before? AI seemed to be a little sober, and looked at the ground like Xian. I don't know whether it was using magic or relying on its own vision, but it can see the city under the clouds clearly. Laxia held the still confused Jade, not knowing whether she saw the city on the ground, and spoke in a calm tone. Cosmos is the northernmost city of the Kingdom of Mitra, located on the border of the Dukedom of Strimmer, because it is the city closest to the Ragnar Empire in the kingdom. It is also a fortress city, specially used to block the Ragnar Empire's way south. That is a checkpoint of the kingdom. And also a line of defense of the kingdom. Because if the Ragnar Empire wants to invade the Mitra kingdom, this is the place it must pass through. So you can often see the empire here. It is also a must-pass place for trade and transportation between all kingdoms and empires, gathering many merchants and people from many other ethnic groups. In other words, this is a melting pot of races and the primary intersection of people from a kingdom and an empire. Such a place must naturally be built into a fortress city and heavily guarded to prevent the empire from taking advantage of it. She can see that in Cosmos. Not only is the city barrier always in operation, but the city walls, gates and streets are also full of patrolling knights. The army of the Duke of Strimmer seems to have set up camps around the fortress city, and a defense line has been set up near the mountains. Knights and troops can be seen everywhere, making this world full of a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Because it is a fortress city, the most prosperous industry in Cosmos is the weapons manufacturing industry. Not only are there many human magic weapon workshops built here, but there are also dwarf blacksmiths working here. Thanks to this, Cosmos has become the most outstanding magic weapon production site in the kingdom. Almost all the most advanced magic weapons in the kingdom come from here. Even many magic weapon workshops in the capital purchase and sell here. Nearly 40% of the annual income of the Duke of Sterling is obtained from the magic weapons produced here, making magic weapons very profitable here. Laxia explained the situation of Cosmos to Sheen and AI. Magic weapons? Although AI still looked uninterested, he also looked at Cosmos twice more. Obviously, he didn't expect this city to be so special. Sheen was thinking about another thing. If I sink this city, the Duke of Sterling's family should be so happy that they burst into tears. Right? Sheen's heart was filled with inexplicable malice. As for Jadeite, for some reason, after waking up a little, she glanced in the direction of Cosmos, frowned slightly, and a little disgust flashed across her eyes. No one noticed this performance, let alone saw it. AI yawned and said casually, "Since we are already here, why don't we rush down? This little girl is still as rude as ever. You won't forget about Jaritli, right?" Sheehan said unhappily. "If we also ride a dragon directly into the city this time, we will probably enter a state of gunfighting. This is not a joke. Cosmos is not like Jaritli, who can let others do whatever they want. This is a line of defense to block the invasion of the Empire, and it is defending against neighboring countries that are half enemies and half friends. If Sheehan dares to fly down on a dragon, he will definitely be noticed from a distance and attack mercilessly. At that time, people will not care whether you are a viscount or an important figure in the kingdom. The border is the border. The mission of the knights and the army in the border city is to defend the country. They act from the standpoint of the kingdom, not from the standpoint of a noble. Different importance means different nature of existence. Cosmos is not a place where you can mess around. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before you are charged with treason. Sheen doesn't want to cause trouble. I'm not here to show off. Nor am I here to be a dragon. I'm just here to kill an old demon clan and cause trouble for the Stringer family. I don't want to be moved to the national stage to play games with others. In view of this time, Sheen does not plan to ride Yulin to fly in, but plans to enter the city in a legitimate way. You just stay in the sky and wait for us. If you are tired of flying, it doesn't matter if you go to the nearby hilltop to rest. Do you understand? Yulin? Sheen patted Yulin under him and said so. Roar! Yulin immediately roared in response. Okay, let's go! Sheehan stood up. Ayi stood up with Sheehan with a nonchalant look on her face, and a pair of dragon wings spread out behind her. The two planned to jump directly from here. Laxia, come here with Jadeite. Sheehan looked at Laxia on the side again. His eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the end, you still have to let me hold you? Unless you can fly by yourself. Sheehan felt a little proud in his heart. Yes. I don't know if Laxia noticed what Sheehan was thinking this time. She just replied lightly, and then she came directly to Sheehan with Jadeite in her arms. Sheehan didn't hesitate at all and hugged her. This smells so soft. This body smells so good. Sure enough, this maid is a top-notch one. Although she is a little cold, she is beautiful and has a good figure. She is simply a gift from God. Ayi seemed to be a little bit upset, and after a light snort, he spoke coldly. Let's go quickly. Stupid. As he spoke, Ayi vibrated the dragon wings behind him and flew downwards. Here it comes. Sheehan was also satisfied. Give flight. The next second, Sheehan held Laxia. Laxia held Feitsui, and the three of them flew up together. following Ai and heading towards the ground. Two streams of light flew to Cosmos one after another, making Yulin open her mouth in boredom and sink into the clouds. Peace returned here. But Xian and others failed to enter Cosmos smoothly, which was unexpected. Is this city blocked? Standing in front of the city gate, Xian, who was with Ai, Laxia and Feitsui, listened to the warning of the gatekeeper knight and showed a surprised expression. That's right, the guard said. This is the order from the Duke of Stringham himself. That is, the Lord's ban. Before the chaos in Cosmos is resolved, no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Is that so? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Not even the nobles? Not even the nobles. The guard said firmly, This is the Lord's order, unless your title is higher than that of the Duke of Stringham. This is simply a disguised way of saying that it is impossible. Higher than the Duke's title? Where is this title? The guard was just asking knowingly. Unfortunately, the other party teased the wrong person. My title is indeed not as high as that of the Duke of Stringham. Xian smiled and said, But presumably, the Duke of Stringham would not refuse to let the person with this in. Right? Saying this, Xian took out the royal token hanging around his neck. This is the royal emblem. Excuse me. The guard's eyes widened immediately, and he knelt down hurriedly. Not only the guards, but also the knights and soldiers around him knelt down in panic. Can we go in now? Xian put away the token, his face calm. Yeah. Pretending again. These are the words in the mind of a brave man who just said that he was not here to show off, let alone long out in. Then that. But the guard began to hesitate, seeming to be in a dilemma. Obviously, he did not expect that someone with a higher status than the Duke would actually run out. Now that the words have been spoken, it seems that he is embarrassed to let Xian in. What? Does the Stringham family not even want to give face to the royal family? Xian narrowed his eyes immediately. Even the royal token was taken out by Xian, and the other party was unwilling to let him in. Then he had to think carefully about whether there was any inside story. After all, the last time this happened was in the Atla Canyon. Could it be that the Sturm family, like the Gallioli family, is secretly planning something with the old demon clan behind the back of the kingdom? When Xian was thinking this, the guard shook his head. No, that's not the case. The guard said hurriedly, It's just that a lot of strange things have really happened in the Dukedom of Sturm recently. And Cosmos is the first place where strange things started to happen. The old demon clan also appeared here. Now the city is still in chaos. If the adults are in danger, then we... Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xian. I have been listening to you talking about strange things all the way. So what exactly is the strange thing? Xian finally asked this question. This. The guard hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and told the story. Chapter 338 Chaos in the City. It is said that this happened after the people of the old demon clan appeared in Cosmos. Since the old demon clan was found to appear in Cosmos, some strange things have gradually begun to happen in Cosmos. For example, some people will wake up and find that they are not in their bedroom at home, but in the wild, or even in the hall of someone else's house. For example, some people find that their homes have suddenly been moved to other places inexplicably, and all the neighbors around them are strangers. Some people's homes are even directly stacked on top of other people's homes, or even appear on trees, which is very scary. What's worse, some people have witnessed the people around them suddenly disappear. The friend who was still talking to me a second ago suddenly turned into a rock. The wife in my arms suddenly turned into a rough man. Some people kept pets at home, and when they woke up the next day, they turned into monsters, and they almost died. In short, all kinds of strange things happened, causing great chaos in Cosmos, and no one could feel at ease. This is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that strange things like this gradually expand the scope of influence with Cosmos as the center, and even the imperial cities of neighboring countries are affected, causing some buildings and people between the two countries to exchange positions with each other. This is not a situation that can make people calm. After all, you can't completely deny that the imperial people who are replaced here next time are just ordinary people and buildings. What if the knights who are replaced are the proud knights of the empire? What if the army that is replaced is the empire that has been expanding and is now close to 1 million? In that case, Cosmos' defense line used to block the invasion of the empire will lose its function, and the empire's military will appear directly in the kingdom and begin to invade recklessly. This is a very dangerous situation. Because of this incident, some people even said that this was the latest large-scale magic ritual developed by the empire, the purpose of which was to send the knights and a large army into the kingdom, directly crossing the kingdom's defense line and launching an invasion. The guard revealed this. But the same situation seemed to have happened on the Empire side. And they were also saying that our kingdom was behind it. Imperial people and imperial buildings suddenly appeared in the kingdom. And naturally, kingdom people and kingdom buildings suddenly appeared in the Empire. In this case, the other side would have the same suspicion as this side, thinking that this was a signal of the kingdom's invasion, which was also a very normal thing. Both sides held their own opinions, and both believed that it was the other side that was behind it, and that their side was the victim and innocent. As a result, this incident not only caused chaos among the people, but also caused disputes between the two countries. The guard said in distress, because of this incident, as the source of the first strange incident, Cosmos has received great attention from both countries. Now not only has the first knights of the territory sent people to Cosmos to investigate in Cosmos, but the Empire has also requested to send people to investigate. Finally, after negotiation, the Broken Blade Knights, formed by the second princess of the Empire, Capel and Ragnar, have entered Cosmos to investigate. In other words, Cosmos is not only very chaotic now, but also the first knights of the Dukedom of Strimmer and the Guard Knights of the Imperial Princess are active in it. In addition, the people of the old demon clan are still here, and strange things are still happening. Cosmos is now in an unprecedented tense atmosphere. No matter business or trade, it can no longer continue. Helplessly, the Strimmer family can only completely block Cosmos and conduct a carpet search in Cosmos. But the current level of chaos in Cosmos is even higher than expected. As the search and investigation progressed, people in the kingdom and the Empire were attacked every day and lost some troops. Both sides thought that the other side was secretly attacking them. So they fought against each other and had many conflicts and fights. Some people also noticed the traces of the old demon clan and thought that the old demon clan was secretly attacking the investigators. However, because the two sides did not trust each other, they suspected that the other side took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and launch some actions to throw dirty water on the old demon clan. Therefore, the conflicts and disputes did not stop. Under such circumstances, monsters that were replaced would appear in Cosmos from time to time, causing some casualties among civilians. Now Cosmos is in chaos. For this reason, ordinary civilians no longer dared to go out on the streets. They were all locked up in their homes. But they were still worried all day long, not knowing when they would disappear, appear somewhere else, or someone else or even a monster would suddenly appear in their home. And they could not feel at ease at all. The First Knights and the Broken Blade Knights were constantly in conflict, and the investigation was inefficient, resulting in a delay in progress. Who would want to be involved in such a mess? The guard was also worried that if he let the noble holding the royal token in, if something happened to him and the royal family investigated, he might lose his head. In addition, the String family had issued a death order, absolutely not allowing anyone to go in. And the guard really didn't know whether he would get into trouble if he let anyone in. So, he could only try his best to persuade Sheen to give up. Who would have thought that Sheen would be silent for a while, and then speak? I know. Let me in. Sheen had no intention of changing his mind. My lord. The guard's face was bitter, and his heart was cold. Sheen didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. So he slapped the royal token on the other's face, and even gently scratched his neck, telling him what the consequences would be if he didn't let him in. Feeling the chill on his neck, the guard really wanted to cry. If he lets him go, he will die. If he doesn't, he will die too. Is life so difficult? You big guys are playing games with each other. Can you please not involve ordinary people like us? I am just guarding the door. I thought it was the easiest job with the least danger. Who knew there would be such a life-threatening question? I quit. I will resign and go home to inherit the land left by my ancestors. I will marry the blind date my family introduced to me last time. I will live an easy life of having children and occasionally working in the fields. But the blind date has twice as much flesh as me. But there is no way. Who can let her family have so many hundreds of millions of money? Let's accept it. Please go in. At that moment, the guard could only speak dejectedly. Thank you. Sheen didn't know that his actions had caused others to abandon their dreams, face reality, and prepare to go home to accept the oppression of life, and completely change their life trajectory. He smiled heartily, and led a group of little girls into Cosmos. After the guard was dejected, he hurried to report what happened here. In any case, someone broke through the blockade and entered the city. This kind of thing still needs to be reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise they will really blame it. In this way, Sheen and his party finally entered Cosmos. But as soon as they entered Cosmos, they immediately found something unusual. Did you find it? Ayi? Sheen restrained his expression and spoke to Ayi beside him. Ayi's eyes flashed. And he said lightly, the flow of magic in the atmosphere is obviously abnormal. That's right. The flow of magic is very abnormal. And this kind of abnormality, Sheen happened to experience it. Could it be a magic ritual? Sheen brought up this matter. The magic ritual experienced in the capital was just like this, which would make the flow of magic power very abnormal. But AI shook his head and denied it. No, this is not a magic ritual. AI said very confidently, not only is the feeling of magic wrong, but even the phenomenon and conditions of the ritual are wrong. Indeed, the flow of magic power that appeared during the magic ritual was very dark, evil and weird. On the other hand, the flow of magic power in Cosmos, although also very weird, is not as dark and evil as the magic ritual. Moreover, the magic ritual targets the demons and monsters. Although Cosmos is a melting pot of races, this melting pot is limited to the scope of the human race. There are humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, but there should not be demons, let alone monsters. Except for the tamed mounts. There are not many monsters in the city. Such a place is totally unsuitable for carrying out demon-refining rituals. Moreover, after the magic ritual begins, the space inside and outside the ritual will be completely isolated, and the area covered by the ritual will become another independent space, with no way to enter and exit freely. Now that we can walk in, it proves that there is no magic ritual being held here. AIE's statement was recognized by Sheen. This does not feel like a magic ritual. Besides, I have never heard that the magic ritual will cause the strange things mentioned by the guards to happen within the ritual area. There should be other abnormalities here, which have nothing to do with the magic ritual. But Sheen is really concerned about the flow of magic power. No wonder the kingdom and the empire think that someone is holding a large-scale magic ritual to make trouble. The flow of magic power is so strange that people naturally think of whether there is a magic ritual being held here, including Sheen. Sheen looked around. All the buildings in Cosmos seemed to be disrupted. Some overlapped. Some stood on the streets. Some tilted. Some fell down. And some leaned against each other and collided. It looked extremely chaotic. There was no road at all. Only some alleys and paths between buildings were passable. This is simply a good place to do bad things. Sheen understood why so many people were attacked. If you can only walk in such chaotic alleys and paths, then it is normal to be attacked by someone with ulterior motives. At that time, if someone goes somewhere else, the possibility of being caught up is almost zero. This place has become a natural crime place. I am afraid that not only the people of the kingdom and the empire are causing trouble, but ordinary people in the city may also take the opportunity to do some illegal things such as robbery. This may be the reason why this place is blocked. Chapter 339 The Alarmed People. At this time, Sheen didn't know that the news of his entry into Cosmos had reached the ears of the leader of the first knights of the String family. A young noble holding a royal token? A handsome knight with blonde hair and blue eyes received the news from his subordinates and frowned. A closer look revealed that this person was wearing the armor of the kingdom's guard knights. It was Linzhou. This young duke, who had rushed back with his father to deal with the strange things in the territory, was sent here by the family to take charge of this matter. Presumably, even Sheen would not have thought that he would appear in Cosmos with Linzhou. Right? Of course. Linzhou would not have thought of it either. However, the young noble holding a royal token attracted Linzhou's great attention. Because, as far as he knew, there was only one person who met this description. The other party was also someone he disliked. So Linzhou naturally couldn't help but pay attention to him. Of course, there was not only Linzhou here, but also two middle-aged men. Do you know this person? Linzhou? The one who spoke was the taller of the two middle-aged men. Judging from his attire, he should be a knight. But he exuded a military aura. And his face was somewhat similar to Barry and Linzhou. This was also a matter of course. This person was the younger brother of the head of the Stringham family. That is, Barry's younger brother, Linzhou's uncle, and also the second in command of the Stringham family. He controlled all the knights of the Stringham family, and was the chief knight of the dukedom of Stringham. Yuri Stringham. Uncle. Linzhou looked at Yuri, hesitated for a while, and said, I'm not sure if the person who came is someone I know. But as far as I know, there is only one young nobleman in the capital who currently holds the royal token. At this point, Linzhou couldn't help but show a hint of emotion in his tone. Yuri was very keenly aware of it. What? Do you have a grudge against him? Yuri looked at his nephew. At this time, the middle-aged knight next to Yuri spoke. How dare someone offend Master Linjo? The middle-aged knight's eyes flashed fiercely, and he smiled fiercely and said, Do you want to go down and make some arrangements? This fierce middle-aged knight was named Sona Regislig, an earl attached to the Duke of Strimmer's family, and also the head of the first knights of the Duke of Strimmer's territory, and Yuri's direct subordinate. He was the one who brought the news that Sheen entered Cosmos. He was also the brother of one of Yuri's favorite wives. That is, the family of Yuri's wife. So he dared to speak so bluntly here. But it must be said that Linjo really wanted to do this. If this young noble holding the royal token was really Sheen, he would only feel happy. In the past, Barry had tried to trick Sheen into the dukedom of Sturm in order to use her, and set a trap in the dukedom of Sturm. But in the end, Sheen broke it without mercy, causing the Sturm family to suffer a loss. This time, if Sheen really came to his territory, Linjo naturally wanted to keep him here forever. Coincidentally, there is a very chaotic mess here now. Even if Sheen is killed here, the Sturm family has 100 ways to get away with it. Sona obviously dared to claim that he would make arrangements for this. And he was not afraid of the fact that the other party had a royal token and was backed by the royal family. Yuri did not express his opinion, and it seemed that he did not care about the royal family behind the other party. In this case, if it were usual, Linjo would definitely nod his head. However, thinking of Sheen's deeds, Linjo had to ask first. Did he come alone? Or was there someone else with him? Linjo looked very cautious. He didn't come alone. Sona immediately replied, according to the guard's report. He was accompanied by a maid and 2 young girls. At this point, Sona's face still showed a little disdain. The leader of the First Knights looked down on Sheen's dandy style of coming to such a chaotic and dangerous place. Knowing the situation here, but still bringing a maid and a little girl with him. Did he think he was here for an outing? Sona's voice was full of contempt. Who would have thought that Linjo's face would change when he heard his words? What do the 2 little girls look like? Linjo asked hurriedly, and there was an eager taste in his tone. This made Yuri startled, and also surprised Sona. What happened? Master Linjo? Sona asked in confusion. Aren't they just 2 little girls? You don't have to be so nervous. Right? Not nervous? Linjo smiled coldly and said, If you are not nervous, you may not know who you have offended when you die. Such remarks startled Sona. Explain clearly. Yuri also frowned and said, Is there anything wrong with those 2 little girls? Linjo smiled bitterly, then leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered a few words. The next second, Yuri's expression changed. Master Linjo, General Captain, what happened to those 2 little girls? Tell me too. Seeing this scene, Sona realized that something was wrong no matter how slow he was, and asked quickly. Yuri opened his mouth, but chose not to speak. There is no way. This matter cannot be spread casually. Otherwise, it is very likely to cause great turmoil and lead to the collapse of the current situation. So, Yuri just said one sentence. If things are really as Linjo said, then we can't touch this noble. Not only can we not touch him, but we must serve him well. Otherwise, the consequences are not something that the Strimmer family can afford. Linjo naturally understood this and fell silent, with a trace of regret in his eyes. It seems that he really wants to keep Sheen in this territory forever. Although Sona didn't know what happened, he could see clearly that Yuri and Linjo seemed to be afraid of someone. But he was still puzzled. Just 2 little girls. What's there to be afraid of? This sentence, Sona muttered secretly. At this time, Yuri and Linjo had already started to discuss among themselves. I didn't expect him to come here suddenly. Linjo was really surprised. Could it be that he was sent by the royal family? Yuri thought so. Probably not. My father has already reported the situation here. Although the kingdom is very concerned about this matter, it is difficult to send people to intervene openly because of the empire's restraint, so as not to touch the sensitive nerves of the empire and make them think that the kingdom is preparing to send troops to take advantage of the opportunity to do something. Therefore, this matter has been fully handed over to our Strimmer family to handle. Linjo shook his head and denied it. Then what is he, a young nobleman, doing here? Yuri seemed to be confused. Not clear. Linjo naturally couldn't figure it out, so he could only sneer and say, maybe he is really here for a picnic. This is full of irony. Looking at Linjo like this, Yuri was thoughtful. This young noble has a big grudge against my nephew. Yuri realized this. Who made him see Linjo like this for the first time? His nephew is highly gifted and talented, and the family has high expectations for him. They hope that he can bring the Stringer family back to the capital in the future and take back everything that their ancestors have lost. He has been training himself wholeheartedly since he was a child. Whether it is strength or character, he can be said to be impeccable. He has never shown such an aversion to a specific object like this. If it weren't for the fact that there is a very terrifying existence around the other party, Yuri wouldn't mind helping his nephew and letting him vent his anger. After all, Linjo is the future head of the Stringer family. As the second in command of the family, Yuri must want to help him when he can. But with that person around the other party, even if Yuri is given more courage, he dare not force himself to come forward. It would be better to say that if that person really came to Cosmos and came to their own territory, then this matter would undoubtedly be very serious and must be treated properly. Thinking of this, Yuri stood up. "Let's go," Yuri said. "Let's go and pay a visit first." Hearing this, Linjo thought about it and stood up. Since that person is likely to come with Sheen, it is impossible for them not to pay a visit. This is not only because the Stringham family cannot afford to offend or neglect the other party, but also because if there is a chance to make friends with the other party, it will be a rare good thing for the Stringham family. Only Sona still looked like he was muttering. Is it necessary? This is what he thought. In his opinion, the other party certainly has the support of the royal family. But it is only the support of the royal family. And it is not a royal family member who comes in person. As the Duke's family is a royal family, Yuri and Linjo have no need to treat it so carefully. You know, Yuri is the second in command of the Duke's family, and Linjo is the next generation of the Duke's family. They are in a high position and have great power. If the royal family comes in person, it is understandable. But a royal errand boy, there is no right for these two to be so cautious. However, Sona still has to give face to the Lord's family, even if his sister is Yuri's most beloved wife. That is not a reason for him to be casual and disrespectful, rough but delicate. This is the leader of the First Knights. However, he would never have thought that the person he was about to meet was so important. At the same time, in another direction of Cosmos, a princess also received news of Sheen's arrival. A young noble holding a royal token? The princess murmured. Who could it be? Could it be the representative of that woman? There is indeed news that the woman has been close to an adventurer who has become a viscount recently. The adventurer has a powerful demon as a backer, and can also tame dragons as mounts, which once caused quite a stir in the Ragna Empire. The royal family of the Ragna Empire is even trying to find ways to dig this young noble to their side. If the person who came is the adventurer mentioned in the rumor, then things will be interesting. I want to see what kind of man that woman can show closeness to. As the princess said this, she couldn't help but recall the past and bit her lip. No matter what, I will not admit defeat. One day, I must surpass you. Roxalusti Mitra. Chapter 340. You definitely want to go to heaven, right? At this time, Sheen and his party had already entered the chaotic alleys and went deep into Cosmos. But the process was not smooth. Hey, young nobleman over there. Do you have anything valuable on you? Leave it here. And the maid next to you. Stay here obediently. I prefer those two little girls. They are both good. Stay here for us. Walking on the dim path, in front of Sheen and his party, several figures suddenly emerged, holding weapons in their hands, and laughed at Sheen and others. Looking at their dress, they look a bit like villains and gangsters. But because they have animal ears and tails, and wear clothes made of animal skins, they look a bit like savages. Ordinary people would be scared if they encountered such a situation. Right? Orcs are a race with outstanding physical abilities. They are strong and much stronger than humans and elves. When they show their fierce and evil appearance, it is enough to scare people. The other party obviously understands his situation. Judging from his appearance and atmosphere, it should not be the first time he has done such a thing. In other words, the other party is a habitual offender who specializes in robbery and evil. However, facing these habitual offenders, Xian sighed in annoyance. Not to mention Xian. Even Ai looked annoyed. Only Fei Tsue blinked her eyes and watched curiously. Laxia was as indifferent as ever, as if nothing had happened. How many times has this happened? Xian asked Laxia. If I remember correctly, it should be the 11th time. Laxia responded expressionlessly. The 11th time, Xian really said in annoyance. Isn't it too much? There is no way. Laxia was still so calm, saying, this is the border. It is a place of war. And as a melting pot of races, it has become like this now. There are many people who take advantage of the fire. Alas, Xian sighed again very blatantly. Xian's arrogant behavior naturally made those orcs' habitual offenders angry. Are you looking down on us? You are quite courageous. Young noble master. It seems that we have to teach you a lesson first. Confess to me. The orcs who shouted like this rushed towards Xian one after another. Not to mention, the speed is quite fast, and it really lives up to the orcs' natural strong physical ability. Unfortunately, they bullied the wrong person. Flying star. Xian waved his hand impatiently, and countless stars suddenly shone, turning into tiny meteors that shot out like beams of light. This is the primary magic in celestial magic. It is very weak, and is used to suppress others. It is similar to the blank bullets in the previous life, which are specially used to capture targets alive and deter. However, this kind of magic that deliberately reduces the power and only increases the suppression power will become amazingly powerful even if it falls into the hands of Xian, who has huge magic power and has upgraded his magic skills to the maximum level. So, bang 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 bang. When those tiny meteors like beams fell, the whole trail seemed to be baptized by small artillery SHLs, with bursts of explosions and bangs. What? Woo! Ah! The orcs only felt countless streams of light flashing before their eyes. And then, their whole bodies were involved in a series of small-scale gas explosions. They were blown away, blown up, and impacted in the gas explosions, and turned into garbage that could be ravaged. After a while, they fell to the ground one by one, dying. In the dim path, only a cloud of dust was left. Seeing this scene, Feitsue was delighted, as if she had seen beautiful fireworks, while Laxia was expressionless and unusually calm. Only Yi couldn't help but say something. Is this really a non-lethal elementary magic used to suppress the enemy? Does the human world have any misunderstandings about words, such as suppressing the enemy? Non-lethal and elementary magic? The effect of this elementary magic is clearly almost the same as that of the advanced magic. If it weren't for the non-lethality, the entire path would have become a ruin. Right? Is the rumored celestial magic so terrible? Yi didn't believe it. Don't make a fuss. This is elementary magic. Xian didn't think so, and even loved this magic. The reason is that any attack magic cast by him has always been extremely powerful, and the damage caused in the end is not small, which leads to Xian not being able to use magic to attack in some situations. Sometimes he really feels constrained and uncomfortable. Therefore, when Xian found Flying Star, a magic that suppresses chi, he was happier than getting a higher level magic. This means that in some situations where he needs to restrain himself, Xian can also use magic to solve the problem, and the operability has instantly become much stronger. In view of this, Xian is very optimistic about the magic Flying Star, and he has practiced it for a while, and can freely control the number of flying stars and the range of suppression. As usual, these people are left to you. Laxia. Xian gestured to Laxia twice. Yes. Laxia responded without objection, stepped forward, and dragged the dying orcs into the alley at the corner, but came back in less than 2 seconds. Along the way, all the minions that were dealt with by Xian were dragged to the corner by Lasha and dealt with like this. Because Laxia came back in less than 2 seconds, when Xian was confused, he went forward to check the corner for the first time, but was surprised to find that all the guys disappeared without leaving any trace. Where did you take them? Xian asked in astonishment. They went to where they should go. But Laxia just answered like this. And the tone was like saying that there was no need to care about the fate of garbage, or that garbage should be buried underground. Which was really scary. At least, Xian didn't dare to pursue it. He always felt that if he pursued it, he would definitely find something that would destroy his worldview. So, just say that my sister is awesome, and that's it. Of course, my sister's awesomeness is not limited to this. By the way, if we wander around aimlessly like this, can we really find a hotel to stay in? Xian was a little skeptical, but Laxia stared at Xian closely, and only spoke after Xian was a little scared. Please don't doubt my professional ability. That's what Laxia said. That's right. Although they had just arrived in Cosmos, and the buildings in Cosmos were already in such a mess, Laxia seemed to have lived here for a long time, and she clearly remembered all the terrain and led the way for everyone. My own statement was don't worry. I have already booked a hotel. Please just follow me. To be honest, Xian had no idea when Laxia booked the hotel. Obviously, this maid suddenly disappeared for a few minutes after entering the city. Did she remember all the terrain, find the hotel, and book a room in these few minutes? If this ability was known by those so-called time management masters in the previous life who were full of colorful flags and complacent, and had no fire in the backyard. I'm afraid they would have to kneel down and call their ancestors. Right? This is no longer a bunker. It's definitely a dream. Right? Why don't you just stop being a maid and become a queen? My dear sister Laxia? While Xian was doubting her life, Yi never doubted Laxia's ability. Since the hotel has been booked, let's go there quickly. Yi has accumulated all the annoyance and boredom to the limit, and she doesn't want to hang around anymore, saying, if you keep being so annoying, I'm really going to destroy this city. This is so scary. But Xian feels the same way. If he didn't want to harm the innocent people in the city, Xian would really want to wash the ground with a meteor shower. Anyway, the loss is a certain duke who has a grudge, and Xian would definitely be happy to see him cry. It's also a blockade. Why not learn from Gaglioli and build a camp outside to gather people together so that I can act more decisively? Xian said something that could bring punishment from the gods. In short, not only IE, but also Xian was annoyed by being picked on by some inexplicable minions. If there is a next time, I will not hold back and send those bastards to H.L. to repent. Xian said something harsh. AIE was dissatisfied. Didn't you say not to talk about fighting and killing all the time? The little girl advocated so. I'm talking about girls, not boys. Xian immediately retorted. At this time, Laxia suddenly spoke. You are no longer a boy, Mr. Xian. One sentence made the world completely cold. Just as AIE was stunned, Feitsue also blinked and looked at Laxia in disbelief. Xian, with a twitching mouth, suddenly felt the approach of a stream of magic. What is this? Xian raised his eyebrows. Just because, among all the magic power, there is one that Xian is familiar with. That young master is here too? Xian immediately smiled and murmured, well, things are getting a little interesting. Not only Xian. AIE also seems to have discovered something. Are they here again? AIE, who didn't know the other party's identity, finally showed a cold face. Seeing this, Xian hurriedly explained. This time, they are not the minions who came to rob. Xian said so, but changed his tone and said, but they may be more annoying. Hearing the 3 words more annoying, AIE decided. Sure enough, let's destroy the city. AIE's patience finally ran out. No. No. Xian shook his head and said playfully, but we can play a game. As he said, a terrifying magic power suddenly erupted from Xian's body. Carrying this huge magic power, Xian stomped his feet fiercely. Grab move. At this moment, the entire cosmos was shaken. Then, earth-shaking changes began to occur. Chapter 341 Cosmos in Chaos. In a small path not far from Xian and others, Linzhou, Yuri and Sona led a group of knights and headed in the direction of Xian and others. Are you sure it's here? Yuri walked and confirmed with Sona. Because the current order of buildings in Cosmos has become very chaotic. And even the streets are full of buildings. It is much more difficult to go to a specific place and find a specific person than before. In addition, Xian and others have not found a place to stay. And if they want to confirm their current location and rush there, the difficulty will rise sharply again. Fortunately, the First Knights have deployed spies on various commanding heights in Cosmos, allowing them to confirm the terrain, the location of buildings, and the location of everyone in the city from a high place. Monitor and report in real time, so as to achieve the purpose of transportation and finding targets. Not only the First Knights did this, but also the Broken Blade Knights from the Empire did the same. Therefore, any movement in Cosmos would be noticed and reported to the leaders. Thanks to this, the people of the First Knights did not spend much effort to confirm the current location of Xian and others. About 5 minutes ago, reports came from the surrounding area that a young noble with a maid and a little girl was seen. And the people responsible for monitoring other areas did not see the other party enter their monitoring area. So it should be this side. If you keep going forward, you will be able to meet the target. Sona reported this in return. That's good. Yuri nodded. Then looked at Rinzhou and said, you have to control your emotions later. Don't let others notice your hostility. Understand? Don't worry, Uncle. Linzhou said expressionlessly. The members of the Royal Guard's Knights will undergo a training, which is to let the Knights control their hostility, so as not to be detected by perception skills such as enemy perception. Controlling their own hostility is a compulsory course for any Royal Guard's Knight. After all, if the hostility is too obvious, it will cause a reaction from those with perception skills such as enemy perception, making the enemy aware of their existence, which is not conducive to combat, let alone covert operations. Therefore, Not only the Royal Guards Knights, but also large-scale and high-level knight groups will undergo this training in order to completely hide their hostility towards others. The First Knights also have this training, and Yuri and Sona are naturally aware of it. However, it is not easy to not reveal hostility when facing the enemy. Sona's distress statement proves how difficult this so-called compulsory course is. To be frank, except for the Royal Guards Knights, which the kingdom is proud of, it is extremely difficult for others to master this skill. If it weren't for the fact that all the people who joined the Knight Guards were masters above level 70, and each of them had very high combat literacy, it would be impossible to achieve satisfactory training results. Rinjo was a particularly outstanding rising star in the Knight Guards, and he did master this special skill. Otherwise, Rinjo wouldn't have been able to be so calm and unsuspected when facing Sheen before. Unfortunately, Rinjo was still a step behind. When facing Sheen in the capital, he accidentally exposed his momentary hostility several times. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he wouldn't really be able to detect that momentary hostility. Only Sheen, who had upgraded his enemy perception skill to the maximum level, could keenly perceive it. Otherwise, he might have been kept in the dark by Rinjo. Right? Rinjo certainly didn't expect that Sheen's enemy perception skill had already been upgraded to the maximum level, and it would be difficult for him not to expose his hostility. Of course, Rinjo didn't know about this, so he didn't know at all that he had already been exposed and dragged into the blacklist by Sheen. Rinjo said this. My father said that he cannot be touched no matter what, so I will endure it. Rinjo's words made Yuri nod his head in satisfaction. I believe you can do it. Yuri patted Rinjo's shoulder, without doubting his words at all. Yuri knew how good this nephew was. It can be said that Rinjo has never disappointed anyone. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Sheen, even Barry would not dislike his slow progress in attacking Roxy. In view of this, Rinjo wanted to get rid of Sheen quickly. Just because this person was his stumbling block. He could not exist. Whether it was public or private, it was the same. Wait. Recalling the beautiful face of the unparalleled princess, Rinjo swore again. I will definitely defeat you, and take away the favor and love of Her Highness Rosie Lusty. This is what Rinjo wants to do no matter what. Even if the other party has the support of the Dragon Demon behind him. And the Moon Demon, the Supreme Demon, is paying attention to him. Rinjo will not give up. How can he give up? Since he met the princess, Rinjo's heart has been unable to accommodate others. Even the family's hundreds of years of great wishes, in terms of importance, must be ranked behind the princess. I must get the princess. Only by getting her can Rinjo get everything he wants. Whether it is the love in his heart or the wishes of his family, can be realized at that time. For this reason, now you have to be patient. Patience. 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 Rinjo kept telling himself this in his heart and giving himself hints. Under such circumstances, Rinjo slowly wiped out the hostility toward Sheen in his heart, deceived his subconscious, and let himself let go of hatred. Good. Everything went smoothly. So Rinjo nodded, and Yuri beside him showed a relieved expression. However, boom! At this moment, an amazing magic power suddenly appeared from the front. Yuri, Sona, and all the knights present all changed their faces and were shocked. This magic power. Rinjo was also shocked and couldn't help but scream. The magic power that suddenly appeared was quite amazing, which shocked everyone. That was not the magic power that humans could possess at all. It was terribly strong. But at the same time as this terribly strong magic power appeared, the city began to tremble. Be careful. Be alert. Yuri and Sona shouted loudly, asking all the knights to draw their weapons. Rinjo also drew his weapon and showed a vigilant look. But at this time, strange phenomena began to occur. Boom! The buildings, which were already in a chaotic state, suddenly began to slide, move and change positions like a mechanism. What is this? Rinjo, Yuri, Sona and others looked at this scene, and their hearts tightened. Could it be that the strange things that happened in the Duke of Stringham began to happen again? But why is it so noisy this time? You know, when strange things happened before, they didn't cause such a big commotion like this time, but suddenly happened quietly without anyone noticing, and ended quietly. When someone reacted, someone or a building had been moved to another place. Also, before, one person encountered this kind of strange thing, and the buildings also changed one by one. There has never been a time like this, where all the buildings moved, causing a large number of buildings to shift. Under such circumstances, the terrain that the first knights had finally surveyed clearly changed dramatically, and the paths were constantly changing. which was completely different from before. There were even screams, exclamations, and panic sounds from people in the moving buildings, telling everyone that they were also frightened by this sudden incident. Be careful. At this time, Yuri's voice rang out. A building rushed in at an alarming speed, causing everyone's faces to change. Get out of the way. At Sona's command, everyone began to move aside and avoid the incoming building. But the surrounding buildings rushed in one after another. The knights' faces changed again and again, and some even raised their hands, ready to use magic to blow the building away. Stop! Yuri immediately shouted in a low voice. No one is allowed to attack the building. That's not an empty house with no one living in it. If the first knights recklessly use magic to attack those buildings, it will inevitably hurt the civilians, who are constantly screaming and shouting in panic inside. Evade! Evade! Sona could only shout loudly again and again, so that the knights dared not release magic attacks at all, and could only dodge the buildings that were rushing towards them in a panic, including Linzhou. The same is true. What is going on? Linzhou dodged and was shocked. This phenomenon has never happened before. Is the strange thing escalating? Linzhou thought about this in his heart. But he was helpless, and continued to dodge the buildings that were attacking. The entire First Knights suddenly became a mess, as if they had strayed into some formation and lost their former momentum. Unfortunately, in addition to the First Knights, another knight group was involved in such a chaotic formation, and was attacked by buildings one after another. It was a knight group that was all female, wearing armor that was obviously not in the style of the kingdom, with broken swords engraved on the armor. Your Highness, be careful. The female knights of the knight group protected a princess in the middle one by one, and looked at the buildings moving back and forth around them vigilantly, as if they were surrounded, with a feeling of being at the end of the road. You retreat. The princess, who was protected in the middle by the female knights, watched the situation in silence and calmly. After a while, she turned her eyes, looked in one direction, narrowed her eyes, and said this. It seems that someone doesn't want us to get close, so we can only use some tougher means to break the situation. The princess said so, and drew a sword from her waist. The sword was shining with golden light, and was extremely brilliant. If Xin was here, he would be surprised to find that this sword was 80% similar to the holy sword. However, the light that was emanating from this sword was not the sacred glow of a holy sword, but rather a false white light. Chapter 342. Also a descendant of a brave man? In this way, those guys won't be able to come and bother me. Right? In the only path in Cosmos that didn't produce any anomalies. Xian, who slowly withdrew his magic power, showed a cunning smile, as if he had succeeded. You really know how to play. AI seemed to know what happened and rolled his eyes. Do you want to be found by those guys? Xian said leisurely. I guess. At least 80% of them want to get close to you. Right? Obviously. Xian knew very well that his whereabouts had been known to the knights in this fortress city in the first time. And the first knights had already known that one of the little girls he was carrying was a famous dragon demon. Otherwise, his enemy's sense skill would not have become weaker and weaker on the way here, until it completely disappeared just now, proving that the other party must be afraid of something, and then restrained his hostility. At the last ennoblement dinner, the eldest son of the Duke of Stringham was also present. Therefore, Xin could easily guess that the other party did not dare to mess around because of AIE's existence, but planned to get close to AIE. If you can get the appreciation and support of the demons, you can basically do whatever you want in the human race. With such benefits, any noble would want to get close to them. Xin shrugged. Then, they found the wrong person. AIE said expressionlessly, I have no interest in them at all. In one sentence, the hope of the people of the Stringham family was completely blocked. Xin was also amused. Xin didn't know what the other demons were like, but he knew very well how difficult AIE was. Basically, as long as you can't arouse the interest of this little girl, you will never be noticed by her, let alone be looked at by her. This condition alone has eliminated 99.999999% of the human race. And Xin has long seen how cold and ruthless AI can be to those who are not interested. Therefore, the String family should thank Xin for causing them some trouble, and making it impossible for them to get here. Otherwise, AI would not even look at them, and might even destroy the city, leaving them with no place to cry. This bad personality is said to be not uncommon among the demons. The demons are a race that highly respects strength. They will pay respect to those whose strength is recognized by them, but they usually don't care too much about those who are not strong enough. Some people with bad personalities will even despise and look down on the weak, or even bully the weak. as the pinnacle of the demons. The 6th grade demons have a tendency in this regard. This is what Luoshi once said to Xin. Yi obviously has this tendency. Although she doesn't bully or despise the weak. She is indifferent and ignores people she is not interested in. In some ways, this may be more serious than bullying and despising. According to Luoshi, most of the other demons are like this. Even if they have different personalities, they will not be interested in ordinary people. If you want them to look at you, you must get their approval. From this point of view, Lady Sarah is an exception among the demons. So she will become the leader of the 6 demons and stand in the position of the demon supreme to coexist with the other 2 worlds and 2 races. Right? Because the moon demon has a pair of wise eyes and his personality is inclined to be a strategist. He will not miss any details no matter how small, and will observe carefully no matter how insignificant the characters are. So he can represent the demons and interact with the gods and humans. In other words, among the 6 demons, Sarah is a relatively kind one, and the other demons are not so easy to get along with. Of course, don't think that Lady Sarah is a person who is easy to get along with. Maybe she won't ignore you or look down on you. But if you are not worthy of her attention, she will not care about you. In this world, people smiling at you does not mean that they like you and welcome you from the bottom of their hearts. Sarah is the type who looks easy to get along with. But in fact, you can feel a sense of distance between her words and deeds. In other words, demons are actually not easy to get along with. For so many years, I have never heard of anyone who can have a good relationship with demons. You are the only one in the Mitra kingdom who has been connected with demons for thousands of years. So you understand why those nobles are so shocked that you can get in touch with His Highness Dragon Demon? This is what Luoshi said to Xian. It is conceivable how lucky Xian is. Unfortunately, Xian has no sense of reality at all. After all, a woman who can be dealt with by 1 or 2 desserts. You tell me how difficult it is to get along with her. But I don't feel it. At that time, Xian was beaten up by Roxy after saying this. There was no way. Strictly speaking, this princess was also a woman who could be dealt with by 1 or 2 desserts. It was impossible for Xian to say this without being beaten. However, if others knew that this beast had dealt with the most beautiful woman of the human race and the dragon demon, one of the 6th grade demons, with just a few desserts, I wonder what they would think. He would definitely release a fatal curse that even the holy sword could not resist. Right? Well, anyway, Xian now wants to see how the eldest son of the Duke of Stringham's family will deal with such a situation. Let me add some more ingredients for you. As he said this, magic power surged again in Xian's body. But at this moment, AI raised his eyebrows and raised his head. It seems that there is an interesting guy coming. When Yi finally stopped being so impatient and said such words with some interest, Xian's heart moved, turned his head, and looked in one direction. Bang! The wall of a building suddenly exploded, raising countless dust. In the dust, female knights rushed out one after another, and quickly spread out, surrounding Xian and others. This scene made Xian and his party raise their heads. However, whether it was Yi, Laxia or Feitsui, they did not panic because of this sudden situation. But they were all very calm. Of course, Xian was the same. He continued to stare at the center of the dust, as if ignoring the female knights around him. And a hint of interest also appeared in his eyes. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. Are you Xian Boztut? This is a heroic, imposing and awe-inspiring voice, but also pleasant to the ears. The owner of the voice is a girl wearing a robe and an imperial military uniform. But the lower body is a light pleated skirt. And there are 2 long ribbons hanging from the back of the pleated skirt, and long military boots on her feet. The girl's appearance is also full of heroism and exquisite. At first glance, she looks like a Valkyrie descending from the sky, combining beauty and gorgeousness. Such a beautiful and gorgeous Valkyrie. Even if Xian uses his toes to guess, he can guess the identity of the other party. The second princess of the empire, Capelin Ragnar. Xian guessed the identity of the other party. However, the sword in the other party's hand immediately attracted Xian's attention. That is, looking at the sword that is shining with golden light, emitting white light, and has an appearance that is extremely similar to the holy sword. Xian was startled at first, and then stood up in surprise. Through the survey of the identification skill, Xian saw through the sword. Holy sword replica. No exclusive. Effect. Level plus 30. Effect. All skill levels plus 3. Effect. All types of damage reduced by 30%. Restriction. Only one of the above 3 effects can be selected to take effect at the same time. Restriction. The above 3 effects can only be effective for 1 hour in the same day. Special. When confronting the real Holy Sword, it will absorb a certain degree of Holy Sword power, cancel the above 2 restrictions, and gradually improve the above 3 effects. Special. When confronting the real Holy Sword, it will absorb a certain degree of sacred power, and have a restraining effect on evil objects and power for a certain period of time. Replica of the Holy Sword. Only the descendants of the brave with the blood of the brave can use it. When such information appeared in Sheen's mind, Sheen was really shocked. Imitation? There are imitations of holy swords? What's going on? Sheen was full of surprise. On the contrary, AI glanced at the imitation holy sword in Kaplan's hand, and the voice sounded in Sheen's ears. It was a replica of the holy sword that was successfully refined by the Ragnar Empire after 500 years, using the corpse or ashes of the hero as raw materials, and then adding extremely precious materials unique to the 3 realms of gods, humans, and demons. Even if you search all 3 realms, there is only one such sword, and if you are not a descendant of the hero, you will definitely not be able to use it. Although it is just a replica, its power is much stronger than ordinary magic weapons. I have heard my subordinates mention it. Unexpectedly, I finally saw it today. From AI's voice, it can be heard that her interest seems to have become a little higher. Obviously, the imitation holy sword aroused some interest in AI. On the contrary, Sheen heard a more shocking news from AI's words. You said the descendant of a hero? The princess of the empire in front of him is actually the descendant of a hero? Doesn't that mean that? Yes. The founding emperor of the Ragnar Empire was also a hero, Ai said with a bit of disdain. Moreover, I was the one who dealt with that hero. Therefore, Ai knew something about the Ragnar Empire. Just when Sheen's mouth twitched for this, the look he cast on him suddenly became sharp. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear it? As such a sentence sounded, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. Sheen suddenly came back to his senses, and then drew the holy sword at his waist without hesitation. Clang! The crisp sound of steel colliding suddenly sounded. Chapter 343 What's Your Business? Clang! With the sound of steel colliding, the white imitation holy sword came slashing like a flash, and landed heavily on the hastily set up sealed holy sword, causing a dazzling spark. The imperial princess named Capelin suddenly appeared in front of Sheen and slashed with a sword, creating the scene. Did you react in time? Capelin's beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, and a trace of surprise appeared on her heroic and beautiful face. Although Capelin did not use her full strength in the previous attack, she also attacked with the imitation holy sword. Ordinary knights would not be able to block it, and would be chopped and fall down before they could even react. So that's it. It seems that it's not a joke to be favored by Roxalusti Mitra. Capelin said this, and Sheen, who was holding the holy sword, also raised his eyebrows. Do you know Luoshi? Sheen asked this question subconsciously. Who would have thought that this question would bring an unexpected reaction? Of course I know her. Capelin's face turned cold, and she even gritted her teeth and said, even if I forget all the important things in my life in the past 17 years, I will never forget that woman. These words revealed amazing persistence and hatred. Sheen narrowed his eyes immediately. It seems that this imperial princess and the princess of the kingdom and her family have some friendship that ordinary people don't know. However, this friendship doesn't seem to be very good. Didn't that woman come? Capelin stared at Sheen closely and said indifferently, Did you know that I was here and didn't dare to come? Or is it that a trivial border matter is not worthy of the best genius in the kingdom for 1,000 years? Hearing this, Sheen was unhappy. What's the matter? Can my wife be slandered so wantonly when she is not around? What position do you put me as a man in? So, Sheen spoke mercilessly. I don't know where you came from. Sister. Sheen's implication was very direct, telling the other party not to take yourself too seriously. No one knows you are here, and no one will come all the way to fear you. To put it simply and crudely, that is, who do you think you are? While Sheen was speaking, a huge amount of magic suddenly shook his body. Bang! Capelin was blown away by the magic storm rolled up by Sheen, rubbing against the ground all the way, and slid a distance. This magic. Capelin was a little surprised, as if she was shocked by Sheen's powerful magic. Your Highness! Your Highness! Seeing this scene, the female knights around changed their faces, and then glared at Sheen, and prepared to attack. Stop! Capelin stopped all the female knights and looked at Sheen coldly. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Capelin said so. Is that so? Sheen curled his lips and said, "Sorry. I was an adventurer before I became a noble. That is, a rough man. I am different from the delicate and well-educated existence like your highness the princess. Please forgive me." "Are you mocking me?" Capelin smiled. But there was not much smile in her eyes. She said, "You are like this in front of Rosie Lusty?" "What?" Sheen smiled and said, "Is there a problem?" "If yes, then no," Capelin said lightly, "but if not, it proves that you are not a rough man who treats everyone equally, but a vulgar man who only revolves around that woman like other men. In other words, this imperial princess can tolerate Sheen being a rough man, but cannot tolerate Sheen being a vulgar man, because such differential treatment will only make her sneer and feel very unhappy." In the past, Capelin had encountered the same thing before. The men in the kingdom only revolve around that woman. They are so polite verbally, but in fact they can't wait to find an opportunity to stand up for that woman. When they see me say something bad about that woman, they immediately want to show off themselves, or they are stimulated and stand out in front of me. Capelin said with some contempt, "You are probably the same kind of person. Right? You want to please Rosie Lust Mitra by stepping on me. Right? But I must tell you, it's better not to fantasize too much. That woman doesn't look down on any man. In her eyes, your performance is probably the same as a performance. Not worth mentioning at all." Hearing Capelin's words, Sheen frowned. The next second, Capelin's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly raised the replica holy sword in her hand, blocking it in front of her like Sheen did before. At the same time, Sheen's figure turned into a phantom and suddenly appeared in front of Capelin. The holy sword in his hand also turned into thunder, bringing a cold sword light, like a white thunder, flashing by. Ding! The sound of steel colliding like a bell suddenly appeared. The white thunder-like slash hit the replica holy sword that Capelin raised fiercely, exploding a circle of force. Capelin only felt a powerful force exploding on the replica holy sword she raised. And then the whole person was knocked away, rolling on the ground for several laps in embarrassment. And then he slapped the stone bricks under him, cracked them, and turned his body, jumped into the air, landed on the ground, and stood up again. "Your Highness!" The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights cried out in surprise, and finally looked at Sheen with hostility in their eyes. "You?" Not to mention the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights. Even Capelin did not expect Sheen to suddenly attack her. And the attack was so fast and so heavy that she almost had no time to deal with it, resulting in embarrassment. At that moment, Capelin was shocked and angry. On the contrary, Sheen looked at Capelin and spoke with a smile. "I don't know what feud you have with my Rosie, but I just want to say that if you say bad things about our princess in front of me, any kingdom people will stand up for you." "A cynical imperial person?" Sheen said, as if he was looking at a fool. "As for whether others look down on us, it's none of your business." "Princess?" The harsh remarks made Capelin's face look a little ugly, and the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights finally couldn't help it. "Shut up. You are not allowed to insult the princess." "Hateful kingdom people," several female knights shouted angrily, stretched out their hands, rolled up magic power, and even rushed directly to Sheen. Grant binding. Sheen immediately released magic, blending the magic power into the atmosphere, turning the atmosphere into strong pressure, like an invisible cage, covering the female knights one by one. The female knights immediately froze there, as if they were frozen, and could not move at all. Granting magic? Capelin was shocked. This man actually learned to grant magic? That's right. Seeing that his magic power is so abundant. This kind of magic that depends on the amount of magic power to determine the strength of the effect is like chicken ribs in the hands of ordinary people. But it has wonderful uses in the hands of people with strong magic power. It is a magic that tests personal ability very much. It is indeed quite suitable for him. However, this may be a bit tricky. Originally, Capelin had been thinking about being favored by that woman, and she didn't know what other skills Sheen would have besides taming dragons. Now, she realized that Sheen's personal strength might not be inferior to hers. This made Capelin look at Sheen with a different look. Interesting. Capelin had always thought that among her peers, there were no people who could be at the same level as herself and that woman. But now, Sheen showed overwhelming strength and told Capelin that there was no shortage of geniuses in this world. This made Capelin's eyes surge with fighting spirit. A powerful magic began to emanate from her body, shaking the atmosphere. Wow! The corners of Sheen's mouth rose. As early as when Capelin appeared, she knew that this imperial princess did not seem to be an ordinary person, because she seemed to be the same age as Rosie. But her level was comparable to that of the kingdom's treasure, who was known as the first genius of the human race. Yes, Capellan's level was 70. Not inferior to Rosie at all. The series of skills she learned were also of high level. Just a little behind Rosie. She also held a replica holy sword, which should not be underestimated. In addition to this extraordinary magic power, if she also possesses a unique skill with a strong effect, then among her peers, perhaps only Roxy can suppress her. This made Sheen a little interested. Come. Sheen hooked his finger at Capelin and said, let me see. Which one is stronger? The princess of the kingdom, or the princess of the empire? This sentence changed the fighting spirit in Capellan's eyes. It became more amazing and more terrifying. There is no way. Which one is stronger? Is there any need to say? Of course it's me. Capelin suddenly stomped the ground under her feet and rushed to the direction where Sheen was. The speed was as fast as lightning. Flying star. Without any hesitation, Sheen released celestial magic instantly, turning countless tiny meteors into rain of light, which fell from the sky and covered the direction where Capelin was. Divert. Facing the pouring rain of light, Capelin did not dodge or evade, but just chanted a short spell to make the replica holy sword in her hand flash with light. Bang 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 bang. The rain of light immediately fell on Capelin, constantly impacting her delicate body. But Capelin was not affected at all, and rushed towards Sheen directly under the rain of light. Sheen instantly understood the reason. Transfer the effect of the replica holy sword to weaken the damage, and then combine it with the defense skills, and rush over in one breath? This princess is unexpectedly strong. Chapter 344. You can't do it, princess. Bang 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 bang. In the sky, the rain of light formed by tiny meteors was still pouring down, bombarding Capelin. However, as time passed, the scale and power of the pouring rain of light increased a lot, becoming like a cannonball washing the ground, setting off more and more intense explosions. She no longer showed mercy and increased the power of Flying Star to the maximum, trying to stop the Imperial Princess. But perhaps because Flying Star was ultimately a primary magic and did not have much lethality, the rain of light that fell from the sky never hurt Capelin at all, allowing her to successfully rush in front of Sheen. Divert. Capelin, who rushed in front of Sheen, chanted a short spell again, replacing the effect of the imitation holy sword, as the light of the replica holy sword circulated. This time, Capelin was no longer covered by the holy sword's brilliance that weakened the damage, but turned the brilliance into strength, and her momentum soared. Is this a level increase this time? Sheen saw through it at a glance, and immediately raised the holy sword. Clang! Capellin's replica holy sword turned into a flash of light, and hit Sheen's holy sword, causing sparks to burst again. However, unlike the last attack, the force and strength of this attack became very strong. Sheen involuntarily stepped back half a step, allowing Capelin to take advantage of the situation. Swish swish swish. In the sound of breaking through the air, Capelin swung the replica holy sword very calmly, pulling up sword lights, letting the flash of light strike quickly and cover Sheen's whole body. Sheen saw countless sword lights coming, and he was also shocked by Capelin's attack. Capelin's slash was very fast and crisp, without too many fancy moves, and there were no twists and turns. It was a sword skill that pursued efficiency in killing the enemy, which was fundamentally different from ordinary swordsmanship. In fact, in Capelin's skill column, the level of her two-handed sword skill was only level 5, which was far from Sheen's full level. And there was also a big gap compared to Luo Shi, who had the 8-level two-handed sword skill. However, she had a skill called Flash Sword, which was as high as level 7. This Flash Sword seemed to be a higher level weapon skill, compared with ordinary weapon skills. Its characteristic was that it specialized in a certain aspect, so it was quite powerful. The sword skills that ordinary weapon skills such as two-handed sword brought to learners were very standard. That is, they were average in all aspects, without any outstanding advantages, but also without any disadvantages. It was a skill that won in a stable manner. However, skills such as flashing sword are different. This type of skill usually specializes in one aspect, making the advantage in this aspect extremely prominent, far superior to ordinary moves. For example, Flash Sword is a skill that pursues efficiency in killing enemies. It has an unparalleled advantage in killing enemies quickly. It allows the learner of the skill to perform extremely fast and crisp slashes, like a gust of wind and flash of light. If you are careless about this, you will be beheaded without even seeing the trajectory of the slash, and you will die. However, Such high-level sword skills usually have a defect because of highlighting one feature. Capellan's flash sword is like this, specializing in the speed of slashing, but abandoning defense. So, swish. Sheen's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of Capellan. Countless flash-like slashes fell on the position where Sheen was a second ago, but only cut the air. What? Capellan's face changed slightly after witnessing Sheen disappear. But at this time, Sheen had already appeared beside the Imperial Princess. Ding! The holy sword suddenly slashed down, bringing with it a startling sound like a bell. Goo! Capellan only had time to hastily raise the replica holy sword for defense. But the blow made her arm numb. She groaned and retreated several steps. This was proof of insufficient defense. Otherwise, Capellan would not have retreated so many steps. Grand explosion. Sheen mercilessly released magic at Capellan, who was retreating violently. Bang! The atmosphere endowed with the explosive property suddenly expanded and exploded, turning into endless flames and swallowing Capellan. However, divert. Capellan's replica holy sword turned again, and the effect changed. Buzz! With a tremor in the atmosphere, red magic light appeared from Capellan's replica holy sword, turned into a magic blade, and was raised high and chopped down in one fell swoop. Puff! The endless flames were immediately cut by the magic blade and dissipated into a burst of sparks. Undoubtedly, it was the magic sword skill. Moreover, it was the magic sword skill that was used after being strengthened by the replica holy sword. Has it become the effect of the skill level being increased? Sheen narrowed his eyes. Capellan's magic sword skill has been upgraded to level 7, coupled with the effect of the replica holy sword adding 3 to all skill levels. Capellan now has the equivalent of a full-level magic sword skill, making the magic light of the magic sword extremely solid and bright, illuminating the surroundings. Drink. With a gust of wind, Capellan held the incomparably scarlet magic sword blade and used the flashing sword trick to launch a stab that looked like a flash of scarlet light. The stab seemed to be able to cut through space and distance, and it rushed in front of Sheen in the blink of an eye. Even Sheen had to admit that he couldn't avoid such a lightning-fast attack. After all, Sheen didn't use the foul-breaking enhanced skill limit transformation, even if he had the avoidance skill to constantly remind him how to dodge. His physical ability couldn't keep up, so even if his brain knew to dodge, it wouldn't work. Not to mention, with the effect of adding 3 to all skill levels, both magic sword and flash sword were at full level, and the opponent's level was higher than Sheen, so Sheen naturally couldn't dodge if there wasn't the equally foul skill instant move. Swish! Just as the red magic blade was about to pierce Sheen's chest like lightning, Sheen's figure disappeared again. Boom! The red slash that pierced the air fell, and it actually set off a burst of gas and shock waves, blowing away the surrounding ground. Disappeared again. Capellan's eyes fixed. But suddenly she felt something, and the magic sword in her hand turned into a second scarlet flash, and suddenly slashed to the side. Awesome! There, Sheen's figure suddenly appeared, facing the terrifying blow coming at him. He was not surprised but happy, and laughed out loud. Boom! The powerful magic sword fell on Sheen's body, and it set off another burst of gas and impact, shattering the ground under his feet, causing the ground to collapse as if struck by lightning. However, under the red magic slash, Sheen was unscathed. The powerful magic torrent hit him, but it didn't cause him even a little damage. Resistance skill. Capellan's pupil shrank, and she instantly understood the reason. That's right. Sheen smiled at Capellan in the red magic torrent and said, "It's a resistance skill. To be more precise, it should be said that it is the resistance skill plus the protection of the holy sword. Although 3 seals were imposed, don't forget that a small part of Sheen's holy sword still has not been completely sealed, which can bring Sheen such effects as level plus 10, all skill levels plus 1, and all types of damage reduced by 10%. With a resistance skill that is above the full level, plus the damage is reduced by 10%. Even the full level magic sword and the full level flash sword can't hurt Sheen at all. Of course, if you have the magic power of Roxy, then the power of magic sword will definitely be so strong that the resistance skill cannot completely reduce all the damage." Sheen said it with regret. "Unfortunately, you don't." As he said that, Sheen suddenly rushed out of the torrent of magic power and punched Capellan's abdomen without mercy. Bang! A heavy punch hit Capellan's abdomen, sending her flying and hitting the wall of a building, breaking it apart. Cough! Capellan couldn't help but exhale all the air in her lungs. At the critical moment, Capellan converted the effect of the replica holy sword in time, gained the power to weaken the damage. And with her own defensive skills, she withstood Sheen's attack. However, Capelin did not completely resist this attack, because Sheen has the full level penetration skill, which can make the attack he sends ignore a certain degree of defense and directly cause damage to the opponent. If it weren't for the fact that the effect of penetration could not overcome the power of the replica holy sword, it would still be weakened a lot in the end. This punch would at least make Capelin spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Sheen looked at Capelin like this, and was extremely satisfied. He was able to unilaterally crush this imperial princess, which was enough to prove that his strength was improving. You know, Sheen hasn't used limit transformation yet. At the beginning, Sheen could only tie with Roxy when he used limit transformation, and even fell a little behind. The strength displayed by Capelin was only stronger than that of Rosie at that time. After all, Rosie used a sealed holy sword at that time. Even though Capelin's holy sword was a replica, it was far inferior to the original one. However, the replica holy sword was not sealed, and each effect was stronger than the sealed holy sword. In summary, it was not much different from the sealed holy sword. But this time, Sheen was able to overwhelm Capelin without using limit transformation, proving that his level was not raised to 55 in vain. Therefore, you can't do it, princess. So Sheen said. It seems that Rosie is still stronger. As soon as these words came out, Capelin's hand, which was embedded in the wall, trembled suddenly. A strange magic began to work on her body. AI, who had retreated to the edge of the battlefield with Laxa and Jadeite, suddenly let out a light exclamation. Sheen was about to turn around and leave, but his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A terrifying magical power surged out from behind Sheen. The earth trembled instantly. Chapter 345. The second place living in the shadow. Sheen turned around with all her might and looked behind her. There, endless magic power was gushing out like a volcanic eruption. However, the magic power was not gushing out without purpose. Sheen could clearly see that as the magic power gushed out, a pair of white wings were slowly taking shape and unfolding behind a figure, while the other party was unfolding such a pair of magic wings. He was floating in the air. I never thought that I would be forced to use this trick by my peers other than Rosie Lusty. The imperial princess holding the imitation holy sword looked down at Sheen with a cold expression, and her eyes turned silver at some point, reflecting the pair of white wings behind her. That posture was just like a real Valkyrie. But looking at such an angel-like Valkyrie, Sheen's expression began to become solemn. Just because, from the beginning, his magic perception skill was sending out warning signs like crazy, telling Sheen how dangerous the enemy in front of him had become. Sheen knew what was going on. As far as he knew, there was only one skill besides the holy sword that could make a person suddenly show such a drastic change. Such an ability that violated common sense and brought about a terrible increase in strength. Unique skills. This imperial princess then used her real trump card. So she really had unique skills? Sheen calmed himself down. Capelin spoke expressionlessly. Our royal family of the Ragnar Empire is also a descendant of a hero. In this case, is it strange that we who have inherited the blood of a hero can have such a talent? Capelin said coldly, but the world only sees the Mitra kingdom, only recognizes the descendants of the heroes of the Mitra kingdom, and thinks that they are true heroes, but often subconsciously forgets that the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, such as us, also has the blood of a hero. This is also something that cannot be helped. Right? Because our ancestors failed to defeat the demon king, and even the demons, and were killed by the dragon demon among the 6 demons. The world believes that our brave ancestors are not worthy of the name. Capelin's tone could not help but reveal a trace of unwillingness. People only remember the winners, never the losers. Therefore, when it comes to the descendants of heroes, the world will only think of the royal family of the Mitra kingdom, not the royal family of the Ragnar Empire. We can only live under the shadow of the brave Mitra. The Ragnar royal family can only live under the shadow of the Mitra royal family. And even I can only live under the shadow of Roxy Lusty. At this point, Capelin's tone gradually became weak. The Ragnar Empire has always wanted to get rid of this shadow, so it did not hesitate to use the remains of its ancestors and spent a huge amount of money to collect precious materials from the 3 realms. It took it 500 years to finally successfully create a replica of the holy sword. However, the Mitra kingdom was able to ask the gods for help, and with the voluntary sacrifice of the brave Mitra, it easily obtained the real holy sword. We have been working hard to strengthen ourselves and our national strength. Unknowingly, we have become the most powerful country in the human world, with the largest army and the strongest military force. However, this proud force is also considered to be of quantity but not quality, and is not as good as the Knights of the Guards, who were once the companions of the brave, and the Dragon Legion of the Kingdom of Mitra. In this generation, the royal family of the Ragnar Empire finally gave birth to a genius who has the hope of surpassing his ancestors. The moment he was born, he alarmed the temple and attracted the attention of the highest superior god, who personally blessed this offspring, making the whole country of the Ragnar Empire celebrate, and the royal family decided to do their best to cultivate him. However, almost at the same time, the kingdom received news of the birth of a world-shaking genius. His magic directly alarmed the world of gods and the three goddesses, causing the goddess of fate among the three goddesses to come down in person and bless him. As she spoke, Capellan's weak tone became more and more unwilling. When the most outstanding genius in the history of the empire obtained the imitation holy sword, the genius known as the kingdom's treasure was recognized by the real holy sword. When the most outstanding genius in the history of the empire showed powerful unique skills, the genius known as the kingdom's treasure showed unique skills that moved the gods. Her blessing was only from the superior god, but her blessing was personally given by one of the three goddesses, which was no less than her ancestors. Her beauty was regarded as the best in the country by the empire, and her beauty was crowned by the world as the best of the human race. As a result, she became a loser in all aspects, and she also became a winner with superior skills in all aspects. People will always remember the first in the human race, but never pay attention to the second place, who has always lived in the shadow of the other party. With the appearance of these words, Capellan's eyes became more and more shining with silver light, and the white wings behind her and the imitation holy sword in her hand began to emit brighter and brighter white light, causing the magic power to surge. So, I swore that I would defeat Rosie Lusty and get rid of her completely in this life. I will not let her be a shadow in my life, and I will not let the Mitra kingdom always be the shadow of the Ragnar Empire. You are strong. Really strong. So strong that it even exceeds my expectations and shocks me. No wonder Rosie Lusty favors you. She must be very excited to have an opponent like you among her peers? But it is precisely because of this that I want to defeat you. Capellan raised the replica holy sword in her hand and pointed it at Sheen. For nothing else. Just to not lose to that woman. As soon as the voice fell, the magic power surging from Capellan was suddenly sucked into her body like a whirlpool. No. It was sucked into the pair of white wings behind her. Whoosh! The next moment, the wings behind Capellan suddenly fluttered, and the whole person turned into a white light and shot out. In an instant, it arrived in front of Sheen. Sheen felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then Capellan's figure appeared in front of him, which shocked him. He activated the skill teleport without hesitation and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Capellan, who turned into white light, rushed past Sheen's position, bringing a storm, smashing the ground there into pieces and cracking. The attack missed, but Capellan was not discouraged at all. The figure turned into white light and ignored the inertia. Under the fanning of the white wings behind, she rushed to another direction. There, Sheen's figure flashed out. Evolve. Seeing the white light approaching at an astonishing speed, Sheen dared not hold back anymore and activated the ability of extreme evolution. So, the magic power traveled through Sheen's body, causing all of Sheen's abilities to surge. But at this time, Capellan had already approached Sheen, and the replica holy sword in her hand turned into a flash and slashed out. That slash was at least 10 times faster than before. Bang! Sheen was unable to react in time, and was slashed hard on the chest by the replica holy sword that was as fast as a flash. With a heavy muffled sound, the whole person flew backwards. But while flying backwards, Sheen activated the instant move skill, and his figure suddenly disappeared in midair and appeared behind Capellan. Buzz! The atmosphere trembled, and the red magic light extended on the holy sword. Sheen looked at Capellan, who had her back to him, and the blow with the magic sword in his hand had already been slashed out, like a red thunder, falling on Capellan's back. However, clang! In the sound of the collision, Sheen's holy sword with the magic sword was bounced away. The white wings behind Capellan seemed to have eyes. With a flap, one of the wings bounced off Sheen's attack, creating a circle of magical wind. It bounced off? Sheen slightly widened his eyes. But Capellan would not miss this opportunity. She turned around instantly, and the replica holy sword in her hand turned into a flash again, and slashed through violently. This slash was like a storm, crushing the atmosphere wherever it passed, and also shattering the ground around. The terrifying Aurora sword was like a concentrated natural disaster, and it had destroyed the area without any original terrain. Shin's figure appeared not far away as if teleporting, looking at this scene with a solemn expression. It seems that this so-called second place is not in vain. Compared with the previous level, Capellan's power, which uses her unique skills, is completely different from before. The pair of wings seem to combine many abilities such as high-speed flight, automatic defense, and amplification and enhancement, making Capellan unprecedentedly powerful at this moment. At least, in Shin's opinion, the current Capellan is more terrifying than the devil-like tier in the Atlas Canyon. Even AI, who was watching the battle, narrowed her eyes and murmured, "This unique skill is quite strong. No worse than the hero I defeated." Right? That's what happened. Capellan used her full strength, showing a strength that made Shin feel pressured and more or less recognized by AI. "What? Is this your full strength?" Capellan flew into the air again, looked at Shin, and said calmly, "You should also have a powerful unique skill. Right? Don't you plan to use it?" Obviously, the Imperial Princess felt that Shin had not used her full strength yet. She felt that since Shin could be recognized by Roxy, and had such strength at this age, it was impossible for her to not have a powerful unique skill. If not, it would not be worthy of being recognized by people of their level. After all, unique skills are the ability to violate common sense, ignore levels, skills and other conditions, and directly show terrible power. Without powerful unique skills, no matter how high the level is or how strong the skills are, they will not be their opponents in the end. In fact, this is also true. Shin does have unique skills, and they are unique skills that can be called cheating. Unfortunately, Shin's unique skills are not the type that can directly bring combat power. However, Shin has not yet used his full strength. After all, he still has the Holy Sword. Should I use it? Shin hesitated. Chapter 346. Let me show you. Of course, the Holy Sword cannot be used casually in front of others. It's okay in front of trustworthy people. When faced with a life-threatening situation, Shin will not hesitate to unlock the power of the Holy Sword and use it calmly. But in this situation, Shin didn't feel that he was forced to that point. Moreover, Capellan's imitation Holy Sword will unlock its original restrictions when encountering a real Holy Sword, and will even absorb the power of the Holy Sword to obtain the posture of a real Holy Sword. If Shin unlocks the Holy Sword here, Capellan will also become stronger. This kind of approach of supporting opponents and making them stronger, Shin doesn't want to do it. Thinking of this, Shin suddenly smiled. I still have more power that has not been shown. Why use the trump card? That's it. Although Capellan has become very strong after using her unique skills, Shin has also become much stronger. During the month of studying hard in the capital, Shin not only greatly improved his level due to growth, but also gained new strength. So, come on. Shin hooked his finger at Capellan again. Let me show you my full strength now. Without unlocking the Holy Sword, I will use my full strength under normal circumstances. Capellan seemed to understand something, and her eyes became sharp. Pound. The next moment, Capellan said nothing and fluttered the white wings behind her, causing an air explosion while turning into a flash, launching a rapid assault. Boom! However, almost at the same time, Shin's body was flooded with spectacular magic power. The magic power traveled throughout his body, making the space where Shin was like a storm, rolling up dust and gravel, looking terrifying. Shin took out everything he had at this moment. Enemy sense and magic sense tell Shin the location and speed of the opponent. Military God allows Shin to instantly control the battle situation, judge all the changes in the battle from the movements of every blade of grass and every tree, and even predict the subsequent series of battles. Every move of two-handed sword is replayed in Shin's mind at high speed, allowing him to find the most suitable sword skills to deal with the opponent in front of him. Avoidance, piercing, limit change, and a series of skills are also in operation, including resistance skills, which really increase Shin's chances of winning bit by bit. Admittedly, Shin's unique skills do not have direct combat power, but the improvement it brings to Shin has long been accumulated in the usual bits and pieces. How can ordinary people learn so many skills so easily? How can other skill levels reach Shin's level? In addition, the growth in all aspects is also the largest when upgrading. Shin's unique skills have enabled him to transform from a powerless alien into a true hero in just a few months. It is also the most fundamental reason why he can challenge many strong people in this world with such a large level gap at only level 55. So, if we talk about using unique skills, Shin has already used his unique skills. Otherwise, How could he cross such a huge level gap? Cross so many advantages of others? And then challenge others? Now, Sheen used all the power brought to him by his unique skills at this moment. Swish. At the moment when Capellan's replica holy sword shone with the light of magic sword and blasted towards him, Sheen suddenly disappeared and used instant teleport to appear beside Capellan. Capellan noticed it. However, when she wanted to launch an attack, Sheen had already started to move. Grant slowness. Sheen released his magic at Capellan. What is this? Capellan's face changed slightly. Because she clearly felt that her speed, which was originally like a flash of lightning, suddenly slowed down a lot and became slow. Abnormal status type of Grant magic. While increasing her magic power and resisting the abnormal state, Capellan slashed at Sheen with the trick of flashing sword. But at this moment, Sheen disappeared and appeared on the other side of Capellan. Give gravity. Sheen placed his hand on the wings behind Capellan and cast a new granting magic to make the magic flow out. Ugh! Capellan's body suddenly became extremely unstable, and the light white wings behind her suddenly became extremely heavy, causing her to almost fall to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Sheen cast negative state granting magic one by one without hesitation. Give stiffness. Give consumption. Give deterioration. Give blindness. Give paralysis. One after another, the negative state characteristics were piled on Capellan, causing Capellan's terrifying momentum, like a volcanic eruption, to gradually decrease. In the end, it even became like carrying an invisible mountain on her back, and she couldn't even breathe, and fell directly to the ground. Ugh! Capellan's voice was full of distress. There was no way. The stiffness made Capellan unable to move her body flexibly. Consumption made Capellan's magic and physical strength disappear at a very fast speed. Deterioration weakened Capellan's abilities in all aspects. Blindness took away Capellan's vision, and paralysis also made Capellan twitch all over her body, feeling soreness and pain, adding dullness and gravity. She'd imposed 7 negative states on Capellan in one breath, and each of them was a characteristic of the superior magic of granting. Of course, Capellan also has the skill to eliminate abnormal conditions, but facing the advanced magic that Sheen cast with all his strength, it would be impossible to offset it. Right? You know, Sheen is a person who uses elementary magic as advanced magic. At this time, how can the ordinary abnormal state defense skills easily offset the genuine advanced magic he used with his amazing magic power? It can be said that if it weren't for the fact that some of the effects had been offset by the skills, and there was a unique skill amplification, plus the power of the imitation holy sword, Capellan would have been unable to move even a little. In this case, with the vast magic power, attract the stars from the sky, she enchanted the magic spell. The luxuriant awns and the numerous flames obeyed the command of the person who controlled the night sky, showing the mystery and trajectory of the gods at this moment. That is light. That is the powerful power of heaven. So, shine. Stars. So, descend. Light. The vast magic power rolling around Sheen suddenly turned into bursts of starlight, shining like the Milky Way. That is the advanced magic in celestial magic. Diffusion starry arrays. The starlights wandering around Sheen suddenly turned into stars, like small planets, carrying the magic power that shook the atmosphere and the dazzling starlight, and swept towards Capellan one by one. That scene was just like treating this world as the universe, making the numerous stars follow the most mysterious trajectory and start to operate. Although she lost her vision, Capellan, who had resisted some negative effects, still vaguely saw the scene, which made her look shocked. What kind of magic is that? Obviously, Capellan could not recognize Sheen's celestial magic, but from the amazing magic power carried by the stars, Capellan had reason to believe that it was an extremely dangerous thing. At that moment, Capellan screamed and mobilized all the magic power in her body, as if she had used up all the remaining strength in her body. Finally, she temporarily resisted the magic of granting her, vibrated the white wings behind her, and flew high into the sky. However, those stars seemed to have life, and they flexibly changed their direction, changed their running trajectory, and turned into another array, like a big net, chasing Capellan. Capellan could only flap her wings constantly, turning into a white stream of light, and constantly avoiding the pursuit of those stars. Unfortunately, not long after, Capellan was shocked to find that she didn't know when she was surrounded and fell into the array formed by the stars. At this time, there were stars rotating in front of Capellan, behind, left, right, and even above and below, and emitting starlight. With an ominous premonition in her heart, Capelin rushed to the nearest star without any hesitation, raised the replica holy sword in her hand, added the magic sword skill to it, and slashed it with her strongest power. Clang! The star suddenly shone brightly, and a light band burst out and hit Capelin. Bang! With an explosion-like sound, a burst of light burst on Capelin's body and blew her away. Capelin was not injured. At the critical moment, the wings behind her spread out and blocked her in front of her, so that the light band did not hit Capelin. But, clang! 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 Around Capelin, stars shone brightly one after another. Light bands were released one after another, rushing in the direction of Capelin. In just a moment, bands of light attacked Capelin from all directions, causing her to hold her breath. She quickly spread the white wings behind her and covered her whole body. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bands of light suddenly bombarded the white wings one after another, causing bursts of light explosions and roars. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged. The sky shook. The earth shook. The impact was everywhere, and the magic power was chaotic. In the air above Cosmos, countless stars surrounded a pair of white wings, constantly releasing light bands to bombard them. The light explosions and roars that aroused were just like a star exploding, so terrifying that the whole cosmos was shaken. The people in Cosmos hid in the buildings, listening to the roar, watching the terrible light explosions, and enduring the violent vibrations. They were already screaming and exclaiming, and the panic was difficult to calm down. What is that? Even Rimjo, Yuri, Sona and other members of the First Knights, who were dealing with the chaotic buildings, saw this scene on the horizon and fell into horror. On the ground, the female knights who were still bound looked at the scene and became even more anxious. Sheen held the holy sword and floated under the surrounding of many stars. The magic power on his body seemed endless and continued to flow out. Chapter 347 next time. I win. Then, after an unknown amount of time, Cosmos finally stopped shaking. In midair, the stars that continuously released light bands had stopped, and they were just rotating and spinning like celestial bodies, causing the starlight to dim. In the center of the stars, the pair of white wings had become riddled with holes and charred. Bang! Finally, as if they couldn't hold on any longer, the white wings that had been gathered together suddenly broke into pieces, turning into countless feathers and drifting away. Among the feathers, Capelin's figure appeared in the air again, but she seemed exhausted. Her body drooped, her head tucked, and she fell directly to the ground. Bang! After a while, the princess of the empire hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust, and became dying. Only then did Sheen descend from the sky with countless stars and land on the ground. It seems that I won. With these words, Sheen smiled slightly, waved his hand, and the stars around him disappeared immediately, leaving only a dazzling flash like the Milky Way. It's over. In the distance, Laxia didn't speak until then, and her voice was still so calm and composed. Obviously, what just happened in front of her was a fierce battle that ordinary people would definitely regard as a disaster. This maid, who was only level 5 and had almost no combat power, could be so calm. It must be said that this is really a skill. But it seems that not only Laxia has this ability, but also Jade. Jade was like watching a play, except for blinking and feeling a little sleepy. She was not scared at all. On the contrary, and I looked at Sheen deeply. His strength has improved so fast. This hero grew extremely fast, which was beyond AIE's expectation. Although I don't know what his unique skills are. If he can be so strong without using the holy sword, it is estimated that he will reach our level soon. AIE thinks so. As for the female knights who were tied up on the spot, they still had strong shock and disbelief on their faces when they saw that their princess was defeated. Princess Capelin actually lost? How is this possible? They didn't want to believe the facts in front of them. You know, they saw Capelin use all her strength, but still lost. Moreover, she was not defeated by the legendary masters of the human race, but by a young noble who had never even heard of it before. How could Princess Capelin lose to her peers? Even if the opponent was the kingdom's treasure, it would be impossible for Her Highness to lose so easily. How could he be so strong? Is this a joke? The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights looked at Sheen with anger in their eyes. Sheen glanced at them, then waved his hand and untied the restraints on these female knights. Your Highness! Your Highness! As soon as the female knights were freed, they immediately reacted and rushed to Capelin, anxiously checking Capelin's condition. Don't worry. Sheen curled his lips and said, she just lost all her magic power and physical strength. So she fainted from exhaustion. Not seriously injured. Sheen gave her so many negative superior characteristics. But she still fought hard, and used her unique skills to resist the fierce attack of Diffusion Star Ray. It was impossible for her not to fall down from exhaustion. But it was just exhaustion. Apart from exhaustion, there was no problem with this Imperial Princess. I have also removed all the negative magic on her body. After a good sleep, she will be full of energy again. Right? Sheen smiled at the female knights and said, if you understand, take your princess away quickly. You? Sheen's ruthless words made the female knights angry. What do you mean? Sheen disagreed and said, she is allowed to say a lot in front of others, but not allowed to say a harsh word to her. Forget it. As he said, Sheen looked at the female knights. When your princess wakes up, tell her that I welcome her to come and find trouble again at any time. But don't let me hear her say a word about Luo Shi behind her back. Otherwise, Sheen showed a bright smile. Next time, I will strip her clothes directly when I beat her. One sentence made the female knights furious. Hateful people of the kingdom. Despicable nobles of the kingdom. Dirty adventurers. Bad bastards. The female knight started to curse. Without showing any nobleness and elegance of being a knight. Sheen narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. Bang! The armor of the female knight, who cursed the most suddenly broke, turning into steel fragments and scattered all over the ground. Ah! The female knight immediately screamed, hugged her body, and squatted down. Because of the heavy armor, these female knights seemed to be wearing very revealing clothes inside. So when the armor broke, basically everything that should and shouldn't be exposed was exposed. What? Be careful. What did you do? The other female knights were shocked. Some hugged the exposed female knight, and some glared at Sheen, seeming to be more shocked and angry. Sheen still looked indifferent. This is just a small lesson. Okay. Sheen smiled and said, I am not afraid to tell you that I have the skill armor destruction, and it is at the maximum level. I don't need to touch you. As long as I am within a certain distance, I can just snap my fingers like this, and all your armor will be destroyed. Unless you are wearing something very tight. Otherwise. This sentence made these female knights all look angry, and a little scared and dreadful. Obviously, they were all wearing very revealing clothes under their armor. Of course. Don't think that only armor will be destroyed. Sheen smiled more and more brightly and said, if I want to, I can directly use the magic of giving to apply the tearing property to you. What do you think will be left on your body at that time? The faces of those female knights suddenly turned pale, and one by one they subconsciously hugged their delicate bodies, looking angry but not daring to speak. Sheen was very satisfied with their expressions. Remember my words, and tell this princess exactly what I said. Sheen glanced at Capelin and said, if you want me to come and strip you naked in person, then you can pretend you didn't hear it. Leaving these words, Sheen turned around and walked towards the direction where AI and others were. Scum. Seeing Sheen leave, a small curse appeared in the group of female knights. Bang! Ah! The next second, there was another sound of breaking and a scream, and a naked female knight squatted down with tears. Sheen then retracted his hand that snapped his fingers and returned to AI and others. Okay. Let's go, Sheen said, as if he had done something insignificant. However, this still could not avoid being despised by the girls. Do you think you can pretend that nothing happened and pretend that you have never done anything immoral? AI was speechless. It seems that Mr. Sheen is still young and vigorous. Even Laxia seemed to want to sigh. Only Feitsue seemed to not understand anything, tilted her head, and had a question mark on her head. She had laughed dryly, and said no more. Then everyone left together. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights watched Sheen and his group leave with hatred. And then, they spoke one after another. Quick! Take His Highness back. Take out all the high-level magic potions. Let's go! As they said this, the female knights left here while protecting their two naked and tearful companions, and protecting Capelin, who fainted from exhaustion. Gradually, the buildings that kept moving in Cosmos also stopped. Everything returned to calm. Not long after, a group of knights hurried over. Yuri, the leader, was the first to see the scene here. His pupil shrank, and he stopped there. What is going on here? Sona stopped in his tracks, his face full of shock. Rinjo was silent. The knights who came with him, who looked a little embarrassed, looked at each other, as if they were shocked by the scene before them. What appeared before these knights was a battlefield that had been completely turned into a ruin, and a deep pit because of the fierce battle. There was even chaotic magic flowing in the air, which made the knights gasp. The knights could fully imagine how fierce the battle was here. General Leader, Uncle, Sona and Rinjo looked at Yuri with a bit of an ugly look on their faces. After all, among all the people here, Yuri is undoubtedly the strongest. But I'm afraid that the people fighting here are stronger than me. Yuri also said this with a heavy face. This made everyone speechless and silent. Rinjo even had a terrible thought. Could it be him? The face of a hateful person appeared in his mind. And Rinjo shook his head quickly, unwilling to believe what he thought. At least, Rinjo really didn't want to believe that the person who became a thorn in his eyes and flesh was stronger than him. Even though the other party had once conquered a branch of the old demon clan. And it was said that he had fought with Her Royal Highness the Princess, and was appreciated by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Rinjo still didn't want to believe that he would lose to the other party in personal strength. As for the nearly destroyed Kingdom Knights, it had long been regarded by many people as a good thing done by Yulin, not by Sheen himself. In short, Cosmos is going to become even more chaotic. Yuri's whispers, as if announcing the coming of a storm, are full of inexplicable persuasiveness. Cosmos is destined to become even more chaotic in the future. Chapter 348. You must have misunderstood. Night fell quietly. Due to the strange things in the past, and the strange phenomena today, Cosmos at night is undoubtedly more deserted and weird than any city Sheen has visited before. In the buildings that are crisscrossed and disorderly, although there are oil lamps and even magic lamps working, the light they shine through the windows cannot be projected on the streets, but randomly shines on the walls of other buildings, narrow alleys and uninhabited terrain. In addition, there are no decent streets, which makes it look very weird. And of course, no one will go to the streets at night in Cosmos. And no store will be open at this time, because no one will come to take care of their business. In such a Cosmos, it is estimated that only the knights have been active, patrolling and investigating constantly, trying to find out the truth and source of the strange things. Otherwise, only those robbers who want to take advantage of the fire will wander in the chaotic paths and alleys, adding a bit of color to the weirdness of Cosmos. Fortunately, even in such a situation, Sheen and others still successfully found a hotel and stayed in it. After all, before the incident in Cosmos, there were still many non-local tourists here. After the incident, there were even more bewildered outsiders transferred from other places. In such a situation, the city was blocked again, and they naturally had to have a place to go if they could not leave here. In other words, in the current Cosmos, only hotels that can provide accommodation can barely do some business. The hotel where Sheen and his friends stayed was obviously full, but for some reason, after Lax's negotiation, they were able to vacate a luxurious suite that was no less luxurious than the one Sheen and his friends had lived in before in Jiritli, allowing the four of them to live comfortably. The room not only had multiple bedrooms, but also a kitchen and bathroom. It could be said that all the necessary conditions for living were prepared, so it would not be a problem to live here all the time. It is said that there is also a public bath in the hotel, which allows men and women to bathe together, so it is quite popular here, mainly men. When she learned about this, he was somewhat eager to move, but was warned inconspicuously, "Don't go. Okay? Even if Mr. Sheen is young and energetic, it is better not to vent outside casually." Ayi and Laxia warned Sheen in their own style. "Am I that kind of person?" Sheen did shout this in anger, but what he got in return was the two girls' inexplicable contemptuous looks. "Okay, I am that kind of person." Sheen had to admit it. "Come on. That's a mixed bath." Mixed bath? Hearing about such a wonderful place. As a young and energetic man, how could he not go and take a look? What? You said that you would definitely not just take a look after you go there? You must have misunderstood. With such a mood, Sheen sneaked into the big bath after nightfall without telling Ai and Laxia. However, 3 seconds later, Sheen rushed out of it with a tumble. Why are there only grandpas and grandmas? Sheen felt that he almost went blind. But if you think about it carefully, even if there are really beautiful young ladies, how could they know that the big bath is a mixed bath and still give benefits to others? Do you think everyone is a kind person like Thili? Damn! Sheen, whose heart was severely wounded, dragged his body back to his room. After eating the dinner prepared by Laxia, he entered the bathroom in the room alone with a dusty face. I really wish that Ter was here to help me wash my eyes. Soaking in his own bathtub, Sheen rested his head on his head and sighed. I don't know what everyone is doing now. Thinking of his friends in the capital, Xian found that he actually missed them a little. Vivian and the others should be eating dinner at my house now, discussing the migration of Lumia's sisters. Right? Maybe Tara is quietly exercising alone. Melika. I'm not here. That girl won't run to follow others. Right? Thinking about it, Xian raised a hand soaked in water. On this hand, there was a small bead. Looking at this bead, Xian couldn't help but smile. Let's see what that girl is doing. Saying this, Xian threw the bead in his hand into the air. Jung. The bead suddenly emitted light, and as if it had sunk into water, it sank into the space in front of Xian with a splash, causing ripples in the space. The ripples gradually spread, and soon turned into a screen. On the screen, a beautiful face that was extremely beautiful appeared there. Too slow. A pleasant and extremely pleasant voice came out immediately with anger. This person was Luoshi, who was far away in the capital. Didn't I tell you to contact me at night? Luoshi, who appeared on the screen, seemed to have been waiting for a long time, with an angry look. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but feel a burst of laughter. When Xian left the capital, Luoshi gave Xian a magic item and repeatedly told him that he must use the magic item at night to contact her in the capital. The magic item was the bead that Xian had just used. It was a very rare magic item that could connect two different locations and allow people to communicate through the environment created by the item. It was a magic item commonly used by nobles and lords to communicate with each other. Xian got this magic item from Luoshi, so he would meet Luoshi every night. But every time this happened, Luoshi would become chattering. Do you know how hard I work during the day to free up time at night? In the end, you still let me wait here all the time. Luoshi kept complaining. Is it that serious for you? Xian said with a smile. It was the same last night, and it was the same tonight. Are you going to make a fuss every night because of waiting for me? Hearing Xian's nonchalant tone, Luoshi became even more angry. This guy, even if he is not in the capital, is still as annoying. I really want to bite him hard. This can't be blamed on Luoshi. After all, Luoshi has been having a hard time since Xian left. Obviously I could live alone before. Why can't I do it now? Luoshi has been so melancholy more than once. Luoshi's current pace of life is no different from the past. She has to work and maintain her flawless princess image, not letting outsiders know that she actually wants to be a salted fish. But in the past, even if she couldn't be salted, Luoshi could endure it and complete her work in sighing. But now, for some reason, Luoshi found that she was a little bit unbearable in this situation. The reason may be that she already knows what it feels like to have someone who knows her true face and allows her to show it without scruples. No longer pretending, and no longer lonely. After experiencing a beautiful and pleasant time, it is naturally unbearable to return to boring time. Not to mention, now Xian is not only a person who can show her true nature to Luoshi, but also an indispensable partner in her future life. Speaking of which, generally speaking, who will run away within a few days after getting someone? Regarding this matter, Luoshi really wants to lose her temper, even though she knew that Sean had a purpose for this trip. In the past few days, because of Sean's absence, Luoshi really felt that life was boring and tasteless, which made her unbearable. In short, this princess was still a little worried about gains and losses, and she was in love for only a few days. Just when she had tasted the sweetness, her man ran away, which really made her feel uncomfortable. Now, Luoshi is working every day, while eagerly looking forward to Sean to finish what he wanted to do and return to the capital to accompany her. And working with such a mood, it was not easy to finish all the work during the day. At night, Luoshi naturally looked forward to it, eagerly waiting for Sean to contact her actively. It can only be said that this princess is really too lacking in love and entertainment. Otherwise she would not be so upset. Xian naturally knew the situation, and spoke in a rare friendly tone. I have arrived in Cosmos now, although I haven't seen the people of the old demon clan. Since we are here, we should meet them soon. Right? Xian reported today's itinerary to Luoshi. Have we arrived yet? Luoshi was slightly startled and said in surprise, It's really fast. You know, Cosmos is the northernmost part of the kingdom. If you want to get there from the capital, it will take at least half a month or even a month to get there by carriage. Xian has arrived in Cosmos less than 3 days after leaving the capital. I have to say that the speed is really fast. I have Yulin here, a level 99 dragon. If it flies at full speed, it will probably take only 1 day to circle the kingdom. Xian curled his lips and said, Don't talk about me. The eldest master of the Stringham family is in Cosmos. right? The eldest master of the Stringham family? Luo she was startled again, then nodded and said, I did hear that he followed Duke Barry back to the Duke of Stringham. If it was him, it would not be difficult to return there in a few days. Is that so? Sheen became interested and asked, why is it not difficult? Do you think you are the only one with a mount? Luo she rolled her eyes and said, the kingdom has a famous dragon corps, and the guards knights can get a dragon as a mount. The young master should have ridden his own dragon back to the Duke of Stringham. Right? So that's why. No wonder the other party was able to come here from the capital in just a few days. I heard that the situation over there seems to be quite serious. What is it actually like? Luo she asked Sheen. So Sheen told Luo she everything he encountered in Cosmos today. Even about Capelin. But just saying that. Luo she's eyebrows raised. Capelin Ragnar is there too. Rox's mood seemed to have become less beautiful. Chapter 349 Getting married is not bad. What? Do you dislike her too? Seeing that Luo she on the screen was in a bad mood, Xian became interested. However, Luo Shi's answer was a little subtle. It's not that I dislike her. At least that's what I think. Luo Shi frowned and said helplessly, it's just that every time we meet, she will hold me tightly. Obviously, the ambassadors of the Empire have been persuading her not to fight with me. But every time she sees me, she will come up to provoke and say some unpleasant words, trying to anger me and make me duel with her. It's really annoying after a long time. Isn't this the routine that the princess used when she saw me? She also used this routine on Luo Shi? One trick to eat all the world. So clumsy. What do you think of her? Xian asked this question for the time being. He planned that if Roxy really disliked Capelin, then he would help his wife and teach the thorny princess a lesson. Who would have thought that Roxy would misunderstand? Why are you asking this question? Roxy narrowed her eyes and said with some vigilance, could it be that you are attracted to her? The corner of Sean's mouth twitched immediately, and Roxy understood Sean's reaction as a default, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. I'll tell you first, Roxy said in an unquestionable tone, whether you want to attack Ter, Melika, or even Vivian. I have no objection. But she is the only one who can't. Roxy gave a death order. Just do it to others. Right? Sean wanted to correct Roxy's misunderstanding. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but ask out loud, please forgive me. He is a man. Therefore, this question is very important and must be asked first. Luo she seemed to see through the filth in Xian's heart, with a face full of contempt, but not angry. After all, you are a proper nobleman. Whether for yourself or for the future of the family, it is normal to marry more wives or concubines. As a princess of the royal family, I can't even tolerate this. Luo Shi's words made Xian feel for the first time that it was really great to be reincarnated into another world. Why do so many people want to be reincarnated into another world? Isn't it because you can openly open a harem here? Xian thought he was not a protagonist. Until this moment, he finally felt that he was a protagonist. It's just that. That person is not good. Really not good. I advise you not to hit her. Luo Shi kept denying this, making Xian blink. Let's not talk about whether I really want to attack her. But if I do, why can't I? Xian asked in confusion. Didn't you say that you just find her annoying? Not that you don't like her? But she doesn't like me. Luo Shi said bluntly, if you really met her, you should know what kind of obsession she has with me. Right? Very obsessive. Xian didn't deny it, saying, people who don't know would think that you are the official couple, and I am the third party who inserted in the middle. Who is a couple with her? What are you talking about? Luo Shi said unhappily, I just want to tell you that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire is already very tense. After the incident of Killer Faction 10 years ago, the relationship between the two countries has become even more tense. If you want to bring Capelin Ragnar in, how complicated do you think things will become? There will definitely be a lot of complicated and difficult causes and conditions, like a spider web, because of the incident 10 years ago. Civilians aside, the nobles of the kingdom have secretly banned intermarriage with the nobles of the empire. In addition, Capelin Ragnar is obsessed with me. Just think about how much trouble it will become if you attack her. Roxy warned like this. I don't want you to become a point of intersection between the two countries, and I don't want to really enter the same door with Capelin Ragnar. So don't blame me for not telling you first. Xian listened to these words. After all, he hated trouble to begin with, and even wanted to stay away from Roxy in the past. Not to mention that she was a second in command for 1,000 years. A bigger source of trouble. Xian definitely wanted to stay away from her. I will just be honest and harm the good women of the kingdom, and leave the women of the empire to the people of their country to harm themselves. Xian said this sentence unconsciously. You just need to understand it in your heart. Although after listening to your statement, I don't know why, I want to beat you more. Luoshi was half relieved and half speechless. In short, Luoshi hoped that Xian could stay away from Capelin as much as possible. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was obsessed with me, and it was even greater than others imagined. Not to mention meeting me in person. Even if she met something related to me, she would focus all her attention on it, and try her best to prove that she was stronger than me in various fields. Luoshi warned seriously. The princess must have known that you and I had an intersection, and since she knew it, she would most likely take the initiative to cause trouble for you. So you must be careful. Okay? Unfortunately, it was too late. I have already beaten up your husband, and I am afraid that he has already hated her. Luoshi, who didn't know about this, was still warning blindly. If she causes trouble for you, it is best not to confront her head-on. She is quite powerful. Not only does she have a replica holy sword that took the Empire 500 years to create, but her unique skills are a powerful combination of attack, defense and assistance. When she was an adult, she was able to fight almost all over the Empire, except for a few legendary beings above level 90. Ordinary people are not her opponents at all. Even I was challenged by her several times, and I won with great difficulty, almost using all my strength. So, don't think you can easily deal with her. Okay? Luoshi was like a worried and virtuous wife, constantly persuading her. Xian didn't tell Luoshi that he had actually won, and just listened to Luoshi's words with a funny mood. He knew that although Luoshi was a little worried about this, she was never worried about it. Even though Luoshi still didn't know where Xian's real limit was, she still knew more about Xian's hidden power than others. Not only is the power of the holy sword he holds far greater than the Mithraic sword in his hand, but even in the case of Galuoli, others thought it was Yulin who did it. But Luoshi knew it was done by Xian himself. In addition, Xian is a genuine hero, and he has AI and Yulin by his side. If this can still go wrong, then it is probably that the plot has collapsed. The author of this book is just a brainless poison, wanting to take revenge on society and forcefully disgust readers. Therefore, Luoshi's words seem to be worried. But in fact they are just worrying about nothing. But there is no way. The princess has tried hard to spend a boring day. Now she can finally talk to her lover. Even if it is worrying about nothing, she is willing. Knowing this clearly, Xian did not tell Luoshi directly that she was just wasting her breath. He had already let the imperial princess suffer a setback. Instead, he honestly listened to Luoshi's every word and spent a very warm time with this seemingly flawless, but actually simple, kind, and lovely little princess. Presumably, Capelin would never imagine that the opponent she wanted to defeat in her dreams was just such a poor little girl who was afraid of loneliness and had to respond to the expectations of the people around her. She suppressed herself hard and spent every day of her life. Thinking of this, Xian looked at Luoshi with a soft look in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? Noticing Xian's eyes, Luoshi also felt a little embarrassed. Nothing. Xian shook his head, but smiled suddenly and said, I just suddenly felt that it seems not bad to marry you. Did you always think that marrying me was a bad thing? Luoshi grinded her little teeth, as if she wanted to bite something, and said in a bad tone, What made you change your mind now? Of course it's for you. Xian shrugged and smiled. As long as we get married, you don't have to live those boring lives anymore. When you enter my house, you can relax as you want, and you don't need to hide yourself anymore. Hearing this, Luoshi fell silent. After a while, the princess finally spoke in a low voice. In fact, this is what I have been thinking about. That's it. In the past, Luoshi always thought that she had to wear a mask to live her life. And for this reason, she didn't even dare to get close to the opposite sex. But now, Xian has become the only one who understands her and knows her, and even has a substantial relationship with her. In the future, if I marry Xian, I don't need to live with a mask anymore. And I don't need to deal with those boring jobs anymore. I can be with Xian and show myself to my heart's content. In such a future, sometimes, thinking about it, Luoshi will wake up with a smile in her sleep. Xian really thinks this girl is so cute. As the treasure of the kingdom, the first beauty of the human race, she actually has such a little girl's attitude, which can make any man crazy. Fortunately, I successfully picked this high-ranking flower. I will be blessed in the future. Xian also looked forward to such a future. But let's put it this way. When I'm done with my life, I'll marry you. Come here. I'll give you a buff. Undoubtedly, this sentence was learned from Xian. Looking at this trend, the princess, who is still a little girl now, really doesn't know what Xian will teach her to be in the future. Chapter 350 A Man of Integrity. In the bathroom, Xian chatted with Luo Shi for more than an hour, until they were almost soaked to the point of peeling. And then, they stopped. Although Luo Shi still looked a little reluctant. There was no way. They were separated, and they both had things to do. So it was impossible to keep chatting. Mainly, Xian didn't want someone to break in and hear how long you were going to occupy the bathroom. Therefore, Xian still disconnected the magic power, and the screen without magic support began to dim, and the ripples in the space gradually disappeared, and finally turned into a bead, fell down, and fell into Xian's palm. Is this the rumored long phone calls? Looking at the magic props in his hand, Xian laughed a little. Well, I did something very impressive. I hope I won't get burned. Xian collected the beads with satisfaction, and came out of the water, dried his body, put on his clothes, and then put on a towel, wiped his head, and walked out of the bathroom. However, when Xian walked out of the bathroom and came to the living room, he met someone. Jade? Xian called out the other person's name in confusion. I saw that Jade was standing on the open-air balcony in the living room, looking at the scenery outside. The side profile that entered Xian's eyes looked a little listless. It was not the usual sleepy expression, but an expression that seemed to hate something and endure something. Xian looked outside with some suspicion, but could only see a wall that was unsightly. After all, the buildings in Cosmos are now very disorderly. What is presented outside is not a beautiful scenery, but a tower of buildings that are stacked and crooked, and a wall of buildings that covers the surrounding area. That scene was indeed annoying. At least it didn't make people feel good. But Sean always felt that Jade didn't look like that because the scenery was not beautiful. Just as Sean was wondering about this, a voice came quietly from the side. She had been standing there for half an hour. The elusive maid appeared behind Sean without knowing when and said such words. Sean was not scared. But it was precisely because he was not scared that he felt a little sad. Because he didn't notice Laxia's trace in advance. He just didn't get scared because he was used to it. Shouldn't Sean feel sad for himself, who has become used to such a situation? Sean sorted out his mood, and then looked at Laxia. What's wrong with her? Sean asked for the time being. Not sure. Laxia shook her head and said calmly, but since coming to Cosmos, the child has shown that expression from time to time. Sometimes only for a moment. And sometimes it will last for a long time. I don't understand what's going on. Really? Xian frowned and said, You didn't ask her directly? No direct. But there were some tentative words. Laxia said lightly, Unfortunately, she can't say anything. Or she doesn't want to say it. Even when I asked her, she would tilt her head from time to indicate that she didn't understand what I meant. That's really tricky. Of course, I didn't take coercive measures because I didn't figure it out. Laxia began to say more frightening words, saying, If it is judged to be harmful to the master, then I will do my best to find out the reason at all costs. But according to my judgment, it doesn't seem to cause harm to Mr. Xian. So I didn't mess around too much. When Xian heard this, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way. This maid is too powerful. Xian has long regarded her as an omnipotent god. If this god messes around for his own purposes, then he really can't imagine what terrible things will happen. So, after hearing Laxia's words, Xian first breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens, the earth, and you who could stop the car in time. And the purpose of Laxia's appearance here seems to be to report this matter to Xian. I think Mr. Xian should be able to handle this matter. Laxia lifted the two ends of her skirt, saluted Xian, and said, That's all. I'm going to go down to bathe Master AI. Hearing this, Xian nodded and spoke. Be careful. The girl is sleeping, and she doesn't like to go into the bathroom with others. If she is woken up, she might get angry. Xian reminded casually. As a result, this sentence was exchanged for such a response. Please rest assured. It's just a bath. As a qualified maid, I can do it for you. I won't let the servant notice it and affect the other party's rest. Leaving such a sentence that froze Xian. Laxia retreated, looking at the other person's free and confident back. Xian began to mutter. Sooner or later, I will learn this trick. This is an unknown ambition in Xian's heart. After all, after learning Laxia's unnoticeable stripping technique last time, Xian successfully got rid of his virginity, and ate the world's #1 princess. If he can learn another unnoticeable bathing technique, then he will probably be close to becoming a humanoid self-propelled artillery in his peak life. Right? Although, in his previous life, as a high-quality old bookworm, Xian hated the setting of humanoid self-propelled artillery. But when he became the protagonist and could have such a life, it was another matter. Which normal man doesn't want to live such a bunker life? Xian considers himself a normal man. Therefore, no one is qualified to scold him. Of course, Xian is a man of integrity, and will not attack someone he has no feelings for. Unlike those wretched men who curse LSP in front of the screen all day long but think about GKD in their hearts. They say one thing and think another. Just like nesting dolls. As a man of integrity, Xian's requirements are not high. He just hopes to make trouble for Tear, Melika, Laxia and the like. In addition, if there are other beautiful girls willing to give them for free, Xian can accept them reluctantly. For example, Niamla. Well, the requirements are not high. Right? Manually funny. Okay, I'm getting off topic. Xian immediately stopped his brainstorming and walked towards Emerald. Emerald seemed to notice the footsteps behind her, and turned her head and looked over as if she had come to her senses. What are you doing? Xian came to Emerald, squatted down, kept her eyes level with the girl, and smiled at her. Emerald didn't speak, as silent as ever, just looked at Xian quietly, saying nothing. Xian didn't want Emerald to speak either. After 2 days of getting along, Xian knew that this girl either didn't want to speak at all, or she couldn't speak at all, and Xian's intuition told him that Jade's situation should be the latter. This girl really seemed to be unable to speak. Not only could she not speak, but sometimes, Jade seemed to not understand what others said, like a baby who had just been born. Xian suddenly recalled a piece of history. It was a piece of history described in the ancient book that Triss gave him. Recalling that history, Xian stared at Jade and spoke slowly. Hey, little Jade. Who are you? Xian asked out loud. Jade didn't answer. She was still so silent, so calm, but gave people a feeling of bowing her head and feeling lost. Looking at Jade like this, Xian also felt a breathless feeling. He felt as if he could feel Jade's heart, as if he had synchronized perception with the other party, and had a connection, which was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Xian could sense the depression, loneliness and sadness in Feitsue's heart. With this sadness, Xian hesitated for a while, and spoke like this. If you have any worries, you can choose to tell me. Xian looked directly at Feitsue and said, don't look at me like this. I think I still have some ability. Maybe I can help you. Hearing this, Feitsue looked at Xian with some ripples in her eyes. But compared with the ripples, there seemed to be more hesitation and timidity in Xian's eyes. She seemed to want to tell Xian something, but was worried that telling Xian would scare him away, or hurt Xian, and bring him misfortune. Xian was quite incredible to sense these inner feelings of Feitsue. So, although I don't know if you can understand what I said, I want to tell you something. Xian cast his eyes on Jadeite, and spoke word by word. Actually, I am a hero summoned from another world. Right? This was the first time Xian openly confessed his identity to others. Jadeite seemed to know the existence of the hero, so she raised her head and looked at Xian, with surprise and astonishment in her eyes that she had never seen before. Seeing this, Xian proved himself with his actions. Specifically, he took his holy sword, Unseal Hirisu, accompanied by a short spell. The originally ordinary holy sword immediately unsealed a layer of seal, and showed its basic form. The sacred light immediately illuminated the surroundings, causing Jadeite to stare straight at it. How is it? Didn't I lie to you? Xian smiled suddenly and said, so, tell me if you have anything. Jadeite was silent again. However, not long after, Feitsue reached out her hand, pulled Xian's sleeve, and pointed outside. Are you asking me to go with you? Xian asked thoughtfully. Feitsue nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Xian nodded without hesitation. At that moment, the two left the room together, and went out of the hotel.